Chapter 1651. Chapter 1651 arrived. After urging the Alliance to attack the Crimson Flame sect, Jiang Fei had a choice.
Hubby, are we going with them or not?
Bella asked, as Jiang Fei had given the Alliance an idea. The Golden Dragon Envoy had also taken the opportunity to invite Jiang Fei to join them. The Golden Dragon Envoy and the others had sent this invitation as a precaution. If the envoy of the Yuan family suddenly appeared and wanted to punish the Alliance. If Jiang Fei was present, as a member of the Yuan family, he might even be able to talk to them. At this moment, Jiang Fei was also hesitating. In fact, he did not want to get involved in this mess. After all, if he encountered the envoy of the Yuan family, Jiang Fei and the others might expose their identities. After all, he was a member of the Yuan family. Once he encountered the genuine goods, his identity would be exposed immediately. However, the temptation of attacking the Crimson Flame sect with the Alliance army was also very tempting. If Jiang Fei could act together with the Alliance army, the Golden Dragon Envoy had promised Jiang Fei that he could take half of the Crimson Flame sect's spiritual stone reserves. After all, the Crimson Flame sect was a sect that had been dominant on planet Mars for thousands of years. They were extremely wealthy, even if the spiritual stones on planet Mars were scarce. The Crimson Flame sect would definitely have a lot of savings in their hands. At that moment, Jiang Fei knew very well that a single set was not enough to defeat a hero. Even if he already had the money to travel to Qinxing, they would still need to spend money on food, clothing, and accommodation after they arrived at Qinxing. Moreover, Qinxing was not the final goal of Jiang Fei and the others. Regardless of whether they could obtain Qinxing's 10-directional divine weapon or not, Jiang Fei and the others would still have to leave in the end. Qinxing was their ultimate goal. It would probably cost a lot of money to travel from Stellar Star to the Guardian Star. Moreover, Jiang Fei and the others did not know what was going on in Stellar Star at that time. Perhaps it would not be so easy to obtain more spiritual stones. In order to live more comfortably in the future and to have more money, Jiang Fei had to take a risk at this time. After all, the Allied forces had enough strength to take down the Crimson Flame sect. As long as the Yuan family's emissary did not appear in time, Jiang Fei would have taken half of the Crimson Flame sect's wealth for nothing.
Forget it! Wealth comes from risk. After this job, it will be easy.
In the end, Jiang Fei decided to take a risk. Otherwise, after arriving at Stellar Star, Jiang Fei would have to travel for the spiritual stones. When that time came, he might encounter even greater risks.
Alright, we'll support you.
After hearing Jiang Fei's answer, the girls naturally did not have any objections. After that, Jiang Fei brought Yuanqiu to the Golden Dragon Envoy and explained the purpose of their visit.
That's great.
Young Master Yuan, we do not need you to worry about the fight against the Crimson Flame sect. If the Yuan family's envoy suddenly appears, you can put in a good word for us. When that time comes, although we won't be able to get the Crimson Flame sect's spiritual stones, our alliance will not mistreat you. Of course, even if the emissary of the Yuan family does not appear, the spiritual stones will still be half of yours.
When the Golden Dragon emissary heard that Jiang Fei had agreed to his invitation, he was overjoyed. After all,
with this genius of the Yuan family
in charge, even if the emissary of the Yuan family came, they would at least be able to escape unscathed. Although the Crimson Flame sect's spiritual stones were worth coveting, the most important thing was to protect their lives. After making an agreement with the Golden Dragon Envoy, Jiang Fei and the others settled down in the Alliance camp. The Alliance army immediately began to move.
Previously, the Alliance army had only let the low-level disciples attack. On one hand, they wanted to wait for the subsequent troops to arrive. On the other hand, they also hoped to use this opportunity to strike at the morale of the Crimson Flame sect. When that time came, they could attack the Crimson Flame sect in one go. They wanted to reduce the number of casualties among the experts as much as possible. However, now, faced with the threat of the Yuan family's emissary, the Alliance had no choice but to launch a general attack in advance. Although the morale of the Crimson Flame sect was still there, the casualties of the Alliance would be slightly greater. However, it was still much better than losing everything when the Yuan family's emissary arrived.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
Although he was in the main camp, Jiang Fei could still feel the energy fluctuations of the battle between the experts from the Crimson Flame sect in the distance.
It's very intense.
Nina sighed.
It's a pity that what the Fire Dragon Palace wants is no longer in the Crimson Flame sect. Their operation this time is doomed to lose everything.
Bella sighed.
Why do we care so much about them? As long as we don't lose anything, It's fine.
Sylvie did not care at all. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. At this time, the outer territory of the Crimson Flame sect had already been taken over by the Alliance army. As early as the next day, the Crimson Flame sect had already given up on the outer region and began to shrink their defenses. Huang Sheng's goal was very simple. He wanted to use space to exchange for time, so that he could delay the arrival of the Yuan family's emissary. However, with the information provided by Jiang Fei, the Alliance army was not stupid. Of course, they knew what the Crimson Flame sect was planning. Therefore, they had been attacking day and night for the past few days.
Sect Master, the disciples are almost unable to hold on.
An elder of the Crimson Flame sect reported to Huang Sheng. As the number of Alliance army was several times that of the Crimson Flame sect, they could take turns to rest and start a war against the Crimson Flame sect. However, the disciples of the Crimson Flame sect couldn't do that. They didn't have any time to rest at all. In the past 3 days, the disciples of the Crimson Flame sect could only rest for less than 2 hours a day on average. Even if they spent all their time meditating, they wouldn't be able to recover their spiritual power, let alone have to eat, drink, and defecate. Therefore, after 3 days of fierce fighting, the disciples of the Crimson Flame sect could be said to be exhausted. If they were sent to the battlefield now, it would be no different from sending them to their deaths.
Sai, I also know that you have worked hard these days. Let the disciples hold on for another 2 days. The High Ambassador will arrive soon. As long as we can endure the last darkness before dawn, the victory will belong to our Scarlet Flame sect in the end.
Huang Sheng was also exhausted at this time. He had not been idle these 2 days. Huang Sheng had brought a group of experts of the Scarlet Flame sect to put out fires everywhere. Wherever there were signs of being breached, they had to rush to fight back the powerful enemies. Therefore, over the past few days, almost all the experts from the Scarlet Flame sect were injured, and their spiritual power and physical strength were almost used to the limit.
Sect Master, we all understand these principles, but the disciples really can't hold on any longer,
the elder said with a bitter expression.
Sai, is the heavens going to destroy our Scarlet Flame sect?
Huang Sheng sighed. At this moment, he was almost at the end of his rope. In the battle yesterday, he had been besieged by the Golden Dragon envoy and several other sect leaders. Although he had beaten back the powerful enemies, he had also suffered serious injuries under the siege of the Silver Dragon envoy and several other experts. The law-enforcing elder of the Scarlet Flame sect had suffered even more serious injuries. At least, he had completely lost the ability to fight in this defensive battle. However, just when the entire Scarlet Flame sect was in despair, a ray of hope came. A disciple hurriedly ran into the main hall. He didn't even have the time to salute Huang Sheng. He shouted loudly, Sect Master, the Lord Ambassador is here. Chapter 1652. Chapter 1652.
What? The Great Ambassador is here?
When Huang Sheng heard this, he was overjoyed. However, he suddenly thought of something and quickly asked,
Which Great Ambassador is here? It's the old one from before.
The disciples of the Crimson Flame sect reported.
That's great. Quickly invite him. No. All elders, follow me to welcome him.
Huang Sheng was overjoyed. For a moment, he had thought of Jiang Fei, the Great Ambassador. That was why he had asked. After getting the answer he wanted, he was overjoyed because once this Great Ambassador arrived, the Crimson Flame sect would be saved.
Yes, Sect Master.
The elders of the Crimson Flame sect were also overjoyed. They had been in despair just a moment ago. They had not expected that a few minutes later, they would see the light of victory. Soon, Huang Sheng led a group of Scarlet Flame sect disciples to a dense forest at the back of the mountain. The High Emissary was waiting there.
Greetings, High Emissary.
Huang Sheng and the others immediately bowed. At this moment, the Scarlet Flame sect was in a life and death situation. They had to pay attention to etiquette when they asked for help, for fear of neglecting the High Emissary.
Yes. Get up.
The Yuan family's High Emissary nodded, and then said slowly,
Why did your Scarlet Flame sect use the Black Iron Plate to summon me? Your Excellency, the Fire Dragon Palace has allied with a group of rabble to destroy our Scarlet Flame sect. We had no choice but to use the Black Iron Token,
Huang Sheng said with grief and indignation. Very few people on Mars knew about the Black Iron Token. It was a keepsake that the Jinxing Yuan family had specially left for the Scarlet Flame sect, because the Scarlet Flame sect had helped the Yuan family manage Mars for thousands of years. In order to honor them, the Yuan family had given them the Black Iron Token. Once the Scarlet Flame sect was in trouble, They could use the Black Iron token to ask for help from the Yuan family. However, the Black Iron medallion could only be used 3 times, and each use was 1 less time, unless it was absolutely necessary. Huang Sheng would never use this privilege lightly.
How annoying!
The Yuan family's high envoy muttered. He was indeed a player who had descended, but after inheriting a part of the high envoy's memories, he also knew the rules of the Black Iron medallion. Now, he still had a mission. Therefore, he could not reveal his identity like Wuxin. In order not to expose himself, he had to act according to the rules of the Yuan family to a certain extent. Otherwise, as a player, he would not have the interest to come and save the Scarlet Flame sect.
Please show mercy, Your Excellency.
Huang Sheng saw the impatience on the emissary's face, so he immediately bowed and pleaded.
All right. I'll take care of this.
His Excellency waved his hand impatiently, and then asked Huang Sheng.
Is Wuxin all right? Sai. Reporting to Your Excellency, that traitorous disciple of Wuxin actually betrayed his sect and even stole the 10-directional clear artifact.
Speaking of Wuxin, Huang Sheng was really itching with hatred. At this time, the Scarlet Flame sect had already discovered that the Tooth of the Fire God had been stolen.
How is this possible? I thought highly of this child at that time. I did not expect him to be so evil.
Although the Yuan family's high ambassador was scolding unintentional, he was still extremely happy. He thought that from Huang Sheng's words, unintentional had clearly completed the mission and stolen the Crimson Flame sect's 10-directional clear artifact. However, the High Ambassador would never have thought that although unintentional had successfully stolen the Tooth of the Vulcan from the Crimson Flame sect, the thing had not even had time to warm up in his hands. It had been snatched away by Jiang Fei, the late Oriole. Just as Huang Sheng was secretly meeting the Yuan family's High Ambassador, a warning vibration came from Jiang Fei's arms, far away in the Alliance camp.
Something's happening.
Jiang Fei immediately took out his friend and foe identification device. At that moment, on the display screen of the friend and foe identification device, a small red dot appeared at the position of the Crimson Flame sect.
Player!
Jiang Fei was shocked. According to the information that Unintentional had provided, he was the only player who had descended into the Chaos Realm. Unintentional was now Jiang Fei's prisoner. Therefore, there was only one explanation for the new player, the Yuan family's ambassador.
Husband, what should we do?
Ariel asked worriedly. She knew that Jiang Fei did not want to confront the Yuan family's ambassador face to face. If that happened, his identity would be exposed. Jiang Fei muttered to himself. As long as he spoke to the Yuan family's emissary, Jiang Fei's identity would be exposed. However, if they just left like that, firstly, they would be sullen. Secondly, the spiritual stones that Jiang Fei was about to obtain would also be gone.
How did this kid get here so quickly?
Jiang Fei was secretly resentful.
If not, we will just give up the spiritual stones. At most, we will look for an opportunity when we reach Stellar Star.
Nina advised.
Let's wait and see. Someone is coming.
Jiang Fei frowned. He could feel several powerful auras rushing over. Clearly, the Golden Dragon Envoy and the others had also received news from the Yuan family's High Ambassador. They were clearly here to seek Jiang Fei's help.
Young Master Yuan, I really have to trouble you this time,
the Golden Dragon Envoy said to Jiang Fei as soon as he entered the door.
That's right. I didn't expect the High Ambassador to come so quickly,
another leader said with a frown. If it was not for Jiang Fei's final guarantee, they would not know what to do at this moment.
Let's take a look first,
Jiang Fei said as he took a deep breath.
All right. We have come to look for you for this matter. The High Ambassador of the Yuan family has informed us to meet at the Crimson Flame sect's main gate,
said the Golden Dragon Envoy.
Let's go!
Jiang Fei nodded. After the group of people came out, they naturally gathered Jiang Fei in the most conspicuous position. Jiang Fei frowned. Then, he said to the group of people,
You guys walk in front. I will first see who this ambassador is. If he is an acquaintance, he can be settled with a few words. If the relationship is not good, then we can only think of another way. All right.
Hearing Jiang Fei's words, the Golden Dragon Envoy and the others did not think much. They just hid behind Jiang Fei and the others.
Husband, you are not planning to make a big deal out of this, are you?
At this moment, Sylvie suddenly came in front of Jiang Fei.
Hee hee, you little brat. You're such an evil spirit.
Jiang Fei's lips curled up into an evil smile. He had indeed made a decision. Although confronting the Yuan family's emissary would expose his identity, If he did not say anything, what if he killed him directly? With the death of the Yuan family's special envoy, the Crimson Flame sect would have no backer. When the mountain gate was destroyed, the Alliance army would have to pay according to the agreement. Moreover, they would also be accused of murdering the special envoy. At the very least, they would be an accomplice. Therefore, in order to save their lives, they had to try their best to curry favor with Jiang Fei, the Yuan family. Therefore, when the time came, Jiang Fei would only get more spiritual stones. Unfortunately, Jiang Fei was a fake member of the Yuan family. When the Yuan family investigated, Jiang Fei did not have to consider whether these sects would be unlucky or not. Chapter 1653. Chapter 1653. Internal Strife. Jiang Fei blended in with the crowd and quietly walked towards the main gate of the Crimson Flame sect. At the same time, he adjusted his state and tried to catch the Yuan family's high ambassador by surprise. The group of people arrived at the entrance of the Crimson Flame sect very quickly. Jiang Fei and the others hid behind the Golden Dragon messenger and did not attract the attention of the Crimson Flame sect's people.
Since everyone is here, please come and uphold justice for us. Master Yuan.
Wang Shen looked at the Golden Dragon envoy and the others. His eyes were filled with hatred.
I am the Yuan family's envoy. My name is Yuan Ong.
The Yuan family's envoy walked out and showed a token in his hand.
Inferno token.
Although the Golden Dragon envoy and the others were already prepared, after confirming the identity of the Yuan family's envoy, their hearts could not help but thump.
Young Master Yuan.
At this moment, a few small leaders of the Alliance army looked at Jiang Fei.
F***CK. Let's do it.
Jiang Fei gritted his teeth. He knew that he could not delay any longer. These people were all looking at him now. If he were to delay any longer, he might be exposed.
Swoosh.
Suddenly, Jiang Fei leaped up. At the same time, Nina and Sylphie also attacked. Nina was the first to activate her ability. She sealed the space around Yuan Ong. She did not attack Yuan Ong directly because Yuan Ong's strength was far above hers. If she sealed Yuan Ong directly, not only would she not succeed, but she would even suffer a backlash. This way, the space around Yuan Ong would not be as effective as the space around Yuan Ong. However, it would still cause interference to Yuan Ong's movements. Not only Nina, but Sylvie had also interfered with the flow of time around Yuan Ong at the same time. This caused the flow of time around Yuan Ong to become chaotic. Just like Nina, Sylvie's strength was also much lower than Yuan Ong's. Therefore, he could not directly interfere with Yuan Ong. He could only influence Yuan Ong from the side. The impact of Nina and Sylvie's attacks on Yuan Ong was actually not that great, because of the difference in strength. When the two of them attacked together, Yuan Ong's speed was reduced by less than 10%. However, it could be said that the slightest mistake in a fight between experts could cause 1,000 miles of error. It was this small difference that created an opportunity for Jiang Fei.
Swoosh!
The Chungying sword shot out from between Jiang Fei's brows. The flying sword grew in the wind after it appeared. In an instant, it had expanded to more than 10 feet long. The flying sword drew a half circle in the sky and then slashed at Yuan Ong. At the same time, 2 dragon roars were heard. 2 black dragons detached themselves from the body of the Chungying sword and pounced on Yuan Ong.
Not good!
Although Yuan Ong had been descended by the player, he still inherited the instinctive reaction of the carrier. In an instant, Yuan Ong, who was affected by the interference of time and space, knew that it was too late for him to dodge with his own body. Therefore, he opened his mouth and a short stick flew out.
Strange door weapon!
Jiang Fei was stunned when he saw Yuan Ong's magical equipment. Most people who use strange door weapons were people with real abilities. Therefore, the Yuan family's ambassador could not be underestimated. As expected, the short stick grew with the wind and instantly turned into a straight-brow staff.
Ding!
While the straight-brow staff blocked Chungying's sword, 9 fire dragons were also released. Although these fire dragons were not a match for the black dragon in a one-on-one fight, they had the upper hand in a 9-on-2 fight.
A high-grade magical weapon. This guy's position in the Yuan family is not low.
Yuan Qiu cried out in surprise.
What a troublesome opponent.
Jiang Fei had originally planned to kill the Yuan family's ambassador, who had been
sent by the player.
However, he did not expect that not only was he powerful, but his equipment was also excellent. High-tier magical equipment was said to be on planet Mars. Even in the town star, 5 of them were rare. Magical equipment that could reach this level at least had an item spirit. Therefore, the power of this thing was definitely not much weaker than the Chungying sword.
I still have to rely on myself.
Seeing that the Chungying sword was entangled with the opponent's magical equipment, Jiang Fei had no choice but to take action personally. He leaped up from the crowd and completely released his aura at the same time.
Oh no! Where did this guy come from?
Yuan Ong was shocked. He had never heard of such a young master in the planet of Mars. Moreover, this guy had released an obvious killing intent toward him. This made Yuan Ong very confused.
You are?
Yuan Ong was about to ask.
Who are you?
However, he was interrupted by Jiang Fei's heavy punch that was wrapped in flames.
Go to H.L.
Jiang Fei punched Yuan Ong's head. Yuan Ong dodged. However, because the time and space around him were affected, his dodging was a little late. Jiang Fei's punch landed on his shoulder.
Bang!
Yuan Ong's protective Jin Qi was shattered on the spot.
Crack!
After his protective Jin Qi was broken, Yuan Ong's shoulder blade could not withstand Jiang Fei's heavy blow. It was shattered on the spot. Yuan Ong, who was severely injured by Jiang Fei's attack, frowned. At the same time, cold sweat dripped down his forehead. He was not Jiang Fei's opponent to begin with. Moreover, Jiang Fei had other people helping him. Therefore, Yuan Ong was severely injured in the first exchange of blows. His entire right arm was already half crippled.
What the H.L. are you?
Yuan Ong opened his mouth again. He wanted to ask Jiang Fei who he was. He also wanted to know where he had obtained this young master. Unfortunately, Jiang Fei would not let him have the chance to speak.
I am your father!
Jiang Fei roared angrily. Then, he pounced again, with both of his fists wrapped in flames. Although he was using the Fire Cloud Pavilion's inferior cultivation method, he could not withstand Jiang Fei's strong strength. With more than 19 million combat power, even if Jiang Fei used the most trashy skills, his lethality was still astonishing. In addition, Yuan Ong was already injured. Nina and Sylphie were beside him. With all the disadvantages added together, one could imagine how frustrated Yuan Ong was.
Bang!
Facing Jiang Fei's attack again, Yuan Ong could only brace himself and raise his fist to block. Although his carrier's strength had reached the Mahayana stage and his combat power had exceeded 17 million, his body was not in a good condition at the moment. Moreover, he was interrupted by Sylvie and Nina. Therefore, it was quite uncomfortable to block this punch.
What's going on? Yeah. Why are these two members of the Yuan family fighting with each other? This is not a disagreement. This is a fight to the death. These two people are probably mortal enemies in the Yuan family. Right. Perhaps. The internal strife of the sects on planet Mars is common. Moreover, the Yuan family is a big family. The internal strife must be even crueler.
Very quickly, the onlookers came up with a reason for Jiang Fei to kill them. Moreover, this reason was publicly acknowledged by everyone. Even Huang Shen felt that this was the case. Therefore, he did not dare to intervene. After all, this was an internal conflict of the Yuan family. How could outsiders interfere? Neither side was something they could afford to provoke. At this time, the only thing they could do was to wait and see. Chapter 1654. Chapter 1654. The Annihilation of the Crimson Flame Sect.
What are you? Ah!
Yuan Ong tried to talk to Jiang Fei a few times, but he was interrupted by Jiang Fei's violent attacks. In order to prevent Yuan Ong from speaking, Jiang Fei's attacks became more and more violent. Under the stimulation of the battle, Jiang Fei's infinite battle intent domain continued to increase. Soon, his strength increased to 19,990,000. This was the last hurdle for him to advance to the hermit level.
A bottleneck?
At this time, Jiang Fei had also discovered the limit of his battle intent's infinite domain. This was because 20 million combat power was the threshold for entering the hermit level. This was a qualitative leap that could not be surpassed through the accumulation of energy. However, even if he could not reach the hermit level, with Jiang Fei's current combat strength, he had completely crushed Yuan Ong. Although Yuan Ong was able to hold on for a few rounds, with the help of the Jin Xing Yuan family's top-tier martial arts and top-tier magical equipment, in the end, he was still defeated.
Bang!
Jiang Fei landed a heavy punch on Yuan Ong's chest.
Puff!
As he spat out a mouthful of blood, a few of Yuan Ong's ribs were broken. His internal organs were also severely injured.
Ding!
As Yuan Ong was severely injured, even the magical equipment that was trembling in the air was affected. The eyebrow stick was sent flying by the Chungying sword. The 9 fire dragons were also defeated.
You stay here?
Jiang Fei, who was unreasonable, continued to attack. With a wave of his right hand, the Chungying sword flew into his hand. Swish! Jiang Fei slashed down with his sword, aiming directly at Yuan Ong's head.
Ah!
Yuan Ong shouted and hurriedly summoned the Seven-Brow Staff to block. However, because the Seven-Brow Staff was sent flying, he was slightly slower. The outcome of a fight between experts was only a hair's breadth away. This half a beat seemed to be very short. But to Yuan Ong, it was a difference between life and death.
Gotcha! Puff!
The Chungying sword slashed across Yuan Ong's neck, and a mouthful of blood shot out.
Killed? So ruthless. Isn't this a little too much?
Everyone present was dumbfounded, although they saw Jiang Fei suddenly attacking Yuan Ong. And they also saw Yuan Ong and Jiang Fei fighting in the air. No one had expected that the internal conflict of the Yuan family would actually result in human lives. Generally speaking, the internal conflict between the imperial family rarely resulted in the deaths of people. Even if it did happen, it would be in the dark. It would be too embarrassing to slaughter one's own brothers in public. Therefore, it was very rare for a large family to appear. Therefore, the masters of the planet Mars were not wrong at first. However, they would never have thought that Jiang Fei, the
genius of the Yuan family,
was actually a fake. In order not to expose his identity, Jiang Fei would not leave anyone alive. Let alone the fact that the Yuan family's ambassador was a player who had descended. However, because this guy was a player who had descended, Jiang Fei did not stop attacking just because he had killed the other party's physical body.
Swoosh!
The instant Yuan Ong was decapitated, the top of his head suddenly opened up. A golden light shot into the distance. In the golden light, one could vaguely see the figure of a small person. Needless to say, Yuan Ong's nascent soul wanted to escape after his physical body died. He was different from Heartless. Heartless had not reached the leaving aperture stage yet. Therefore, even if he died, he would not be able to reach the leaving aperture stage. Yuan Ong's strength had already reached the terrifying Mahayana stage. Therefore, it was normal for his nascent soul to leave the body when he died. Jiang Fei was also prepared for this.
Whoosh! Whoosh!
The two black dragons were even faster than Yuan Ong. In an instant, they had entangled Yuan Ong's nascent soul. As Yuan Ong's nascent soul had lost his physical body, his strength had been greatly reduced. For a moment, he could not break free from the black dragon's comfort.
Father! I want to eat!
The sword spirit sent a thought to Jiang Fei.
Next time. You can't eat this!
In front of everyone, Jiang Fei naturally could not let the Chungying sword display its demonic power. Therefore, he stopped the sword spirit and slashed down. Yuan Ong's nascent soul was killed on the spot.
Whoosh!
A silver light broke away from the nascent soul and wanted to fly into the depths of the universe. However, Jiang Fei, who was already prepared, stopped it on the spot.
Whoosh!
A silver light shot out from between Jiang Fei's brows. It swept up Yuan Ong's consciousness and returned to the 10th dimension. At this point, Yuan Ong's consciousness and soul were also captured by Jiang Fei. There was one less player in the Gamma dimension and one more vegetable who was delirious.
Isn't this too hateful? Not only did he kill people, he even destroyed their nascent souls. Yeah, it's definitely not a good idea to kill them all like this. Who knows? Maybe the struggles within big families are just that cruel.
The spectators on both sides of the planet were whispering to each other. Whether it was the people from the Alliance army or the people from the Crimson Flame sect, they all felt that Jiang Fei was too cruel and merciless. Even so, no one dared to say anything against Jiang Fei. In the 5 corners of the world, strength was the truth. Moreover, Jiang Fei represented the Star Guardian's Yuan family. Whether it was his personal strength or his background, Jiang Fei was an existence that could not be offended in the eyes of the experts on the planet. After killing the Yuan family's ambassador, Jiang Fei put away his Chungying sword. Then, he turned around and said to the Golden Dragon envoy and the others,
"What are you waiting for? I have already done what I promised you. Do what you have to do." Age? Oh. Yes. Young Master Yuan.
The Golden Dragon envoy had not recovered from his shock at first. However, he immediately decided to listen to Jiang Fei's orders.
Everyone, attack the mountain with me.
Following the Golden Dragon envoy's loud shout, the Allied army's experts swarmed out and charged toward the Crimson Flame sect's experts. Since the beginning of the battle, the largest scale of battle had erupted. At this moment, there was only one path left for the Golden Dragon envoy and the others. That was to cling onto Jiang Fei's thigh. At this moment, regardless of what the Golden Dragon envoy and the others had thought previously, regardless of what they had done previously, after Jiang Fei killed the Yuan family's ambassador, they would definitely be accused of being an accomplice. When that time came, The Yuan family might not punish their own family's genius. However, they would definitely not let the Golden Dragon Envoy and the other accomplices off. Therefore, the Golden Dragon Envoy and the others could only cling onto Jiang Fei's leg. Only then could they let this genius of the Yuan family go back and put in a good word for them. Only then would they have a chance of getting away with it. However, the Golden Dragon Envoy and the others would never have thought that Jiang Fei, the genius of the Yuan family, was an imposter. Therefore, he himself was a fugitive that the Yuan family wanted to kill. As for how to protect the accomplices of the Mars Star, Jiang Fei could only let them pray for their own good.
Kill! Destroy the Crimson Flame sect!
Amidst the shouts and shouts that filled the sky, Jiang Fei withdrew from the battle with a calm expression. No expert from the Crimson Flame sect dared to provoke him. Just like that, Jiang Fei brought a group of girls and strolled back to the main camp at the foot of the mountain. The battle to besiege the Crimson Flame sect did not last for long. The Crimson Flame sect, which could not hold on much longer, collapsed in morale after the death of the Yuan family's envoy. In less than a day, the main hall was taken down. By nightfall, the entire back mountain of the Scarlet Flame sect had fallen. At this point, the Scarlet Flame sect, which had dominated the Mars Star for more than 1,000 years, was completely destroyed. Other than a few experts who escaped, the vast majority of the others were either killed or captured. Chapter 1655. Chapter 1655. Black Tour Guide.
Master Yuan, these are the spiritual stones that the Crimson Flame sect has accumulated over the years.
After the Golden Dragon Envoy and the others had annihilated the Crimson Flame sect, they immediately sent the spiritual stones to Jiang Fei. Moreover, it was not just half of what they had agreed on previously.
Master Golden Dragon Envoy, didn't we agree on this before? I will only take half.
Jiang Fei pretended to decline.
Young Master Yuan, you are too kind. It is all thanks to your support that we were able to wipe out the Crimson Flame sect. Otherwise, we might not even be able to protect ourselves. These spiritual stones are to be considered as a gift to you.
The Golden Dragon Envoy was very humble at this moment. There was no other way. Even if it was just an accomplice, it was enough for the Golden Dragon Envoy and the others to feel uneasy. If they did not get a leg up from the Yuan family at this time, they might even face the end of their own sect. Perhaps even his own sect would face a disaster.
If that's the case, then I want stand on ceremony.
Jiang Fei smiled and took out the storage bag. When he took out the storage bag, Jiang Fei took a look inside. It was filled with spiritual stones. There were so many that it was impossible to count them. Even if he estimated it conservatively, there were at least tens of thousands of them. If he did not use spatial equipment, it would be difficult to carry them around. There was nothing that could be done about it. Although the Chaos Planet did not produce much spiritual stones, and resources seemed to be a little scarce, the Crimson Flame sect had dominated the Chaos Planet for thousands of years. Just the Yuan family's rewards alone were countless. Therefore, their savings were still quite rich.
Finally, I don't have to tighten my belt to live.
Jiang Fei was happy. With these spiritual stones, although they did not dare to call themselves rich in the town star, they basically did not have to worry about the spiritual stones anymore on the 4 planets around them. After the Golden Dragon Messenger and the others had delivered the spiritual stones, they exchanged a few pleasantries with Jiang Fei before turning around and leaving. After all, although they had found the Crimson Flame sect's storage of spiritual stones, however, they did not find any traces of the 10-directional clear ware and the secret manual of martial arts. Therefore, they were busy looking for these treasures. Seeing that the Golden Dragon Messenger and the others had left in a hurry, Jiang Fei naturally knew what they were doing. Therefore, he could not help but laugh coldly in his heart.
What a bunch of unscrupulous people. It's a pity that even though you have destroyed the Crimson Flame sect, there is no way that you can get everything that you want. Hubby, what should we do next?
Bella walked over and asked.
Let's go! We're going to Chinching.
Jiang Fei smiled. He had completed all of his quests in the Chaos Lands. The 2 players here had been completely killed. One of the 10 crystal artifacts, the Tooth of the Flame God, the Crimson Flame sect's martial arts techniques had also been taken by Jiang Fei. In the end, he had even earned a large amount of spirit stones. Therefore, Jiang Fei had nothing left to miss about the Chaos Lands. When Jiang Fei and the others left the Alliance camp, they did not attract much attention because the people from the major sects were all searching for treasures in the Crimson Flame sect. Even if they had to dig 3 feet into the ground, they had to find the Flame God's Tooth and the Crimson Flame sect's cultivation technique. Otherwise, their operation would be a waste. with Yuanqiu leading the way. Jiang Fei and the others did not have to go through much trouble. 3 days later, they arrived at the teleportation portal.
Where are you guys going?
The person in charge of the teleportation portal asked. When he saw that Jiang Fei and the others had come in such a large group, he knew that there was a big deal coming today.
We are going to Qinxing,
Jiang Fei said as he walked forward.
Qinxing? Are you guys going to gain experience points?
The person asked curiously. After all, Jiang Fei and the others were not very old.
Yes,
Jiang Fei said.
Hey, guys. Since you are big customers, let me give you a piece of advice. Qinxing has not been peaceful recently. If you want to train, it's best to go to Qinxing,
said the teleportation portal guard.
Oh, what happened to Qinxing?
Jiang Fei asked curiously. However, he did not plan to go to Qinxing because the 10-directional clear artifact had been stolen by players.
That place. Sigh. I don't know the details. I only heard that it was quite chaotic when I was changing shifts last time.
The guard wanted to say something, but he suddenly thought of something and shut up.
Thank you for your reminder. But we still have to go to Qinxing.
Jiang Fei saw that the guard was not willing to say anything more, so he gave up on the idea of talking.
If you insist, then hand over the spirit stones. Each of you will get 10.
The guard saw that Jiang Fei did not listen to reason, so he did not say anything more. Then, Jiang Fei handed over the spirit stones. Although there were a lot of people, it was a good thing that the rich man from the Crimson Flame sect had been robbed by him. Therefore, after killing the rich and helping the poor, Jiang Fei was also quite rich. After the group of people stepped into the teleportation portal, the guard counted the number of spirit stones, and then activated the teleportation portal for Jiang Fei and the others.
The target is star. I wish everyone a safe journey.
After the guard gave a routine blessing, he activated the teleportation portal. Swoosh! A white light flashed in front of their eyes. Jiang Fei and the others could feel the space around them being constantly disturbed. Even Nina and Ariel were somewhat uncertain about the changes in the space around them.
This teleportation formation is very technical. Moreover, the spatial path is very unique. It is impossible for people to calculate it.
Nina frowned and said. Clearly, the creator of this teleportation formation had set up some encryption procedures to prevent others from copying it. This made it impossible for outsiders to calculate the path when they were using the teleportation formation. Therefore, it was impossible for them to copy it. After more than 10 minutes of teleportation, Jiang Fei and the rest's eyes lit up. The teleportation had ended.
Welcome to Qinxing. Where are you all from?
The guards of the teleportation circle here were very enthusiastic.
We're from Mars.
Jiang Fei smiled. Everyone, including Yuanqiu, had never made such a teleportation circle before. Therefore, Jiang Fei did not dare to lie rashly. If they could show which teleportation circle they were from, then Jiang Fei's lie would be exposed on the spot.
Ah, so they are the guests of the planet Mars.
When Jiang Fei said that they came from the planet Mars, although the guard was still polite, his attitude was much colder. It was as if he did not care at all.
Dog eyes look down on people.
At that moment, a young girl not far away from Jiang Fei and the others muttered.
Hey, what are you talking about? Do you still want to do it? If you don't want to do it, then get lost.
The guard clearly heard the girl's underestimation and immediately cursed.
What does this girl do?
Jiang Fei asked in surprise.
Ah, sir, my name is Zhang Chen. I am a local of Qinxing. You must need a guide when you are new here. Please hire me. The price is very cheap.
The girl did not even bother to scold the guard. Instead, she ran all the way to Jiang Fei in small steps.
Guide?
Jiang Fei did not expect Qinxing to have such a person. The black guide on Earth was somewhat similar. He did not notice it when he was on Mars. Chapter 1656, the 1656th Octopus Leap Festival.
Yes. A noble young master like you would definitely need a guide. Otherwise, it would be very inconvenient to bring a group of beautiful girls to an unfamiliar planet.
The girl was very sweet. She kept trying to sell herself to Jiang Fei.
Then, how much would it cost to hire a guide like you?
Jiang Fei asked with a smile. He did indeed need a guide. Otherwise, it would be like being on Mars, wasting too much time in the world of ordinary people.
If you hire me, I'll only charge you 1 spiritual stone every 3 days,
Zhang Chen said with a smile. Then, he looked at Jiang Fei with anticipation.
1 spiritual stone every 3 days. Sure. Deal.
Jiang Fei was rich now. He had obtained the wealth of the entire Crimson Flame sect. Therefore, he could accept this price.
Really? That's great.
Zhang Chen did not expect the young master in front of him to agree so readily.
This is a rich man.
The guard at the side whispered. Usually, a guide like Zhang Chen could be hired for 5 days with 1 piece of spirit stone. When business was bad, they would do it for 10 days.
Hubby, you gave too much money,
Bella muttered.
Forget it. We won't be staying for long anyway. We won't be short of a few spirit stones.
Jiang Fei shook his head and smiled. Although the guard treated him as a sucker, Jiang Fei, who was rich, did not care. On the contrary, he enjoyed the feeling of being a tycoon. Since he had decided to be a tycoon, Jiang Fei did not even sign the agreement. He directly threw 1 spiritual stone to Zhang Chen as a deposit. The rest of the fees would be settled after the journey. In Jiang Fei's opinion, although the girl in front of him was very smart, she was definitely not a liar. Moreover, her strength was only around the heart period. Her combat strength would not exceed 5 million. Even if she really had any ideas, she would not be able to escape from Jiang Fei's grasp.
Master Yuan, where do you want to go?
After accepting the spirit stones, Zhang Chen became even more enthusiastic. After all, if such a rich person was served well, he could give a small tip or something. That would be higher than a reward.
We are new here. We don't have any goals. Can you recommend us?
Jiang Fei said with a smile.
Master Yuan, what is your purpose in coming to Qinxing this time? Sightseeing or experience points?
Zhang Chen was a very dedicated tour guide. When Jiang Fei asked for her recommendation, she did not blindly bring Jiang Fei and the others around. Instead, she first asked Jiang Fei and the others about their needs.
Let's focus on experience points. It would be best if we can spar with the top experts of the big sections. This will help us improve our martial arts,
said Jiang Fei. His purpose was to find those players. At the same time, he wanted to see if there was a chance to draw another clear 10-sided weapon or something.
If you are here to train and want to spar with the experts, then you are really here,
Zhang Chen said with some excitement.
Oh, what do you mean?
Jiang Fei's curiosity was also piqued.
In a week's time, it will be our star's grand ceremony, the Fish Leap Festival.
Zhang Chen tried his best to recommend this festival to Jiang Fei. Although this festival indeed met Jiang Fei's needs, it was also a little selfish, as the Fish Leap grand ceremony required tickets, and the price was not cheap. Although Zhang Chen yearned to go there, he had never been willing to buy a ticket to see it. If his employer was planning to go there today, then Zhang Chen would definitely be able to get a free ticket. That was why she recommended it so strongly.
Fish Leap Grand Ceremony? What is that for?
Bella asked from the side.
It's a festival for all the young people in Qinxing. The Paladin Arena is the climax of the festival. The young people there compete with each other. Not only are there young masters from the big sects coming here to make a name for themselves, there are also rogue cultivators and disciples from small sects who want to take this opportunity to be chosen by the big sects so that they can enter the big sects for further training. Zhang Chen then began to introduce the Fish Leap Festival to Jiang Fei and the others. The origin of this fish leaping festival was based on the story of a carp leaping over the Dragon Gate. Non-affiliates and young people from small sects hoped to take this opportunity to be chosen by the big sects. And from then on, they would transform into dragons. The big sects also hoped to take this opportunity to absorb new blood. After all, no matter which sect it was, they would not mind having too many geniuses in their own home. Over time, this arena, which was originally just for selecting talents, developed into a place for the big sects to show off their martial prowess. As it became more and more lively, a large trading market developed near the arena. After all, the elders of the families would not be at ease when young people came to compete in martial arts. They did not need to compete in martial arts here. It seemed that they would exchange magical equipment with others whenever they had nothing to do. As time went by, the market was formed. Since that's the case, let's go and have a look. Maybe we can exchange for some martial arts manuals or high-level magical equipment. Jiang Fei said with a smile. Master Yuan, although the trading market of the Fish Leaping Festival is lively, the 2 items that you mentioned are legendary existences. All the major sects treat them as treasures. How could anyone possibly sell them? Although Zhang Chen had been urging Jiang Fei to go to the Fish Leaping Festival, however, her professional ethics were still pretty good. Therefore, she did not forget to remind Jiang Fei at this time. It's okay. I'm just here to join in the fun. Jiang Fei laughed. He was just casually saying that. The market had always had the mentality of picking up scraps. If he held back and went to Taobao, he would definitely be disappointed. Moreover, the main reason why Jiang Fei went to the fish festival was because there were many people there. Moreover, they were all cultivators, with a mix of fish and dragons. It was easy to obtain some valuable information. When the time came, it would also be convenient for him to find traces of the
players. That's great. Let's set off now. I can also take you to a few good scenic spots along the way.
Zhang Chen exclaimed with a face full of joy. After all, she had been in love with the fish festival for a long time.
Yo! Little girl Chen is taking care of the work. She's also a young master. This business will definitely pass. TSK. What the HL? Look at that young master. He came out to train with so many beautiful women. One look and you can tell that he's not a good person. Humph. That girl Zhang Chen has also gone astray. As long as she can earn money. Why do you care about her? The world is going downhill.
When they saw that Zhang Chen had received the business,
the shady tour guides,
lining up outside the teleportation portal, immediately began to discuss. Some of them were Indians, while others began to spread rumors. The sourness in their tone could not be more obvious. However, Jiang Fei did not mind.
These shady tour guides
were just a bunch of ants in his eyes. He even felt that it would dirty his hands if he taught these people a lesson.
Xiaochen, where are you going?
At this moment, a young man ran over. It seemed that he was a colleague who had a good relationship with Zhang Chen.
We are going to the fish festival. We can finally go and see for ourselves.
Zhang Chen said excitedly. Chapter 1657. Chapter 1657.
Battle Aura. Can you give up on this deal?
The young man frowned and asked.
Why?
Zhang Chen asked with a puzzled look. It was not easy to accept a deal that would only cost 1 spirit stone in 3 days. Moreover, Jiang Fei would even help her pay for a ticket to the fish leaping feast. That was worth 5 spirit stones.
5 spirit stones did not sound like a lot. Based on the price of 1 spirit stone in 3 days, it was only half a month's salary. However, the problem was that it was not easy to accept a business that cost 1 spirit stone in 3 days. Moreover, these
shady tour guides
did not have jobs every day. They often only had one business every 2 months. After deducting some fees, they would only get 2 to 3 spirit stones in the end. However, this income was enough to support their family. Therefore, the young man had no reason to ask Zhang Chen to give up on Jiang Fei's business. How could Zhang Chen bear to do so?
Xiaochen, you've changed.
The young man looked deeply at Zhang Chen. Then, he turned around and prepared to leave. Before he left, he said without turning his head,
From now on, we are strangers. Don't ever appear in front of me again. Oh?
Zhang Chen was dumbfounded. She did not know why her friend, who had played with her since young, would suddenly say such words. Looking at his friend leaving, Zhang Chen did not know what to do. He was completely dumbfounded.
Hee.
Jiang Fei shook his head and smiled. Although he understood why the kid suddenly said those words, it was because he had heard the gossip of the onlookers. However, Jiang Fei had no obligation to explain anything to him. Moreover, in Jiang Fei's eyes, the kid was not worthy of Zhang Chen. Not only was this little girl's strength at the heartwarming stage, she was also quite good-looking and had a sweet mouth. She was definitely one of the best among these
black tour guides.
As for the kid just now, not to mention other things, just by looking at his sallow and skinny face, he knew that he was usually hungry and had a good meal. It was likely that he would not receive a single business deal in a month or 2. It would be difficult for him to even make a living by himself. Moreover, if that kid really liked Zhang Chen, he wouldn't just run to the girl and cause a ruckus just because of a few gossips from others. This kind of guy not only had a bad temper, but he also didn't have a good brain. He started to cause a ruckus before the matter was clear. If Zhang Chen followed this kind of person, it would be bad luck for him for 8 lifetimes. Now that this kid left on his own, it might not be a bad thing for Zhang Chen.
Xiaochen, let's go!
Bella patted Zhang Chen, who was still in a daze. She also hated that kid, so she purposely diverted the girl's attention.
Okay, let's go!
Although Zhang Chen was a little sad. After all, that kid was her childhood playmate. Now, they had inexplicably parted ways. However, she had accepted the case. As a tour guide, Zhang Chen still cared about his professionalism. No matter how sad she would still smile in front of her employer. Seeing that the smile on Zhang Chen's face had returned, Jiang Fei could not help but sigh in his heart. Even though she was a shady tour guide, She was still much better than the regular tour guides on Earth. The tour guides on Earth would pull you to go shopping. They would not even let you leave until you had bought enough things. As there was still a week or so before the fish leaping festival, Jiang Fei and the rest did not rush their journey too much. They went sightseeing on the road and had a great time. The climate of Star was completely different from that of Mars. Other than a small amount of Greenland, most of Mars was the Gobi Desert or the hot desert. That was why fire elementalists were abundant there. Qinxing was different. It was lush and verdant everywhere. The beautiful scenery made it a paradise for wood elementalists. Putting others aside, the little guy beside Jiang Fei and the others was a wood elementalist. However, Zhang Chen did not have a master teacher to guide him. Although his talent was not bad, he only had the strength of a heart attack stage cultivator. To have the strength of a heart attack stage cultivator at the age of 17 or 18. Not to mention in the freelance martial arts world. Even some small and medium-sized sects would find it difficult to find such a genius. It was also because of this that after Zhang Chen's teacher passed away, she was determined to try her luck at the Fish Leaping Festival. If she was chosen by a large sect, not only would she have the opportunity to come into contact with a higher level of martial arts, but her family would also have a good place to settle down. However, as her income as a tour guide was very unstable, even if Zhang Chen had some savings, she would not be willing to go to the Fish Leaping Festival at her own expense. This was because if she was not chosen by a large sect, there were still people waiting to eat at home during the first few days of the journey. Although Jiang Fei and the others had seen many beautiful mountains and rivers, they did not find any cultivators until the fourth day, because it was closer to the Fish Leaping Festival. More and more cultivators passed by Jiang Fei and the rest. Whoosh! A sword light passed over Jiang Fei and the rest's heads and soon disappeared into the distance.
Little Chen, which side do you think has more experts?
Since they had nothing to do, the girls had become familiar with Zhang Chen. Even people like Sylvie would occasionally ask questions.
Then it must be because we have more experts. Hee hee. It's not an exaggeration to say that other than the town star, we have the most experts,
Zhang Chen said proudly.
Are you trying to brag about yourself?
Sylvie laughed.
No, in terms of the combat strength of experts of the same level, the fire elementalists of the Mars are definitely a level higher. But in terms of the number of high-level cultivators, we are definitely the leader of the 4 outer planets,
Zhang Chen said seriously.
Then why is that?
Ariel asked curiously.
Because we would elementalists live for a long time,
Zhang Chen said with a grin. It turned out that although the wood elementalists of Qinxing were not as strong as fire elementalists of the same level in a one-on-one fight, the wood elementalists paid the most attention to the path of life preservation. Although the wood elementalists often had hundreds or thousands of years of lifespan, they would eventually reach the end of their lifespan. Therefore, the wood elementalists who paid more attention to the path of healing finally stood out. They had lived longer than the other elementalists of the same level. Naturally, they had accumulated more experts.
Sigh. It seems that the path of martial arts is also dominated by those who are left behind,
Bella sighed and said.
That's right. No matter how strong a person is, only those who survive are truly strong.
Zhang Chen seemed to be very proud of his wood attribute.
Boom!
Just as Jiang Fei and the others were talking and laughing as they moved forward, there was a sudden explosion in the distance. Following that, the earth trembled.
There are strong people fighting,
Jiang Fei said after sensing for a moment.
What's the approximate strength?
Nina asked.
Both of them are at the form synthesis stage. There are also some small fries beside them,
Jiang Fei said after closing his eyes to sense for a moment.
Huh? A super powerhouse at the form synthesis stage? Then, let's take a detour.
Zhang Chen panicked when she heard that. She did not know how strong Jiang Fei and the others were. Therefore, she only measured them according to the standard of her heartbeat stage. Therefore, when she heard that there was a battle between a powerhouse at the form synthesis stage, she immediately wanted to avoid it. Chapter 1658. Chapter 1658 was all about voyeurism. When Zhang Chen heard that there were powerful fighters in the form synthesis stage fighting, he subconsciously wanted to stay away from trouble. However, to Jiang Fei and the others, they did not even care about those who were in the form synthesis stage.
Let's go over and take a look,
Jiang Fei said calmly. Then, he did not speed up. Instead, he rushed towards the direction where the battle had broken out.
Sister, please advise young Master Yuan. There are experts fighting ahead. It's very dangerous.
Zhang Chen was a little anxious.
Little girl, what are you panicking for? It's just a few semi-god realm experts,
Yuanqiu said with a smile. She already had the strength of the void interpretation stage. A few semi-god realm experts were nothing to her, let alone Jiang Fei, who was standing beside her.
That's a semi-god realm master.
Zhang Chen seemed to want to argue. However, when he saw that the girls around Jiang Fei did not seem to care about it, he could only mutter a few words in his heart. Then, he followed behind.
Hubby, this morning star seems to be much more lively than the neon sign. Masters of this level can be seen everywhere.
Bella rushed to Jiang Fei's side and chatted.
Just as the little girl said, most of the cultivators on this star are of the wood attribute. They pay attention to their health points, so they obtain it for a longer period of time. In the end, they accumulate even more powerful masters,
Jiang Fei said with a smile.
They are just a bunch of people in the distraction stage. It's not a big deal. You have been on the Chaos Planet for too short a time. You have not seen many masters.
Yu Wanqiu interrupted. After all, she was a member of the Chaos Planet. Therefore, when she heard people comparing other planets to the planet, she could not help but argue for her mother planet.
What? That's a semi-god realm master.
Zhang Chen felt like his head was about to explode. In her opinion, a semi-god realm master was already very impressive. After all, her dead teacher had only reached the nascent soul realm. However, she did not expect that such a legendary master would be described as just by Jiang Fei and the others. Not long after, Jiang Fei and the others arrived at the scene of the battle. At that moment, two powerhouses were fighting fiercely in the air, while many people on the ground were watching.
Looks like there are quite a number of spectators like us,
Nina said. At that moment, the people on the ground were not only the companions of both sides of the battle. There were also other people like Jiang Fei and the others who had come to join in the fun.
Hey, brother, what's going on?
Jiang Fei fully displayed his ability to strike up a conversation. He asked a fellow who seemed to be watching from the side. That person seemed to have been here for a while. He should be able to know the whole story.
Hey, don't mention it. They are all people who protect their children.
The big brother, who was watching from the side, was obviously a talkative person. Therefore, when Jiang Fei opened his mouth, he began to talk. The way he drooled was even more interesting than the way he talked about books. After listening to the big brother's explanation, Jiang Fei finally understood the whole story. The fierce battle in the sky was between a man and a woman. The man was Decaying Tree Lord from overseas Spring Island, and the woman was a relatively famous rogue cultivator, the Willow Leaf Granny. Although the two of them knew each other, they were only acquaintances. Although they were not friends, they did not have any grudges. However, this time, Decaying Tree Lord's disciple did not learn well, and peeked at the Willow Leaf Granny's disciple taking a bath. Think about it. She was a young lady, but she was peeked at by a silly kid. What could she do? Hence, that kid was caught by Granny Willow and beaten up. But Rottenwood Lord's cheating disciple was also unlucky. If he saw something, it would be worth it to be beaten up. But the problem was that his sister had just taken off her shoes when he was discovered. Although the beating wasn't unjust, it was still aggrieved. What could he do if he was wronged? He could complain to the adults in his family. Moreover, Deadwood Lord was a protector of his disciples. Once he heard that his disciple had been beaten up, he didn't ask for the reason and went to find Granny Willow Leaf to settle the score. Granny Willow Leaf's side was originally filled with anger. This was because wood-attributed cultivators had a mild temper. If it was a fire-attributed cultivator from planet Mars, that stupid kid probably wouldn't have been beaten up. Therefore, when she saw that Deadwood Lord still had the face to come to her, Granny Willow was furious. The two of them began to fight without a word.
I see.
Jiang Fei looked around and found that there were indeed two young men on the ground who were watching the battle in the sky. One of the young men was beaten until his face was bruised and swollen. The other girl, who looked delicate and pretty, looked angry. She even glared at the young man from time to time.
What a bear! How can there be such a guy in this world?
Sylvie looked at the boy who was peeping at others with disdain. If she were to meet him, the boy would be skinned alive.
So powerful! If only I could learn such a powerful martial art.
Unlike Jiang Fei and the others, Zhang Chen did not care about how these two guys fought. At this moment, she was looking at the two fighting in the air with envy. Bang! 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 Although the two were fighting in the air for a long time, neither of them had the upper hand. The two were similar in strength. On the other hand, the wood-type technique was not only relatively calm, but also lacked explosive power. It also had an extremely strong self-recovery ability. Therefore, even if one of the two missed a move, they would be able to slowly stabilize the situation.
What's the point of this? Watch two healer knights fight.
Jiang Fei rolled his eyes after watching for a while. Back when he was playing the game, there was a strange class in the game Holy Knight. This class was called the Healer Knight. Not only did it take a beating, it could also heal very well. However, its attack power was negligible. Such a person was naturally the best healer in the team. However, if they were to fight each other, it was really a case of whoever used up the card first would lose. At this moment, Jiang Fei saw the battle between the Willow Leaf Granny and Rottenwood Lord. He had this feeling. Therefore, the more he watched, the more he felt that it was boring.
Alright. Please calm down.
At this time, a peacemaker appeared.
Hee hee. It's that old guy again.
The big brother from earlier shrugged and smiled.
Is this person very famous?
Jiang Fei asked curiously.
Hee hee. This old fellow is called Park Ren-young. He is a famous old pervert. Whenever there are women involved in a fight, he would interfere. Moreover, he would definitely help the women by pulling their hands.
The big brother said disdainfully.
F***ck. This name.
Jiang Fei and the girls around him almost burst out laughing.
Little sister Willow, please calm down first. Rottenwood Lord, you're really too much. Your disciple has done such a shameless thing. Not only did you not discipline him strictly, you even stood up for him. Isn't this a little too unreasonable?
As expected, Park Ren-young stood on the side of Granny Willow. Although this time, Granny Willow was indeed in the right. Chapter 1659. Chapter 1659 Grudgingly Accepted Underlings.
Fine. I admit defeat in today's matter. I'm sorry, Granny Willow Leaf. It's my fault for not teaching her well. I'll definitely come and apologize in the future.
Rottenwood Lord was also a bachelor. When he saw Park Ren-young coming, he knew that he was no match for him. So he admitted defeat immediately. However, there was no lack of threat in his last sentence. Although the overseas spring welcoming island wasn't a famous sect, it still had some foundation. Moreover, Granny Lioya was just an itinerant cultivator. It was hard to say whether she would come to apologize or question him in the future. After admitting defeat, Rottenwood Lord didn't have the face to stay any longer. He grabbed his worthless land and jumped onto the flying sword. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared.
Ha ha. Little sister Willow Leaf. It's been a long time.
Park Ren-young smiled and said to Grandma Willow Leaf.
Thank you for your help, senior brother.
Grandma Willow Leaf greeted Park Ren-young out of courtesy. However, Jiang Fei could tell that this old lady was not very willing to talk to Park Ren-young. Combined with the description of the big brother from before, Jiang Fei was not too surprised. Although this Park Ren-young was quite strong and had reached the void interpretation stage, his character might not be very good. He went around seducing women and was not afraid of anything. From the old lady down to his little sister. He could lick his face and stick to her.
Let's go too.
Jiang Fei shook his head. Since there was nothing to see, he did not plan to stay any longer. In fact, it was not just him. The surrounding onlookers were also preparing to leave. However, at that moment, Park Ren-young, who had been licking his face and pestering the Willow Leaf Granny, suddenly noticed Jiang Fei and the others.
Today is my lucky day. Are all these beautiful ladies going out together?
Park Ren-young's eyes lit up. Although the Willow Leaf Granny was a great beauty when she was young, her hair had already turned white. Although her face was well maintained, there were quite a number of wrinkles on it. She could not be compared to the fat and skinny ladies around Jiang Fei.
Ha ha ha. Where are you all going?
Park Ren-young immediately changed his target and moved closer to Jiang Fei and the others. Meanwhile, Granny Willow took the opportunity to quickly take her disciple and leave. She avoided Park Ren-young like she was avoiding the plague.
Get lost.
Sylphie was not as good-tempered as the Wood Elementalist of Stars, although she was not a match for Park Ren-young. With her husband, Jiang Fei, by her side, this girl had nothing to fear.
Ha ha. I like this little sister's personality.
After being scolded, Park Ren-young did not get angry. Instead, he laughed out loud.
Husband, this old fellow is teasing me. You can do as you see fit.
Sylphie was definitely not a pushover. Before Park Ren-young could say anything else, the little girl had already grabbed Jiang Fei's arm.
Ha ha. This brother is so lucky. I'm sorry.
Before Jiang Fei could chase her away, Park Ren-young actually took the initiative to admit his mistake to Jiang Fei. Moreover, he did not harass Sylphie anymore. However, he did not stop there. Instead, he turned his attention to Ariel.
Since that little sister just had a husband, this little sister,
Before Park Ren-young could finish his sentence, Ariel had already interrupted him.
This old grandpa. He's also my husband.
Ariel immediately hugged Jiang Fei's other arm.
If that's the case, it doesn't matter.
After hearing that Ariel also had a husband, Park Ren-young immediately changed his target again. However, in the end, he added,
Don't call me that old. I'm still a young man. Young man, your sister.
Jiang Fei could not help but curse in his heart. On the other side, Park Ren-young was sizing up the other girls, as if he was looking for his next target. At this time, Si Tang could not stand it anymore. Therefore, she said,
Old man, that's enough. We're all his women. Don't mess around with us. Huh?
In an instant, Park Ren-young's eyes widened. The way he looked at Jiang Fei was filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred.
No, I don't.
A stuttering voice came from the side. Si Tang's words would not be wrong normally. After all, even Yu Wanqiu thought that she was Jiang Fei's woman later on. However, the problem was, after they arrived at Qinxing, there was still a little guide. At that moment, Zhang Chen was very embarrassed. She wanted to deny that she was Jiang Fei's woman. However, the old lecher in front of him was famous throughout Qinxing. However, this guy was not bad. He never touched the food that had an owner. Therefore, as long as the woman he harassed had a husband and a boyfriend, he would leave immediately. However, if you were single, he would pester you from morning till night. Therefore, Zhang Chen was very embarrassed. Si Tang's words had also dragged her into it. However, she did not dare to retort. She was afraid that Park Ren-young would pester her.
Big brother. From today onwards, you are my big brother. As long as you teach me how to pick up girls, I will do whatever you want.
Suddenly, Park Ren-young pounced in front of Jiang Fei and hugged Jiang Fei's thigh with a sincere expression. He was about to become sworn brothers with Jiang Fei.
F***CK. What the F***CK?
Jiang Fei was completely dumbfounded. Park Ren-young's hair had already turned white. Although it was difficult to determine his age as a cultivator, he should be at least 100 years old. Jiang Fei really could not stand being called big brother by such an old man hugging his thigh.
Big brother, you have to accept me.
Park Ren-young hugged Jiang Fei's thigh and refused to let go.
Get up first,
Jiang Fei said with a frown. It was not that he had never seen a person who was so random. However, he had never seen someone as random as Park Ren-young at his age.
Big brother, if you don't take me in, I won't get up.
Park Ren-young's attitude was unusually firm.
The key is that I can't teach you.
Jiang Fei's expression was extremely awkward. Could it be that he could boast that he was good at picking up girls in front of Bella and the other girls?
Big brother, you must be an expert. Otherwise, how would you be able to pick up so many girls? As long as you call me, I will definitely succeed. I don't want to die alone.
Park Ren-young cried out. Jiang Fei could clearly feel the murderous aura coming from behind him. Although Bella had basically accepted the fact that Jiang Fei had a large group of girls around him, this topic could not be brought up openly. The more Park Ren-young brought it up, the more she felt that it was unfair.
Stop it! Stop it!
Jiang Fei quickly stopped Park Ren-young.
Big brother, are you going to accept me?
Park Ren-young asked with a hopeful look on his face.
Yes. 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 Hurry up and get up.
Jiang Fei was afraid that this guy would say something that he should not say. So he quickly agreed.
That's great.
Park Ren-young immediately jumped up.
I'm in. They all say that old kids. Old kids. Isn't this guy a little too exaggerated?
Although Jiang Fei had agreed to accept Park Ren-young as his underling, he really did not know how to get along with this fellow. Chapter 1660. Chapter 1660. The Rules of the Bazaar. As Park Ren-young had insisted on teaching Jiang Fei how to pick up girls, and Jiang Fei was too embarrassed to give the old man a good beating, the old man decided to stick to Jiang Fei.
Forget it. Ignore him. Let's continue on our journey.
Jiang Fei shook his head helplessly. He could only let Park Ren-young join the party temporarily. However, with the old man joining them, Jiang Fei and the rest were not without benefits. After all, Zhang Chen's level as a guide was too low. There were many secrets that she did not understand. Park Ren-young was different. This old man had the strength and age. Therefore, he knew many things that ordinary people did not understand. Therefore, after Park Ren-young joined them, Jiang Fei and the rest not only visited many mountains and rivers along the way, but they also heard many stories about famous places. From these stories, Jiang Fei and the rest had a better understanding of the entire celestial star. 2 days later, Jiang Fei and the others finally arrived at the venue of the Fish Leaping Festival. At this time, the place was already quite lively. After all, the Fish Leaping Festival would officially begin in 2 days' time. Although the festival had not officially begun, the place was already quite lively, especially the spontaneously formed market. At this time, many people were already starting to set up stalls and trade.
Master Yuan, this is the entrance. We need to buy tickets,
Zhang Chen said to Jiang Fei at the entrance of the event venue. If it were not for the fact that the tickets were too expensive, she would have come long ago.
All right, let's go buy tickets.
Jiang Fei laughed.
Big brother, how can we let you spend so much on something like this? I'll do it.
Park Renyong took the lead and helped Jiang Fei and the others buy tickets.
This old man is quite rich,
Jiang Fei thought to himself. After all, the tickets to the Fish Leaping Feast were not cheap. 5 spirit stones for a ticket was already half the price of the teleportation circle. Not to mention Jiang Fei's side had quite a number of people.
Big brother, these are our tickets.
Soon, Park Renyong returned with the tickets.
How could I let you spend money when we just met?
Jiang Fei said politely. But the hand that took the tickets did not hesitate at all. After entering the Fish Leaping Festival area, Jiang Fei and the rest found a hotel and settled down. The cost of this hotel was also not cheap. It was the same reason for this tourist spot to rip off customers. However, fortunately, Jiang Fei and the rest had met a fool. Park Renyong volunteered to bear all the expenses. In the afternoon, Jiang Fei and the rest settled down and ate. It could be said that they were free.
Master Yuan, let's go and see if there are any good things.
Zhang Chen was even more excited than Jiang Fei and the rest. After all, the Fish Leap Festival was a place that she had been looking forward to for a long time.
That's good too.
Jiang Fei nodded. Since they had nothing to do, it would be good to go to the stalls. What if they could pick up some treasures? After that, Jiang Fei and the rest came out of the hotel in a large group and went straight to the spontaneous market. The market of the Fish Festival was not what Jiang Fei had expected. Not only was there no noise, but it was also very quiet. Although there were many people setting up stalls, none of them were shouting to attract customers.
Why aren't these people shouting?
Si Tang asked curiously.
Everyone is a cultivator. Although we are setting up stalls here, we still need to have identities. Why would we shout?
Zhang Chen explained with a smile.
Girl, you don't understand. In the face of benefits, faces nothing. If shouting could bring them more customers, they would have shouted a long time ago. However, more than half of these people are selling stolen goods. If they shouted, they might not attract customers, but they're enemies,
Pu Renyong said with a smile.
Age? So that's how it is?
Zhang Chen was a little dumbfounded. This had completely overturned her understanding of cultivators.
This is very normal.
Jiang Fei shrugged. Although places like the Fish Leaping Festival were large in scale, they were still a mix of fish and dragons. This kind of market was the best place to sell stolen goods. Jiang Fei did not really mind that most of the goods sold in this market were stolen goods. He did not care whether these things had a legitimate origin or not. As long as the items were good and the price was reasonable, Jiang Fei was willing to take them. As the few of them spoke, they arrived at the inner part of the market. There were already many cultivators who had set up their stalls. Most of these people were sitting on the floor. There was a blanket in front of them. There were a few items on it. Some of them were magical weapons, flying swords, and some were medicinal pills and rare fruits. However, these were only a few of the items. Most of them were broken magical weapons. Most of the stolen goods in the world of cultivators were not obtained by stealing. Almost all of them were stolen by killing people. If the difference in strength was not too great, the party that was killed would put up a desperate fight. It was impossible for them not to use their magic artifacts and flying swords. Once they used them, it was very likely that the equipment would be damaged in a desperate battle. The cultivators who had stolen the items were too lazy to waste time on repairing and refining these things that they did not need. So they simply broke them and sold them. At the very most, they could just buy a little less money. There was no need to waste a lot of time on these things. However, the entire market wasn't full of people selling stolen goods. There were also a few sects that were famous for refining equipment that had their own fixed stalls. However, because their items were all new and came from a legitimate source, therefore, the price was far higher than those stolen goods from unknown sources.
This thing is quite interesting.
At this moment, Nina was attracted by a small thing.
Hey, how much do you want for this thing?
Sylvie asked. After all, in the game, she and Nina were from the Holy See, so the two of them were very close.
Dot!
The stall owner covered his face and could not see his expression. However, from the fact that he did not speak and only rolled his eyes at Jiang Fei and the others, it could be seen that this guy was very disdainful of Jiang Fei and the others.
That's not how you buy things here.
Park Renyong walked to the front awkwardly. At this time, he had already understood that Jiang Fei and the rest did not understand the rules of the market. When they heard Park Renyong's words, Nina and Sylvie stepped aside and let Park Renyong come to the front of the stall. Park Renyong did not say anything. He just squatted in front of the stall and picked up the little thing that Nina had taken a fancy to and played with it for a while. Then, he put it back into the distance.
Pa pa pa!
After putting down the thing, Park Renyong lightly knocked on the side of the thing 3 times.
Pa 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 pa!
The stall owner didn't raise his head, but patted his feet 4 times.
Pa 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 pa!
Park Renyong patted it 3 more times, and then stood up.
Pa!
The stall owner hesitated for a moment, and then patted his thigh.
Hee hee.
Park Renyong smiled. He then took out 3 spirit stones from his money bag and placed them on the little thing. After that, he held the item in his hand. After everything was done, he stood up and turned around to leave. Jiang Fei and the rest did not understand and could only follow behind him. Chapter 1661. Chapter 1661 Player's Clue.
Hey! What kind of riddle were you playing with that stall owner just now?
Although Sylvie did not like Park Renyong, she was very curious about the rules of the market.
Hee hee. Sister-in-law, you don't understand. Do you?
Park Renyong smiled slightly. Ever since he acknowledged Jiang Fei as his big brother, all the girls around Jiang Fei had been called sister-in-law by him. Although this address made the girls feel extremely awkward, this guy was not tired of it.
Because most of the things sold here are stolen goods. Therefore, in order to avoid being recognized by others, not only do they cover their faces, but they also hardly speak. If you like something, play with it and bid with the number of times you knock on it,
Park Renyong said. At the same time, he handed the little thing to Nina and said,
Sister-in-law, this is my gift to you. This.
Nina was embarrassed and did not know whether to accept the magical item. She felt uncomfortable being called sister-in-law by such a white-haired old man.
Take it.
Jiang Fei waved his hand, and Nina accepted the item.
I understand. But what if the price is high? You can't just knock for 100 spiritual stones. Right?
Sylvie asked.
That's not necessary. If it's a single-digit number, you can knock on the place next to the item. If it's a few tens of spiritual stones, you can knock on the blanket opposite you. As for a few hundred spiritual stones, it's very rare here. After all, that kind of treasure is rare. No one would sell it in such a place.
Park Renyong explained.
I see.
Sylvie and the other girls nodded.
Hee hee. As I expected, nothing good will appear here.
Jiang Fei smiled and shook his head.
You can't put it that way. There are also blind people who steal things from others, but do not know their purpose. They would sell them at a low price without knowing the reason,
Park Renyong said.
The probability of that is too low. It's basically the same as picking up money.
Jiang Fei smiled and waved his hand.
That's true. Anyway, I have participated in no less than 20 fish festival. I have only seen one person succeed in picking up the loot,
said Park Renyong with a shrug.
Forget it. Since I'm already here, let's take a look around first.
Jiang Fei smiled. Although they already knew that picking up the loot was not an easy task, they did not have much to do at the moment. They could just stroll around here for a while. Perhaps they could find some clues about players. The group of people strolled around the market. The girls had their eyes on a few gadgets. Although they had nothing to do with fighting, they had their own uses. Moreover, the prices were not expensive, so Jiang Fei simply bought them all. This woman strolled around for a long time. The girls around Jiang Fei were no exception. Although the party had not officially started, and there were still a few vendors, they were still very happy as they strolled around. As they were shopping, Jiang Fei suddenly noticed that the crowd was heading in a certain direction.
There's a show to watch. Let's go too.
Sylvie was definitely the type of person who wanted to see the world in chaos.
Let's go. Let's go and have a look.
Jiang Fei was actually already tired of shopping. If it was not for the girls, he would have already left. Therefore, when he heard that they did not need to continue shopping, he immediately raised his hands in agreement. Following the flow of the crowd, Jiang Fei and the others quickly left the area of the market. Then, They followed the flow of people, shield, and arrived at a huge square. This square was very large. Moreover, there was a huge arena in the middle of it. At that moment, there were two people standing on the arena. It looked like they were about to fight.
This is the rule of the Fish Leaping Festival. Private fights are not allowed in the area where the festival is held. If there is any enmity, you must leave the area of the festival or go to the arena to settle it. Because after leaving the area, you have to come back to buy tickets again. Therefore, most of the people who have disputes will choose the arena to settle it,
said Jiang Fei. Park Ren-young took the initiative to explain.
Okay.
Jiang Fei nodded. He had already guessed the rules from the previous market. Otherwise, if anyone dared to set up a stall, the good items would be snatched away.
The bet is settled. The bet is settled.
At that moment, the voice of the Treasure Bureau rang in Jiang Fei's ears.
The security of this grand event is maintained by several large sections. Their funds are not only from the stall fees of the vendors, but also from the gambling games in the arena,
Park Ren-young said.
Hee hee. No wonder they lure people with grudges to the arena. This way, not only can the security be stabilized, but they can also make a fortune. They are really business-minded.
Jiang Fei laughed.
Look! Look! It's about to start!
The audience beside him shouted. At that moment, the two people in the arena made their moves. These two people were not weak. They were both in the leaving aperture stage. They could already be considered experts. It was just that Jiang Fei did not know why they were fighting. However, to Jiang Fei, the reason why the two people were fighting was not important. What he cared about was the accessory that one of them wore on his waist. It was a round metal ball. Jiang Fei was not unfamiliar with this item. It was a one-time defensive item that players often used. This item could perfectly defend against attacks of any strength. However, the number of times it could defend was limited. Depending on the price, the number of times it could defend would also be different.
There are no
players
around here.
Jiang Fei quickly took out his friend and foe identification device. However, he found that there was no sign of player activity in the entire gathering area.
I'll get in touch with this guy later.
Jiang Fei made up his mind. Although the person on the stage was not a player, he had player equipment on him. That meant that he had come into contact with players. As the two people on the stage were very similar in strength, it was difficult for them to fight each other. Jiang Fei quickly lost his patience under the stage. Originally, if two people who did not want to fight were fighting, Jiang Fei would have had the time to watch. However, it was different now. The clues about the players were right in front of him. He could not calm down at all.
Can you interrupt them?
Jiang Fei turned around and asked Park Ren-young.
Big brother, you can't do that. If you interrupt the duel between the two of them, it would be equivalent to becoming enemies with these big sects.
Park Ren-young quickly stopped Jiang Fei. However, at that moment, something changed in the arena.
Humph! You want my treasure just because you want it? Today, I will bury you here.
The big man in green roared and suddenly took out a magic treasure. As soon as the magic treasure was taken out, it immediately shone with a golden light. The power it emitted instantly suppressed the man with the scar face and forced him to retreat.
Go to H.L.
The man in green bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood essence. The disc-shaped magic treasure immediately shot out hundreds of golden needles at the man with the scar face.
Humph! I was waiting for this move.
The man with the scar face didn't retreat. Instead, he rushed forward. At the same time, he activated the ball-shaped item on his waist, the equipment from the player. Chapter 1662. Chapter 1662. Active Cooperation.
Schwa!
The defensive tool from the player immediately released a golden light, causing the blue-clothed man's attack to instantly lose its effect.
What?
The blue-clothed man was instantly dumbfounded. He never thought that the scarred face would have such a move. He had already used all of his strength in that attack just now. At this moment, his body was still recovering. If he were to encounter an attack, he would not be able to resist it all.
Go to H.L.
The scarred face laughed loudly. Then, he swung the long sword in his hand and instantly stabbed the green-clothed man's heart.
Hold back your sword. Friend, show mercy. Leave a line in your work so that we can meet again in the future. We, the Clearwind Gorge, owe you a favor.
At this moment, the green-clothed man's relatives and friends all opened their mouths to plead for mercy. However, due to the rules of the arena, they could not go up and stop him.
You want to talk about this now? It's too late.
In the end, the man with the scar face did not fall for this trick. regardless of whether the family and friends of the man in green were pleading for mercy or threatening him. They were all completely ignored by him. Pooh! The long sword pierced into the chest of the man in green. You? The man in green widened his eyes, and blood continuously flowed out of his mouth. He never expected that he would actually lose his life in the arena today. Swoosh! Suddenly, a golden light flashed above the man in green's head. A small person flew out and shot out of the ring at lightning speed. Where are you going? Scarface wanted to kill all of them. But unfortunately, the man in green's nascent soul was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he had escaped from the area of the ring. In this way, he was no longer in the area of the duel. Scarface could no longer continue his pursuit. Good kid. We at the Clearwind Gorge will remember what happened today. Don't let us meet you again in the future. After the green-robed man's fellow disciples left behind a ruthless sentence, the nascent soul protecting him turned around and left. Although the big man had lost his physical body, he had at least saved his nascent soul. Humph! You still want to find me? It's not that easy. Scarface sneered disdainfully. Not to mention that the Clearwind Gorge was only a small sect. He did not care at all. Moreover, so what if he was being chased? What he did was the business of killing people and stealing goods. There were many people who were chasing after him. Following that, the scarred-faced man skillfully cleaned up the battlefield. He searched the green-clothed man's corpse thoroughly, and all the things that pointed to money were taken away, leaving behind only a useless corpse. How frustrating. I lost again. Ha. My luck is not bad. I won 3 spirit stones. The audience outside the ring did not have the slightest sympathy for the man in green. They only cared about the outcome of the bet. After all, such a duel would happen several times a day at the Fish Leaping Festival. There were countless people who had lost and been killed. Let's go! Follow him! Jiang Fei called out to the girls around him, and followed the scarred face. After leaving the arena, the Scarface continued to move forward. There were too many people there, and he had killed too many people. There were too many enemies. There was no telling how many people had targeted him just now. Therefore, he had to get rid of these people. After going around in circles for more than 10 times, even Jiang Fei realized that there were more than 10 waves of people following this guy. However, after going around for so long, the people who were following the Scarface were almost all left behind. In the end, only Jiang Fei and the others were left. There was still a group of people following them. Jiang Fei and the others also knew this group of people. They were the senior and junior brothers of the big man in green. Although private fights were not allowed in the area of the Fish Leaping Festival, they had to follow the target closely in order to stop this guy after the festival ended, in case this guy ran away. F***CK! What a bunch of dog skin plaster! After walking for a few rounds, Scarface realized that he could not shake off the people behind him. In the end, he simply turned around and revealed his cards. Because private fights were not allowed in the area of the Fish Leaping Festival, Scarface was still very confident. Although he had just killed his fellow disciples, he was completely fearless at this moment. What's the matter? Guys? Don't tell me you still want to make a move here? Scarface asked in a slightly provocative manner. Humph. You just wait, kid. Once the festival ends, it will be time for you to receive your retribution. A disciple from the Clearwind Gorge said. TSK! With just you guys? Scarface sneered in disdain. Then, he turned to another direction and said, Everyone, come out as well. I have never seen more than 10 people playing tag together. Ha ha. Jiang Fei shook his head and laughed. There were indeed a lot of them, although there were many of them in a fight. When it came to stalking, it was a little cumbersome. Young master, I don't remember where I offended you. Right. Scarface was an old fox. As soon as he saw Jiang Fei, he knew that this young man was not simple. Therefore, his tone was much more humble. No, you did not offend me. Jiang Fei laughed. Then, are you standing up for your friend? Scarface asked carefully. Am not interested in your grudges with others. Jiang Fei waved his hand. Although he did not like Scarface's ruthless style, it had nothing to do with him. What he cared about was the clues of the players. Then, why are you following me? Scarface said with a sigh of relief. I'm doing it for it. Jiang Fei pointed at the ball on Scarface's waist. H? You want this thing? When Scarface heard Jiang Fei's words, his face immediately changed. This thing was his life-saving divine weapon. It was with this thing that he was able to kill many experts who were stronger than him. Now that he heard that Jiang Fei wanted it, he thought that Jiang Fei was the same as him. Jiang Fei had also taken a liking to this treasure and wanted to kill and steal it.
You're thinking too much. I also have that thing of yours. I just want to know how you obtained this thing. And where is the original owner of this thing?
Jiang Fei looked straight into the scarred face's eyes and said word by word.
What?
When the scarred face heard this, he suddenly turned around and ran.
Brat! Don't refuse a toast only to be forced.
Jiang Fei's face darkened. Although private fights were not allowed during the fish leaping feast, this rule might not work on a person like Jiang Fei.
Swoosh!
In the next moment, Jiang Fei appeared in front of the scarred face and blocked his way.
Teleportation skill?
Scarface was like an eggplant that had been hit by frost. He knew that he had provoked an unimaginable powerhouse.
You better cooperate. I don't want to spend another ticket.
Although Jiang Fei's words were very calm, it was like a heavy hammer in Scarface's heart. Jiang Fei's meaning was very clear. If Scarface did not cooperate, he could only capture people and interrogate them outside of the banquet area. He would only come back after the matter was over. As for the interrogation process, Scarface definitely did not want to experience it.
Alright. What do you want to know? I will definitely answer.
Scarface saw that he could not hide anymore. In the end, he could only give in and obediently follow Jiang Fei and the others back to the hotel. As for the disciples of Clear Wind Gorge, at this moment, they were completely dumbfounded. Until Jiang Fei and the others left, these people still had not recovered from their shock. Chapter 1663. Chapter 1663 was in big trouble. In the hotel room, Jiang Fei arranged for Park Ren-young and a few girls to go out to stand guard. He brought Sylvie and Garona to the room to ask Scarface.
My lord, what exactly do you want to know? I promise to tell you everything,
Scarface said with an apologetic smile.
Where did you get this thing?
Jiang Fei asked.
This.
Scarface hesitated for a moment awkwardly.
If you don't want to tell me, I can help you.
Sylvie smiled coldly. At the same time, her dagger flashed with a cold light.
I'll tell you. I'll tell you.
Scarface was so scared that he quickly said,
I stole this thing. Stole it?
Jiang Fei was stunned. However, he instantly felt relieved. This kind of item was very precious to players. It was almost impossible for them to give it to others. Scarface said that he had stolen it. That made sense.
Yes. That day, I passed by the Cloud Dragon Valley. There was a camp there. There were more than 10 people resting there. I went over to greet them. However, those people were arrogant and ignored me. In a fit of anger, I gave them something.
Scarface said.
Say hello? You went there because you wanted to steal something, didn't you?
Sylvie unceremoniously exposed Scarface's lie.
Scarface
smiled awkwardly and did not deny it.
Cloud Dragon Valley? Where is that?
Jiang Fei did not care about why this guy went there. What he cared about was the information about those players.
The Cloud Dragon Valley is in the northwest direction of this place. It's about a 2-day journey,
Scarface replied.
When did you meet them?
Jiang Fei asked again.
About a week ago,
Scarface said.
Did you hear what they were saying?
Jiang Fei asked. Scarface pondered for a moment as if he was recalling something. After a while, he then said,
I can't remember the details. However, they seem to have mentioned the Fish Leaping Festival and something else. However, their voices were very low. I did not pay much attention to it, so I did not listen carefully. Fish Leaping Festival?
Jiang Fei frowned. If this guy was not lying, then these players had appeared nearby and had even mentioned the Fish Leaping Festival. Then, their goal must be related to this place. However, although this festival was grand, what could attract these players?
It seems that I really have to stay here for a few more days.
Jiang Fei made a decision in his heart.
Young master, do you have anything else to ask?
Scarface asked carefully.
That's all for now.
Jiang Fei waved his hand. This guy did not know much, so there was no point in continuing to ask.
Can I leave now?
Scarface asked.
Let's go! But you better put that thing away. If anyone who knows what it is sees it, you'll probably die a horrible death.
Jiang Fei warned Scarface. Not because he was afraid that something would happen to him. He just did not want this guy to be caught by the players and cause trouble.
Okay. Thank you, young master. Thank you, young master.
Scarface ran out as if he had been pardoned.
Sylvie, follow me.
Jiang Fei gave Sylvie a look. He did not let Scarface go because he was merciful. Jiang Fei had never been merciful to a guy who lived by killing and stealing. The reason why he let Scarface go was actually to fish. After learning that the players had designs on the fish leaping feast, Jiang Fei had a thought. Although he had an enemy and friend identification device, he would be able to know immediately once a player arrived at the fish leaping feast. However, the problem was, the players were different from Jiang Fei. They had inherited the identity of the carrier after they descended. Therefore, they all had backgrounds. What if the players did not personally arrive at the fish leaping feast, but used their own identities to get an agent to come over? From Scarface's previous description, there were more than a dozen people in that camp. Jiang Fei could almost determine that those people were definitely not players. After all, the entire planet Mars had only descended one unintentionally. Even the Yuan family's ambassador had arrived later. As a planet with equal status, how could there be more than a dozen players that had descended on the planet? Therefore, Jiang Fei was almost certain that there would not be too many players on the planet. They must have used their identity as carriers to recruit some underlings here. Therefore, Jiang Fei decided to use Scarface as bait. Since Scarface had stolen the player's item, and this item was very precious, the player who had been stolen must hate Scarface to death. In addition, his underlings also knew Scarface. Once they met him at the Fish Leaping Festival, they would definitely make a move. This way, Jiang Fei could find their tracks in the dark. When that happened, whether it was by using force or trying to outsmart them, Jiang Fei would have the upper hand. After Sylvie left with Scarface, Jiang Fei called the girls in.
That's about what happened. I've arranged for Sylvie to follow them in the dark. What do you think?
Jiang Fei briefly told the girls about what happened and then asked,
What are these players trying to do?
Bella frowned and asked,
I'm not sure yet. We'll know when we find them,
Jiang Fei said.
Then,
just as Nina was about to speak, footsteps suddenly came from outside the door.
Shoo!
Jiang Fei signaled the girls to stop talking. At that moment, there was a knock on the door.
Who is it?
Jiang Fei asked.
I'm a waiter from the hotel.
The person outside the door answered.
What's the matter?
Jiang Fei asked.
You'll know when you open the door,
the waiter replied.
Okay.
Jiang Fei nodded and motioned for the girls to be careful. He went to the door and opened it. After the door was opened, there was indeed a waiter standing outside. This guy was very weak. He was only at the beginning stage of the foundation establishment stage. He was not much stronger than an ordinary person.
Bada!
The shop assistant turned around after entering the door and closed it. Then, he said to Nina,
Please open a barrier. Huh?
When they heard the shop assistant's words, Jiang Fei and the others were stunned. However, everyone immediately reacted. This guy was Vinolin.
Swoosh!
Nina opened the barrier. At this time, Vinolin said,
Ah, Fei, how did you get into such a big trouble again? Age? What happened to me?
Jiang Fei asked in confusion.
Have you been targeting the two players recently? Although I don't know how you did it. The two players are now in a vegetative state in the gamma space. Now that the matter has become very big.
The pressure on the game company is also very great,
Vinolin said anxiously. Chapter 1664. Chapter 1664 produced two vegetative figures.
No. What player?
I don't know. Jiang Fei immediately denied.
All right. I'm not here to question you. There's no need to lie to me.
Vinolin waved his hand. Then, he said to Jiang Fei with a serious face.
Although I don't know what method you used, it really hurt the player. This is a very serious matter.
Okay. Jiang Fei nodded and gestured for Vinolin to continue.
You are also a person who has played games before. Compared to you, you also know very well that if a player is traumatized during the process of playing virtual reality games and becomes a vegetable, the game company will face a great deal of pressure. This is not something that can be solved with just compensation,
Vinolin said very seriously. Jiang Fei could not help but feel a little regretful. He had not thought about it that much before. That was why he was so excited to be able to
kill the player.
However, now that he thought about it,
kill the player
was probably not a good idea. After all, if the player became a vegetable because of playing the game company would not only have to pay a large amount of money, the entire game would even be shut down. If it was a normal game, it would not matter if the game was shut down. However, this game was run against the background of Jiang Fei's universe. Once the game was shut down, Jiang Fei's universe would also end, just as Jiang Fei and the others were scared out of their wits. Vinolin spoke again.
Don't worry too much about this matter. The company that developed your game is still relatively powerful. They have already spent money to settle this matter. I have also helped you hide some details. The development team only thinks that there is a mistake in the program. They do not suspect you. Thank you very much.
Jiang Fei thanked Vinolin seriously. After all, this guy had really helped him wipe his ass several times.
However, I have to remind you that you must never kill players again.
Vinolin warned.
I understand.
Jiang Fei nodded. He also realized the seriousness of the problem.
Alright. That's all I have to say. He'll be leaving first.
After saying that, Vinolin's body stiffened. When he recovered again, he had become the same ordinary waiter.
You can leave first.
Jiang Fei waved his hand.
Yes, sir.
The waiter bowed and left. At the same time, he muttered to himself.
What am I doing here? Why did I suddenly lose consciousness? Husband, what about those two guys?
After the waiter left, Bella asked. After all, Unintentional and the Yuan family's high ambassador were not completely dead. Their consciousness was still locked in Jiang Fei's 10th dimension.
Let's keep them for now. After all, these two consciousness bodies do not have much ability. Keeping them will not consume much of their strength.
Jiang Fei said after thinking for a moment. It was impossible for Jiang Fei to let go of these two guys. Because if he let them go, the people of the Gamma space would really notice Jiang Fei. After all, his ability was too shocking. However, if Jiang Fei killed the two of them now, he would be reluctant to do so. After all, there were some things about the Gamma dimension that required them to provide information.
So, what are we going to do next?
Ariel asked.
Let's stick to the plan.
Jiang Fei said. At this time, Sylphie had already followed Scarface out for a while. Jiang Fei would have to wait for news from Sylphie. Once they found traces of the
player,
they could begin to move. However, the steps to move now needed to be changed. Jiang Fei's previous plan was very simple. He would directly kill the
players,
carriers and capture their consciousness bodies. However, now that Vinolin had come to warn Jiang Fei, he could not be so simple and crude anymore.
Looks like we still have to outsmart them like we did on Planet Keha.
Nina said at this time. Sneak into the player party?
Jiang Fei's eyes lit up.
That's right. Since the players can recruit underlings in the 5 directions, why can't we sneak in?
Nina laughed.
That makes sense. Not only will we be able to get information, but it will also make our movements more convenient.
Jiang Fei agreed with Nina's suggestion.
Then, should we help the players catch Scarface?
Bella asked with a smile.
Of course. Scarface is a bad guy. We must hand over his body to the players.
As soon as Jiang Fei finished speaking, everyone laughed in tacit agreement. Scarface had stolen something from the players. In the eyes of the players, it was a great humiliation. After all, if they were tricked by an NPC, they would be ridiculed by the other players for a long time. If Jiang Fei and the others helped the player to capture Scarface, they would definitely win the trust of that person. As for why it was a corpse and not a live one, it could only be blamed on Scarface for knowing too much that he should not know. On the 3rd day after Sylvie had followed Scarface away, Jiang Fei received a message from Sylvie.
Husband, those people have appeared. They are secretly monitoring Scarface. I understand. Continue to monitor him. I will be right there.
After Jiang Fei replied, he gave a simple explanation to the other girls. This time, he did not plan to bring too many people to participate in this matter. After all, it was easy to be exposed when there were too many people. It was not very convenient for them to act as a group when they were undercover. After arranging for the other girls to do some supporting things, Jiang Fei quickly came to Sylvie's side.
How is it?
Jiang Fei asked.
Scarface is in that tavern. He has been there for the past few days, and he seems a little restless.
Sylvie said.
Where are the players' underlings?
Jiang Fei asked.
They are in the tea house opposite the tavern. Perhaps they are worried about the rules of the fish leaping feast, so they did not dare to directly attack.
Sylvie said.
We are not in a hurry. Let's wait and see first.
Jiang Fei nodded. In fact, Scarface had not been having a good time these past few days. He had become famous during the previous battle in the arena. After all, those invincible items were too eye-catching. However, for a thief and a bandit, fame often came with great risks. Over the past few days, no matter where Scarface went, he was greeted by the attention of the people on both sides. If it were any other time, Scarface might feel good, but now, he felt like he was sitting on pins and needles.
If he was not in the territory of the Fish Leaping Festival, Scarface might not be able to sleep at night. This won't do. I can't wait any longer. I have to find an opportunity to escape. Otherwise, when the festival ends, I won't be able to escape even if I want to. Scarface thought to himself while drinking. Chapter 1665. Chapter 1665. Eradicate the roots of the problem. On this side, Scarface wanted to escape, so he had to wait for the most lively time of the event. That was when the place would be the most chaotic, so he could take advantage of the chaos to escape. 2 days later, the most eye-catching event of the Fish Leaping Festival began, the Fish Leaping Arena. The Fish Leaping Arena was different from the previous dueling arena. Only young people were allowed to participate here, and it was only limited to a certain extent. Although there were occasional injuries, serious injuries, or deaths were very rare. This was because the people who came here to fight did not have any deep grudges. They only had two purposes. The disciples of the big sects came to fight for their sects, while the young people from the small sects and the non-affiliates came to fight for their own futures. After all, once they were valued by the big sects, they would be able to come into contact with more advanced martial arts techniques and obtain more cultivation resources. Therefore, when the Fish Leaping Ring began, almost the entire Fish Leaping Festival reached its peak. Those young people either came on their own or under the leadership of their elders. They began to perform on the stage. They worked hard to defeat their opponents for their own purposes. Sisters, I also want to participate in the fish leaping competition, Jiang Chen said to Bella and the others in embarrassment. Although Jiang Fei had left, she had still been paid on time for the past few days. Now that she had to give up and participate in the competition, she felt that she had let Bella and the others down. It's okay. You can go. If you are chosen by the big sects, come back and tell us your good news. If you are unlucky enough to be chosen, we will continue to hire you when you return. Bella still liked this little girl very much. If she could really gain the favor of the big sects, it would be a good way out. Thank you. Jiang Chen was very touched as he bowed to Bella and the others. Over the past few days, she had naturally felt the care that Jiang Fei and the others had for her. At first, she had really suspected that Jiang Fei was a lecherous person. After all, there were so many beautiful girls around Jiang Fei. Anyone could tell that he was a playboy. However, after spending the past few days together, Jiang Chen realized that not only did Jiang Fei not have any improper thoughts towards her, he even took good care of her. This made her very touched. You go. Try your best to fight for your future. Nina also encouraged. Thank you. Jiang Chen thanked her and left. My dear sisters-in-law, where has Big Brother been these few days? After Jiang Chen left, Park Renyong felt a little awkward. After all, Jiang Fei had left for a few days. He was alone among a group of beautiful women. Moreover, these beautiful women were all his big brother's women. This made him feel very uncomfortable. He has gone to do some things. He will be back in a few days, Bella said. Oh, I see. I've met a few friends in the past few days. I won't bother you anymore. He'll be back in a few days. Although Park Renyong had a reputation for being lecherous, he had a good character. At least after Jiang Fei left, he really did not have any improper thoughts towards Bella and the other girls. You can go. Bella nodded. Although Park Renyong's character was not bad, the reason why he got close to Jiang Fei was too annoying. Therefore, Bella and the others could not wait for him to get lost. After Park Renyong left, there were no outsiders around Bella and the girls. Even Yu Wanqiu considered herself Jiang Fei's woman. Therefore, she could be considered a trustworthy person. They began to secretly carry out the mission that Jiang Fei had previously assigned. At the same time, after waiting for so many days, Jiang Fei and Sylphie finally got the opportunity that they wanted. As soon as the fish leaped into the arena, Scarface began to move. He quietly left his room and made it look like he was still there. However, Scarface's efforts did not escape Jiang Fei and Sylphie. He did not even manage to fool the player's underlings. As Scarface left, a group of people followed behind him. Jiang Fei and Sylphie quietly followed behind him. The three groups of people left the banquet area. As soon as he left the banquet area, Scarface began to speed up. He was trying his best to move forward. Although he did not find Tail, Scarface instinctively felt that he was in danger. Therefore, as soon as he left the banquet area, he ran as fast as he could. Under Scarface's desperate urging, his flying sword turned into a beam of green light and sped toward the east like lightning. Behind Scarface, there were a total of 5 people following closely behind him.
5 sword lights were chasing closely behind him. Behind him were Jiang Fei and Sylphie. Although Scarface's speed was extremely fast, it was nothing compared to Jiang Fei's Chungying sword. During this period of time, Jiang Fei had also practiced the Crimson Flame Sect sword control technique. Therefore, his ability to control flying swords had improved significantly. In addition, his strength was far superior to Scarface's, and the Chungying sword was extraordinary. Therefore, when he was chasing Scarface, he did not panic at all. If he was not afraid of exposing his tracks, he would have long surpassed the 5 people in front of him. In the midst of the chase, Jiang Fei and the others quickly flew hundreds of miles away. At this time, 3 sword lights blocked Scarface's path. Clearly, these people who were chasing him had long been prepared. They used their own channels to call their companions, so they blocked the path of Scarface. After blocking Scarface, the players who had subdued him did not give Scarface any chance to explain himself. They immediately took him down. However, Scarface could be considered to have some skills. Although he was fighting 1 against 8, he did not give up easily.
There's a fight ahead!
At that moment, Jiang Fei could feel the battle aura in front of him slowing down. Jiang Fei was not anxious about the battle between the 2 parties. Although Scarface was surrounded by people, he was very strong. He had reached the leading aperture stage. The people who surrounded him were only in the nascent soul stage. Obviously, the player who had been stolen had underestimated Scarface. He did not expect the thief to be so strong. Therefore, one of the player's underlings was injured very quickly. Then, he fell from the flying sword. After killing one of the player, Scarface's morale was greatly boosted. At the same time, he also increased his pace of attack because the sense of danger in his heart was getting stronger and stronger.
Ah!
Following a scream, another player underling was killed.
Husband, when do you plan to attack?
Sylvie asked.
There's no rush. Well, wait until they're almost dead.
Before Jiang Fei could finish his sentence, he felt a strong vibration in his chest.
No! I can't wait any longer. That player is here.
Jiang Fei was shocked. Then, he sped up. He had to kill the Scarface before that player arrived.
It's you again. Scum! Are you going to rob me again in broad daylight?
Jiang Fei did not even have the time to say anything when he arrived. He took out his Chungying sword and stabbed it into Scarface's glabella.
Ah! You?
Scarface was about to say something when Jiang Fei's Chungying sword was already in front of him. Due to the huge difference in strength between the 2 sides, Scarface did not even have the time to react before the Chungying sword pierced through his glabella.
Sword spirit, this nascent soul belongs to you.
Jiang Fei immediately gave a ruthless order in order to eliminate the root of the problem. Chapter 1. Chapter 1 Infiltrating the Greenwood Cliff.
Roar!
With a dragon's roar, 2 black dragons appeared. The scarred face's nascent soul was just about to escape when it was completely devoured by the 2 black dragons. Just as Jiang Fei killed the scarred face, a sword light flew over. A middle-aged man stood on the flying sword.
Third uncle.
A few player underlings immediately went forward and bowed.
How did you kill this guy?
The middle-aged man asked. He did not seem to care about the injured and dead disciples.
Third uncle master. This guy is very powerful. 7th junior brother and 13th junior brother died at his hands. If it was not for this young master, we might have all died at his hands,
said the leader of the disciples.
I see.
The middle-aged man nodded and looked at Jiang Fei.
Yes, 3rd senior uncle. However, this guy has already been executed. This is your lost magical artifact.
The leader of the disciples handed the metal ball to the middle-aged man.
In that case, I have to thank this young master.
The middle-aged man said to Jiang Fei after taking the ball.
It's nothing.
Jiang Fei smiled and waved his hand. Then, he continued,
I had already taught this guy a lesson. I did not expect him to commit robbery again today. That's why I killed this criminal. No matter what, young master is my disciple's savior. Moreover, you helped me retrieve the magical equipment. I am eternally grateful,
the middle-aged man said, although he was thanking Jiang Fei. However, he also secretly pointed out that the ball belonged to him. This made Jiang Fei think less about it.
Yes, young master. If there is anything you need in the future, our Greenwood Cliff will definitely help you.
The leader of the disciples also thanked Jiang Fei. After all, without Jiang Fei, all of them would probably die. However, after hearing the disciples' words, the middle-aged man snorted coldly. Then, he turned his head and said to the disciple,
Since when is it your turn to make decisions about the Greenwood Cliff? Third Uncle Master. I don't dare. But Master once taught me to repay kindness with gratitude. This young master has done our Greenwood Cliff a great favor. If he encounters trouble, our Greenwood Cliff will definitely not stand idly by.
Although the disciple was the middle-aged man's junior, he was still quite confident because he was the disciple of the Greenwood Cliff sect master.
Humph.
The middle-aged man snorted coldly. He was a player who had descended, so he looked down on these NPCs. These disciples who had followed him out were just objects that he used. Therefore, the deaths and injuries of these disciples were nothing to him. However, this guy had not completed his mission at the Greenwood Cliff. Therefore, in order not to offend the sect master to death, it would not be good for him to kill the sect master's personal disciple just because of some trivial matter.
Greenwood Cliff.
Jiang Fei secretly memorized this information and quickly recalled the relevant information in his mind. As he had previously discussed some things with Park Renyong, Jiang Fei was not completely ignorant about the matters of Qinxing. This Green Cliff was definitely the largest sect in Qinxing. Moreover, it was different from the Crimson Flame sect of the Mars Star. Since the beginning of the Green Cliff's prosperity, no sect dared to challenge their position.
You guys are actually disciples of the Green Cliff?
At this moment, Jiang Fei naturally had to follow the flow. Otherwise, why would he bother with this, player?
Yes. Yes.
The leader of the disciples said excitedly.
I am a traveler from planet Mars. When I was in planet Mars, I heard about the reputation of the Greenwood Cliff. This time, I came to start to learn from the Greenwood Cliff.
Jiang Fei said excitedly.
Really?
The leader of the disciples was very happy to hear that. After all, when they heard that their sect was famous on other planets, they naturally felt a sense of honor.
Of course,
Jiang Fei said.
That's great. It's about time we return to our sect. Why don't you come back with us? Young master? My master will definitely welcome you warmly,
the disciple said.
Yanning, don't make rash decisions. You led an unknown person into the Greenwood Cliff without permission. Can you bear the responsibility?
The middle-aged man said with a displeased expression. Originally, he had wanted to capture Scarface alive. This guy had been killed by Jiang Fei. This already made him unhappy. This guy was thinking like a player. Therefore, he did not think that Jiang Fei, the NPC, had helped him kill Scarface. Instead, he thought that Jiang Fei was meddlesome. If it were not for Jiang Fei, he would have personally enjoyed torturing Scarface. Because of this, his impression of Jiang Fei was not very good. Moreover, he instinctively felt that Jiang Fei was a trouble. Therefore, he did not want to let him go to the Greenwood Cliff to avoid causing trouble for completing the quest.
Third Uncle Master. How can this young master be a person of unknown origin? He is the benefactor of our Greenwood Cliff. If it were not for him,
I and a few other senior and junior brothers would be finished today,
Yanning said seriously.
Is this trip your decision or mine?
When the middle-aged man saw that Yanning had repeatedly contradicted him, he immediately became a little angry.
Third uncle. Of course, you are the one in charge of this trip. However, this trip has already ended, and we have lost 2 junior brothers. If we don't bring back a piece of good news, I'm afraid Master will be angry.
Yanning had no choice but to bring out his master.
Humph. If anything happens, you will bear the responsibility yourself.
The middle-aged man was flung his sleeves. In order to complete the mission, he could not make things difficult with the sect master. Otherwise, he would not have the chance to make a move. Therefore, even though he was angry at this moment, he had no choice but to compromise.
Thank you, third uncle, for your help.
Although Yanning bowed to the
player,
he was also extremely disgusted with him. It was unknown when this third uncle had started to treat the disciples of the Greenwood Cliff with extreme indifference. He did not even care about the life and death of the sect's disciples. After settling third uncle, Yanning turned to Jiang Fei and said,
Young master, let's go. Okay, you don't have to be so polite. My name is Yuan Xiao.
Jiang Fei still gave his fake name, although he was unable to get close to the
player.
This time, Jiang Fei was not discouraged. As long as he could sneak into the Greenwood Cliff first, there would be many opportunities to get close to this guy. After joining the team at the Greenwood Cliff, Jiang Fei sent a message to Sylvie, who was still invisible and following behind him. Now was not the time for Sylvie to show herself. So Jiang Fei told her to go back and meet up with the other girls. Then, he went to wait for him near the Greenwood Cliff. On the way to the Greenwood Cliff with Yanning and the others, Jiang Fei found that the
player
was very quiet. He did not say a word along the way. It seemed that he was the most arrogant type of player. This kind of guy looked down on NPCs. Therefore, he did not bother to communicate with Jiang Fei and the others. It seems like it will be difficult to get close to him. Jiang Fei muttered to himself. Chapter 1667. Chapter 1667. The two little guys. After walking for about 2 days, Jiang Fei and the others arrived at a small town.
Master Yuan, this is Greenwood Town. Greenwood Cliff is on the mountain. You can stay here for now. I will bring you up the mountain after I report to the sect master.
Yanning said to Jiang Fei.
All right. This is your territory after all. We will follow your rules.
Jiang Fei nodded and smiled. After entering the town, Yanning enthusiastically arranged a place for Jiang Fei to stay. Then, she went up the mountain with the other disciples. Before leaving, the player stared at Jiang Fei for a while. However, in the end, he did not say anything. After Yanning and the others left, Jiang Fei naturally could not stay in the inn forever. After eating and drinking his fill, he came out of the inn and strolled around the Greenwood Town. Greenwood Town existed because of Greenwood Cliff. To the villagers at the foot of the mountain, cultivators on the mountain were like gods. After all, to ordinary people, cultivators who stepped on flying swords and could easily cause the mountains to collapse and the earth to crack were truly unimaginable. The people of Greenwood Town were fortunate enough to provide the gods with daily necessities, including food and other basic resources, such as minerals and jade. Cultivators needed a large amount of minerals and jade to forge flying swords. But time was limited for cultivators. Most of the time, they were cultivating or fighting with others for resources. It was already good enough that they could squeeze out time to refine flying swords and magic treasures. It would be unrealistic for them to go and mine the ores themselves. Therefore, the villagers here relied on food and other resources in exchange for the protection of Greenwood Cliff. Although they had to hand over a portion of the food and minerals they had grown. Peace had been won here for thousands of years. Not only were there no ferocious beasts, even the government did not dare to bully this place. Moreover, the cultivators of the Greenwood Cliff did not take the villagers' resources for free. They would occasionally give immortal medicine to the people here so that they would not be plagued by diseases. They would also give them some simple magical tools to help them plant or mine. Therefore, the civilians of the entire Greenwood town were not unfamiliar with the immortals. Jiang Fei could often hear the villagers talking about the immortals on the mountain as he walked through the market. While Jiang Fei was strolling around, a man and a woman caught Jiang Fei's attention. The two of them wore light green robes similar to Yan Ying's. They also carried long swords on their backs. It was obvious that they were disciples of Greenwood Cliff. However, the two of them were not very strong. They were only around the Oris core stage. They should only be two young disciples with decent potential. Senior brother, have you heard? Third uncle has been in closed-door cultivation ever since he came back.
The female disciple chatted with the male disciple.
Yes, I've heard. Third uncle has lost face when he came out of the mountain this time. He was actually stolen by a thief.
The male disciple said.
What thief? That was clearly a super thief. A few disciples of our Greenwood Cliff died because of this. Even senior brother Yan Ying was punished by the sect master for this.
The female disciple was relatively well informed.
Really?
The male disciple was very surprised. After all, Greenwood Cliff was the #1 sect in Xinxing. It had been a long time since anyone dared to lay a hand on the sect master.
Of course it's true. This time, the sect master was furious. He wanted to take revenge on the thief's sect. But unfortunately, the thief was killed on the spot, and even his nascent soul was destroyed.
The female disciple said with a regretful look.
Humph. If I find out which sect did this, I will be the first to settle the score with him.
The male disciple said angrily.
Forget it. Senior brother, with your little ability, I reckon that the thief will take care of you as soon as you get off the mountain.
The female disciple mocked.
Tisk.
The male disciple pursed his lips. However, he knew that what his junior sister said was the truth. After all, the senior brothers who were killed were all in the nascent soul stage. They were many times stronger than him.
Interesting.
Jiang Fei smiled in his heart. He did not expect that this incident would cause such a big commotion in the Greenwood Cliff.
Hey! Who are you? Why are you following us?
Suddenly, the male and female disciples of the Greenwood Cliff turned around. It turned out that Jiang Fei had found the conversation between the two interesting. Therefore, he had been following them. As time passed, it naturally aroused their suspicion.
Hee hee. Don't get me wrong. I was just fascinated by your conversation.
Jiang Fei said with a smile.
Hey! It's rude of you to eavesdrop on me like that.
The female disciple shouted at Jiang Fei.
Junior sister, it's obvious that this person is not a good person. Let me take him down and hand him over to the law enforcement elder.
The male disciple, Shinji, was about 17 or 18 years old. He was at the age of vigor, in front of the little junior sister that he had long admired. He naturally wanted to show off his abilities, so that he could attract the junior sister's attention.
Good. Senior brother, you can do it.
Not only did the female disciple not form an organization, she even cheered him on from the side.
When
he saw that the two little fellows wanted to capture him, Jiang Fei was instantly speechless.
What a newborn calf that is not afraid of tigers.
Jiang Fei sighed. These two little fellows were definitely the model of the fearless and ignorant. With their abilities, they were not even worthy of carrying Jiang Fei's shoes. Even their master would not be able to defeat Jiang Fei. In the Greenwood Cliff, the only ones who could exchange a few blows with Jiang Fei were probably the sect master and the few supreme elders who had been in seclusion for many years. Moreover, even they might not have the confidence to defeat Jiang Fei. Although there were many hidden super powerhouses in the 5 directions of heaven and earth, most of them were gathered in the town star. The hidden powerhouses in the other 4 planets were as rare as phoenix feathers and Chilean horns. There were many people who had heard of them. Almost no one had seen them before.
Watch my fist.
In order to show off his abilities in front of his junior sister, the male disciple actually attacked Jiang Fei. However, the upbringing of the Greenwood Cliff was not bad. This guy did not casually use his weapon. It seemed that he only wanted to capture Jiang Fei to show off his strength. He did not intend to harm Jiang Fei.
Hee hee. Consider yourself lucky.
Jiang Fei smiled slightly. This kid did not have the intention to kill him, but he had also won a way out for himself. Just as the male disciple's fist was about to hit Jiang Fei's face, Jiang Fei suddenly disappeared from the sight of the 2 disciples. This time, Jiang Fei did not even use any teleportation ability. However, his speed was too fast. It was so fast that the 2 Oris Core stage kids could not detect him at all.
Why is he gone?
Just as the female disciple was surprised, Jiang Fei had already appeared behind the male disciple. Then, he gently grabbed the back of the kid's neck.
You stay here?
Jiang Fei laughed softly. Then, he took advantage of the situation and pulled. The male disciple immediately lost his balance. He staggered back 5 to 6 steps. Finally, his butt landed on the ground. Although the butt did not hurt much, the male disciple was so embarrassed that his face turned red. At that moment, he naturally knew that the other party was far stronger than him. Moreover, the other party had shown mercy. Chapter 1668. Chapter 1668. Capture the beast.
Who are you?
The female disciple stared at Jiang Fei with her eyes wide open.
Junior sister, I'll stop him. Go back to the mountain and report this.
As the male disciple was not injured, he ran back in a few steps and stood in front of the female disciple.
Not bad. Like a man.
Jiang Fei nodded. This kid dared to stand in front of him. This meant that he really liked his junior sister.
But senior brother, you?
The female disciple was a little worried.
It's okay. Trust me.
The male disciple was extremely anxious. He was afraid that if they delayed any longer, they would both be killed by Jiang Fei.
Hee hee. Don't be nervous. I'm just waiting here for Yining.
Jiang Fei smiled and explained. If this continued, the 2 little guys would definitely be scared out of their wits.
Do you know eldest senior brother?
The female disciple asked.
I think so. He asked me to wait for him here.
Jiang Fei said with a smile.
Junior sister, you are quite well informed. Have you heard that eldest senior brother brought someone back?
The male disciple turned around and asked.
Eldest senior brother seems to have brought someone back. It is said that without this expert, eldest senior brother and the others might not have been able to come back.
The female disciple was indeed well informed. Basically, she had heard about Jiang Fei's deeds.
Could it be him?
Suddenly, the female disciple stared at Jiang Fei with her eyes wide open.
That's right. It's me.
Jiang Fei laughed.
No wonder you're so powerful.
The female disciple was not very observant. When she heard Jiang Fei's words, she immediately believed him. Moreover, she had a look of realization on her face.
Junior sister, be careful of being fooled.
The male disciple frowned and reminded her. He seemed to be very unhappy that his junior sister was paying so much attention to Jiang Fei.
That won't happen. The news of senior brother bringing someone back has never spread. How could someone have gotten the news so quickly and come here to pretend to be him?
The female disciple was very confident in her judgment.
But this guy's origin is unknown. Even if senior brother brought him back, he might not be a good person.
The male disciple tried his best to say bad things about Jiang Fei. His purpose was to keep his junior sister away from this guy. The reason why the male disciple did this was very simple. He was afraid that his beloved junior sister would be too curious about this strange man. After all, many women's emotions started from curiosity. The guy in front of him was young and pretty good looking. In particular, his abilities were not something that the male disciple could compare to. Therefore, standing in front of him, the male disciple could not help but feel inferior. He was afraid that his junior sister would be kidnapped.
Nonsense! How can the person that eldest senior brother brought be a bad person?
The female disciple glared at her senior brother. That silly boy had clearly made a common mistake. The more he tried to stop her, the more curious his junior sister became. In addition to the rebellious mentality of an adolescent girl, the more she wanted to do something, the more she wanted to do it. Therefore, the male disciple's efforts were counterproductive. The female disciple seemed to be deliberately provoking him, and actually took the initiative to walk to Jiang Fei's side.
Senior, may I know your name?
After the female disciple came to Jiang Fei's side, because she saw that Jiang Fei was only a few years older than her, she decided to address him as her peer. This was also the practice of the 5 directions.
My surname is Yuan, and my name is Yuan Xiao. I'm from planet Mars,
Jiang Fei said with a smile.
You're an elite disciple who went out to travel?
In an instant, the female disciple's eyes were filled with stars. It should be known that young people who were able to travel to other planets were not ordinary. They were usually the elites of their own planets. After all, traveling to other places of interest was not an easy thing to do, even in places like the planet of suppression. Only the disciples of big families could have such an opportunity. On the other 4 planets, such elite disciples were even rarer. There might not even be 1 or 2 of them in a few hundred years.
It's true that you're traveling, but I don't dare to be an elite disciple.
Jiang Fei smiled modestly.
That's amazing. Senior brother, I never thought that we would be lucky enough to meet senior brother Yuan today.
The female disciple turned around and smiled at her senior brother.
Humph.
The male disciple snorted coldly. It was obvious that he was already jealous.
Senior brother Yuan, other than waiting for senior brother, is there anything else that you want to do here?
The female disciple asked.
Nothing else. I'm new here in Stellar Star. I don't know anything, so I'm just looking around,
Jiang Fei said with a smile.
Since you're free, why don't you come with us to catch the beasts?
The female disciple suggested.
Catch the beasts?
Jiang Fei was stunned.
Yeah. Don't you guys catch beasts on Mars?
The female disciple asked in confusion.
Oh, of course we do. After all, to refine a flying sword, we need materials from beasts.
Jiang Fei searched through his mind. He quickly found the relevant information. After all, 0541 had already sent a large amount of information from the Fire Cloud Pavilion to them as a memory wave.
Then, will you come with us?
The female disciple asked with a hopeful look.
Of course.
Jiang Fei nodded. Although it had been a while since they had arrived at the 5 directions, Jiang Fei had never seen any ferocious beasts. Therefore, under the impulse of curiosity, Jiang Fei agreed to the female disciple's invitation.
That's great. With senior brother Yuan's help, we won't return empty-handed this time.
The female disciple was clearly very happy.
Tisk!
The male disciple pursed his lips. With Jiang Fei joining them, he clearly had no chance to show off his strength in front of his junior sister.
Oh right. I still don't know what your names are,
Jiang Fei asked with a smile.
My name is Xiuqiu. This is my senior brother, Qin Fang.
The female disciple replied.
Then, Xiaoqiu, when do we leave?
Jiang Fei asked.
Master Yuan, we are not that familiar with you. It would be best if you call me by my full name,
Qin Fang said sourly.
He.
Jiang Fei laughed. He had no interest in Xiaoqiu at all. Instead, he felt that Qin Fang, this jealous guy, was quite interesting.
Senior Yuan, ignore him. Just call me Xiaoqiu.
Xiaoqiu rolled her eyes at Qin Fang. Then, she deliberately came to Jiang Fei's side and walked side by side with him.
How do we go?
Jiang Fei saw that Qin Fang's face was already pale. He immediately changed the topic. He just wanted to see what a beast was.
Brother Yuan, this way.
Xiaoqiu pulled Jiang Fei out of the town enthusiastically. However, her unintentional action made Qin Fang's eyes turn red with anger. Qin Fang had never been able to hold Xiaoqiu's small hands. However, This guy who appeared out of nowhere was holding the girl's small hands. This made Qin Fang feel extremely uncomfortable. Unfortunately, he had already seen Jiang Fei's strength. Therefore, although he was resentful, he did not dare to vent his anger on Jiang Fei. Chapter 1669. Chapter 1669 Illusionary Snake. After leaving Greenwood Town, Jiang Fei and the rest headed west. Soon, they left the human population and entered the forest. As the Five Directions world had not developed into a science and technology class, the natural environment here was maintained very well. Jiang Fei and the rest had only walked for about 10 miles before they had completely turned into a primitive forest.
It's really difficult to walk in this dense forest,
Yi Shuqiu complained as they walked.
Yes, it's definitely going to take some time to walk through the brambles,
Jiang Fei said with a smile.
Senior brother, which way are we going this time?
Yi Shuqiu turned around and asked.
We're going straight into the depths. This time, Master asked us to catch an adult illusion snake. This kind of thing can only be found in the depths of the forest,
Qin Fang said.
Oh, but Master is really something. He actually asked the two of us to catch a phantom snake. Isn't he afraid that we will be in danger?
Yi Xiaoqiu pouted and said.
There is definitely danger. But no matter what, the two of us are already at the Oris core stage. As long as we are careful, there should not be any problems, said Qin Fang as he glanced at Jiang Fei. Actually, he was the one who had fought for this mission. Initially, he wanted to be a hero and save the damsel in distress in such a dangerous environment. Therefore, he had even taken out his limited savings and bought a special item to deal with the illusionary snake. However, now, there was a big light bulb inserted in. Moreover, this big light bulb was a super powerhouse. With him around, the illusionary snake was not a threat at all. As a result, Qin Fang's little plan had all failed. Sigh, it doesn't matter. Anyway, with senior brother Yuan around, catching the illusionary snake would be a piece of cake.
Yi Shuqiu laughed. As soon as she said that, Qin Fang's expression turned even uglier.
What exactly is that illusionary snake?
Jiang Fei asked curiously.
The illusionary snake is a very small, but very powerful fierce beast. It looks like an ordinary snake, but is only as thick as a finger. When it matures, it will only be around 1 foot long. These illusionary snakes are all green in color and are best at illusionary attacks,
Yi Shuqiu explained.
Then, other than the illusionary snakes, what other beasts are there in this forest?
Jiang Fei asked.
Because this forest is close to the Greenwood Cliff. It is called the Greenwood Forest. There are many ferocious beasts in this Greenwood Forest. However, we are now in the outer region, so there are very few ferocious beasts. Even if we encounter them, most of them are below the nascent soul stage. For example, saber-toothed tigers and ironback apes. However, if we continue to go deeper into the Greenwood Forest, we will likely encounter extremely powerful ferocious beasts. I heard from my master that there might even be tribulation stage ferocious beasts in the Greenwood Forest,
Yi Shuqiu introduced.
It's that powerful. There's actually a tribulation stage beast?
Jiang Fei was surprised.
I heard so. However, I don't know if it's true or not. Anyway, I'm weak. Even if I saw it, I probably wouldn't be able to recognize it.
Yi Shuqiu pursed his lips. After a beast reached the nascent soul stage, it could transform into a human form. If a cultivator was weaker than a beast, it would be very difficult to find it. Therefore, even if a person like Yi Shuqiu encountered a high-tier beast, he would treat them as other cultivators.
If I could encounter a high-tier dire beast, that would be interesting.
Jiang Fei laughed.
Senior brother Yuan, high-tier dire beasts are not fun. They are very powerful. Moreover, no matter how a dire beast transforms into a human form, they are still beasts. Moreover, they are fierce beasts. It is extremely dangerous,
Yi Shuqiu reminded him.
Hee hee. It's fine.
Jiang Fei waved his hand. No matter how ferocious these dire beasts were, his strength was still there. As long as they had not reached the hermit level, Jiang Fei did not care whether they were dire beasts or cultivators. He was not afraid at all. The three of them walked forward for some distance. At this time, the light in the dense forest was already very dim. It was not because the sky was getting dark. It was just that the trees in the dense forest were too luxuriant, preventing sunlight from shining in.
Junior sister, let's eat something first.
Qin Fang took out some dry rations from his bag. After coming out of the town, Jiang Fei and the others had already walked for half a day. Therefore, they were a little hungry.
Senior brother Yuan, you eat some too.
Xiuqiu passed Jiang Fei some dry rations.
Junior sister, we only prepared food for 2 people.
Although Qin Fang did not say it explicitly, his meaning was very clear. Jiang Fei did not get any of the food.
It's just 2 people. At most. We can go back earlier. Don't tell me you want to let senior brother Yuan go hungry?
Xiuqiu glared at Qin Fang.
Hee hee. It's okay. I have food here.
Because Jiang Fei had the space in his ring, he had the habit of storing food all year round. In the blink of an eye, the large plate and small bowls in front of Jiang Fei had a pile of food. These food were all stored after he had asked the restaurant to prepare them. Moreover, before he took them out, 0541 had even heated it up for him.
Senior Yuan, aren't you being a little too high level?
In an instant, Xiuqiu and Qin Fang were dumbfounded. They did not even have a storage bag, let alone high-level equipment that could bring out hot food.
Of course. I can't treat myself too badly when I'm out all year round. These are all the delicacies of the planet. Come and have a taste.
Jiang Fei smiled and said,
That's great. Senior Yuan, I want stand on ceremony then.
Xiuqiu sat down beside Jiang Fei and started eating.
I'm not afraid that this guy would be kind enough to drug you.
Qin Fang muttered in his heart. However, he would never dare to say that out loud.
Junior Qin Fang, come and have some.
Jiang Fei was not a stingy person. Although Qin Fang had spoken coldly to him along the way, this guy was still a jealous young man. Therefore, Jiang Fei could still understand.
Thank you for your kind offer. I have food here.
On one hand, Qin Fang was embarrassed. On the other hand, he was really afraid that Jiang Fei would drug them and then plot against them. However, Qin Fang was overthinking. If Jiang Fei really wanted to do something, even if he did not drug them, the person would not be able to resist.
Senior brother Yuan, ignore him.
Xiuqiu rolled her eyes at Qin Fang and continued to eat with relish.
All right.
Jiang Fei shrugged. Anyway, he was just asking out of courtesy. It did not matter to him whether Qin Fang ate or not. He was not Qin Fang's grandfather. He still had to chase after his grandson to feed him. Just as Jiang Fei and Xiuqiu were enjoying their meal and Qin Fang was chewing on the dried food, a fragrant breeze suddenly blew past.
Warning! Warning! Spiritual attack detected.
0541's alarm suddenly sounded. However, there was no need for him to defend himself at all. Jiang Fei, who had advanced to the will core, could completely ignore this level of spiritual attack. However, although Jiang Fei was fine, the 2 children beside him had clearly been affected. At that moment, Qin Fang's eyes were blood red. He glared at Jiang Fei as if Jiang Fei was his father's murderer. Xiuqiu, on the other hand, did not change much. She just blinked her big eyes and kept sizing Jiang Fei up. Her eyes were filled with curiosity. Chapter 1670. Chapter 1670 Pet.
This is the ability of the illusionary snake. Right.
Jiang Fei thought to himself. The illusionary snake had clearly strengthened the thoughts of Qin Fang and Xiuqiu. Qin Fang viewed Jiang Fei as a love rival. After the resentment had been strengthened, at that moment, he wished that he could cut Jiang Fei into 1,000 pieces. Xiuqiu was more curious about Jiang Fei. In addition, she had a slight favorable impression of Jiang Fei. Therefore, she did not have too much of an emotional change towards Jiang Fei. However, Jiang Fei knew that, if he allowed this hypnotic ability to continue to play out, this girl would sooner or later become a sticky plaster that stuck to his body. Thinking of this, Jiang Fei did not dare to be negligent. He quickly spread out his spiritual power and began to search for the illusionary snake's location. The illusionary snake's ability was very strange. It did not only create illusions to confuse the enemy, but it also interfered with the enemy's spiritual power. Therefore, even if the enemy was stronger than it, they would often fail miserably. However, this little thing was not a threat to Jiang Fei at all. Jiang Fei had the 2-stage fusion of the will core. In terms of spiritual power, he was an ancestor-level existence. It was impossible to confuse him with such a trick. It was absolutely impossible. Soon, Jiang Fei locked onto the illusionary snake's position. The fine spiritual power threads that were invisible to others were unusually obvious to Jiang Fei. However, just as Jiang Fei was about to charge at the illusionary snake, Qin Fang suddenly charged over with red eyes.
Hand over your life, you bastard!
Qin Fang, who was burning with jealousy, had lost his mind. He had already regarded Jiang Fei as his love rival. After being magnified by the illusionary snake, he hated Jiang Fei to death.
Silly boy!
Jiang Fei smiled slightly. His body flashed slightly, and he dodged Qin Feng's attack. Then, he casually slapped the back of Qin Feng's neck. In an instant, the boy was knocked unconscious. As the difference in strength was too great, Qin Feng did not even have the chance to fight back in front of Jiang Fei. He was instantly subdued. At that moment, Yi Shuqiu saw that her senior had been knocked down. However, she did not care at all. She looked at Jiang Fei with a strange look in her eyes.
Damn it! It's going to be bad. I have to get rid of the illusion snake quickly.
Jiang Fei did not want to provoke a girl anymore. Therefore, he leaped and arrived under an uncle. At that moment, a small snake as thick as a finger was hiding under a leaf.
Stop hiding. Come over here.
Jiang Fei waved his hand. A strong wind wrapped around the small snake and caught it in Jiang Fei's hand.
Hiss! Hiss!
The small snake stuck out its tongue. It even wanted to bite Jiang Fei's finger. However, the origin power that was wrapped around Jiang Fei's finger was not something that a ferocious beast of its level could break.
Little thing, put away your illusion. Otherwise, I won't hold back.
Jiang Fei smiled at the little snake. Since ferocious beasts could cultivate and eventually transform into human forms, they must have intelligence. They would not be like the cosmic behemoths. Although they were powerful, their intelligence was low.
Hiss! Hiss!
When the little snake heard Jiang Fei's words, it actually nodded humanely and put away its illusion. From this, it could be seen that the little thing indeed had intelligence. When it realized that Jiang Fei did not intend to kill it, the little snake put away its illusion and obediently lay in Jiang Fei's hand. Although it was extremely afraid, it wanted to immediately escape from this dangerous human. However, it was also afraid of Jiang Fei's strength. It did not dare to move without permission.
What happened just now? Senior? Why are you lying on the ground? Senior brother Yuan? What happened to my senior brother?
As the little snake had put away the illusion, Yi Shuqiu had also regained her consciousness. She immediately went to Qin Feng's side. When she realized that her senior brother had only fainted, she asked Jiang Fei in a chattering voice.
It's nothing. You guys were just affected by the illusion. This guy is not in his right mind. I was afraid that he would hurt himself, so I knocked him out.
Jiang Fei said with a smile.
Oh.
Yi Shuqiu nodded. Then, she came to Jiang Fei's side. The small snake in Jiang Fei's hand immediately attracted her attention.
Is this the illusionary snake? It's so cute.
Although most girls were afraid of snakes, lizards were such cold-blooded reptiles. However, Yi Shuqiu was clearly an exception. She looked at the small snake in Jiang Fei's hand and even wanted to reach out and touch it. Unfortunately, although the little snake was afraid of Jiang Fei, it did not give Yi Shuqiu any face. After all, the illusionary snake was already in the nascent soul stage. Yi Shuqiu, who had been easily hit just now, was basically equivalent to food in its eyes. Although it was afraid of Jiang Fei's strength, it would not allow a food-grade thing to touch its head.
Ah! It still bites?
Yi Shuqiu was shocked by the little snake's fierce look. However, after seeing how powerful the little snake was, she gave up on touching it.
Hiss! Ah! My neck hurts. My head hurts too. What happened just now?
At this moment, Qin Feng woke up. After all, Jiang Fei had only restrained him just now.
Senior brother, you're awake? Senior brother Yuan has caught the illusionary snake.
When Yi Shuqiu saw that Qin Feng had woken up, she immediately took credit as if she was the one who had caught the illusionary snake.
Yes.
Qin Feng nodded with a cold face. Clearly, he did not want to see Jiang Fei in the limelight again. This way, the focus of the little junior sister's attention would be on him.
Senior brother Yuan, can you give it to me? That way, we can go back and complete the mission.
Yi Shuqiu blinked her big eyes at Jiang Fei. Her eyes were filled with hope.
Oh!
Jiang Fei was just about to agree. After all, he was only here to see what a ferocious beast looked like. The illusion snake's ability was spiritual power. Jiang Fei did not care about it at all. After all, he was a top-tier master with spiritual power. However, just as Jiang Fei was about to agree, the little snake suddenly began to wriggle crazily. At the same time, a spiritual message entered Jiang Fei's mind.
Sir, please don't give me to them. I want to follow a powerhouse like you. You can talk?
Jiang Fei was very surprised and used his spiritual power to reply.
I am weak. I cannot speak human language at the moment. I have to transform into a human form after leaving body stage,
said the little snake using his spiritual power.
I see.
Jiang Fei nodded.
Sir, Please. I don't want to become the pet of these food. Please accept me. If you insist on me serving these food, please kill me.
The little snake was very determined. Although it had intelligence, it was still a beast after all. It had the dignity of being a beast. Beasts were different from humans. Humans could pay attention to enduring humiliation. But beasts did not have this. They only cared about respecting the strong. If you were stronger than me, then I could accept you as my boss. But if you were weaker than me, then you would be my food? If you wanted a beast to serve the weak, you would have to nurture it from a young age and let it treat its master as a relative. Otherwise, it would be impossible. Chapter 1671. Chapter 1671 Hunting Ground.
It doesn't want to go with you.
Jiang Fei shrugged at Xiaoqiu.
Brother Yuan, I know that I'm weak. This illusionary snake doesn't like me. But it's okay. My master plans to use it as a tool spirit. You just have to seal it,
said Xiaoqiu with a smile.
No. I'd rather die than be a tool spirit.
The illusionary snake screamed through its mind power. Then, it begged Jiang Fei for mercy.
Sir, I beg you. You can either take me in or kill me and take my mana core. But please don't hand me over to them. Sigh.
Jiang Fei sighed. Of course, he understood why the illusionary snake was so resistant to becoming an artifact spirit. If that happened, not only would he lose his freedom, but he would also be enslaved for eternity until the day the magical artifact was destroyed.
Forget it. You can leave.
Jiang Fei let go and gestured for the illusionary snake to leave on its own.
Master, you want to let me go?
The illusionary snake asked in disbelief. After all, in its world, the strong preyed on the weak. If it was strong enough today, these humans would be its food. However, it was not as skilled as humans. It accepted its fate. It was satisfied as long as it was not refined into an artifact spirit. It did not expect Jiang Fei to let it go.
You can go. It's useless for me to take your crystal core. Since you would rather die than become an artifact spirit, why should I force you into a dead end?
Jiang Fei smiled.
I will remember you. If we meet again in the future, I will definitely repay you handsomely.
The illusionary snake looked deeply at Jiang Fei and left as fast as lightning.
Senior Yuan, why did you let it go?
Xiaoqiu asked in confusion. After all, catching the illusionary snake was not an easy task.
It would rather die than be a weapon spirit. Why do you have to force it?
Jiang Fei laughed.
TSK! Hypocrite! How could a ferocious beast be willing to be a weapon spirit? Who would not forcefully seal a weapon spirit to craft a supreme-grade magical artifact?
Qin Fang said as he glanced at Jiang Fei.
Hypocrite. Loyal. Loyal. I caught the illusionary snake. If I want to let it go, you'll let it go. Why are you so naggy? If you have the ability, go catch it yourself.
Jiang Fei glared at Qin Fang. Along the way, he had been making sarcastic remarks. At first, Jiang Fei did not want to talk to him. However, this kid had been acting up again and again. You? Qin Fang was about to flare up. But Jiang Fei's cold gaze woke him up. Jiang Fei had been too kind along the way. This kid had already forgotten about Jiang Fei's strength. Until now, he was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. What was this place? The depths of the Greenwood Forest. This place was deserted. It could be said to be the best place to kill and loot. If Qin Fang really provoked this guy in front of him, no one would know even if he was killed. After thinking about this, Qin Fang's face became even gloomier. However, he also understood one thing. He was far weaker than the other party. Even if he was dissatisfied, he had to bear with it. After all, the difference in strength between the two parties was too big. Even if he planned a sneak attack, he would not be able to win. Wouldn't he be courting death if he fought head-on?
Senior, what should we do?
At this moment, Xiaoqiu turned around and asked.
What else can we do? Let's keep moving forward. Maybe we will meet other illusionary snakes.
Qin Fang sighed. If he had known earlier, he would not have tried to accept this quest. After that, Jiang Fei and the other two walked deeper into the Greenwood Forest. At that moment, Qin Fang stopped.
We can't go any further. There are already ferocious beasts marking their territory. If we go any further, we'll enter the territory of the ferocious beasts.
Qin Fang said.
Ferocious beasts have territory.
Jiang Fei was confused. However, Qin Fang was clearly not going to answer Jiang Fei's question. He pretended not to hear him and turned to the other side.
Senior Yuan, don't you beasts have territories on Mars?
Xiaoqiu asked curiously.
Maybe. I have never been to such a place.
Jiang Fei was really stumped. Although he claimed to be from Mars, he had only been on Mars for a short period of time. He did not know about these things at all.
Oh, it seems that Senior Yuan's time is spent on training. The treatment of geniuses is really different. Unlike us, we have to do quests to earn the resources for training,
Yi Shuqiu said enviously. However, she also taught Jiang Fei some knowledge about berserk beasts. It turned out that there was an unwritten rule between berserk beasts and human cultivators. This was also a compromise that both sides had made after countless expeditions. Berserk beasts had their own territory, and there was a hunting zone on the periphery of the territory. Don't think that the hunting zone was a place where human cultivators hunted berserk beasts. In fact, this was also a hunting ground for berserk beasts to hunt human cultivators. After all, human cultivators had a large amount of energy in their bodies. This was also a great tonic for berserk beasts. Therefore, whether it was humans or ferocious beasts, both parties were free to hunt in the hunting ground, regardless of whether there were deaths or injuries on the other side. They were not allowed to take revenge outside the hunting ground. Of course, not everyone could enter the hunting ground. Experts who were beyond the Mahayana stage were prohibited from slaughtering in the hunting ground. For example, if Jiang Fei had just killed the illusionary snake and the ferocious beasts knew his true strength, if that happened, the high-tier ferocious beasts would definitely not let the matter rest. If Jiang Fei did not compensate the ferocious beasts, a war would be inevitable. Although both parties were free to hunt in the hunting grounds, humans were definitely not allowed to go into the territory of the ferocious beasts. The ferocious beasts were also not allowed to step out of the hunting grounds to slaughter civilians and low-tier cultivators. This was a rule that both parties had adhered to for thousands of years. Moreover, this rule was not limited to the Greenwood Forest. It was the same throughout the entire celestial star, and even the 5 directions of the world. It was also because of this rule that ferocious beasts that could not transform into human form would usually not leave their territory. They would only go to the hunting grounds to hunt at most, and would not step out of the hunting grounds at the furthest. This was also the reason why Jiang Fei and the others had not seen ferocious beasts in the 5 directions of the world for so long. As for those ferocious beasts that could transform into human form, although they had left their own territory, they would still obediently follow the rules of human society after entering human society.
I see.
After Jiang Fei heard Iziokia's explanation, he nodded in his heart.
Senior Yuan, the sky is completely dark now. Let's set up camp first,
said Xiaoqiu. At this time, the sky outside was already close to dusk, and the dense forest had already turned completely dark.
All right.
Jiang Fei nodded.
Junior sister, we only brought a tent. There can only be 2 people living in it,
said Qin Fang with a troubled look.
Hee hee. This kid is quite shrewd. Is he here for a quest or to pick up girls?
Jiang Fei laughed in his heart.
Ah?
As expected, Yi Shuqiu was dumbfounded when she heard it. This time, she was not worried that Jiang Fei did not have a place to live. Instead, she was a girl. It was not appropriate for her to stay in a tent with anyone. Chapter 1672. Chapter 1672. Regretful Mountain Bear.
You don't have to worry about me.
Jiang Fei smiled and walked to the side. Then, he drew his bow from both sides and waved his hands repeatedly. In a short while, he had knocked down the big trees around him and cleared out a large empty space.
Junior sister, why don't we just make do with it?
Qin Fang said the purpose in his heart. He had spent a lot of effort to accept this quest. Wasn't his purpose just to get intimate with her? At that moment, Qin Fang and Yi Shuqiu heard a strange sound. When they turned around, they saw that a large house had already appeared beside Jiang Fei. This was a house made of vines. Thick and strong vines weaved back and forth, making the house comfortable and beautiful. What was even more amazing was that this house not only had 4 or 5 very spacious rooms, but it even had a small courtyard. Illusion vine seed. This was a treasure that Jiang Fei had obtained a long time ago. This thing could grow into the shape that he wanted in an instant.
Senior brother Yuan, you're so amazing. You're actually proficient in such profound wood-type spells.
Yi Shuqiu had mistaken the illusion vine seed's ability for Jiang Fei's ability.
Who exactly are you? Aren't the people from the Chaos Star good at fire-type spells? Why are you so proficient in wood-type spells?
Qin Fang asked with a vigilant look.
Young master, I'm a dual elementalist of wood and fire. It's none of your business.
Jiang Fei glared at Qin Fang and said to Xiaoqiu.
Come, girl, pick a house that you like. That's great. I didn't think that I could live so well in the green woods.
Yi Shuqiu jumped in excitement. Very soon, Jiang Fei and Ishiucho had chosen their own room. As for Qin Fang, he did not want Jiang Fei to live in the tent just now. Naturally, he did not have the face to force his way in. The room that the illusion vine seed had grown into was relatively comfortable. There were tables, chairs, and benches in the room, other than the bed, which could not grow any bedding and could only be replaced with leaves. Everything else was fine. Jiang Fei and Ishiucho lived in the room rather well because the smell of the illusion vine could effectively drive away mosquitoes. However, Qin Fang was having a hard time. He lived in the tent outside, although it could isolate him from the night wind. The gaps in the tent were enough for the mosquitoes to enter. In the forest, mosquitoes were quite scary. Although these little guys did not look very eye-catching, they were very fierce when they bit people. A bug the size of a needle tip could bite a ping-pong ball. Moreover, it was painful and itchy. It was unbearable. Just like that, Qin Fang struggled through the first half of the night. Just when he was about to fall asleep, a gust of fishy wind suddenly blew over. Hula! A huge bear paw swept across, and Qin Fang's tent was instantly torn into pieces. Ah! Qin Fang cried out in surprise. He quickly rolled around, and then stood up to draw his sword. Hee. Jiang Fei, who was in the room, smiled. He had noticed the ferocious beast the moment it arrived. However, Jiang Fei ignored it. This was a bear-type ferocious beast. Its strength was about at the peak of the Aurus core stage, which was about 8 million combat power. It was about the same strength as Qin Fang. As Qin Fang had not been on good terms with Jiang Fei along the way, Jiang Fei did not say anything. He just stayed in the room to watch the show. Roar! The giant bear let out an angry roar. Then, it stood up and slammed the giant bear paw at Qin Fang. Swoosh! When Qin Fang saw that the giant bear was more than 4 meters tall when it stood up, he knew that this thing must be very powerful. He could not fight against it. Therefore, he quickly dodged it. Mountain Regret Bear? At that moment, Ishiucho was also awakened by the beast's roar. Is this thing very powerful? Jiang Fei asked curiously. It's very powerful. An adult mountain regret bear usually has the strength of an insightful void stage or above. This one should be underage based on its size, said Ishiucho. Well, it's so big even though it's underage, Jiang Fei said in surprise. Senior brother Yuan, aren't you going to help? Ishiucho saw that Qin Fang was being suppressed by Giant Bear, so she asked Jiang Fei for help. After all, she had just reached the Aurus core stage. She would be a burden if she went over. Your senior brother can handle it. This regretful mountain bear is as strong as him. It's a good target to train his cultivation, Jiang Fei said. But Ishiucho was still a little worried about Qin Fang's safety. After all, Qin Fang was completely being chased and beaten up by regretful mountain bear. There's no buts. If you need someone to help you when you're in danger, how can you improve your own cultivation? If you can't even defeat an opponent of the same level, won't you die if you encounter an even stronger opponent? Jiang Fei interrupted Iziokia's request for help. Although he sounded so dignified, he actually did not want to help Qin Fang. However, aren't ferocious beasts stronger when they are of the same level? Moreover, this is a mountain bear that is very good at fighting, Ishiucho muttered. However, seeing that Jiang Fei had no intention to help, he turned to Qin Fang and shouted, Senior brother, you can do it. You must defeat this fellow. Junior sister, don't worry. I will win. Qin Fang agreed. However, in his heart, he cursed Jiang Fei for not coming to help. At this moment, he had already used all his strength. However, he could only barely survive in front of Mountain Bear. Ding! Qin Fang's sword pierced into regretful Mountain Bear's body, but it could not even pierce through its fur. Bang! The bear's paw slammed down, and the ground instantly exploded. Gravel flew everywhere. If Qin Fang had not run away quickly, he would have broken his bones and tendons. This regretful mountain bear doesn't seem to know any spells. Jiang Fei looked at it for a while and realized that the big stupid bear only knew how to slap around. It was completely relying on its thick skin and powerful strength. This mountain regretful bear is an earth-type dire beast. When it was young, it only knew very few spells. If it was an adult mountain regretful bear, it would have crazily cast earth-type spells. Ishiucho knew quite a lot. It's actually an earth-type dire beast. Jiang Fei nodded. Although the wood element in Star was abnormally active, and most of the cultivators and dire beasts here were wood-type, it was impossible for all the cultivators and dire beasts to be wood-type. Similarly, it was the same on other planets.
However, most of the cultivators and dire beasts were of the same attribute as the planets. It was not as if there were no other people and dire beasts of other attributes. Boom! At that moment, Mountain Regretful Bear suddenly struck out, causing Qin Fong to dodge half a beat slower. Although he managed to dodge the bear paw's direct attack, the shockwave he created was sent flying.
Junior sister, help me.
At that moment, Qin Fong could not care less about his reputation. If no one came to help him, his life would be forfeit. I'll help you.
After all, they were blood-related. When Ishucho saw that her senior brother was in danger, she immediately rushed over recklessly. However, she still had some sense. She knew that it was not enough for her to go up alone. Therefore, she asked Jiang Fei for help.
Senior brother Yuan, come and help.
Chapter 1673. In Chapter 1673, the younger one was defeated, and the old one was defeated. After Ishucho joined the battle, the situation did not change much. Regretful Mountain Bear was still completely suppressing the two of them, causing the two of them to flee in all directions.
Sigh! How stupid!
Jiang Fei sighed. The two of them were both at the Oris core stage. If they worked together properly, they would be able to take the initiative. However, the two of them had too little battle experience. Not only could they not help each other when they fought together, but they could also help each other. On the contrary, they would be held back. In that case, it was understandable that they would be suppressed. However, Jiang Fei could not just watch as the two of them were killed by Regretful Mountain Bear. After all, Jiang Fei was still hoping to enter the Greenwood Cliff. If he had not seen the sect master of the Greenwood Cliff, if he just watched as the two disciples were killed and did nothing about it, they would not be able to blame him. They would also feel unhappy. Therefore, when Ishucho and Qin Fong were in danger again, Jiang Fei made his move. He jumped in front of Regretful Mountain Bear and faced its huge palm without dodging. He raised his right fist and attacked.
Boom!
With a loud sound, Jiang Fei felt his right arm go numb. He could not help but sigh at the strength of the Regretful Mountain Bear. Fortunately, this was the underage mountain bear. Its strength was only at the peak of the Golden Core stage. If it was an adult mountain bear, Jiang Fei might not be a match for it in terms of physical strength alone. After all, Jiang Fei had consumed the scorpion milk of the giant steel scorpion. That thing was the milk essence of the universe's giant beast. After consuming it, Jiang Fei's body was tempered to be as strong as a giant beast. However, he was still no match for the Regretful Mountain Bear clan.
Being big is the advantage.
Jiang Fei could not help but sigh.
Roar!
The Regretful Mountain Bear was not feeling well at the moment. Although it had the advantage in terms of size and weight, it had suffered a lot in this head-on clash. Although Jiang Fei's fist was not small, it was still a human's fist. The cross-section was only a little big. The Regretful Mountain Bear's giant palm was similar to a door. In this head-on clash, Jiang Fei's body was strong. After withstanding the Mountain Bear's attack, the Mountain Bear was in a terrible situation. It was as if it had hit a sharp nail. The intense pain made it so painful that it almost cried. After suffering the pain, the Mountain Bear learned its lesson. It knew that the little person in front of it was not to be trifled with. Therefore, it immediately turned its bare head and wanted to hunt Qin Fong and Ishucho. However, Jiang Fei's goal was to prevent the two from dying. Therefore, he naturally could not let the Mountain Bear have its way.
Little guy, change your target. I will take care of these two.
Jiang Fei kicked the Mountain Bear's paw away again and warned it with his mind power. With his experience with the illusionary snake, Jiang Fei knew that these ferocious beasts were intelligent.
Roar! I want to eat!
The Mountain Bear was quite interesting. As a bear, it was also underage. Therefore, its IQ was clearly not very high.
If you don't get out of here, I will be ruthless.
Jiang Fei saw that the bear was still unwilling to leave. It was still glaring at Qin Fong and Ishucho. So he warned it again.
Just you wait. I will call my mother.
The Regretful Mountain Bear suddenly said, and turned around to run away. Jiang Fei was stunned.
F***CK. It seems that this brat is the same. Regardless of whether it is a human or a ferocious beast. Once this brat is bullied, he will first go home to find his mother.
Jiang Fei rolled his eyes and said, as he watched Regretful Mountain Bear running away. Jiang Fei did not pay too much attention to it. He had already heard about the hunting rules from Ishucho. He knew that a person of his level could not kill at will in the hunting ground. Moreover, Jiang Fei did not want to cause trouble. Therefore, he really did not have any intention of killing Regretful Mountain Bear.
Phew! I'm finally safe.
Yi Shuqiu let out a long breath. She was really scared to death just now. All this time, she had been training in the Greenwood Cliff. Although she often sparred with her fellow disciples. However, they were just sparring. This was the first time she had experienced such a life-and-death battle.
I miscalculated.
At this moment, Qin Fang was secretly rejoicing. If he had not met that annoying fellow, he might have really been done for today. It seemed that he was still too weak. It was better to avoid such quests that went deep into the Greenwood Forest in the future.
Alright. Both of you should rest first.
Jiang Fei smiled. The two of them were clearly frightened.
Yes. Senior Yuan, thank you very much for this time. I will go rest first. I was scared to death just now.
Yi Xiaoqiu said. It had been too dangerous just now. She needed to find a quiet place to calm her mind.
Thank you.
Qin Fang squeezed out these two words with great difficulty. Although he was very unhappy with Jiang Fei, it was only because he was jealous. In his heart, this kid was not a great evil person.
Alright. You can go in and rest too. Your tent is broken.
Jiang Fei waved his hand. The house that grew out of the illusion vine seed was very spacious. It was not lacking in this room.
Thank you.
This time, Qin Fang's thanks were much more natural. After the two entered the house, Jiang Fei took a deep breath. He could clearly sense a powerful aura coming towards him.
Looks like there's no shortage of mothers to protect their children.
Jiang Fei sighed. However, he was not very worried. After all, the adult mountain regret bear was only around the strength of the void interpretation stage. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Jiang Fei heard a violent roar. The sound was like the noise made by a high-powered bulldozer when it was forcefully demolished. Trees, mountains, and rocks were all destroyed. The chaotic sound was annoying.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
As the roar grew louder, Jiang Fei knew that the adult mountain regretful bear had come.
Senior Yuan, what's wrong?
Yi Shuqiu and Qin Fang were also startled awake.
Nothing. I hit the young one, and the old one came,
Jiang Fei said with a smile.
Roar!
At that moment, a beast roar came from outside. However, this adult mountain regretful bear was clearly more cautious than her son. She did not directly start to demolish the house. Although the illusion vines were very strong, they were even comparable to metal. However, under the attack of the regretful mountain bear's paw, it was completely vulnerable.
Let's go out and take a look.
Jiang Fei smiled slightly. Then, he brought Qin Fang and Yi Shuqiu outside.
Roar! So, you're the one who bullied my son?
A huge regretful mountain bear stood in front of Jiang Fei. This fellow was 4 to 5 meters tall on the ground. If a person stood up, it would be more than 10 meters tall. The little mountain bear stood beside her. It had really become a baby bear.
Hee hee. Bullying is too easy. It wants to eat me. I just don't agree,
Jiang Fei said nonchalantly. However, the two people behind him were already scared stiff.
Roar! Human, I know that you are very powerful, but you have to understand the rules of the hunting ground.
The adult mountain bear clearly had a high level of intelligence. When she saw that Jiang Fei was fearless, she knew that this guy was not to be trifled with. Therefore, she did not attack rashly. Chapter 1674. Chapter 1674, entering the territory of the ferocious beasts.
Of course. I know the rules here. That's why that brat of yours is still alive and kicking.
Jiang Fei smiled and used his spiritual power to send a telepathic message.
Since you're not here to kill us, what's your purpose in coming to the hunting zone?
The adult mountain bear asked.
Hee hee. Aren't ferocious beasts able to transform into human form after leaving body stage? Are you planning to talk to me from above?
Jiang Fei did not directly answer the giant bear's question. He was actually very curious about this transformation. After all, as a Chinese, Jiang Fei had been used to hearing stories about demons since he was young.
Alright.
Regretful mountain bear hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Following that, a strange energy wave appeared. Following that, a yellow light flashed. The mountain-like monster in front of Jiang Fei disappeared. In its place was indeed a middle-aged woman with a waist as thick as a water bucket.
Would it make you feel better if I talked to you like this?
The middle-aged woman asked. Jiang Fei was still in shock. This was the first time he had seen a ferocious beast in human form. This was indeed very similar to the legends of the monsters in China. However, in Chinese legends, after the monsters took human form, they were usually handsome men and beautiful women. It was rare for aunties with such waists to appear. However, this could also be related to the fact that this guy was a bear.
Can you answer my question now?
The middle-aged woman asked.
Actually, I'm here to escort them. There's nothing specific. As long as these two people don't die, it's fine.
Jiang Fei casually found an excuse. He could not say that he had never seen a ferocious beast in front of Xiaoqiu and the middle-aged woman. Was he here to broaden his horizons?
I see.
The middle-aged woman nodded. There were many experts like Jiang Fei who escorted young disciples in the past. Moreover, these people were very obedient. They would only attack the young disciples when their lives were in danger. Moreover, if they attacked, they would only chase away the ferocious beasts. They would definitely not attack too harshly. This kind of behavior was not limited to human cultivators. It was the same for ferocious beasts. Many powerful ferocious beast species would also let the young beasts out to train. At the same time, they would let their elders accompany them. Similarly, they could not help the young beasts kill the human cultivators. They would only be escorting them from the side. Therefore, the fierce beasts and humans that were almost killed were all unlucky people with no background. These people went to the hunting area to try their luck. But because of the huge harvest, therefore, there were still many cultivators and fierce beasts looking for opportunities here.
Since that's the case, we won't disturb you anymore. I will warn my other companions.
The middle-aged woman nodded. Since there were human experts escorting their juniors here. In that case, the beast powerhouse, who was also escorting the younger generation, would take the initiative to avoid this place to prevent unnecessary fights.
Wait!
At that moment, Jiang Fei suddenly called out to the middle-aged woman.
What's the matter?
The middle-aged woman, who was about to leave, turned around and asked.
I want to go to the core area of the Greenwood Forest to take a look. Don't you guys welcome me?
Jiang Fei asked curiously. After all, the outer hunting area was filled with low-level beasts. For someone with his strength, this was simply meaningless.
Human! What are you trying to do?
The middle-aged woman asked cautiously.
Nothing much. I'm a cultivator from planet Mars. It's my first time here in Star, so I wanted to take a walk around.
Jiang Fei said with a smile.
So?
You're a visitor from another planet. In that case, come with me.
The middle-aged woman nodded. Although ferocious beasts and humans were not of the same race, they also hoped to have more interaction with the visitors from other planets. After all, humans or ferocious beasts from other planets often had some good things that were not available on their own planet.
Thank you very much.
Jiang Fei was delighted.
However, the two of them are not allowed to enter the core area.
The middle-aged woman added. This was the rule of the 5 directions of heaven and earth. Low-level human disciples were not allowed to enter the territory of ferocious beasts. Similarly, ferocious beasts that could not transform were not allowed to step out of the hunting zone unless they were human pets.
I see.
Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he turned around and asked,
what do the two of you plan to do? Leave the Greenwood Forest or continue to search for the illusion snake?
Xiaoqiu wanted to say something but hesitated. Of course, she wanted to go to the core area of the Greenwood Forest with Jiang Fei. However, she understood the rules between ferocious beasts and humans. Therefore, she did not dare to make such a request.
Let's go back first.
Qin Fang was very tactful. He knew that it would be difficult for him and his junior sister to move in the Greenwood Forest after leaving Jiang Fei. Moreover, he was willing to stay away from Jiang Fei. After all, compared to himself, Jiang Fei was really too outstanding. If they were to be together for a long time, his junior sister would probably look down on him even more.
That's good too.
Jiang Fei turned around and said to the middle-aged woman,
how about this? You'll send them back first, and then they'll come find you. There's no need to go through so much trouble. Let's go now.
The middle-aged woman waved her hand. Then, she said to the little regretful mountain bear next to her,
Iron Egg, you send them out.
Jiang Fei could not help but laugh out loud. He did not expect the 3 to 4 meter long little regretful mountain bear to actually say such a simple name.
Roar!
The regretful mountain bear answered and walked toward the outskirts of the hunting zone.
Is that okay?
Jiang Fei turned around and asked.
It should be fine.
Qin Fang nodded. Although this was his first time experiencing such a thing, bear-type dire beasts were usually very loyal. They should not lie to others. After the regretful mountain bear left with Qin Fang and Xiaoqiu, Jiang Fei turned around and said to the middle-aged woman,
let's go. Oh right. Big sister. How should I address you? You actually called me big sister?
The middle-aged woman suddenly stopped in her tracks and looked at Jiang Fei in shock.
What's wrong? Did I offend you? Then, am really sorry. Why don't I call you something else?
Jiang Fei said with a puzzled look.
No. Very few human cultivators are so polite to our ferocious beasts.
The middle-aged woman sighed. It turned out that human cultivators had always looked down on ferocious beasts. They had always discriminated against ferocious beasts. No one would call a beast a brother or sister, even if the beast had already transformed. However, as Jiang Fei was not a person from the five directions, he did not have such a fixed mindset of discrimination. This was because he had received different education. Moreover, he had experienced the great furnace of the outer universe. Jiang Fei was already very open-minded about any form of life. Moreover, the transformed ferocious beasts were actually better looking than the aliens. After all, Jiang Fei had seen many deckhands with crocodile heads and beagles with pig heads. Therefore, it was not difficult for him to accept the transformed ferocious beasts from the bottom of his heart. At that time, what Jiang Fei did not expect was that his acknowledgement and equal attitude towards the ferocious beasts had made him highly respected in the circle of ferocious beasts. That was because the ferocious beasts had been discriminated against by the human cultivators for thousands of years. Therefore, they had developed a sense of inferiority in their hearts. This made them very happy after receiving the approval of the humans. That was why Jiang Fei had been very successful in the circle of beasts in the following days. Chapter 1675. Chapter 1675. Song Lang was the first to go, with Regretful Mountain Bear, who had transformed into a middle-aged woman, leading the way. Jiang Fei's journey was very smooth, as Regretful Mountain Bear gave off a powerful aura of a ferocious beast. Very few low-level ferocious beasts dared to go near it. Along the way, Jiang Fei also learned the name of the adult Regretful Mountain Bear Tsuehua. When Jiang Fei first heard the name, he could not help but feel a chill in his heart. At the same time, he also lamented that the ferocious beasts gave very simple names. At least, that was the case for the simple and honest bear race. Sister Hua, do you usually stay in your own territory?
After a conversation, Jiang Fei not only learned that humans with weak cultivation were not allowed to enter the territory of the ferocious beasts, he also learned that each of these high-level ferocious beasts had their own territory.
Other than foraging, we usually cultivate in our own territory,
Tsuehua replied. After some small talk, she had a very good impression of Jiang Fei.
Then, don't you guys walk around each other?
Jiang Fei asked curiously.
Occasionally, we visit each other. However, these kind of visits are usually made by ferocious beasts of the same level and strength. If there is too much of a difference in strength, the weak will probably become the food of the strong,
Tsuehua replied. Although ferocious beasts had a high IQ as they continued to train, their bestial nature was still there. Moreover, the ferocious beasts believed in the law of the jungle. It wasn't that there weren't high-level ferocious beasts that were on good terms with low-level ferocious beasts, but they were extremely rare. Moreover, most of them were gentle herbivorous ferocious beasts, because the wood element of Star was very abundant. There were many high-level herbivorous ferocious beasts here. This was something that couldn't be seen on other planets. Generally, on other planets, high-level ferocious beasts were mainly carnivorous, because they were stronger than herbivorous beasts, and they also devoured other beasts. Their cultivation speed was naturally faster. However, Star's unique environment created this unique beast system. Because of the abundance of wood element, herbivorous beasts cultivated faster and their strength increased. Their chances of becoming meat-type beasts meals decreased. And after they survived, they could continue to cultivate. Under this virtuous cycle, more than half of the herbivorous beast territories in Star were herbivorous beasts. This was unimaginable on other planets. For example, on Mars, where the fire element was the main element, there were probably less than 1/10 of the herbivores in the territories of the beasts. Although the number of herbivores was large, most of them did not live to adulthood. They were preyed on by carnivorous beasts. As they walked and chatted, Jiang Fei and Tsuehua soon reached the core area of the greenwood forest. After a while, the sound of bulldozers passing through came from behind Jiang Fei. It was Iron Egg who had rushed back after sending Ishiachio and Tsuehua off.
Have you sent the two of them away?
Tsuehua asked.
Roar!
Iron Egg nodded. Although he could not speak human language yet, Tsuehua, who was his mother, could completely understand him. The two of them and one bear walked for some distance. Tsuehua began to introduce them to Jiang Fei.
Now that we have entered the core area, this is also the territory of Yexian. That fellow is a gray wolf. His strength is about the same as mine. Yes.
Jiang Fei nodded.
Tsuehua, why did you bring a human here?
Just as Jiang Fei and the others were talking, A giant wolf that was more than 5 meters long appeared from the dense forest.
This fellow is Yexian.
Suehua first introduced him to Jiang Fei. Then, she said to the giant wolf,
So what if I brought a friend back? Do you have a problem with that?
As they were on the same level of strength. The mountain regretful bear had thick skin and extremely strong muscles. Therefore, Cui Hua was not afraid of the blue wolf named Yexian at all.
Hee hee. I'm just asking. What are you so excited about?
The giant wolf transformed into human form.
How should I address you? Brother?
Yexian turned into a bald man and asked Jiang Fei.
My name is Yuan Xiao. I'm a cultivator from planet Mars. I'm here with Sister Hua to see the world,
said Jiang Fei with a smile.
You call her sister?
Jiang Fei was stunned for a moment. It was not that there had never been a berserk beast that had captured a human cultivator before. However, even if there were weaklings among the humans, they would only call the berserk beast master. They would not call each other brother or sister. After all, brother and sister meant that both parties recognized each other. The berserk beast race was the law of the jungle. If Jiang Fei's strength was trash, he would have become Cui Hua's food by now. Naturally, the two of them would not call each other brother and sister. If this human cultivator was very strong, at least he was not weaker than Cui Hua, the regretful mountain bear. Then, according to the habits of cultivators, they would never associate themselves with fierce beasts. How could they call Cui Hua sister?
Yes, Sister Hua is much older than me.
Jiang Fei smiled. These fierce beasts were not easy to train. Not to mention Cui Hua. Even her son, Iron Egg, was hundreds of years old.
Ha ha! Interesting. Are all the cultivators on planet Mars like this?
Jiang Fei asked first out of curiosity.
I don't care about them. But at least in my opinion, humans are no different from beasts. We are all cultivators. It's just a race difference.
Jiang Fei laughed.
Ha ha ha. Brother, I like what you're saying,
said first. Of course, he knew that human cultivators looked down on beasts. However, it was also because of this that Jiang Fei was extremely cute in their eyes.
What's the matter? Do you have something to do first? If you have nothing to do, why don't you come over to my place?
Asked Cui Hua.
Is that appropriate?
Of course. Cui Hua knew that the reason why she brought Jiang Fei back was because of his identity as an alien guest. She wanted to exchange for some alien specialties. She was afraid that Jiang Fei would cause trouble if she went over.
It's fine. Big brother, come along too,
said Jiang Fei with a smile.
Okay. Just because you call me big brother, it'll make you a friend.
Once upon a time, fierce beasts were looked down upon by human cultivators. As time went by, they began to feel inferior. Jiang Fei's words of big brother made them feel the respect of humans from the bottom of their hearts. After Jiang Fei and the others joined the group expanded a little. Then, they passed through the territory of a few fierce beasts. Unfortunately, Jiang Fei did not encounter these fierce beasts this time.
This is the territory of the illusionary snake. Brother Yuan, be careful. These guys are very cunning. Be careful not to fall into their trap.
In front of a big tree, Jiang Fei reminded him with a serious look.
Hee hee. Thank you for reminding me first. I have my own preparations.
Jiang Fei smiled and nodded. Of course, he would not say that he completely ignored spiritual attacks. Whoosh! At that moment, a small snake came out and appeared in front of Jiang Fei. It climbed up Jiang Fei's thigh and onto his shoulder.
Sir, why are you here?
This small snake was the small illusionary snake that Jiang Fei had let go of previously. Chapter 1676. Chapter 1676 Illusionary Snake Lord.
Hee hee. You're here too. I just happened to be hanging out with Sister Hua and Big Brother Yexian.
Jiang Fei was very surprised to see the little illusionary snake.
Yes. This is my lord's territory,
the little illusionary snake said.
Brother Yuan, do you know this little guy?
Asked Yexian curiously. Previously, Jiang Fei had said that he was a member of the planet Mars. He had just arrived at Stellar Star. Logically speaking, he should not be acquainted with the ferocious beasts here.
When I first entered the Greenwood Forest, this little guy came to hunt. I let him go,
Jiang Fei explained with a smile.
Oh, I see.
Jiang Fei nodded first.
Sir, since you have come to my lord's territory, why don't you go in and have a seat? Our lord had just mentioned you,
said the little illusionary snake.
Mention me?
Jiang Fei was stunned.
Yes. After you let me back, I explained the situation to the lord. Our lord is full of praise for you.
The little illusionary snake said.
Little brother, let's go! These illusionary snakes are treacherous and unpredictable. We can't believe their words.
Suehua frowned and said. It seemed that she did not have a good impression of the illusionary snake race. After all, the illusionary snakes had very weak physical combat strength. Whether it was speed, strength, or physical strength, they couldn't be compared to Song Lang or Regretful Mountain Bear. However, they used extremely strong spiritual power. They could create illusions to confuse others, and even kill their enemies at the level of spiritual power. In the world of fierce beasts, they worship facing their opponents head-on, fighting head-on, and defeating their opponents in an open and above-board manner. Therefore, while the illusionary snakes were despised by other fierce beasts, the other fierce beasts also abhorred them. After all, no one wanted to die in their sleep. No one wanted to die without understanding.
Yo, Sister Suehua, look at what you're saying. Am I really that bad?
At this moment, a lazy and sweet female voice was heard. The voice was at least 4+ points sweet. Instantly, Jiang Fei had goosebumps all over his body.
Oh no! This woman always eavesdrops on other people's conversations.
Jiang Fei frowned first. From the sound of the voice, he knew that it was the illusionary snake lord, Huaqin Cheng. Jiang Fei turned around and saw a seductive figure walking out from behind the tree. It was not until today that Jiang Fei finally saw what it meant to have a slim waist. Putting aside Huaqin Cheng's appearance, just her slim waist moving left and right with lotus steps was enough to make any man in the world unable to forget her. Looking at the face of the illusionary snake lord, in Jiang Fei's hometown dialect, it was a standard natural internet celebrity face. Moreover, it was the kind of face that was fixed for 7 days and 7 nights by 80 teams using the Ruin Picture Show. Even if one used a magnifying glass to look for it, one would not be able to find any flaws at all. Not only was her face extremely beautiful, but the body of the illusionary snake lord was also extremely hot. The areas that were supposed to be big were big, and the areas that were supposed to be small were small. Those who did not have enough mental fortitude would be able to escape with a nosebleed by more than 1 foot at a glance.
F***CK. This ferocious beast race really does have an aesthetic sense when they transform.
Jiang Fei secretly complained in his heart. After all, the contrast between the illusionary snake lord and Sister Suehua, who was beside him, was a little too big.
Little brother, I'm so glad to meet you.
Huaqin Cheng gracefully moved the golden lotus to Jiang Fei's side and floated down to bow. There was a strange fragrance coming from her body. When people smelled it, they could not help but think about it.
*M*. This little girl is really ruthless.
Jiang Fei instantly woke up. This illusionary snake lord was really not someone to be trifled with. Although she did not cast any spells, her casual movements would probably seduce most men. Fortunately, Jiang Fei was the owner of the heart of will. His mental fortitude was extraordinary. In addition, there were countless beauties around Jiang Fei, although he did not have such a seductive type. However, after seeing so many beauties, Jiang Fei became less sensitive to them. Moreover, Bella's jealousy was not to be underestimated. Every time Jiang Fei faced a beauty, he had to consider the consequences of provoking Bella.
Hello!
Jiang Fei took half a step back and distanced himself from Huaqin Cheng. Then, he greeted her calmly.
This brother of mine is not simple.
After seeing Jiang Fei's reaction, he could not help but look up at him. After all, Huaqin Cheng's charm was recognized by the entire Greenwood Forest. After all, he had also fallen in love with this illusionary snake lord before. After hundreds of years of hard work and pursuit, Huaqin Cheng's heart had finally settled down. This little fairy would never fall in love with anyone. She was only using her own beauty to take advantage of other men. And she had used up all of them. You still wouldn't get anything. So if you were to talk about love, she would only love herself.
Huaqin Cheng, what are you up to this time? If you dare to provoke my little brother, don't blame me for destroying your nest.
Suehua warned with a hostile look on her face. Although she had no beef with Huaqin Cheng, the difference in their appearances was enough to make her hate this illusion serpent lord.
Sister Suehua, look at what you're saying. I don't have any evil ideas,
Huaqin Cheng said with a wronged look. As she spoke, she did not forget to sneak a glance at Jiang Fei, wanting to see if there was any change in his expression. Unfortunately, Jiang Fei was completely unmoved. This made Huaqin Cheng feel a little curious. At the same time, she was also a little unconvinced. Ever since she started her career, it was the first time that she had seen a man who did not surround her like a fly. Even Song Lang had started distancing himself from her after he had suffered a loss. Therefore, Jiang Fei was calm the moment he saw her. This made Hui Qingcheng feel a blow to her superiority. After superiority felt a blow, the more Hui Qingcheng thought about it, the more unconvinced she became. In the end, she was so angry that she actually decided to use her own ability to charm Jiang Fei. She did not believe that she could rely on her beauty and control of her spiritual power. There was no man in this world who would not take the bait. In order to prove her unparalleled charm and to vent her anger, Hui Qingcheng decided to charm Jiang Fei. Then, she would mercilessly abandon him as a punishment for Jiang Fei ignoring her. Thinking of this, Hui Qingcheng quietly used her spiritual power to create an illusion in Jiang Fei's mind so that he would fall in love with her. Unfortunately, Hui Qingcheng's plan had failed. Who was Jiang Fei? He was the owner of the Heart of Will. Moreover, he had fused with a second Heart of Will. It could be said that other than his teacher, Tyrion, no one else in the entire universe could be stronger than him in terms of mind power.
Warning! Warning! I have detected the interference of mind power.
Hui Qingcheng's attack did not have any effect. Instead, it triggered 0541's warning.
Humph! You're overestimating yourself.
Jiang Fei laughed coldly in his heart. When it came to the use of spiritual power, his master, Tyrion, was definitely an ancestor. Chapter 1677, Chapter 1677. The Great Architect. Jiang Fei. The battle between the two ended in an instant. Song Lang and regretful mountain bear Suihua did not even know what had happened. However, in this short exchange, Jiang Fei used an extremely high level of mind control. After increasing Hui Qingcheng's mind interference by 10 times, it was reflected back. Fortunately, Hui Qingcheng did not have the intention to harm Jiang Fei. Therefore, she only activated the mind power interference and not the mind power attack. Otherwise, the enhanced reflection would have been enough to kill her. However, although her life was spared, Hui Qingcheng had also suffered the consequences. Her original intention was to charm Jiang Fei. However, the mind power interference was reflected back by 10 times. The consequences were obvious. Although Hui Qingcheng was good at spiritual power and was good at creating illusions, she did not have a will core like Jiang Fei, which could be immune to spiritual power attacks. Therefore, when she was repelled, she was immediately hit.
Buzz!
After being hit, Hui Qingcheng felt her head dizzy. Then, she fell into a short period of amnesia. A moment later, when she woke up again, the way she looked at Jiang Fei changed. At that moment, no matter how Hui Qingcheng looked at Jiang Fei, she found him pleasing to the eye. No matter how she looked at him, she found him handsome. In her eyes, Jiang Fei had become the most perfect man in the world.
Bad dish.
When Jiang Fei saw Hui Qingcheng's transformation, his heart skipped a beat. He had seen such a scene before. Back then, Garona and Sarira had been captured by the Darkening Soul.
Sister Hua, let's go first.
Jiang Fei knew that things were about to go bad. He immediately wanted to escape.
Okay.
Suihua did not notice the change in Hui Qingcheng. She had always hated this enchanting girl. Therefore, when she heard that Jiang Fei was leaving, she immediately turned around and left. When he saw that Suihua had left, Jiang Fei quickly followed her. However, Song Lang also looked at Jiang Fei and Hui Qingcheng repeatedly. As a wolf, he was much more meticulous than Suihua of the bear race. He noticed that Jiang Fei's expression was not right, and Hui Qingcheng's gaze was not the same as usual. Although he had found some clues, he did not have much time to investigate the truth. When he saw that Jiang Fei and Suihua had left, he quickly followed them, leaving Hui Qingcheng alone in a daze. Although Hui Qingcheng was affected by her spiritual power, it was only a small trick to give her a hint. It was not as bad as what Jiang Fei had done to Garona and Sarira previously. At that moment, Hui Qingcheng only thought that Jiang Fei was very handsome and perfect. This was enough to arouse her curiosity. However, it could not make her fall in love with Jiang Fei immediately, much less like Garona and Sarira. In an instant, she became infatuated with Jiang Fei.
Lord, what's wrong?
The little illusionary snake asked at that moment.
Nothing. I just think that that man is very interesting.
Hui Qingcheng smiled. Then, she gracefully moved the golden lotus back to her residence.
No. Something must be wrong. Although the Lord always smiles like a flower in front of those smelly men, she has never smiled since those men left.
The little illusionary snake frowned and thought hard. Just when the little illusionary snake could not understand it, Jiang Fei and the others finally passed through the territory of the two ferocious beasts and arrived at Cui Hua's territory.
Little brother, what do you think of my territory? Everything within a 10-mile radius is my territory.
Cui Hua laughed heartily.
Sister Hua, looks like you're doing quite well. Your territory is actually in such a central position.
Jiang Fei flattered her.
Ha ha, little brother. I'm not bragging to you. In this greenwood forest, I'm really considered the #1 person. Other than the real big shots, most of the beasts have to give me some face.
Also first. Am I right?
Cui Hua said proudly. In the end, she didn't forget to bring along Song Lang to prove that what she said was true.
Yes. 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 Sister Hua's strength is publicly acknowledged to be formidable.
Also, First replied with a smile. After all, the regretful Mountain Bear clan was a well-known combat race. Not only did they have boundless strength,
they were also proficient in earth element spells. Moreover, their defense was so strong that ordinary beasts of the same level were no match for them.
Come, little brother. Sister Hua's furniture is not as exquisite as the furniture in human society. They are all thick tables and chairs. Make do with them.
As she spoke, Cui Hua brought Jiang Fei to a huge tree hole. There was no need to describe how thick the huge tree was. Anyway, Cui Hua, who was in her bear form, lived in this tree, with her body that was more than 10 meters tall. It was easy to imagine how thick the tree was. Although Cui Hua's house was a tree hole, it was still a high-level beast with intelligence that was no less than a human's. Therefore, the tree hole was very clean. However, the furniture was a little simple. There were only a few tree stumps of different sizes. The big one was a table, and the small one was a chair.
Sister Hua, don't be so polite. If you really want a good mansion, I will build one for you.
Jiang Fei smiled. He still had a lot of illusion vine seeds in his pocket. It would not be a problem for him to build 2 mansions for Cui Hua and herself.
Are you talking about the kind of mansion that you guys lived in outside the Greenwood Forest?
Cui Hua's eyes lit up immediately. Of course. She could tell that it was a vine house built with wood-type spells. Of course. Living in it was much more comfortable than living in a tree hole.
That's right.
Jiang Fei nodded.
Of course. I want to live in a big house like that. Little brother, please get one for me.
After all, Cui Hua was born as a ferocious beast. They were simple and unsophisticated. They did not have the red tape of human society. Therefore, she would not be polite with Jiang Fei. In her eyes, if Jiang Fei could help her now, she would just say the word. When Jiang Fei needed her help, she would not refuse.
Sister Hua, please pick a place.
Jiang Fei smiled.
Okay. Iron Egg, go and pick a place outside and clean it up.
Cui Hua turned around and instructed her son.
Roar!
Iron Egg replied and turned around to leave. A moment later, Jiang Fei heard the sound of bulldozers passing by outside. In less than a minute, Iron Egg cleared a large area. The original trees had been knocked down. Even the trees and leaves had been cleared by Iron Egg.
Sister Hua, is it here?
Jiang Fei pointed at the empty area and asked.
Yes.
Emerald Flower nodded. She was very excited. She had seen Jiang Fei's rattan house before. The magnificent design would definitely make all the beasts in the Greenwood Forest envious. Although the Greenwood Forest was filled with wood-type monsters, including Song Lang, they were all experts in wood-type spells. However, the monsters were all pragmatists. Most of their spells were used for fighting, building houses, and so on. The monsters really did not know how to do it.
Sister Hua, do you have any special requirements?
Jiang Fei asked.
Just build it according to what you did before. However, you have to build a big house. That kid, Iron Egg, will not be able to transform in a short period of time.
Cui Hua did not forget her precious son. Chapter 1678. Chapter 1678. The Great Red Fruit.
No problem.
Jiang Fei nodded and took out an illusion vine seed from his body. The illusion vine seed landed on the ground and sank into the soil. Soon, a small green seedling grew out. The growth rate of the seedling was extremely fast. It could be described as growing in the wind.
Chi.
The small seedling quickly grew into a vine. Then, it began to twine and fold. Very soon, the embryonic form of a large house was formed.
This is really amazing.
Song Lang was the first to praise. Although he was also an expert in wood-type spells, the ferocious beasts were too pragmatic. Their spells were almost all combat type. After about 15 minutes, the illusion vine had finished growing. At this time, it was already as Jiang Fei had expected. This was a very large Chinese-style courtyard. With the exception of the 3-story courtyard, other than the 5 main rooms, there were also the east and west side rooms, and the east and west side rooms. not to mention the family of Chui Hua. Even if there were more than 10 people, they would be able to live in it, other than the rooms that could be used to live in human form. Jiang Fei had specially built a few super rooms that were the size of a garage. Needless to say, these were all prepared for Iron Egg.
Roar!
When the vine courtyard was completed, Iron Egg cried out excitedly. Then, he rushed into his own room and rolled around in the room.
Hee hee. It seems that Iron Egg really likes it.
Jiang Fei laughed.
Of course. This is 100 times more comfortable than a tree hole. You don't know that a summer in a tree hole is very humid.
When Iron Egg said this, his tone was full of envy.
Brother Iron Egg, if you want it, I'll build one for you later.
Jiang Fei laughed.
Really? Isn't such a huge spell consumption too much?
Iron Egg thought that Jiang Fei had built the vine house himself. Therefore, he was too embarrassed to ask for it earlier. Otherwise, with the straightforward nature of the beasts, he would have asked for it earlier.
It's okay. It's just a small trick.
Jiang Fei smiled and said,
Then he'll have to trouble you. Brother!
Yi Xian did not stand on ceremony.
Sister Hua, what do you think? Are you satisfied?
After Jiang Fei agreed to Yi Xian's request, he turned to Chui Hua and asked,
Very good. I like it very much.
Chui Hua looked at her son rolling around in the new house. She could not help but feel a little sad. She suddenly felt that she had wronged her son all these years.
Brother Yixian, let's go to your house then.
After Jiang Fei saw that Chui Hua was very satisfied with her house, he was ready to go and build the house for Yixian.
No rush. No rush. Brother, you take a rest first. We will sit here with Sister Hua for a while.
First, he was afraid that Jiang Fei would be too tired. Therefore, even if he really wanted to have such a house immediately, he did not urge Jiang Fei.
That's right. Brother. Now! I'll sit here for a while.
Chui Hua also said.
That's good too.
Jiang Fei nodded. Then, the few of them walked into Regretful Mountain Bear's new home.
Iron Egg, go and get some fruits for your uncles to eat.
Chui Hua instructed Iron Egg after they sat down.
Roar!
Iron Egg replied. Then, he ran out step by step. There was no need to mention how happy he looked. Not long after, Iron Egg returned. He was holding a huge tree branch in his mouth. It was filled with red fruits.
Brother, don't stand on ceremony. Try one of the specialties of our greenwood forest.
Emerald Flower picked a fruit and handed it to Jiang Fei.
What kind of fruit is this?
Jiang Fei asked curiously.
We don't have much culture. We usually call it the big red fruit. However, you human cultivators seem to call this thing the vermilion fruit. It tastes pretty good.
Emerald Flower laughed.
Captain, this fruit contains a very high amount of life energy. It should be very helpful in increasing your strength.
At this time, 0541 suddenly interrupted Jiang Fei's mind.
Oh!
Jiang Fei was stunned when he heard 0541's words. He did not expect this small vermilion fruit to be so magical.
Brother Yuan, don't underestimate this vermilion fruit. It's a good thing. In the entire greenwood forest, other than Sister Tsuewa, who has a fruit tree here, the rest of the vermilion fruit trees are all in the territory of those big shots,
said Tsuewa with great envy.
Alright, since you've taken it out, naturally, you'll get your share.
Tsuewa rolled her eyes and threw a vermilion fruit to Jiang Fei.
Is this fruit so rare?
Jiang Fei asked curiously.
Of course. There are 7 fruit trees in the entire greenwood forest. The rest are all in the territory of those big shots. These guys are all masters above the Mahayana stage.
Jiang Fei explained as he impatiently swallowed the vermilion fruit.
Sister Hua, since this vermilion fruit is so strange, why did you let Iron Egg break off the branches?
Jiang Fei asked with some heartache.
Hee hee. Little brother, you don't know this. This vermilion fruit is very magical. It will turn into a pool of useless juice after leaving the branches for a moment. Therefore, unless you stand under the tree to pick food, you must bring the branches with you when you pick it. Moreover, this vermilion fruit tree has a very strong self-healing ability. After the branches are broken off, it will quickly recover.
Chui Hua explained with a smile.
I see.
Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he took a bite of the vermilion fruit in his hand. When Jiang Fei took a bite, his eyes immediately lit up. The sweet taste was indescribable. Moreover, as the fruit entered his stomach, Jiang Fei felt a clear flow enter his body. The energy in his body instantly increased a little.
Looks like this vermilion fruit has the same effect as the giant beast jerky.
Jiang Fei nodded to himself. However, his level was already very high. This little amount of energy replenishment was already insignificant to him.
Captain, although the effect of this vermilion fruit is the same as the giant beast jerky, its nature is different. The energy of the vermilion fruit is gentle, and the energy of the giant beast jerky is violent. Therefore, consuming the giant beast jerky must be done according to one's ability. If you consume too much of it, your body will explode and die. However, you don't have to worry about this. Moreover, when you are injured, this life energy can also play a very good role in healing your injuries.
0541 said.
It is indeed a good item.
Jiang Fei nodded.
Yes, this item is very effective in healing wounds. However, it is very inconvenient to carry it around. Even if you carry a twig to pick it, it can only last for half a day. After half a day, the vermilion fruit will melt.
Chuehua sighed. If not for this, the vermilion fruit would be much stronger than the healing pills of human cultivators. However, because the cinnabar fruit was not easy to carry around, even those who owned fruit trees could only drag their heavily injured bodies back home to get treatment.
Sister Hua, if you have more cinnabar fruits, I wonder if you can give me a few.
Jiang Fei had an idea. It was not easy to carry around other people. But he was different. The 10th dimension was time frozen. The cinnabar fruit could be kept for as long as he wanted. Chapter 1679. Chapter 1679. Beast Leader.
I still have quite a few of these vermilion fruits. If you still want to eat them, you'll get Iron Egg to get some more.
Chuehua was not stingy at all. After all, the regretful mountain bear clan had thick skin and thick flesh. There were not many people who could hurt them.
I want to take some. These vermilion fruits are indeed very effective in healing.
Jiang Fei said with a smile.
It's not that I'm reluctant to give them to you. It's just that these vermilion fruits are too difficult to store. If you want to eat them, you'll let Iron Egg pick them. But if you take them with you, it would be a waste,
said Suehua.
Sister Hua, since I dare to say so, I must have my own way,
said Jiang Fei confidently.
All right then.
Suehua saw that Jiang Fei was full of confidence and immediately stopped persuading him. After all, Jiang Fei had just built such a good house for her. It would not matter even if she gave him some vermilion fruits. Suehua then asked Iron Egg to pick another vermilion fruit. Jiang Fei directly put the branch into the 10th dimension. Although Jiang Fei's 10th dimension still held the consciousness bodies of the two players, Jiang Fei did not have to worry about them eating it secretly. After all, these two guys only had consciousness bodies. They did not even have physical bodies. It was impossible to eat it even if he wanted to. After putting away the vermilion fruits, Jiang Fei began to ask Suehua about the greenwood forest.
Sister Hua, you mentioned that there are 6 vermilion fruit trees in the greenwood forest. Who has them?
Jiang Fei asked curiously.
These vermilion fruits are in the center of the greenwood forest. There are 6 Mahayana stage ferocious beast masters living there. They are the true rulers of the greenwood forest. I am far inferior to them,
said Suehua as she shook her head.
Who are these 6 masters?
Jiang Fei asked curiously.
One of these 6 masters is his master. You can ask him.
Suehua looked at him and said first.
Yes.
Among the 6 masters, there was a wolf master called Two Man. He was the royal family of the Ash Wolf clan Howling Moon Ash Wolf. It was said that his strength was close to the crossing calamity stage. However, this was just a rumor. There was no place for people like us to verify it.
Said Two Man first.
Then, what about the other 5 experts?
Jiang Fei asked.
The other 5 experts are Sun Sheng, the godly ape, Xia the nine-tailed fox, Chao Tian, and Wanli the bloodthirsty demonic vine. What are their levels?
Jiang Fei asked curiously.
We are not sure about the details. However, they are definitely above the Mahayana stage. Especially Chao Tian. This guy was cultivated from a 10,000-year-old ancient tree. His strength is the strongest among the 6 experts. His 10,000-year-old ancient tree.
Jiang Fei could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. This stellar wood element was abnormally abundant. If it had lived for 10,000 years, how terrifying would the energy it had accumulated be?
Sigh, little brother. Don't worry. These people mostly stay in the core of the greenwood forest. They rarely come out.
Chuehua said with a smile.
Yes. Yes. Although these 6 people are famous. I've been in the greenwood forest for hundreds of years. I've only seen my own family twice. I've never seen anyone else. Actually, I'd like to meet them, said Jiang Fei with a smile. Little brother, don't mess around. These masters are most likely eccentric. If you get the best of them, I won't be able to save you,
said Cui Hua worriedly.
I know. Sister Hua. I know what I'm doing.
Jiang Fei nodded. Other than the giant tree Chao Tian, he did not really care about the others. Jiang Fei's current combat power was more than 19 million. It was even close to the 20 million mark. He only needed an opportunity to become a hermit. This was already considered a master at the peak of the crossing calamity stage in the 5 directions. Therefore, Jiang Fei really did not care about these ferocious beasts at the Mahayana stage. However, it was hard to say about the giant tree. The giant tree had lived for more than 10,000 years. The amount of wood-type energy it had accumulated was unimaginable. Even if it had not become a hermit, it would not be afraid of anyone's provocation. Even Jiang Fei was not confident enough to defeat it. After chatting for a while, Jiang Fei and the others stood up and began to head to Yexian's territory. After all, Jiang Fei had already promised Yexian that he would build a house for him. When they passed by the illusionary snake's territory again, this time, Hui Qingcheng did not appear. The little illusionary snake only came out to greet Jiang Fei. This actually made Jiang Fei feel relieved. He was really afraid that he would be entangled again. After arriving at the territory of Yixian, Jiang Fei had them clear out an empty space first as usual. Then, he began to plant the illusionary vine seeds. Soon, a new courtyard was built. Song Lang also had his own new house.
Brother Yuan, thank you so much,
said Song Lang to Jiang Fei first.
It's just a small matter. You don't have to stand on ceremony. Big brother Yixian.
Jiang Fei smiled and said,
Oh my! Where did you learn your new skill? How could you waste your spiritual energy to create such a useless thing?
At that moment, a discordant voice appeared.
Stupid monkey. Get lost. You're not welcome here.
When he heard the voice,
his face turned ugly.
Hee hee. It's a pity to let you live in such a nice house. Let me enjoy it.
As the voice sounded, a giant ape that was nearly 3 meters tall walked out from behind the tree. He was carrying a large wooden stick on his shoulder. Although the stick was made from the trunk of a tree, the toughness of this iron wood was even stronger than the flying swords that were refined by ordinary cultivators.
Who is this guy?
Jiang Fei asked Suehua in a low voice.
Sun Ming, the Herculean ape. He's also my sworn enemy. Back then, the two of them pursued Hui Qingcheng together. In the end, they were both used. They even became enemies with each other.
Suehua explained.
Oh, Sister Hua, you're here too.
After Sun Ming walked out, he was much more polite to Cui Hua. After all, other than the 6 strongest experts in the Greenwood Forest, Cui Hua could be said to be invincible among those below the Mahayana stage.
Yes.
Cui Hua nodded. However, she did not help Jiang Fei. This was the rule among the ferocious beasts. They would solve their own problems. Unless they were about to die, they were not allowed to ask for help.
This is? A human?
Sun Ming's senses were very sharp. He quickly recognized Jiang Fei's identity.
Yes. I just got to know my younger brother,
Suehua said.
I see. Hee hee. This friend. My name is Sun Ming. May I know your name?
Sun Ming saw that Suehua was protecting Jiang Fei, so he did not make things difficult for Jiang Fei.
My name is Yuan Xiao. I'm here on planet Mars.
Jiang Fei still had the same fake identity.
So, you're a visitor from another planet.
Sun Ming's eyes lit up. After all, ferocious beasts were not like human cultivators. They had very few opportunities to obtain the special products of other planets, so they treasured them even more. Chapter 1680. Chapter 1680. Shock Attack. Jiang Fei's identity as a visitor from another planet immediately caught Sun Ming's attention. He even forgot to provoke him first.
Master Yuan, may I know what brings you to the Greenwood Forest?
Sun Ming asked, as he did not know Jiang Fei's attitude towards ferocious beasts. He did not dare to be too friendly with him.
I'm new to Qinsheng. Because I got to know Sister Hua and big brother Yixian. I came to the Greenwood Forest to see the world,
Jiang Fei said with a smile.
Sun Ming, if you have nothing else to do, you can leave now,
said Suehua impatiently, as the intelligence of ape-type dire beasts was much higher than that of bear-type dire beasts. Suehua instinctively did not want to interact with Sun Ming to avoid being deceived.
Sister Hua, don't be so distant. Since Master Yuan has come to the Greenwood Forest, we as the masters have to treat him well.
Of course. Sun Ming refused to leave. As a member of the dire beasts, he didn't have many opportunities to meet visitors from other planets. So he naturally didn't want to miss this opportunity.
Sun Ming, you can scram now. You're not welcome here.
He first walked in front of Sun Ming with a cold face.
Yo, relying on Sister Hua to support you. You're rebelling.
Sun Ming wasn't so polite to him.
Stinky monkey. You're courting death.
He was also instantly enraged.
Bald-tailed dog. What can you do to me?
Sun Ming deliberately provoked him. As a member of the Ape clan, not only was he smarter, he was also a few streets ahead of Cui Hua and the others when it came to scolding people.
You're courting death.
As expected, Sun Ming was enraged. He pounced on Sun Ming, and the nails on his hands instantly turned into sharp claws.
Oh, you're so embarrassed that you're angry?
Sun Ming smiled slightly. Then, he raised the stick on his back and started to fight with Sun Ming. When the two of them fought, Jiang Fei could see how bad Sun Ming was. He deliberately led the way to the house that Jiang Fei had just built. After all, the two of them were at the void interpretation stage. Their combat strength exceeded 15 million. Although the house planted by the illusion vine seed was strong, it could not withstand the aftermath of the battle between the two of them.
Boom!
In an instant, a corner of the courtyard was shattered into pieces.
You bastard!
Jiang Fei was anxious at first. This was the new home that he had spent so much effort to get. How could he not feel distressed when it was destroyed just like that?
Sister Hua, are you not going to intervene?
Jiang Fei was a little displeased. Although the fight between the ferocious beasts had nothing to do with him. This house was built by him. It had just been built, and it had already been reduced to ruins. Wasn't this a waste of the fruits of his labor? One had to know that Jiang Fei had a few mirage vine seeds in his hands. These things were rare items in the outer universe. They were even more rare in the 5 directions of the universe. Therefore, they were definitely treasures that would be lost one by one.
This is the rule of the ferocious beasts. It is not convenient for me to interfere. However, you can pull my hand. After all, you are not a ferocious beast,
Cui Hua said with a smile. She was also unhappy with Sun Ming. However, it was the rule of the ferocious beasts. Therefore, she did not dare to rashly extend her hand to help.
Is it okay for me to help?
Jiang Fei confirmed. He did not want to get into trouble.
It's okay. You just need to pay attention to your own safety. These two people are evenly matched. It will be difficult for them to stop fighting,
Cui Hua reminded him.
That's fine.
Jiang Fei smiled slightly, and then leaped forward. In the next moment, Jiang Fei appeared between Sun Ming and Yu Xian. At that moment, Yu Xian's sharp claws were about to attack Sun Ming's heart. Sun Ming's wooden club was also aimed at the top of Yu Xian's head. Jiang Fei's sudden appearance caused both of their attacks to be aimed at him. This caused both of them to be terrified.
Brother, get out of the way,
Yu Xian shouted. However, because his moves were already old, it was too late to stop.
Why are you?
Sun Ming was also surprised. Similarly, he could not stop his club. At this critical moment, Jiang Fei reached out his hands calmly. His left hand grabbed Yu Xian's wrist so that his sharp claws could not move any further. At the same time, his right hand grabbed Sun Ming's wooden club. He stopped it steadily in midair.
Such powerful strength.
The 3 ferocious beasts were shocked by Jiang Fei's strength at the same time.
Could this guy have the regretful mountain bear's bloodline?
A thought suddenly appeared in the minds of the 3 big beasts. In fact, Jiang Fei did not have the regretful mountain bear's bloodline. However, he had been consuming the giant beast's jerky for a long time. Coupled with the steel giant scorpion's scorpion milk baptism, his body was as strong as an ordinary giant beast. Naturally, his strength was close to the regretful mountain bear's level.
Both of you, stop fighting. This is so hurtful.
Jiang Fei smiled and let go of Sun Ming first.
Brother, aren't you a little too strong?
Sun Ming was also stunned. He did not even have the time to fight Sun Ming.
Master Yuan, are you really a human?
Sun Ming was also a little dumbfounded. He had seen many human powerhouses. He had even had the honor of meeting a super powerhouse in the tribulation stage once. However, he had never seen anyone who could suppress 2 super fierce beasts in terms of strength.
Little brother, I heard from Tai Dan that you were stronger than him at the beginning. I didn't believe it. But I didn't expect it to be true.
Cui Hua's eyes were wide open at this time.
What?
As soon as Cui Hua said this, Sun Ming was even more dumbfounded. Of course, they knew that Tai Dan was Cui Hua's son. Although he was not an adult yet, he was still half a child. The strength of the little regretful mountain bear was also famous in the entire Greenwood Forest. Although his strength was only in the nascent soul stage, most of the void interpretation stage ferocious beasts were not as strong as him.
Hee hee. I had some fortuitous encounters when I was young.
Jiang Fei smiled honestly.
Brother, What a fortuitous encounter,
said Sun Ming with great envy. However, there was no hint of jealousy in his tone.
Young Master Yuan, can I ask something that I shouldn't have asked?
Sun Ming rolled his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking about.
If you know that you shouldn't ask, then don't ask. Hee hee. You should ask first. If you can tell me, I will naturally tell you,
Jiang Fei said with a smile.
Brother Yuan, can you tell me what level you have reached?
Sun Ming suddenly asked. In an instant, Jiang Fei and Cui Hua also looked at Jiang Fei. Although they had been together for a while, the two had never asked Jiang Fei about his strength. They only thought that he was very strong. After all, among human cultivators, it was very rude to ask about other people's cultivation.
Hee hee. It's nothing. I'm just slightly stronger than you,
Jiang Fei said with a smile.
As expected?
Sun Ming nodded. Although Jiang Fei did not say it out loud, he knew the answer he wanted.
What? Little brother, you have reached the Mahayana stage?
Cui Hua's reaction was very intense.
Hee hee.
Jiang Fei laughed but did not speak. He was not only at the Mahayana stage. He was clearly at the Crossing Calamity stage. He was at the peak of the Crossing Calamity stage.
Little brother, you really hid it from us. Just now, I was worried about you. If I had known that you were so powerful, I would not have worried about you.
The simplicity of the beast made him proud of having a powerful brother. Chapter 1681. Chapter 1681 had been lied to.
Hee hee. The two of you should stop fighting. We are neighbors living in the Greenwood Forest. Why do we have to fight each other all day?
Jiang Fei did not want to dwell on the issue of his own strength for too long. So he changed the topic.
I do not care about fighting with this bald dog. Master Yuan, I do not know if you are free now. If it is convenient, I would like to invite you to my house. Recently, the old ancestor has also been staying at my house. I think that the two of you will have more topics to talk about,
Sun Ming said as he tried to rope Jiang Fei in. At the same time, he did not forget to provoke Sun Ming.
Damn monkey. Are you looking for death?
Although Sun Ming was angry, he was still no match for Sun Ming when it came to bickering.
Little brother, what do you think?
Cui Hua did not want Jiang Fei to get close to Sun Ming in the beginning. In her opinion, the Herculean ape was very cunning. Jiang Fei would probably be fooled if he interacted with it. However, now that Sun Ming had brought up the old ancestor of the ape race, Sun Sheng, one of the 6 great calamity stage ferocious beasts, Cui Hua could not stop him anymore. If that happened, she would have to offend the big boss.
Sister Hua, if you guys are free, let's go and have a seat together,
Jiang Fei said with a smile. He really hoped that he could have more interaction with the calamity stage experts. After all, the path of martial arts was like playing chess. Only by interacting with the experts could one improve. Playing chess with a stinky chess basket would only make it more stinky.
I'll pass. I'll wait for you at home.
Cui Hua shook her head. Although she was the strongest ferocious beast in the Greenwood Forest, other than the 6 big shots, she did not have any backers. Therefore, she was not very familiar with these big shots.
Brother Yuan, I'll wait for you at Sister Hua's house.
Also, First shook his head and said, he was not on good terms with Sun Ming. If he went to the other party's territory, wouldn't he be embarrassing himself?
If that's the case, all right then. I'll be right back.
Jiang Fei nodded. Although he understood what Cui Hua and also First had in mind, he did not want to miss this opportunity to communicate with a top-tier beast.
That's great. Master Yuan, when do we leave?
Sun Ming asked happily.
Right now,
Jiang Fei replied.
No problem,
Sun Ming replied. Then, he took the big wooden stick in his hand and said to Cui Hua,
Sister Hua, I'll visit you again when I'm free. I'll be spending less time with you today. Let's go! Let's go!
Cui Hua waved her hand as if she was shooing away a fly.
Goodbye!
Although Sun Ming could see Cui Hua's impatience, he did not mind. He led Jiang Fei away from Yexian's territory. From the beginning to the end, he did not even look at Yexian. This made Song Lang very angry. After leaving Yexian's territory, Sun Ming walked in another direction. However, after walking for a while, Jiang Fei smelled a fragrance in the air.
Sister Qin Cheng, I'm not bothering you anymore. What do you want to use me for?
Sun Ming said with a helpless smile.
What's wrong? I want to visit your house. Are you not welcoming me?
Hui Qin Cheng came out from behind the tree. Although she was talking to Sun Ming, her eyes were still fixed on Jiang Fei.
Sister Qin Cheng, are you planning to target my guest again?
Sun Ming asked cautiously. He knew what kind of person this illusionary snake beauty was. He had suffered quite a lot in her hands back then.
So what? So what if I don't?
Hui Qingcheng said nonchalantly, as she twirled a strand of black hair with her slender fingers. Her actions were natural, but also revealed a hint of charm.
Sister Qingcheng, I have helped you a lot back then. Don't try to trick me. This guest is someone our ancestor wants to see. Do you really want to come?
Sun Ning had no choice but to bring out the Tomei ape. Sun Sheng. Speaking of which, Sun Ning felt a little helpless. This Hui Qingcheng did not only rely on her beauty to earn a living. Otherwise, after the male beasts in the greenwood forest were used, there was a high chance that they would force themselves on her. However, the fact that Hui Qingcheng was able to trick them showed that not only was this girl charming, but her strength was also not to be underestimated. In the entire greenwood forest, other than those big shots in Chui Hua, there were not many who could defeat her. After all, spiritual attacks were too unpredictable. It was difficult for an average person not to fall for it.
So what if Lord Sun Sheng is here? I did not do anything out of line. Would he still have the time to bully a weak girl like me?
Hui Qingcheng said with a pitiful look.
You are a weak girl.
Sun Ning was so angry that his nose was almost crooked. However, Hui Qingcheng was clearly not going to leave. He could not beat her. So he had no choice.
Master Yuan, let's go!
In the end, Sun Ning could only pretend that he did not see Hui Qingcheng. He led Jiang Fei to his territory, while Hui Qingcheng followed behind them. Hui Qingcheng followed behind Jiang Fei and Sun Ming. She did not say anything. She just walked quietly. She listened to Jiang Fei and Sun Ming's casual conversation, but did not interrupt. After walking for about half an hour, Jiang Fei and Sun Ming finally arrived at his territory.
Master Yuan, this area is tens of miles away from my territory. Although it is not as big as Sister Hua's territory, this is the core of the greenwood forest. It is closer to the territory of the few big shots.
Sun Ming's words were undoubtedly indicating his position in the greenwood forest. Although he was not as strong as Chui Hua, as Sun Sheng's favorite junior, he still had a good position in the greenwood forest. He was equivalent to a second-generation beast. That was why he dared to openly bully him first. Although he also had the Howling Moon Ash Wolf behind him, his position in the Ash Wolf clan was average. Naturally, he could not be compared to the beloved Sun Ming.
Does your elder live here as well?
Jiang Fei was not interested in Sun Ming himself. What he cared about was the divine ape who was in the tribulation stage.
He only comes here occasionally. Young Master Yuan, please wait for a moment. I will go and call the ancestor now.
After Sun Ming settled Jiang Fei in his own place, he turned around and walked out. In fact, the divine ape Sun Sheng was not at his house at all. He had said that previously just to shut up Chui Hua and the others. At the same time, he had also lured Jiang Fei over. Now that Jiang Fei had arrived, Sun Ming had to run to the great ape's territory to pick up his ancestor. As the most beloved disciple of the younger generation, he still had the privilege. Moreover, as long as he knew that Jiang Fei was a guest from another planet, the great ape would not see Jiang Fei either. It was precisely because of this confidence that Sun Ming dared to lie. Before he left, Sun Ming did not forget to warn Hui Qingcheng.
I will go and ask the great ape. You must not do anything out of line. Otherwise, if the great ape blames you, no one will be able to take responsibility for it. I know. I am alone and I don't have an elder in my family to support me. What can I do out of line?
Hui Qingcheng blinked her big eyes and said pitifully. However, if anyone really believed this nonsense, then he would definitely not be able to take responsibility. Chapter 1682. Chapter 1682 was a warning that backfired. Sun Ming wanted to go to the core area of the greenwood forest to invite his ancestors. Naturally, he would not be able to return in a short period of time. Therefore, only Jiang Fei and Hui Qingcheng were present. In order to avoid unnecessary complications, Jiang Fei found a place to sit down. He pretended not to have seen Hui Qingcheng and just sat there alone in a daze. In fact, he was secretly thinking about how to communicate with Sun Sheng, the long-armed ape god. However, Jiang Fei's plan to be alone for a while was obviously not going to work out. In less than 5 minutes, he smelled a fragrance. He did not know when Hui Qingcheng had come to his side.
Little brother, why are you ignoring me?
Hui Qingcheng lifted her dress and squatted in front of Jiang Fei. As the collar of her upper body was very low, the white flower was completely exposed in front of Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei almost spat out. The illusionary snake lord's figure was absolutely hot. She was squatting in front of him. The temptation was irresistible to ordinary people. Even Jiang Fei had no choice but to look elsewhere. He did not want to let his imagination run wild after looking at her for a long time.
Little brother, why aren't you looking at me? Am I very ugly?
Hui Qingcheng said coquettishly. Initially, Hui Qingcheng was very annoyed by Jiang Fei's indifferent attitude towards her. However, after seeing Jiang Fei's reaction, Hui Qingcheng was truly happy.
This chick is really amazing.
Jiang Fei took a deep breath in his heart. Hui Qingcheng's seduction ability was really amazing. If it was any other man, he would have already fallen head over heels for her.
Swish!
Jiang Fei did not say anything. He stood up and took a few steps away from Hui Qingcheng.
What's wrong? Little brother, did Qingchou do something wrong? Why do you hate me so much?
Hui Qingcheng said with a pitiful look.
Enough! This kind of seduction skill is fine on other people. If you continue to be so impudent, don't blame me for not being polite.
Jiang Fei was forced into a corner. He almost shouted,
Female benefactor, please have some self-respect. But
Hui Qingcheng wanted to continue pretending to be pitiful. But Jiang Fei was not going to be so polite this time.
Swish!
Suddenly, 2 silver lights shot out from Jiang Fei's eyes. These 2 silver lights were extremely fast. Hui Qingcheng did not have time to dodge before the silver lights pierced into her eyes.
Okay!
After being hit by the silver lights, Hui Qingcheng felt as if she had been hit by a heavy hammer. Although her body did not suffer any damage, her spirit had suffered a heavy blow. For a moment, Hui Qingcheng was even in a daze. In fact, this was the result of Jiang Fei holding back. He did not want to casually slaughter the ferocious beasts in the green wood forest to avoid unnecessary trouble. Therefore, he gave a small punishment and warned Hui Qingcheng not to play with fire.
You?
After being hit by the silver light, Hui Qingcheng looked at Jiang Fei in shock. She had initially thought that Jiang Fei was at most powerful. However, she had never expected that. This human cultivator actually thought that he was a super strong person in terms of mental strength. Although Jiang Fei had held back earlier and did not cause any irreparable damage to Hui Qingcheng, this move had made Hui Qingcheng realize that her mental strength was incomparable to this man in front of her.
Take care of yourself,
Jiang Fei said coldly. Then, he sat aside and did not look at Hui Qingcheng anymore.
So strong! So handsome!
Hui Qingcheng stared blankly at Jiang Fei's back. In her eyes, Jiang Fei's back instantly became tall. It was like an insurmountable mountain. Or rather, a big tree that she could look up to. As the saying goes, men are trees. Women are vines. No matter how strong a woman was, she still wanted to have someone to rely on. It was only when there was no one to rely on that they would work extra hard. They will support the blue sky through themselves. However, when the tree appeared, the women naturally wanted to circle around the tree. At that moment, Hui Qingcheng had this feeling. Jiang Fei's strength made her unable to surpass him. Previously, when Jiang Fei had fought Sun Ming, she had actually seen it from the shadows. From then on, she also knew what kind of physical strength this man had. Now, this man had demonstrated a spiritual strength that far exceeded her own. This kind of strength was unparalleled among the human cultivators. Even among the ferocious beasts. Ferocious beasts worship the strong, especially those who were beyond their reach. This made Jiang Fei a fatal attraction to Hui Qingcheng. In addition, Hui Qingcheng had tried to interfere with Jiang Fei previously. However, she had been distracted by the double rebound of her spiritual power. Therefore, Hui Qingcheng looked at Jiang Fei as if he was the right person for her. At this moment, Jiang Fei did not know what Hui Qingcheng was thinking. Even if he knew, he would not have any thoughts about Hui Qingcheng. After all, he already had enough girls at home. Why would he need a snake? Was he going to open a zoo? Jiang Fei did not have the pleasure of collecting stamps. Jiang Fei's back was facing Hui Qingcheng as he was thinking about meeting the great ape, Sun Sheng. Hui Qingcheng just stared blankly at Jiang Fei. The more she looked at him, the more satisfied she became. Very soon, her eyes were filled with caution. At that moment, the great ape, Sun Ming, had finally returned. His return had at least broken the awkward atmosphere.
Master Yuan, my ancestor will be here soon,
Sun Ming said happily. This was because Sun Sheng attached great importance to Jiang Fei's arrival. He had even promised to give him a generous reward after meeting Jiang Fei.
Okay, let's go and welcome him.
Jiang Fei nodded. On one hand, he did not want to maintain the awkward atmosphere here. On the other hand, he had given Sun Sheng enough face. Although the great ape might not be his match, he was still the overlord of a region. He was a newcomer. It was better to be polite.
Good. Good. Good.
Sun Ming was overjoyed. He had originally wanted Jiang Fei to welcome him with him. However, he did not know Jiang Fei's exact strength. What if he was on the same level as his ancestor? If he asked Jiang Fei to welcome him, he would probably be considered rude. Now that Jiang Fei had taken the initiative to welcome him, it was naturally the best thing to do. Therefore, Sun Ming immediately led Jiang Fei to an empty space outside. In less than 10 minutes, Jiang Fei felt the space in front of him fluctuate. This kind of spatial fluctuation was very different from their teleportation. Jiang Fei and the others teleported using the laws of space. On the other hand, this kind of spatial fluctuation used force to blast through space to achieve the purpose of teleportation. Chapter 1683. Chapter 1683 Cooperation. After sensing the abnormal spatial fluctuations, Jiang Fei took a step to the side and gave way to the abnormal spatial fluctuations.
Buzz!
After a series of violent spatial distortions, a tall figure appeared in front of Jiang Fei. This guy was more than 3 meters tall. His entire body was covered in black fur. His appearance was exactly the same as the giant chimpanzee. He was also holding a thick wooden stick in his hand.
Ancestor, this is the Master Yuan that I told you about.
Sun Ming quickly introduced him. At that moment, Sun Sheng, the great ape, looked at Jiang Fei. However, when he saw Jiang Fei, he was stunned.
This guy is so strong.
At the same time, Jiang Fei was also impressed by the great ape's strength. This guy was at least at the Mahayana stage or higher. At that moment, Jiang Fei could not wait to put on his goggles. After all, only through the goggles could one accurately see the combat strength of others.
Swish!
The great ape stared at Jiang Fei for a few seconds before it transformed into a bald, strong man.
Little brother, you are very strong.
This was the first sentence that the great ape, Sun Sheng, said to Jiang Fei.
You're very strong too.
Jiang Fei laughed.
Ha ha ha. Interesting. Let's go. Let's talk inside.
Sun Sheng laughed loudly. Then, he pulled Jiang Fei's wrist and walked inside. As for Sun Ming and Wu Qingcheng who followed behind, he did not even look at them. Although Sun Ming was a relatively favored junior among the ferocious beasts that worship martial arts, he did not even have the right to speak to the elders. At most, he could only serve tea and water, even though it was just a small reminder. This job was not something that ordinary people had the opportunity to do. Only the most favored of the younger generation had the opportunity to do it. This was because once they received a little guidance or reward from the big shots, the effect would be even more obvious than if they had trained for a few years. After returning to Sun Ming's residence, Jiang Fei and Sun Sheng sat down again. Sun Ming waited on them carefully. As for Wu Qingcheng, she stood behind Jiang Fei very obediently, making Sun Sheng think that she was brought by Jiang Fei. Therefore, he did not ask further. Although Jiang Fei did not want Wu Qingcheng to pester him, he did not say anything. After all, if he did not admit that he brought Wu Qingcheng here, this girl might be killed by Sun Sheng. Even if Jiang Fei did not like this girl, there was no need for him to kill her just because of such a small matter. After all, she was so beautiful. Even if Jiang Fei did not have any ulterior motives, it would be a pity if she died just like that.
Brother Yuan, I heard that this is your first time coming to Stars?
After both parties took their seats, Sun Sheng took the initiative to ask.
Yes, this is my first time leaving the planet.
Jiang Fei nodded and smiled.
Brother Yuan, although we ferocious beasts are not as smart as human cultivators, don't lie to me. When did the planet become so powerful that it has such a young master like you?
I think you're from the planet of suppression.
Right? Sun Sheng smiled in disbelief.
Hee. That's what I said. It's up to you whether you believe me or not,
said Jiang Fei as he pretended to be understanding.
Ha ha ha. You human cultivators are so calculative.
Sun Sheng laughed out loud. No one knew what he was thinking. After that, Jiang Fei chatted with Sun Sheng for a while. However, the ferocious beasts seemed to be used to being direct. They did not like to exchange pleasantries. Therefore, after a few words, Sun Sheng changed the topic to something that he was concerned about.
Brother Yuan, I'm afraid that you are here in the Greenwood Forest for a reason. Although I, Sun Sheng, am not talented, there are very few things that I cannot do in the Greenwood Forest. Why don't we work together?
Sun Sheng's meaning was very clear.
Jiang Fei's alien specialties were what he needed. As long as he was in the Greenwood Forest, he could basically get whatever he wanted. Whether it was rare fruits, herbs, or ferocious beasts. He just had to ask.
There were not many things that he could not do. Oh. Then, how do you plan to work together? Of course. Jiang Fei also wanted to know what treasure Sun Sheng had. At the very least, Jiang Fei would not complain about having too many holy healing items, like the vermilion fruit. That depends on what you want and what price you can afford. Sun Sheng laughed. Jiang Fei lowered his head and pondered for a moment. He did have some good things on him. However, the problem was that the ferocious beasts were all pragmatists. Basically, they were not interested in things that had nothing to do with increasing their strength. Jiang Fei quickly calculated in his mind. He was thinking about what he had on him that he could use to trade with the ferocious beasts. First of all, the technological products on Jiang Fei's body had been eliminated by him. After he took out this thing, he could not explain its origin and principles. When that time came, it would definitely be more troublesome than beneficial. Jiang Fei also thought of building a house in exchange for the treasure. However, after seeing Sun Ning's residence, Jiang Fei dismissed the idea. Although Sun Ning's residence was not as luxurious as the Illusion Vine house, it was still quite exquisite. After all, apes were much more nimble than bears. Since there were more exquisite houses in the Greenwood Forest, Jiang Fei could imagine that the 6 big bosses of the Greenwood Forest would definitely not live in a tree hole. Although the rattan house that Jiang Fei built was better. However, those big bosses of the ferocious beasts would probably not give up any real treasure for this. Therefore, in the end, Jiang Fei could only focus on the giant beast jerky. This thing was a great tonic for both human cultivators and ferocious beasts. It could directly increase their strength levels. Moreover, the murderer's physique was much stronger than a human's. When they ate the meat jerky, they did not have to worry about it. More importantly, Jiang Fei had a lot of these things. Jiang Fei had killed a lot of gigantic beasts in the past. Moreover, the size of those gigantic beasts was at least a few kilometers or even dozens of kilometers in diameter. Therefore, there were countless amounts of meat jerky. The ferocious beasts that Jiang Fei had killed were not very powerful. If they were placed in the 5 directions of heaven and earth, they would only be at the nascent soul stage or the form synthesis stage. However, the gigantic size of those beasts had unknowingly dispersed their powers. If they had intelligence, knew how to cultivate, and could transform, then with their energy levels, they could at least reach the strength of the Mahayana stage. Unfortunately, the void behemoths had almost no intelligence. It was even more impossible for them to know how to train. Therefore, even though they had energy, they could only unleash a very small amount of combat power. However, this did not prevent their flesh and blood from being filled with nutrients and energy. Even for top-tier ferocious beasts like Sun Sheng, it was an excellent tonic. What do you think of this? After Jiang Fei made up his mind, he took out a small piece of giant beast jerky. What is this? It looks like meat jerky? Sun Sheng was confused at first. He did not understand why Jiang Fei took out such a thing. After all, this was the Greenwood Forest. There were ferocious beasts everywhere. Big shots like them never lack meat. However, when Sun Sheng took the meat jerky, he was shocked by the energy contained in the meat jerky. Chapter 1684. Chapter 1684. What King Cheng's suggestion? Brother Yuan, are you willing to give up this? Sun Sheng asked in disbelief. After all, in the eyes of the ferocious beasts, only one's own strength was the most real thing. This kind of treasure that could increase one's strength had always been the most important thing to the ferocious beasts. They would never share it with others even if they died. Although Cui Hua was willing to share the vermilion fruit with Jiang Fei previously, it was mainly because the vermilion fruit's greatest use was to heal injuries, not to increase one's strength. Although it could also play a role in increasing one's strength, the effect was too weak. If an ordinary person ate it, there would still be some effect. However, for people after the heart attack stage, it was meaningless. In the 5 directions of heaven and earth, people below the heart attack stage had no status at all. No one would care about them. Therefore, the use of the fruit to increase strength was ignored. On top of that, it could not be kept. Therefore, the healing effect was greatly reduced. That was why Cui Hua was so generous. The fruit was treated as a rare fruit to entertain Jiang Fei. However, the giant beast jerky was different. Although the effect of the jerky was much weaker to people of Sun Sheng's level, it was still effective. If it was taken for a long time, the effect would still be obvious. That was why the Tombe ape was so shocked. As one of the 6 big bosses of the Greenwood Forest, Sun Sheng was actually not doing too well. After all, the big bosses were also ranked in terms of seniority. His strength was considered to be at the bottom of the 6 people.
Although the gap between him and the others was not too big, he could not beat them. If he could really get some jerky from Jiang Fei, Sun Sheng might be able to increase his strength and his status. Even if he could not get too much of this jerky, Sun Sheng could not use it to increase his strength. However, it was a good choice to use it to nurture his junior disciples. After all, if the apes were to grow stronger, Sun Sheng's status in the Greenwood Forest would naturally rise as well.
Although there are not many of them, I think that this thing is considered a rare item.
Jiang Fei nodded. Although he had plenty of giant beast jerky, the rarer the item, the more valuable it would be. If he were to take it out like a truck, it would definitely not be worth much.
Of course.
To be honest, Sun Sheng did not plan to let go of the jerky after he received it. This kind of treasure was in the hands of the ferocious beast. There was no way to return it. After carefully sensing the rich energy contained in the meat jerky, Sun Sheng took a deep breath. Then, he said to Jiang Fei in a serious manner,
Brother, since you have taken out such an item, I'm afraid that what you want is not that simple. Right. He.
Jiang Fei laughed. To be honest, he did not know much about the Greenwood Forest. Therefore, he had not thought about what he wanted yet.
Name your price. As long as you can say it, and you can afford to give me enough jerky, I will try my best to do it.
Sun Sheng gritted his teeth. The temptation of the jerky was too great. It was so great that he gave up the right to bargain. Just as Jiang Fei was thinking, Hua Qingcheng, who was standing behind him, suddenly whispered in his ear,
If you can give me some jerky, I will help you choose something.
As Hua Qingcheng spoke, the fragrance that she exhaled kept pouring into Jiang Fei's nostrils. Moreover, because it was a whisper, the warm breath blew into Jiang Fei's ears. Even with Jiang Fei's strong willpower, he almost could not control himself.
Do you have any suggestions? If you can satisfy me, I don't mind giving you a few pieces.
Jiang Fei bit the tip of his tongue to calm himself down.
F***ck. This chick is too ruthless. Even if it's unintentional, she's still so seductive.
Jiang Fei sucked in a breath of cold air.
There are not many things that are meaningful to you human cultivators in the Greenwood Forest. You only care about two kinds of things. The first is pet beasts,
and the second is spirit fruits. However, the 6 big bosses of the spirit fruits that can increase one's strength are not going to give them away. So, all you can get is pet beasts.
Hua Qingcheng analyzed for Jiang Fei.
Pet beast?
Jiang Fei repeated. At the same time, he was also calculating in his mind. To be honest, Jiang Fei did not really care about pet beasts. After reaching his level of strength, he would not be interested in normal pet beasts. The pet beasts that he was interested in all had self-esteem. They would rather die than serve him as their master.
Of course, if you are not interested in these two things, then you might be interested in beast pills.
Hua Qingcheng added. Beast pills were something that fierce beasts did not really care about. This thing was an energy core that was born from the body of the ferocious beasts. The energy core on Jiang Fei's body was considered a treasure. After all, it was the source of their power. However, after killing the other ferocious beasts, they would only eat meat, as the beast core could not be digested, and the ferocious beasts did not know how to forge weapons. This thing was just a decoration for the ferocious beasts.
Okay.
After listening to Hua Qingcheng's description, Jiang Fei nodded. At the same time, he had a plan in mind.
How is it? Have you discussed it?
Sun Sheng asked at this time. Since the beginning, he had thought that Jiang Fei was the one who brought Hua Qingcheng here. Therefore, after Jiang Fei and Sun Sheng discussed it for a long time, he was not surprised.
Yes, we have discussed it.
Jiang Fei nodded and continued.
I heard that you have a vermilion fruit tree at home. I wonder if you would like to have this vermilion fruit. Vermilion fruit? Are you injured?
Sun Sheng asked curiously.
No.
Jiang Fei shook his head.
But that thing can only be used for healing. Moreover, it cannot be kept. What do you want it for?
Sun Sheng asked curiously.
I have my own use. I wonder if you would be willing to exchange it.
Jiang Fei said with a smile.
Of course.
Sun Sheng nodded. The vermilion fruit was only a holy item for healing. He only needed to leave a few for emergency purposes. The rest could be used to exchange.
Then, 3 vermilion fruits for 1 piece of jerky. What do you think?
Jiang Fei offered a price.
Sure.
Sun Sheng did not bargain. In his eyes, 5 vermilion fruits for 1 piece of jerky was a great deal. After all, he could not take the vermilion fruits away. He was not always injured. He would not let the fruits mature and fall to the ground. It would be a waste to eat them as fruits. He would be more than happy to exchange them for some jerky. After settling the first business deal, Jiang Fei made another offer.
I wonder how many beast pills you have. Of course, I'm not interested in beast pills below the void interpretation stage. About that.
Sun Sheng closed his eyes and calculated. He really did not have many high-level beast pills in his hands. After all, even if they usually hunted ferocious beasts as blood food, they rarely hunted such high-level ones. Otherwise, the whole Greenwood Forest would be eaten up by the big shots. Therefore, even if these big shots level fierce beasts wanted to kill the beasts above the profound void stage, they had to have a reason and a crime. In this way, such high-level beast pills were quite rare. Moreover, not all of them were in Sun Sheng's hands. Chapter 1685. Chapter 1685 suddenly became a tycoon.
This high-level beast pill is also a rare item in the Greenwood Forest. After all, as you know, our star is abnormally rich in life elements. This has resulted in both humans and ferocious beasts living longer than other planets. The number of ferocious beasts dying has decreased, so this beast pill is naturally more scarce.
Sun Sheng said to Jiang Fei.
Hee. Of course, I know that these high-tier beast pills are relatively rare. However, I also know that these beast pills are not of much use to you. Therefore, I am willing to offer 3 pieces of jerky in exchange for a void interpretation stage beast pill. Moreover, I will add 3 more pieces if it does not increase 1 level.
Jiang Fei said.
No. That thing is too rare. Even if it is not useful, it is still a good accessory. 3 pieces is definitely not enough.
Because higher beast pills were very rare. Therefore, in order to exchange for more jerky, Sun Sheng began to bargain.
Then how do you suggest we do it?
Jiang Fei asked with a smile.
5 pieces. And for every level increase, it'll add another 5 pieces.
Sun Sheng said.
You're asking for too much. 4 pieces. No more.
Jiang Fei said, feigning dissatisfaction. In fact, he did not care about this little bit of jerky. He deliberately put on a troubled expression so that Sun Sheng would think that the jerky was very precious.
No. It has to be 5 pieces.
Sun Sheng said firmly.
What kind of person is like you, who would not allow a counteroffer?
Jiang Fei said gloomily.
5 pieces.
Sun Sheng's attitude was very firm.
All right. 5 pieces it is. However, I don't want the beast core that is not of good quality.
Jiang Fei pretended to be in a difficult position and reluctantly agreed.
What else do you want?
Sun Sheng was completely excited.
Besides, it's just pet beasts.
Jiang Fei muttered.
No problem.
Sun Sheng immediately nodded. The Greenwood Forest was lacking in everything except for ferocious beasts. If the human cultivators came, they might not be able to subdue these ferocious beasts. However, Sun Sheng was different. As one of the 6 great managers of the Greenwood Forest, it was easy for him to help the humans get a few pet beasts.
Don't be in a hurry to agree. I still want the same thing. I don't care about low-level things. These pet beasts must be at least at the leaving aperture stage. Moreover, I only want the female ones.
Jiang Fei made his own request. As for the pet beasts, he was not interested in them. After all, the one that he was interested in was at least at Sun Sheng's level. However, no matter how much Sun Sheng wanted the giant beast jerky, he would not sell himself. Therefore, Jiang Fei was prepared to give the pet beasts to Bella and the other girls. Especially Sai Tang and the other girls. They were too weak. Most of the time, Jiang Fei had to pay attention to their safety. If they were equipped with powerful pet beasts, at least the safety of the girls would be guaranteed. As for the female beast, Jiang Fei could not do anything about it. When a ferocious beast reached the leading aperture stage, it could transform. As a man, Jiang Fei would definitely not allow his girl to always have a male follower by her side. Right.
Only the leaving aperture stage? That's easy.
Initially, Sun Sheng had thought that Jiang Fei wanted a pet beast at the void interpretation stage. That would be difficult. After all, the stronger the pet beast, the more temperamental it would be. Although he was one of the rulers of the Greenwood Forest, he was helpless against those ferocious beasts that would rather die than submit.
However, I don't need too many pet beasts. About 10 will be enough. Moreover, the stronger the pet, the higher the combat power of the pet beast, the higher the price I will pay.
Jiang Fei laughed. The purpose of his words was very simple. He wanted to prevent Sun Sheng from getting a bunch of leaving aperture stage pet beasts to fool him. Alright. Sun Sheng nodded. Since there was a limit to the number of pet beasts, his initial plan had failed. Just now, he had really planned to capture a few hundred leaving aperture stage ferocious beasts to exchange for jerky with Jiang Fei. However, after Jiang Fei added a limit to the number of pet beasts, in order to get more jerky, Sun Sheng had to spend some effort to get higher pet beasts. Brother Yuan, I'll go and prepare first. You and Xiaoming go to my house first. I'll be back later. After Sun Sheng said that, he forcefully tore open the space. It was unknown where he had teleported to. Master Yuan, would you like to sit for a while longer? Or do you want to go to the ancestor's place now? Sun Ming came over and asked. Let's go now, Jiang Fei said. He had nothing to do at Sun Ming's place. It would be better to go to Sun Sheng's nest. Alright, follow me. Sun Ming was getting impatient with Jiang Fei. The reason was simple. The jerky in Jiang Fei's hand was too tempting. If he was rewarded with a piece of jerky, it would be equivalent to a few years of hard work. Okay. Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he left his territory with Sun Ming and walked towards Sun Sheng's lair. Hu Qingcheng followed closely behind Jiang Fei. It seemed that she had really become Jiang Fei's follower. Sun Sheng's territory was at the very center of the Greenwood Forest. There were a total of 6 big ferocious beasts living here. Under Sun Ming's lead, Jiang Fei and the others walked for about half an hour before they finally arrived at Sun Sheng's territory. Hee hee. As expected, after seeing Sun Sheng's residence, Jiang Fei nodded to himself. This was a large courtyard. The inside of the courtyard was extremely beautiful. In comparison, Jiang Fei's rattan house was nothing. As one of the rulers of the Greenwood Forest, even if Sun Sheng did not know how to build a house, he could still find humans to help him build it. Therefore, Jiang Fei's prediction was right. He wanted to use the illusion vine seeds to trade with the big shots of the ferocious beasts. It was impossible. Young Master Yuan, please have a seat. My ancestor will be back in a moment. Sun Sheng very politely asked Jiang Fei to do it in the living room. Then, he served tea and fruits. Okay. Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he saw Sun Sheng carefully serving them. The two of you should sit down too. Drink some water and eat something, Jiang Fei said to Sun Sheng and Hu Qingcheng. After all, he was a person who had experienced modern education. Therefore, he was still not used to such a way of dealing with people who were superior and inferior. Master Yuan, just sit down. If there's anything you need, just let me know. Sun Ming did not dare to sit down casually. He was still thinking about how Jiang Fei would reward him with jerky. Therefore, he was very attentive. At that moment, he was treating Jiang Fei like a tycoon. He only hoped that he would receive a reward after serving him well. Little brother, you have also listened to my suggestion. When will you fulfill your promise? Hu Qingcheng moved closer to Jiang Fei and asked. She did not know when it started, but she began to like the feeling of being close to Jiang Fei. If there was nothing else, she just wanted to talk to Jiang Fei. I will definitely keep my promise to you, Jiang Fei said as he took out 3 pieces of jerky from the spatial ring and handed them over to Hu Qingcheng. You really gave them to me? Hu Qingcheng originally just wanted to talk to Jiang Fei. She did not expect Jiang Fei to really give her the jerky. After all, this item was very precious. This could be seen from Sun Sheng's positive attitude. Chapter 1686. Chapter 1686. Of course. Jiang Fei nodded. The jerky was nothing to him. He did not need to go back on his word for it. That's great. Hu Qingcheng's eyes lit up. After taking the jerky, she could not wait to swallow a piece of it. What an abundant amount of energy! Hu Qingcheng exclaimed. Then, she immediately sat down cross-legged and began to circulate her qi to digest the energy contained in the jerky. Hiss! Seeing Hu Qingcheng swallow the jerky, Sun Ming, who was standing beside her, swallowed his saliva. He could almost feel that there was a slight increase in Hu Qingcheng's strength. Although this feeling was very likely an illusion caused by psychological effects, it did not prevent him from having a greater desire for jerky. Hu Qingcheng was sitting cross-legged and circulating her inner energy. Jiang Fei and Sun Ming were chatting casually. After about an hour, Jiang Fei suddenly felt a spatial distortion. I'm back! Jiang Fei walked out. As his partner, Sun Sheng had returned. He had to go out and pick him up. A white light flashed. Just as Jiang Fei left the house, Sun Sheng's figure appeared in the courtyard. However, he did not appear in human form. Instead, he appeared in his original form. It was a giant ape that was more than 4 meters tall. Old ancestor, you're back.
Sun Ming shouted excitedly.
Come! Come! Brother Yuan, put this away. Well counted later.
Sun Sheng ignored Sun Ming. Instead, he hurriedly pulled him aside and passed the item in his hand to Jiang Fei.
Holy sh*t.
Jiang Fei was shocked when he saw the item in Sun Sheng's hand. There were 6 large tree branches. Each branch was as thick as a man's waist. If Sun Sheng had not transformed into his original form, he would not have been able to carry them back. Seeing that the tree branches were full of vermilion fruits, Jiang Fei was ecstatic. Although these fruits were mainly used to heal injuries, the large number of them could also increase the strength of Si Tang and the others. After all, their strength was still relatively weak. The effect of eating these fruits was pretty good.
Quickly put them away. Brother Yuan,
Sun Sheng urged.
What's wrong?
Jiang Fei was a little confused.
Quickly put it away. Quickly put it away. If you don't put it away now, it will be too late.
Sun Sheng did not explain the reason. He just kept urging.
Oh.
Although Jiang Fei did not understand what had happened, he naturally would not return such good things. Therefore, Jiang Fei waved his hand and put the tree branches and vermilion fruits into the 10th dimension.
Phew!
When Sun Sheng saw that the tree branches had disappeared, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just as Jiang Fei was about to ask what had happened, a violent spatial distortion suddenly appeared in the small courtyard. Moreover, there was more than one such distortion. Whoosh 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 whoosh. 5 figures appeared in the small courtyard one after another.
You King Stinky Monkey! How dare you steal my big red fruit?
A middle-aged man with a scar on his face shouted as soon as he appeared.
Stupid monkey! Give me back my big red fruit!
Following that, an extremely beautiful woman in a pink jacket rushed out. However, when she discovered Jiang Fei's existence, she immediately put away her manly demeanor and transformed into a cute girl next door.
Yo! Brother Sun Sheng, you have a guest? F***CK, why is this girl turning hostile faster than flipping through a book?
Jiang Fei felt that his forehead was full of black lines. However, he had already guessed the identity of these people. They could use teleportation skills. Moreover, there was no one else who dared to scold Sun Sheng in front of him. It must be the other big shots in the Greenwood Forest. Moreover, from their scolding, Jiang Fei understood what was going on. Sun Sheng must have stolen the vermilion fruits from these few people in order to exchange for more jerky.
Little son, if you want to eat the vermilion fruits, you can tell me directly. It's not appropriate to be so secretive. Is it?
A white-haired old man walked out. The others immediately stopped talking. From this, it could be seen that this person had the highest status among the 6 leaders of the Greenwood Forest.
Hee hee. Old Chow. I was in a hurry today, so I was thirsty. I was so anxious that I didn't have time to greet you guys.
Sun Sheng laughed. He did not want to expose the deal between him and Jiang Fei. Otherwise, if everyone had meat jerky, how could he catch up with the people in front of him?
Damn monkey. You don't even need to worry about your King lies. Who would believe your nonsense?
The middle-aged man with a scar on his face scolded. After all, Sun Sheng's reason was too ridiculous.
Brother Two Man, don't be so agitated. Look, I've already eaten the fruit. How about I compensate you in a few years?
Sun Sheng said with a smile. Although there was a difference in strength between them. There was no difference in strength between them. Except for Chao Tian. The others were almost the same. Even if the outcome was decided, both sides would suffer heavy losses. Therefore, Sun Sheng was not that afraid of the howling moon ash wolf.
What exactly is your scheme, kid?
At this moment, Wanli, who had been staying silent at the back, spoke up. Although this guy had taken human form, his eyes were still blood red. Moreover, his entire body was emitting an evil and bloodthirsty aura.
I feel that Brother Sun Sheng must be hiding something from us. Moreover, it's most likely related to this little brother.
As the only woman present, Xia, the 9-tailed fox, was definitely the most meticulous. As expected, the moment she opened her mouth, Sun Sheng's expression changed slightly.
Hee hee. I guessed right. Brother Sun Sheng?
Xia smiled smugly.
What a vixen.
Jiang Fei sighed. Even though Sun Sheng was one of the cleverer among the ferocious beasts, he was still seen through by Xia.
Oh, human friend. May I know what brings you to the Greenwood Forest?
Chao Tian smiled at Jiang Fei. They had sensed the powerful aura from Jiang Fei from the beginning. Otherwise, they would not be so polite to Jiang Fei.
I came to the Greenwood Forest to exchange for some treasures.
Although Jiang Fei saw Sun Sheng winking at him, he still revealed his purpose. After all, In Jiang Fei's opinion, he wanted to work with the big shots of the ferocious beasts. The more treasures he obtained, the more treasures he could obtain. If he worked with Sun Sheng alone, even if he could obtain the treasures of the other big shots, Jiang Fei would definitely be at a disadvantage if he monopolized the supply. Now that there were other big shots competing with him, Jiang Fei would have to pay a much lower price when he got what he wanted.
Oh!
Chao Tian looked at Jiang Fei carefully. Then, he smiled and said,
My Greenwood Forest has many treasures. I just don't know what you can give us. I'm not as rich as the Greenwood Forest. I only have a few small things on me. For example, this.
As Jiang Fei spoke, he threw out a giant jerky. Chapter 1687, Chapter 1687 Whetstone.
What is this?
Chao Tian took the jerky from Jiang Fei with a confused expression. However, when the jerky landed in his hand, his expression changed drastically.
You're willing to give up this?
Chao Tian asked with a surprised expression. In his opinion, this kind of thing would never be too much. It was impossible for him to share it with others.
That's right.
Jiang Fei then told the people what he wanted and the price.
All right. You damn monkey. I'll tell you why you stole my big red fruit.
Howling Moon Wolfman panicked when he heard that.
Anyway, I've already traded it to him. If you have the ability, you can ask him for it.
Sun Sheng decided to be shameless.
You?
Man was so angry that smoke was coming out of her 7 orifices. However, there was nothing she could do. If Jiang Fei was very weak, not to mention the rest of them, Sun Sheng would probably jump out and rob the place first. However, it was precisely because Jiang Fei was strong enough that he won the respect of the ferocious beasts. These people were willing to trade with Jiang Fei. Otherwise, did you think that anyone could bring things to the ferocious beast territory to do business? Without sufficient strength to guarantee it, humans would not be able to return to the territory of the beasts.
All right. I've said it before. I want all beast cores above the void interpretation stage. 5 starting points. 5 for each level increase. As for pet beasts, I only want 10. Whichever one of you is good. I want it.
Jiang Fei said to the big bosses of the beasts.
Is that a deal?
Headman's eyes lit up as she said to Jiang Fei. After all, the temptation of this kind of jerky, to them, was unimaginable.
That's a deal.
Jiang Fei nodded immediately.
All right. I'll be right back.
The head man immediately turned around and left. After he left, Wanli, who had always been a man of few words, quietly left as well.
Little brother, I do have some of the things you want. However, my price is higher than theirs.
Chao Tian suddenly said to Jiang Fei.
Oh, your things are better than theirs?
Jiang Fei asked.
That may not be the case.
Chao Tian smiled and said.
Since they are not better than theirs, why do you want a higher price?
When Jiang Fei said this, he had already prepared himself for the worst. It was obvious that Chao Tian was planning to play dirty.
Because I am strong!
Chao Tian suddenly shouted and leaned forward to grab Jiang Fei. Before Jiang Fei could make a move, Sun Sheng and Xia jumped to the side and instantly made room for the two of them.
You think you're invincible just because you've lived for so many years?
Jiang Fei sneered. When he first introduced these big shots of the ferocious beasts, he had noticed this Chao Tian. He knew that this guy had lived for tens of thousands of years. The power accumulated in his body was immeasurable. However, as an ancient tree that had become a spirit, Chao Tian's intelligence was still one level lower than an animal. Therefore, even though his energy had long reached the standard, he was still unable to break through the barrier and enter the true immortal level. The true immortals in the 5 directions of heaven and earth corresponded to the hermit level in the outer universe. 20 million combat power was the threshold of this level. However, there were countless powerhouses who were stuck at more than 19 million. Even Jiang Fei lacked such an opportunity. Chao Tian was unscrupulous today. He suddenly attacked Jiang Fei. This could be said to be a challenge, but it could also be said to be an opportunity. Based on the energy level alone, Jiang Fei and Chao Tian were on the same level. However, Chao Tian's energy reserves were clearly much higher than Jiang Fei's. This meant that when the two of them fought openly, at the beginning, they were evenly matched. However, as time passed, Jiang Fei would gradually run out of energy. At that time, he would be completely suppressed by Chao Tian. In terms of martial arts techniques, Jiang Fei was even more doomed. He had only been in the 5 directions world for a few days. The martial arts techniques that he had learned previously were trash to this place. Even after entering the 5 directions world, although Jiang Fei had obtained the Crimson Flame Sex martial arts techniques, He had only learned them for a few days. It was already good enough for him to be able to use them freely. It was impossible for him to master martial arts techniques as well as Chao Tian. As a plant, Chao Tian was much dumber than a human. However, he could not withstand the fact that Jiang Fei had lived for a long time. After practicing a set of martial arts techniques for 10,000 years, even an idiot would become a master. Furthermore, who would be an idiot if they could become a master? Therefore, the moment Jiang Fei and Chao Tian exchanged blows, the difference between them was obvious. The gap between Jiang Fei and Chao Tian was not small at all. However, as their energy levels were on the same level, Chao Tian wanted to severely injure Jiang Fei and immediately increase his advantage. That was just a pipe dream. Therefore, before Jiang Fei was completely exhausted, the two of them had to hold on for a long time. The two sides fought back and forth. In the blink of an eye, more than 100 rounds had passed. Jiang Fei used the Crimson Flame Sect's martial arts technique to control the inherited Shadow Sword to attack with all his might. However, no matter what, he could not break through Chao Tian's defense. Although the Chongying sword was powerful, and the two black dragons were charging left and right under the sword spirit's command, they were still unable to break through Chao Tian's blockade. At that moment, Chao Tian had transformed into a towering tree. Each of his branches was exceptionally tough. Moreover, he wielded it with immense strength. Previously, Jiang Fei had underestimated the enemy and was struck by a move. As a result, the protective gear on his body exploded on the spot. He had also suffered a considerable blow. F***ck. This old fellow is quite unreasonable. The more Jiang Fei fought, the more frightened he became. However, the more he fought, the more excited he became. It had been a long time since he had activated his infinite battle intent domain. Because he could crush opponents who were much weaker than him, this domain could not be activated at all. At this moment, Jiang Fei's battle intent was completely activated when he faced Chao Tian, who was much stronger than him.
Come on! Chop!
Jiang Fei shouted. His combat power had increased rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he had reached the breakthrough point of the hermit level. Unfortunately, when Jiang Fei's strength had increased to this point, no matter how hard he tried, his combat power did not continue to increase.
Kid, you're still far from it. Hand over your treasures obediently. Today, I'll spare your life.
Chao Tian laughed loudly. Although many of Jiang Fei's branches had been cut off after he had unleashed his power, his main body had been repaired in time due to his abundant energy reserves. Therefore, it was not difficult for him to fight against Jiang Fei.
F***ck. I can't beat you. Breakthrough for me.
Jiang Fei shouted and leaped forward to attack again. However, Chao Tian was able to stop him one by one.
Kid, give up. You're no match for me.
Chao Tian laughed.
I just can't bear to kill you. It's really hard to find such a good target.
Jiang Fei laughed coldly. It was not difficult for him to kill Chao Tian, whether it was his spiritual attack or the 10th dimension. He could easily help Jiang Fei turn defeat into victory. However, just as Jiang Fei said, if he wanted to continue to break through, if he wanted to advance into the hermit level, that would require such a difficult battle. Therefore, Chao Tian had become Jiang Fei's best sharpening stone. Chapter 1688. Chapter 1688. Critical moment. After the fight with Chao Tian, although Jiang Fei's combat strength had increased somewhat, it was still not particularly obvious.
Damn it! Looks like I have to see some blood.
In the end, Jiang Fei gritted his teeth and made up his mind. Then, he deliberately gave Chao Tian a loophole.
Kid, you're dead.
Chao Tian opened Jiang Fei's middle door wide. He was immediately overjoyed. His vine tentacles stabbed toward Jiang Fei's chest.
Come on!
Jiang Fei twisted his body and deliberately did not dodge. Chao Tian's vine tentacles went past his ribs and under his armpit. In an instant, blood and flesh flew out from Jiang Fei's ribs. Chao Tian's tentacles were like steel forks that tore a 1-foot-long wound under Jiang Fei's ribs.
Ah!
Jiang Fei cried out in pain. He had not felt any pain for a long time. Ever since his strength had soared, Jiang Fei was almost invincible among those below the hermit level. Therefore, this long-lost feeling of pain instantly triggered his ferocity.
How dare you hurt me? You're dead.
Jiang Fei roared angrily. The torn wound under his ribs continued to stimulate Jiang Fei's nerves. His infinite battle intent was instantly activated.
Buzz!
At that moment, Chao Tian could feel Jiang Fei's aura suddenly change. If the Jiang Fei from before was more like a powerful but harmless sleeping lion, Now he was an injured and hungry beast. After being injured, Jiang Fei's savage genes that were buried deep in his bones were activated. This was the instinct of all animals. The desire to survive was mixed with the nature of self-protection. This was the gene that was buried deep in the bones of every animal. As Jiang Fei had always been relatively comfortable, this gene of his had been buried deep in his bones. However, today, it was completely activated.
Go to H.L.
Jiang Fei shouted. His battle intent had reached the limit of his infinite domain. In an instant, his strength had reached the critical point of breaking through to the hermit level.
It's about time!
Although Jiang Fei was enraged, he was still rational. Although his strength had yet to break through to the hermit level, Jiang Fei knew that this was the limit of his infinite domain of battle intent. It was impossible for him to reach the hermit level through this kind of enhancement. However, this was enough.
Go to H.L.
Having achieved his goal, Jiang Fei did not hold back anymore. He immediately launched a spiritual attack on Chao Tian.
Ah!
After being pierced by a spiritual attack, Chao Tian cried out loudly. It was only then that he realized that the human boy had not used his true abilities. Spiritual power attacks were rare and difficult to cultivate no matter where one went. This attack was invisible and impossible to guard against. Moreover, the damage it caused was extremely terrifying. It could easily create illusions for people. It could even directly destroy a person's will. It was extremely terrifying. Moreover, Chao Tian had a fatal weakness. It was cultivated from plants. Although it had an abnormally high amount of energy and was extremely regenerative, its natural spiritual power was not as strong as that of animals and humans. Therefore, when faced with Jiang Fei's mental attack, he was very passive.
Have a taste of my new move!
Jiang Fei shouted. Then, he activated the mental strength move that he had never used before, Will Tear. Jiang Fei did not learn this move from Tyrion. Instead, it was refined from the skill that Tyrion had taught him. Although the move was not as exquisite as Tyrion's skill, it was simple and crude. It was abnormally powerful. However, because this move was too simple and crude, Jiang Fei could not control it at will. It could be said that if he attacked, he would take a life. Even if Jiang Fei wanted to hold back, he could not do so. In a split second, in the eyes of Sun Sheng and the others, the giant tree Chao Tian seemed to have been frozen in place. As his spiritual power struck the invisible material, no one could see the danger within. However, it could terrifyingly destroy an enemy into a body. A moment later, dark green blood flowed out of Chao Tian's 7 orifices. He stood there in a daze. It was as if he had become a vegetable.
What happened to Boss Chao?
Xia asked curiously.
I don't know.
Sun Sheng shook his head.
Humph. So, that's it.
Jiang Fei laughed coldly and immediately activated teleportation. Of course, Jiang Fei was not teleporting to escape. He just did not want to waste this opportunity. Just now, he had used Chao Tian to stimulate his fighting spirit and increase his strength to the peak. All of this was for the next step of his plan. After Jiang Fei had fused with the will core to reach stage 2, he still had 4 will cores in his hands for fusion. However, because he lacked pressure, he always bullied the weak in battle. As a result, he had never been able to fully adapt to his current strength. Moreover, he had broken through once again. Therefore, in order to avoid the accumulation of energy that he could not digest, he did not dare to perform the 3rd stage fusion for a long time. It was only until today that Jiang Fei's battle with Chao Tian had finally brought out his potential. Although his strength had not increased much today, as long as he broke through the peak of his previous strength, it would be enough. Because even if he broke through even a little bit, it would mean that he had digested all the energy that he had accumulated previously. Therefore, while his battle intent was still strong, Jiang Fei planned to find a safe place to perform the 3rd phase of the fusion of the will core. As the saying goes, there was no time to lose. Jiang Fei did not want to miss this good opportunity. In the 5 directions of heaven and earth, the only place where Jiang Fei felt safe was beside Bella and the others. Therefore, when Jiang Fei used teleportation, he immediately sensed the girl's auras.
Buzz!
With a flash of white light, Jiang Fei appeared in front of the girls.
Husband, why are you back?
Bella was overjoyed when she saw Jiang Fei.
We'll talk about the details later. All of you, protect me immediately.
Jiang Fei did not have time to say anything more because the battle had already ended. The endless battle intense domain was already showing signs of fading.
All right.
Bella and the other girls did not ask any further when they saw Jiang Fei's anxiety. The group quickly spread out and protected Jiang Fei.
Come on! It's about to start.
Jiang Fei took out the will core from the spatial ring. The fusion of more than 2 parts was very different from before. It needed to fuse with the ordinary will core first before it could be compatible with the one that Jiang Fei had. Otherwise, the core of will would think that the energy was unstable and cause damage. The energy level system of the high-level energy core was very fragile. It had to be accumulated in the form of 2 to the n power. It absolutely could not fuse with the odd form of energy. Boom! The 2 cores of primitive will accelerated between Jiang Fei's hands. Then, they collided and fused into the initial core of will. Boom! Jiang Fei did the same thing again. The other 2 primitive will cores had also completed the fusion.
Let's do it again!
Jiang Fei took a deep breath. The 2 beginner will cores began to accelerate between his hands. Then, they collided and fused. Finally, they formed a 2-stage fused will core.
Come on! Let's see if you can pull me to the peak!
Jiang Fei took a deep breath towards the 2-stage will core in his hand. The most important moment was about to arrive. Chapter 1689. Chapter 1689. Brain Development. When Jiang Fei was holding the second section of the will's core between his eyebrows, a strong silver light suddenly shot out. At the same time, the will's core in Jiang Fei's body also jumped out.
Buzz!
The 2 will's cores produced a strong attractive force. This attractive force pulled the 2 will's cores together and continued to accelerate.
Come on!
As Jiang Fei shouted, the 2 will cores collided.
Dot!
There was no strong light and no energy surge. The 2 will cores seemed to be devouring each other. They pressed each other and fused with each other. As the 2 will cores were of the same tier, the power contained within them was equal. Therefore, no one could do anything to the other. They were in a stalemate. After about half an hour, Jiang Fei could not wait any longer. He used his mind power to interfere with the fusion of the 2 will cores. As Jiang Fei himself, of course, he was aiming for the will core that he already had. Therefore, he continued to pour his mind power into it. When the energy was replenished, the will core immediately seemed to have gained life. It seemed to have come to life instantly. Then, it launched a fierce attack on the other will core. The will core that did not receive any support gradually lost the battle. It was gradually devoured by Jiang Fei's will core, fused, and became a part of him. However, this fusion was a long process. Jiang Fei, who was in a state of cultivation, was not aware of the passage of time. However, the sun, moon, and stars around him continued to rotate. Fuse! Jiang Fei shouted in his heart. At the same time, he continued to channel his spiritual energy into the will core. His will core did not disappoint Jiang Fei. It continued to nibble away at the other will core. It continued to devour the other, and then transform it into a part of its own body. As time passed, Jiang Fei's will core continued to devour the other will core. This caused the energy gap between the 2 sides to become larger and larger. As the energy gap became larger and larger, the speed of the devouring also became faster and faster. After an unknown amount of time, Jiang Fei's will core had almost completed its devouring. Its energy level had increased by many times. However, one thing was certain. It was definitely not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2.
Buzz!
As a faint silver light flashed, the devouring fusion of the will core was completed. Swish! The silver light flashed, and the completed will core fused into Jiang Fei's glabella.
Bang!
Jiang Fei's mind went blank. At that moment, it was as if he had lost his memory. However, after a moment, countless knowledge and all kinds of thoughts began to gather in his mind.
Ah!
Jiang Fei wanted to scream in pain. However, only he could hear his screams because he could not make any sound at the moment. A large amount of thoughts and memories were poured into Jiang Fei's brain. For a moment, he could not bear it at all. Therefore, the only thing he could feel was a piercing pain.
What the hell is going on?
Jiang Fei roared in his heart. He did not know whether this was a sign of success or failure in the fusion. Perhaps, the only person who had just explained everything was his teacher, Tyrion. The pain continued for an unknown period of time. In the end, Jiang Fei did not know whether the pain had disappeared or if he had already adapted to the pain. In any case, he was no longer so sad. At that moment, Jiang Fei began to organize the knowledge and memories that had entered his mind.
These are...
In an instant, Jiang Fei was shocked. This was because these memories and knowledge were not given to him by others. They were things that he had learned or seen before. However, these unimportant things had long been forgotten by him. Now, they were all present in Jiang Fei's memories. Moreover, they were so clear that Jiang Fei could clearly remember when he was first born. He could clearly remember the appearance of the nurse who delivered his baby.
He could even remember every single move that the nurse made when she welcomed him into this world. If Tyrion was right beside Jiang Fei, he would have told his disciple that it was the benefit of the fusion of the three cores of will. From this moment on, Jiang Fei had not only awakened those sealed memories, he had also gained the ability of a human body video recorder. As long as he had seen and experienced something, regardless of whether he had noticed it or not, even if it was just a glance from the corner of his eye, he would be able to clearly record it. This was the benefit of developing the brain. Of course, other than his amazing memory, the development of the brain had also allowed Jiang Fei to have the computing power that surpassed the highest level of computers. In other words, as long as Jiang Fei had a little training, his computing power would far exceed 0541s.
So, this is how I can break through to the level of a hermit. It doesn't seem that difficult.
Jiang Fei muttered to himself with some amusement. He did not understand. These rules were clearly very simple. However, why did he not think of it before? However, what Jiang Fei did not understand was that his current calculation ability was far superior to 0541s. With the rules that seemed simple just now, if 0541 were to calculate them, it would take at least a few years. Actually, the reason that Tyrion was able to break through to the hermit level was because the three cores of will had helped him open up his brain. Otherwise, if he wanted to break through to the hermit level with his strength, the difficulty was unimaginable. Many people were stuck in the tribulation stage, which meant that they had 19 million combat power. The main reason was that they could not understand the rules. Therefore, they could only slowly accumulate energy and eventually reach the point where they could use their strength to prove their Tao or seek enlightenment halfway through. However, not everyone was so lucky. For example, Chao Tian had lived for tens of thousands of years. He had accumulated countless amounts of energy, but he was still unable to break through. In the end, he was killed by Jiang Fei. However, there were also some people who were very lucky. They had opened up their brain regions for various reasons, although the degree of development was different. After the brain regions were opened up, they could more easily deduce the flow of the rules and then make a directional breakthrough. This way, it would naturally be twice the result with half the effort. Breaking through to the hermit level would be a piece of cake. That was the case for Jiang Fei and Tyrion. It could even be said that fusing with the nucleus of will would definitely allow one to enter the hermit level. Although the nucleus of will was also very rare, this path was not easy to take. However, compared to others who could not even find the way, this was the most reliable and the shortest way. However, the people who had mastered this secret, whether it was Jiang Fei or Tyrion, they would probably not tell anyone, because the nucleus of will was the key to increasing their strength. No one wanted more people to compete with them for the limited resources. Chapter 1690. Chapter 1690. Eye of the Violet. After sorting out his messy memories and knowledge, Jiang Fei focused his mind and began to carefully examine the fused will core. When Jiang Fei began to look inside, he immediately discovered that the new will core was 2 times larger than before. Moreover, the silver light it emitted was even more illusory, as the new will core had already been fused to 3 parts. The aura it emitted was clearly several times stronger than before. It gave Jiang Fei stronger mental strength and also brought Jiang Fei a new ability.
What kind of skill is this?
Jiang Fei only had a vague feeling at first, so he could only slowly try it out.
Swish!
When Jiang Fei tried to activate this ability, his pupils suddenly shrank. At the same time, his black eyes also turned into 4 purple fan leaves. To outsiders, they looked like blooming violets. At that moment, Jiang Fei's vision had undergone a huge change. In his eyes, everything had returned to its original form. At that moment, everything in the world appeared in Jiang Fei's eyes in the form of energy strings. Energy strings of different shapes vibrated at different frequencies. Finally, everything in the world was formed. Whether it was matter or energy, they were all formed from energy strings. Jiang Fei had this vision before, but it could not be used in practice, because from this perspective, Jiang Fei's observation and reaction power were not enough to cope with the changes in the outside world. For example, if a person threw a punch at Jiang Fei could easily dodge it. However, if he was from this perspective, he had to determine the position of the punch through the vibration of the energy cords. When he was done, the punch had already landed on his face. Therefore, unless he used it in the 10th dimension, it would not be of much use. After all, time was frozen there. Jiang Fei had enough time to analyze the energy string. However, this time was different. After combining the 3 pieces of energy, Jiang Fei could activate the ability faster. Moreover,
After his brain region was developed, Jiang Fei's calculation ability had greatly improved. When he was calculating the vibration of the energy string, he was even more adept at it. Most importantly, when Jiang Fei activated this ability, a small area of space and time around him would be disturbed. In other words, when Jiang Fei activated this ability, a small part of his 10th dimension was projected out. It could restrict everything around him. It was the same time and space imprisonment ability. However, Jiang Fei's 10th dimension was different from Nina's and Sylphie's powers. Although Nina could control space and Sylphie could interfere with time, they could only affect people who were weaker than them. They could not interfere too much with people of the same strength. However, Jiang Fei was different. The 10th dimension was not logical at all. As long as one entered the area, they would be imprisoned. Only one's thoughts and mental strength could be freely operated. Everything else would be stopped. Moreover, there was another benefit of projecting the 10th dimension. It freed Jiang Fei from the binding. In the past, he could not freely use the 10th dimension. The main reason was that activating the 10th dimension consumed too much energy. The energy recharged from the nucleus of what was very troublesome. However, things were different now. Although the projection of the 10th dimension still consumed a lot of energy, it was at least much less than pulling others into the 10th dimension.
It's a very practical move.
Jiang Fei smiled happily. After activating the skill a few times, Jiang Fei had a rough understanding of the energy consumption of the skill. With Jiang Fei's current ability, the energy consumption of activating the skill was not particularly high. However, if he were to encircle an enemy that was as strong as Jiang Fei, the cost would suddenly increase. With Jiang Fei's current level, he could only last for 1 or 2 hours. Although 1 or 2 hours was not too long, it was enough for Jiang Fei. The outcome of a fight between experts was just a hair's breadth away. Suddenly, he was pulled into the 10th dimension and his entire body was trapped. Even if he was a spiritual power expert who was as strong as Jiang Fei, he would definitely reveal his weakness and fear.
Since this is what happens after I activate this skill, you shall be called the Eye of the Violet.
Jiang Fei gave his new skill a name. After practicing it a few more times, Jiang Fei confirmed that he had completely mastered this new skill. Then, his attention turned to the other side. Swoosh! With a flash of silver light, Jiang Fei disappeared.
As expected, it has changed.
In an instant, Jiang Fei had returned to the 10th dimension. The 10th dimension was different from before. The 10th dimension that Jiang Fei had once been in was just a vast expanse of gray. He could not see the edge, nor could he sense the existence of space and time. After being sucked in, he just floated there and could not feel the loss of time. He could not feel the existence of other substances either. All that was left for him was loneliness. However, it was different now. The 10th dimension was filled with blinding white light. Although it was still boundless and empty, it was filled with a lively aura. Even Jiang Fei could not figure out the source of this lively aura. It was as if the universe had just been born. Everything was born in the void, but nothing had yet to be born. That was why it was filled with life. However, there was nothing. However, Jiang Fei's 10th dimension was not really empty. At least the vermilion fruits that Sun Sheng had snatched were still there. The souls of the 2 players were still there.
Is that you? Please, let me out. I promise I will never play this game again. Please, let me go.
The 2 players had been tortured until they were half mad. Although they had each other's company and were not completely alone, there was nothing here. There was not even the concept of time and space. Although Jiang Fei had only caught Heartless and the Yuan family's ambassador for a few days, in the eyes of these 2 people, it was as if they had been forgotten for 1,000 years.
Hee hee. You 2 stay well. I will let you go one day,
Jiang Fei said casually. However, he did not have the slightest intention of letting them go unless one day Jiang Fei descended into the gamma space. Moreover, he would completely liberate the universe that he was in. Only when he and his family were no longer threatened by the high-dimensional space would Jiang Fei dare to let them go. However, this goal was too far away. At the very least, Jiang Fei did not see any hope at the moment. After returning from the 10th dimension, Jiang Fei stood up.
Husband, how are you?
Bella and the others immediately surrounded him. After all, Jiang Fei had always been around for more than a month. Moreover, he had disappeared for a period of time. Therefore, the girls were very worried.
I'm fine. Not only am I fine, but I also have good luck,
Jiang Fei said happily.
What good luck?
Ariel asked.
After a period of time, I will be able to break through to the hermit level.
Jiang Fei said with a smile. After his brain was developed, he already had a clear path and goal. It was only a matter of time before he entered the hermit level. Chapter 1691. Chapter 1691. Return to the Greenwood Forest. After briefly explaining his current situation to the girls, Jiang Fei arranged for Bella and the others to go to the vicinity of the Greenwood Cliff to meet him. Then, he prepared to return to the Greenwood Forest alone. Although he had killed Chao Tian and delayed his training for more than a month, Jiang Fei still wanted to go to the Greenwood Forest to complete the previous transaction. After all, beast cores and pet beasts were all treasures that he needed. After making the decision, Jiang Fei immediately left. However, this time, he did not need to walk step by step. Instead, he used teleportation. Although Jiang Fei was not as good at spatial movement as Nina and Ariel, his strength was still there. In addition, he had the amazing computational ability after developing his brain. Therefore, Jiang Fei was very proficient in spatial ability at the moment. Swish! A white light flashed and Jiang Fei appeared in the core area of the Greenwood Forest again. The powerful spatial fluctuation immediately attracted countless powerful ferocious beasts. After all, this was the core area of the Greenwood Forest. High-level ferocious beasts were everywhere.
Who is trespassing the Greenwood Forest?
With a loud roar, a huge body appeared. From its appearance, it looked like a giant rhinoceros.
Very impressive.
Jiang Fei smiled when he saw the giant rhinoceros. After all, he had already killed Chao Tian, the strongest person in the Greenwood Forest. Not to mention this guy, who was not even one of the 6 big bosses of the ferocious beasts.
Kid, are you looking to die?
The giant rhinoceros said in a low voice.
Sigh. Stupid big guy. If I were you, I would not have offended the other party when I did not know who the other party was.
Jiang Fei said with a sigh.
I don't care who you are. Kid, you're courting death.
The giant rhinoceros was angered by Jiang Fei's words. It stomped its foot fiercely, and then came over as if Jiang Fei was stepping on it. It seemed like it wanted to stomp Jiang Fei into a meat patty.
Earn you! Stop!
At this moment, a voice came from afar. The voice sounded familiar to Jiang Fei. However, the giant rhinoceros was clearly unable to hold back its foot.
Boom!
The giant rhinoceros stomped on Jiang Fei. However, Jiang Fei was no longer on the same spot. Although he could block the attack head-on, Jiang Fei was not stupid. He did not have the habit of eating dust under the feet of others. Swoosh! With a short-distance teleportation, Jiang Fei sat on the neck of the giant rhinoceros.
Let me teach you a lesson.
Jiang Fei sat on the neck of the giant rhinoceros. He raised his right hand and pressed it towards the top of its head. If this palm was to hit the top of its head, the old rhinoceros would probably become an idiot even if it did not die.
Little brother, for the sake of my sister, let him live.
The voice from afar was already very close. Jiang Fei could tell that it was Qihua's voice.
Consider yourself lucky.
Jiang Fei was still loyal to her. Although Qihua's strength was average, she was only at the peak of the void interpretation stage. Her combat strength did not even exceed 17 million. However, Jiang Fei really took this straightforward sister seriously. After hearing Qihua's plea, Jiang Fei withdrew his palm and clenched his fist. He gently cut the head of the giant rhinoceros.
Bang!
Even though Jiang Fei had already withdrawn his strength, this blow was not light. In an instant, it was as if another small horn had grown on the head of the giant rhinoceros. The big bump was so big that it was painful to look at.
Ow!
The giant rhinoceros let out a painful cry. Then, it lay on the ground and did not dare to move anymore. At that moment, he knew very well that if it was not for his big sister Cuihua's plea, he would have died here today.
Damn! Who is this guy? He destroyed Ernyo with one move. Didn't you see big sister Cuihua plead for Ernyo? Otherwise, Ernyo would have been half dead or crippled. Yeah, this guy is so powerful. I'm afraid only 6 big shots can stop him. Right. Don't worry about the 6 big shots. Haven't you heard? A few days ago, a human showed up. That kid was supposed to be a good guy, but Boss Chow tried to take advantage of him. What happened? Is that kid dead? Dead? Not only is that kid not dead, he even killed Boss Chow. Now there are only 5 big shots left in Greenwood Forest. What? Is this true? Yeah. It seems like Greenwood Forest is going to have a big reshuffle. Sister Hua, why are you here?
Jiang Fei ignored the discussion of the beasts. He casually sat on the neck of the giant rhinoceros and asked,
If I don't come now, Ernyo will die.
Emerald Flower sighed and said to Jiang Fei,
Brother, I owe you this time. Aaron Yo is a little slow. Don't be calculated with him. It's okay. I've already punished him. Naturally, I won't mind him anymore.
Jiang Fei smiled.
That's good.
Suehua nodded. As for the big bump on Ernia's head, she acted as if she did not see it. After all, the beasts were all tough. So, as long as they were alive, this little pain was nothing.
Sister Hua, how did you know that I was here?
Jiang Fei jumped down from the giant rhinoceros.
You sensed a strange spatial fluctuation. It felt very similar to the way you used to move around. So, you came over to take a look. I didn't expect it to be you.
Suehua said with a smile.
What's your relationship with this kid?
Jiang Fei asked curiously.
He's a neighbor. Moreover, we have a good relationship.
Suehua replied.
Oh.
Jiang Fei nodded.
By the way, tell me the truth. Did you kill Chao Tian last time?
Suehua pulled Jiang Fei to a corner and asked in a low voice.
Yes.
Jiang Fei nodded calmly, as if he had done something insignificant.
Damn! It really was you. He did not believe me when I told him earlier.
Suehua said with a shocked expression.
It's nothing. I was just lucky.
Jiang Fei said humbly. In fact, there was no doubt that he had killed Chao Tian. He was an expert who had cultivated his spiritual power from plants. No matter what, his spiritual power was still weak. Such a person would only be a target to be slaughtered in front of Jiang Fei.
Little brother, I really did not expect you to be so strong.
Suehua was a loyal bear-type beast. Even though she knew Jiang Fei's true strength, her attitude towards Jiang Fei had not changed. She still regarded Jiang Fei as her brother. Although this brother of hers was a little ridiculously strong, she did not try to curry favor with him like a human.
It's nothing.
Jiang Fei smiled and then asked Suehua.
By the way, Sister Hua, have there been any changes in the Greenwood Forest recently? This is a big change. With Boss Chaos Death, the Greenwood Forest has been in a big shuffle. Moreover, all the big shots seem to be looking for you,
said Suehua.
Looking for me? For what? Revenge?
Jiang Fei was confused.
Of course not. They must be after Chao Tian's main body. However, you are too fierce. They do not dare to act on their own to avoid your revenge. Therefore, they have been looking for you, hoping to get Chao Tian's main body from you,
explained Suehua. Chapter 1692. Chapter 1692. The Towering Tree. On that day, Jiang Fei had used his spiritual power to completely destroy Chao Tian's consciousness. In a sense, it could be said that he had killed Chao Tian. However, the death of his consciousness did not mean the death of his physical body. Therefore, Chao Tian had only entered a vegetative state. Although more than a month had passed, his body was still in good condition, as a giant tree that had accumulated for tens of thousands of years. Chao Tian's physical body was naturally very attractive to the ferocious beasts. Everyone wanted his physical body, but no one dared to touch it. Although Chao Tian's physical body was unguarded in Sun Sheng's lair, none of the ferocious beasts dared to take it for themselves. Some of the big bosses of the ferocious beasts even worked together to protect it. They did not dare to be negligent in the slightest. The reason why these big bosses of the ferocious beasts had mobilized so many people was mainly because they were frightened by Jiang Fei, the ferocious demon. That day, they had thought that Jiang Fei would be defeated by Chao Tian. However, they did not expect that the bitter battle was just a facade. That human was actually a super expert in the use of mind power. Previously, he had only used Chao Tian as a sharpening stone. Moreover, after using it, he had easily killed him. Such a powerful and ruthless fellow came to the Greenwood Forest. Who would dare to touch his things? Not only did they not dare to touch him, the few big bosses of the ferocious beasts even had to carefully protect Chao Tian's body for Jiang Fei. They were afraid that some idiot would steal Chao Tian's body and Jiang Fei would come after them to settle the score. Among the big bosses, Sun Sheng was the most awkward. Jiang Fei was his guest back then. Moreover, Chao Tian's body was still in his house. This made him the most responsible. If anything were to go wrong, he would be the first one to settle the score. Sun Sheng thought that he did not have Chao Tian's abilities, so he did not want to anger Jiang Fei at all. Therefore, he joined the rest of the big shots to protect Chao Tian's body. Although the big shots did not dare to touch Chao Tian's body without Jiang Fei's permission, they did not stop thinking about it. During this period of time, they had been searching for everything that was valuable. Their purpose was simple. They wanted to trade Chao Tian's body under Jiang Fei's name.
because Chao Tian's body was a 10,000-year-old ancient tree. In their opinion, it was impossible to bring such a huge thing out of the greenwood forest. Therefore, Jiang Fei had to trade it with them for something else. However, these guys would never have thought that Jiang Fei's ring space was so huge. They would never have thought that Jiang Fei's 10th dimension could also hold items. After chatting with Cui Hua for a while, Jiang Fei finally understood the changes in the greenwood forest during this period of time. Then, Jiang Fei invited Cui Hua to go to Sun Sheng's territory with him. However, Cui Hua refused. Although she called Jiang Fei her brother, Cui Hua knew very well how powerful she was. There was still a big gap between her and the big bosses of the ferocious beasts. When Jiang Fei was around, the big bosses of the ferocious beasts would give him face. However, as a human, Jiang Fei could not stay in the greenwood forest forever. After he left, he would have to live his own life. It was precisely because she had a clear position in herself that Cui Hua was not willing to use Jiang Fei's name too much. Such an act would definitely attract the hatred of the other big bosses. When Jiang Fei saw that Cui Hua was not willing to travel with him, he did not try to persuade her. After bidding farewell to Cui Hua, Jiang Fei rushed to Sun Sheng's territory alone. A few minutes later, Jiang Fei appeared at the core of the greenwood forest. As soon as he arrived, a few big shots of the ferocious beasts appeared. Apart from Sun Sheng, the rest of them were not missing.
Master Yuan, you're finally here,
cried the howling moon wolf. During this period of time, they had been looking after Chao Tian's body with fear. They were afraid that Jiang Fei would come after them if anything happened.
Little brother, I didn't expect you to have such a magical ability. You've really caused us a lot of trouble during this period of time,
said Xia with a pitiful expression. She did not even forget to throw a few flirtatious glances at Jiang Fei. Unlike the other big shots of the ferocious beasts, Xia's target was not Chao Tian's body. In her eyes, Jiang Fei's body was more attractive than Chao Tian's body. This was not because Xia intended to eat Jiang Fei. It was because she wanted to be on Jiang Fei's good side. When the time came, Jiang Fei would not only give her Chao Tian's physical body, but she would also receive a very good reward. If the conditions were right, Xia was even willing to walk out of the green woods with Jiang Fei. The fierce beasts worshipped the strong. The female fierce beasts were even more so. They liked men who were stronger than them. In Xia's eyes, Jiang Fei was a good candidate. However, Xia's plan was clearly wishful thinking. Jiang Fei knew that he was too weak when it came to emotions. Therefore, he had always stayed as far away from such vixen-like women as possible.
Master Yuan, you are very strong. I, Wanli, admire you. However, I wonder if you can still honor the deal you promised before.
Wanli, the bloodthirsty demonic vine, did not seem to fawn on Jiang Fei. Therefore, his words were a little dry.
Of course. It counts.
Jiang Fei smiled.
All right.
Wanli nodded, and did not say anything else.
Oh right. Where is Sun Sheng?
Jiang Fei asked curiously.
He is still looking at Chao Tian's body. After all, in his territory, that monkey would not even dare to make a mistake. He is afraid that something might go wrong. All right. Let's go over then.
Jiang Fei smiled, and took the lead to walk towards Sun Sheng's territory. Before Jiang Fei could even get close to Sun Sheng's territory, he was shocked by a towering tree. The height of the tree was beyond description. The tree trunk was tall and straight, with leaves sticking out from the branches and into the clouds. Even 100 people might not be able to hug it.
This must be Chao Tian's physical body. Right.
Jiang Fei thought to himself. Before this, when he came to Sun Sheng's territory, he had not seen such a large tree. As Jiang Fei walked closer to the giant tree, he began to gradually sense the huge amount of energy contained in the giant tree's body.
Sigh. It's a pity. Although I have accumulated a lot of energy, my IQ is still very low.
Jiang Fei pursed his lips. Chao Tian's energy accumulation was very deep. Even now that Jiang Fei had fused with 3 pieces of the will's core, he was still unable to compare with the energy base in Chao Tian's body. However, plant spirits were bound to have low spiritual power. They were not smart. Most importantly, they could not withstand spiritual power attacks. Therefore, Chao Tian, such a powerful beast leader, was actually killed by Jiang Fei in one hit. After walking a distance further, Sun Sheng finally came out to welcome Jiang Fei, as Jiang Fei had already arrived, and Chao Tian's body was missing many branches and leaves. He had finally gotten rid of his responsibility. He finally did not have to guard this place day and night. Chapter 1693. Chapter 1693. Choosing a pet. Thank you for your hard work.
Jiang Fei saw that all the big shots had arrived. He first thanked them.
It's nothing. It's nothing.
Although Sun Sheng looks tired, he still had to represent the other big shots to be polite with Jiang Fei.
Alright. Let's cut to the chase. Let's continue the transaction.
Jiang Fei nodded. The purpose of his return to the Greenwood Forest this time was for the beast cores and pet.
That's great. Master Yuan, I've been waiting for you to say that.
Chief Man laughed loudly. Although they did not want Jiang Fei to cause trouble for them, they still valued the resources that Jiang Fei had in his hands and Chao Tian's physical body. Otherwise, it would only be to avoid Jiang Fei. They could just run away.
Come! Let's see what good things you've collected during this period of time.
Jiang Fei said with a smile.
Little brother. Take a look at mine first.
Xia squeezed to the front row and took out a purse that carried a tempting scent. Jiang Fei took the purse and opened it. There were a total of 7 beast pills in it. 2 of them were at the Mahayana stage, and 5 were at the Void Interpretation stage. As Jiang Fei did not want any beast pills below the Void Interpretation stage, Xia and the others did not dare to use them to make up the numbers. However, this was also due to the intimidating effect of Jiang Fei's previous kill of Chao Tian. If that was not the case, the big bosses of the ferocious beasts might have colluded and sold some low-level beast pills to Jiang Fei. However, after witnessing Jiang Fei's strength, the big bosses of the ferocious beasts became obedient. Each and every one of them obediently prepared beast pills above the Void Interpretation stage according to Jiang Fei's request. However, because the number of beasts above the Void Interpretation stage was limited, even the big bosses could not kill these high-level beasts at will. Therefore, the amount of beast cores in each of their hands was very limited.
According to what we said before, 5 pieces of meat jerky for the Void Interpretation stage and 10 pieces of meat jerky for the Mahayana stage. Your beast cores are a total of 35 pieces,
Jiang Fei said as he poured out the beast cores. Then, he returned the 35 pieces of giant beast jerky and the purse that carried Xia's body fragrance.
Little brother, this purse is also for you,
Xia said with a meaningful look in her eyes.
No need.
Jiang Fei refused flatly. He had always stayed far away from such a vixen.
You?
Xia had never been rejected so flatly before. Therefore, her eyes immediately welled up with tears of grievance. However, only she herself would know if she was really wronged or if her acting skills were top-notch.
Next,
Jiang Fei turned a blind eye to Xia's tears. He knew his own weakness. Once he sympathized with Xia, this entanglement would probably be endless.
Come! Master Yuan! Mine!
Headman came over and handed Jiang Fei a simple beast skin bag. There were 6 beast cores in it, but 3 of them were Mahayana stage.
A total of 45 jerky.
Jiang Fei also did not ask for the bag. He just kept the beast cores and returned the jerky and the bag to Headman.
Next,
Jiang Fei shouted again after the transaction was completed.
I'll do it!
Sun Sheng came over. The bag in his hand was larger. As he had started preparing earlier, he had more beast cores. He had 8 beast cores from the Void Interpretation stage alone. There were also 4 Mahayana stage and 1 Tribulation stage.
A total of 95 pieces,
Jiang Fei said.
Master Yuan, you see that Tribulation stage beast cores are extremely rare. Just give me more,
Sun Sheng said with a smile.
Alright, I'll give you an entire round. 100 pieces,
Jiang Fei said straightforwardly.
Alright, thank you, Master Yuan.
Sun Sheng actually did not have much hope. After all, Jiang Fei had already told him the price. However, it was indeed rare to find a beast core that was in the Tribulation stage. Sun Sheng did not expect Jiang Fei to actually give him 5 more.
Is there any more?
Jiang Fei asked after completing the transaction.
Yes.
The bloodthirsty demonic vine. Wanli walked over. He did not even have a bag. He just handed Jiang Fei 2 beast cores. 1 in the Great Vehicle stage and 1 in the Tribulation stage.
Just 2?
Jiang Fei asked curiously. Everyone else had obtained some void tier beast cores to make up the numbers. Only Wanli only had 2 higher ones.
I would not kill an enemy that is too trashy,
Wanli said coldly.
You have a personality.
Jiang Fei smiled and handed Wanli 30 pieces of jerky. Since the beast cores for the Tribulation stage were calculated at 20 when they were given to Sun Sheng, Jiang Fei naturally treated Wanli the same. After the beast cores were sold, the next item was the pet beasts. This was the biggest part of the deal. Jiang Fei only accepted 10 pet beasts. Therefore, If the pet beasts that he brought were trash, he might not get anything at all.
Come on! Bring out all the pet beasts that you have prepared,
Jiang Fei said to the few big ferocious beasts. This time, he was selecting the best. Naturally, he had to let these people display all their pet beasts.
Little brother, there are no high-tier beasts in their territory. Moreover, those guys are not very obedient. I only found these 3,
Xia said and clapped her hands. Then, 3 young women walked out from behind her. These 3 young women were clearly formed by the transformation of the fierce beasts. Previously, Jiang Fei had said that the pet beasts that he wanted were all female. Therefore, after the transformation, they were naturally all women. Jiang Fei looked at the 3 young ladies from head to toe. Before he knew it, Jiang Fei's eyes had turned into purple petals. He had already activated the Eye of the Violet. This time, Jiang Fei had activated the Eye of the Violet to determine the strength of these pet beasts. Therefore, the projection of the 10th dimension was not released. Therefore, these ferocious beasts only noticed the changes in Jiang Fei's pupils. Moreover, they could feel the terrifying and strange pressure on his body. However, they were not restricted in any way. After activating the Eye of Violet, Jiang Fei could see that the 3 young girls were no longer those tender and delicate faces. Instead, they formed a group of energy cords. At the same time, Jiang Fei's brain was operating rapidly after he had been activated. A moment later, he had calculated the exact strength of the 3 girls.
2 of them are at the beginning stage of the Void Tier, and 1 is at the peak of the Void Tier. Both of them are speed-type abilities.
Jiang Fei nodded. He had a certain understanding of the 3 of them.
Where are the others?
Jiang Fei asked after putting away the violet eyes.
Come out!
Cried the howling moon wolf. She waved her hand, and 4 women walked out. However, not all of the women that she brought were young women. Among the 4 of them, there were 2 aunties and a grandma-level character. There was only 1 young girl.
Swish!
Jiang Fei opened his violet eyes again, and quickly determined the strength of these people. According to Jiang Fei's calculations, the grandma was the strongest. She should have reached the intermediate stage of the Mahayana stage, which was about 18 million combat power. The 2 aunties were not bad either. They were at the peak of the insightful void stage, which was about 16 million combat power. Only the young girl was weaker. She was only at the insightful void stage. Chapter 1694, Chapter 1694 Demonic Vine Parasite. After 2 man, Sun Sheng waved his hand, and called out the few pet beasts that he had chosen. Sun Sheng had brought a lot of people with him, and his strength was also quite complex. There were even 2 pet beasts that hadn't reached the leaving aperture stage yet, and they couldn't transform yet.
Master Yuan, these pet beasts were carefully chosen by me. Although these 2 night blade leopards can't transform yet, their speed is extremely fast, and their endurance isn't bad either. They are very outstanding mounts.
Sun Sheng pointed at the 2 nascent soul stage night blade leopards and said, since fierce beasts had the dignity of humans after transforming, they could not let others ride on them. Therefore, if they wanted mounts, they could only choose nascent soul stage ones.
The asterisk a minute. This stupid monkey is so calculative.
2 man cursed in her heart. Previously, they had focused on choosing high-level pet beasts. No one had thought about mounts.
Okay.
Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he looked at the other 6 pet beasts. These 6 pet beasts had all transformed into human forms. One of the pet beasts that looked like a little girl was only in the distraction stage. The remaining 5 pet beasts were all around the void interpretation stage. Although the great ape Sun Sheng brought the most pet beasts, the quality of the pet beasts was the worst. The pet beasts that the others brought were at least at the beginning stage of the void interpretation stage. The strongest pet beast that he brought was only at the middle stage of the void interpretation stage. However, it was not Sun Sheng's fault for not putting in the effort. He wanted to make up the numbers. Among the big bosses of the ferocious beasts, Sun Sheng was the weakest. Therefore, the ferocious beasts under him did not really buy it. The big shots had their own rules among the big shots. Even the big shots would not force a big shot to become someone else's pet. The most they could do was to threaten the big shots in their territory. After that, they promised that they would take care of their family after they became Jiang Fei's pet. That was all. Some ferocious beasts were willing to follow a powerhouse like Jiang Fei, so everything would be fine. However, some ferocious beasts yearned for freedom. They would rather die than submit. These ferocious beast bosses could not do anything about it. For example, the old grandma-level ferocious beast that 2 man had brought with her. She had come to 2 man voluntarily because she wanted her family members to be protected by 2 man. She had asked two men to become her pet. After all, after Chao Tian's death, the Howling Moon Wolf Two Man and the bloodthirsty demonic Vine Wanli were the two most powerful people in the Greenwood Forest. With their protection, the ferocious beast clan would naturally flourish. However, Sun Sheng was different. With or without Chao Tian, he was at the bottom of the pack of ferocious beasts. If the ferocious beasts wanted to sacrifice themselves to find a backer for the clan, then they would naturally choose the more powerful ones first. Therefore, he could only think of ways to find ferocious beasts that were willing to become his pet. However, those ferocious beasts that were not for the clan but just wanted to go out and explore were mostly young people who were in the rebellious stage. Although they were willing to go out and explore, their strength was naturally not as good as those old guys. Therefore, after Sun Sheng worked hard for half a day, he only managed to find such a group of people. However, overall, it was not bad. Most of them had reached the void interpretation stage at the very least. After looking at the pet beasts that Sun Sheng had brought, Jiang Fei turned his gaze to Wanli. After all, he was the only one among the big bosses who had yet to display his pet beast.
Mr. Wanli, where is your pet beast?
Jiang Fei asked.
I have only brought one pet beast.
Wanli walked up to Jiang Fei. He was different from the other big bosses. He had always been a lone wolf. He did not even have a companion by his side. Therefore, Jiang Fei did not know where he had hidden the pet.
Oh, then let's call it out and have a look.
Jiang Fei was also interested. If Wanli only brought one pet, it meant that he was very confident in this pet. Therefore, Jiang Fei was very curious about what kind of pet Wanli had found.
It's me myself,
the bloodthirsty demonic Vine Wanli said slowly.
What?
Jiang Fei was stunned. He had never expected this outcome. These ferocious beasts were very self-respecting, especially when they were at Wanli's level. They would never become someone else's slave.
It's me. I wonder if Master Yuan would like me,
Wanli said seriously.
You're not joking?
Jiang Fei confirmed.
Of course. I never joke. Although I don't meet your requirements because I'm not a female ferocious beast. I'm a demonic fine illusion, regardless of gender,
said Wanli.
If you're willing. Of course. I have no objections.
Jiang Fei accepted it gladly. Previously, he had insisted on having a female ferocious beast in order to increase the strength of the girls. If it was Wanli, Jiang Fei could have kept it for himself. Wanli might not be as strong as Chao Tian, but he had already reached the peak of the Mahayana stage. He could break through to the tribulation stage at any time. He was a super master who had nearly 19 million combat power. If he were to take him under his wing, he would immediately become the #1 fighter in Jiang Fei's camp. Other than himself, how could he not want it?
However, I have two conditions,
Wanli said again.
Tell me.
Jiang Fei nodded. Wanli's words were not out of his expectations. After all, it was already beyond his expectations for a powerful ferocious beast to become someone else's pet. How could he not have any conditions?
First, I will only be your pet,
Wanli said very seriously. The ferocious beasts only worship the strong. If he was asked to serve a strong person like Jiang Fei, he could still accept it. If he was asked to serve a weak chicken, he would rather die than obey.
No problem.
Jiang Fei immediately nodded. He originally wanted Wanli to become his pet.
Second, I want to live in your body,
Wanli said his most important request. This was the reason why he was willing to serve Jiang Fei. The pursuit of power was the greatest dream of the ferocious beasts. Wanli could tell from the name of the bloodthirsty demonic vine that he needed the nourishment of his flesh and blood to continue growing. There were only two ways to obtain the nourishment of flesh and blood. Kill the enemy and devour the enemy. The other way was to find a strong person to live in. The first method was extremely unstable, because strong people were not easy to meet. Even if they met, it was not certain who would kill who. Only the second method was the safest. It was both safe and continuous.
Parasitic in my body?
Jiang Fei frowned. As a person who grew up in the technological society, Jiang Fei instinctively rejected any parasites or things that were parasitic in his body.
You don't have to worry. We can sign a contract. If I harm you, you can kill me at any time.
Wanli looked at Jiang Fei seriously. Then, he added,
although I will absorb a part of your power by parasitizing in your body, I will also secrete a unique substance to complement you. Overall, although you have paid a little, it is not serious. As the price, I will follow you for life.
Chapter 1695. Chapter 1695. The dove takes the magpie's nest.
Jiang
Jiang Fei pondered for a moment. He was also thinking about what Wanli had said. Initially, he was very surprised. Why did this guy insist on becoming his pet? Now, the answer was revealed. Letting someone else live in his body. Jiang Fei instinctively had a sense of resistance. At the same time, he was also worried that this would cause harm to himself. After all, there were too few people who could kill Jiang Fei from the outside. However, no matter how strong the fortress was, it was still afraid of being destroyed from the inside. Letting an unknown person live in his body was a huge risk.
0541. What do you think?
During the process of hesitation, Jiang Fei began to ask for 0541's opinion. After all, 0541 was the only one who was with him at the moment.
Captain, I have an idea. Let's see if you can get past the hurdle in your heart.
0541 said with a smile.
What idea?
Jiang Fei asked curiously.
The dove takes the magpie's nest.
0541 said a Chinese story.
Are you trying to?
Jiang Fei instantly understood what 0541 meant.
I haven't. I've been thinking about it for a long time. Initially, I wanted to ask you for Chao Tian's body. However, since this guy has come to me, it depends on what you think.
0541 said with a smile. Actually, 0541 had been thinking about getting a body for himself since he had arrived at the Five Directions world. However, he did not want to leave Jiang Fei. He wanted to stay by Jiang Fei's side and be able to help his captain at any time. Therefore, he had not made up his mind. Now that the demonic vine Wanli had come knocking on his door, as long as Jiang Fei destroyed his consciousness, 0541 could completely transfer his stream of consciousness into the demonic vine's body. It was just like the arrival of the players. However, the arrival of the players was more domineering. As long as they chose a target, the other party would not be able to resist at all. As for 0541's possession of the magpie's nest, Jiang Fei would have to help him drive away the magpie in the nest or kill it. Jiang Fei was a little hesitant. Speaking of which, the demonic vine Wanli could be said to have no enmity with him. Moreover, he was willing to offer his loyalty so that Jiang Fei could kill him so indiscriminately. Jiang Fei really could not bear to do this. Although Jiang Fei had become a little more decisive after fusing with the blackened soul, Jiang Fei still disliked killing innocent people for his own benefit.
Sigh. Forget it.
In the end, Jiang Fei shook his head. He did not want to become a person who would do anything for his own benefit. Therefore, in the end, he gave up on 0541's suggestion.
You should use Chao Tian's physical body. Anyway, this guy's consciousness has been destroyed. It would be a waste if you don't use it.
Jiang Fei said to 0541.
That's fine. I can even get a stronger carrier. However, I won't be able to stay by your side like I am now.
0541 said. After all, ever since he and Jiang Fei met, they had almost never been separated, other than being sealed for a period of time. 0541 had always been by Jiang Fei's side to support and take care of him. Now, he suddenly had to have a body and maintain a certain distance from Jiang Fei. This made 0541 suddenly feel a little sad.
Are you the same as me? You can still follow me. It's just that you're not on me anymore. Is there a need for that?
Jiang Fei said with a smile.
A little distance is also a little distance.
0541 muttered.
Hey! Aren't you flirting with Lux? Don't be so clingy with your words. I'm not gay.
Jiang Fei was afraid that 0541's emotions would affect him, so he quickly said something bad.
Little brother. Don't agree with him.
At that moment, an anxious female voice sounded from afar. Jiang Fei turned around and saw that it was the illusion serpent lord, Hui Qingcheng. At that moment, Hui Qingcheng appeared to be in an extremely sorry state. Her clothes were in tatters, and her delicate skin was covered with fine wounds. She looked as if she had crawled out from a pool of blood. Her appearance was so seductive. It would be considered a good thing if a normal person was not scared to death.
What's going on?
Jiang Fei was slightly stunned. He did not have any feelings for Hui Qingcheng. Although this girl had repeatedly tried to seduce Jiang Fei did not really care about her. However, when he saw how miserable Hui Qingcheng was, Jiang Fei could not help but feel pity for her. It was not that Jiang Fei had any feelings for Hui Qingcheng. It was just that when a beautiful item was destroyed in front of one's eyes, it was natural for people to feel pity for her.
Little brother. Don't agree to him.
Hui Qingcheng shouted with all her might. However, just as she said that, a vine wrapped around her feet. Then, Hui Qingcheng fell to the ground on the spot and was dragged away by the vine.
Something's not right. Something's not right here.
Jiang Fei frowned. Hua Qingcheng's current condition was clearly not right. Moreover, it seemed like she was here to warn him. Therefore, Jiang Fei immediately decided to save Hua Qingcheng first, and then ask her what was going on. Just when Jiang Fei was about to go and save Hua Qingcheng, Wanli suddenly stood in front of him and asked Jiang Fei,
Master Yuan, what do you think of my suggestion just now?
Jiang Fei looked at Wanli's face. Although he appeared calm on the surface, there was a hint of panic in his eyes. Although Wanli had hidden his panic well, in front of Jiang Fei, who was well versed in spiritual power, his disguise became even more obvious.
The few of you,
keep an eye on him.
Jiang Fei did not have time to waste with Wanli. He immediately asked Sun Sheng, 2 men, and the others to keep an eye on Wanli. Then, he rushed in the direction of Hua Qingcheng. At that moment, Jiang Fei was 90% sure that Wanli was the devil in his heart. That was why he had asked the other beast leaders to watch him. After Jiang Fei rescued Hua Qingcheng, everything would be settled. Swish. Just as Jiang Fei was about to go to rescue Hua Qingcheng, Wanli suddenly turned around and wanted to run. However, he was stopped by a beautiful figure.
Hee. Brother Wanli, where are you going?
Xia stood in front of Wanli.
Wanli, you really have guts. You actually schemed against young Master Yuan.
Sun Sheng also surrounded him.
Get out of the way,
Wanli said with a gloomy face.
Wanli, you really are a good schemer. However, thank you for helping us. After capturing you today, I believe that young Master Yuan will not mistreat us.
Headman unhurriedly pulled out her weapons.
Are you still the ferocious beasts of the Greenwood Forest? You actually attacked your companions for a human.
Wanli's face was ashen. If only Xia and Sun Sheng were to stop him. He was confident that he could fight his way out of the encirclement even if he was injured. However, it was different with Headman. The Howling Moon Wolf Headman's strength was on par with his. And with Xia and Sun Sheng, he had no chance to escape at all. Chapter 1696. Chapter 1696. The Blood Servant Ritual.
Hee. Why didn't you think that we were all beasts of the Greenwood Forest? Didn't you think that if your plan failed, we would be buried together with you for no reason?
If this kid's plan succeeded, he would naturally become the boss of the Greenwood Forest. The other beast bosses would have to listen to him obediently. However, if this guy failed, would the enraged Jiang Fei let him go? Would the enraged Jiang Fei believe that the other big bosses were not involved? When this guy got angry, Wanli would be prepared to run away. What about the others? They would still have to endure Jiang Fei's anger. In the end, they might not even understand how they died.
Humans die for wealth and birds die for food. Since you have chosen to stop me today, don't blame me for being merciless.
Wanli's eyes flashed with a hint of fierceness. Then, he roared and transformed into the bloodthirsty demonic vine. He fought with the other big bosses of the ferocious beasts. On the other side, the first man and the other two were fighting against Wanli. Both sides were locked in a stalemate. Although both sides had the absolute advantage in terms of strength, the attitudes of both sides were completely different. Wanli was trying to save his life. If he did not kill his way out, when Jiang Fei came back, he would definitely die. However, the three of them were not in a life and death situation. They only needed to hold on to Wanli and not let him escape. Therefore, they were cautious in their attacks. All of them prioritized not getting injured, although it was a little suspicious that they did not put in any effort. When Wanli made an opening and was ready to escape, someone would immediately block him. After all, if this guy escaped, they would have to bear Jiang Fei's wrath personally. The four big bosses of the ferocious beasts were locked in a fierce battle. Jiang Fei also came close to Hua Qingcheng. At this time, Hua Qingcheng's entire body was wrapped in blood vines. Fresh blood was constantly being drawn out. Her face was as pale as gold paper. There was no color in her blood at all. Swish. Jiang Fei tried to break the blood vines. However, as soon as he touched it, the blood vines immediately tightened, causing Hua Qingcheng's body to twist. No! If I forcefully break it, this girl will be crippled. Jiang Fei gave up on destroying the blood vine violently. Buzz. The violet eye opened. The blood vine immediately turned into a cluster of energy strings in Jiang Fei's eyes. Break! Jiang Fei used his mind power to activate the energy string. When the frequency of the energy string changed, the particle attribute that it represented also changed. In an instant, the blood vine was petrified. Jiang Fei flicked his finger, and the petrified blood vine was shattered into pieces. Hua Qingcheng, who had landed on the ground,
let out a muffled groan. After all, her strength had already reached the void interpretation stage. Therefore, although this girl's blood had almost been drained, she was still alive.
Sigh. Fortunately, I have many vermilion fruits on me. Otherwise, I really would not know how to save you,
Jiang Fei said as he took out a vermilion fruit. As he took out a vermilion fruit, he handed it to Wei Chung. Although he also had the pills that 0541 had made. The effects of the pills that were refined by technology were much worse than the vermilion fruit. The difference in effect was not just thousands of miles. As Jiang Fei handed the vermilion fruit to Wei Qing's mouth, the problem was that Wei Chung was already half unconscious. She could not consume the vermilion fruit on her own. Seeing that Wei Qing's aura was getting weaker and weaker, Jiang Fei did not have the time to look for a tool to make medicine. He simply stuffed the fruit into his mouth and chewed on it. Finally, he pinched Wei Qing's cheeks. Taking advantage of the moment, when Wei Qing's red lips lifted slightly, he spat the fruit juice and flesh into the girl's mouth. The red fruit was indeed magical. Once the flesh entered her mouth, it turned into a clear stream and nourished Wei Qing's almost dried up body. However, Wei Qing's injuries were too severe. One red fruit might have stopped the deterioration of her injuries. However, it was unable to heal her wounds.
Let's have another one.
Jiang Fei followed suit. He chewed another vermilion fruit and fed it to Wei Chung. Although it was inevitable that their lips would touch during the feeding process, Jiang Fei was focused on saving her. He did not think too much about it. After feeding 5 vermilion fruits in a row, Wei Qing's face finally turned slightly red.
You? I'm lucky to be alive.
Jiang Fei heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he said half-jokingly,
fortunately, you're unconscious. Otherwise, you would have been disgusted to death by my saliva.
However, just as Jiang Fei finished speaking, Wei Chung suddenly opened her eyes.
F***CK? Does this medicine have to be so fast?
Jiang Fei suddenly felt a little resentful that the vermilion fruit's effect was too fast. He had just thought that Wei Chung was unconscious, so he had played a joke on him. Now that the girl had heard it, it would be extremely awkward.
Little brother. You?
Wei Qing's little face was very red. It was unknown whether it was the effects of the vermilion fruit or she was shy after hearing Jiang Fei's words.
I was forced to do that. I fed you mouth to save you,
Jiang Fei quickly explained.
Dot.
Wei Qing did not say anything. She just stared at Jiang Fei. Then, she grabbed Jiang Fei's arm and bit down.
Hiss!
Jiang Fei was in pain, but he did not resist. Otherwise, with Wei Qing's strength, she would have bitten off his skin. Jiang Fei felt that he had just taken advantage of the girl. Therefore, being bitten was considered a punishment. He did not resist. However, he did not expect Wei Qing to bite him so hard that he was bleeding.
All right. Since I was forced to do it just now, we are even.
Jiang Fei did not want Wei Qing to misunderstand. Therefore, he had just tried to clear the air.
Dot.
Wei Qing still did not speak. She grabbed Jiang Fei's arm with one hand and smeared some blood on Jiang Fei's wound with the other hand. Then, she wiped her forehead.
What are you doing?
Jiang Fei instinctively felt that something was not right. However, before he could say anything, Wei Qing's ritual had ended.
Buzz!
It was unknown what Wei Qing had drawn on her forehead. Suddenly, a blood light flashed and a red mark that looked like a watermark appeared on her forehead. If one looked closely, it was somewhat similar to the mark on Jiang Fei's forehead. On the other hand, Jiang Fei had obtained the mark when he had gained the loyalty of a group of piranhas a long time ago. Although the seal was not of much help to Jiang Fei, it gave him the identity of a lord. Wei Qing's ritual just now had allowed her to join the lord's power and become a blood servant of the lord.
Hey! What are you doing?
Although Jiang Fei knew that what Wei Qing had just done was harmless to him, he instinctively felt that he was going to be entangled by this little girl. Swish! Wei Qing's injuries were still too severe. Moreover, the blood servant ritual would consume too much blood essence and vitality. Therefore, she was no longer able to maintain her shape-shifting state. In an instant, she returned to her original form. She turned into a small snake that was as thick as a finger. Then, she wrapped herself around Jiang Fei's wrist. Her head and tail were connected like an emerald bracelet. Chapter 1697. Chapter 1697. As Wei Qing was severely injured, Jiang Fei could not get an answer from her immediately. However, no matter what, Wanli was still a suspect. Otherwise, he would not be in such a hurry to escape. When Jiang Fei returned to Sun Sheng's territory, the battle between Wanli and the others continued. However, at that moment, Wanli was already in a rather sorry state. He was already on par with the headman, with Sun Sheng and Xia helping him. It was already a testament to his strength that he was still able to hold on.
Alright. Leave him to me.
Jiang Fei nodded at the bloodthirsty demonic vine.
Alright.
The bloodthirsty demonic vine, and the rest could not wait for Jiang Fei to take over. At that moment, Wanli was already fighting like a cornered beast. Who knew when he was going to risk his life? If he was really dragged down by this guy, it would be a huge loss. Therefore, when Jiang Fei said that he was going to take over, these guys immediately spread out and led Jiang Fei out of the battlefield.
Do you want to surrender, or do you want to resist a little?
Jiang Fei asked with a smile.
Humph. Today, am doomed. There is a saying that the winner takes all. How do you plan to deal with me?
Wanli was really a bachelor. Even though he knew that he was not a match for Jiang Fei, he did not plan to resist. Anyway, a guy with Chao Tian's strength was easily killed. Even if he resisted, it would not be of much use.
Alright. At least you know what's good for you.
Jiang Fei smiled and walked up to Wanli.
Tell me, what did you plan to do?
Jiang Fei asked.
What else could I have planned? Of course, I would take advantage of the parasite to devour you.
Wanli could not be bothered to hide it anymore. After all, Hu Qingcheng was not dead. His little trick would be exposed sooner or later.
Sigh. You can forgive the sins of the heavens, but you can't live with your sins.
Jiang Fei sighed.
Captain, this is a good opportunity. If you kill his consciousness now, I still want to take over his body.
0541 suddenly said.
This. Fine.
Jiang Fei thought for a moment. Previously, he did not want to kill Wanli because there was no enmity between the two. Now that Wanli had taken the initiative to plot against him, there was nothing to be afraid of.
So? You want to kill me?
Wanli looked at Jiang Fei. Then, he continued,
although I wanted to trick you, my previous offer still stands. If you are willing to let me live, I am willing to be your pet. Hee hee. That's a good offer. Very tempting.
Jiang Fei said calmly. However, his words were mainly to let Wanli lower his guard. At this moment, Jiang Fei was already tempted to kill him, after fusing with the blackened soul. Although Jiang Fei would not kill the innocent, he would not show mercy to those who threatened him.
How is it? Do you agree?
Wanli was delighted. However, at that moment, he suddenly noticed that Jiang Fei's eyes had changed. From Wanli's perspective, Jiang Fei's pair of black eyes suddenly began to expand. Then, the color of his eyes turned purple, forming 4 petals. Eye of the Violet. This was the first time Jiang Fei had fully activated this skill, since he had comprehended it. In an instant, the 10th dimension was projected around Wanli, completely trapping him in this static space-time domain.
What's going on?
Wanli suddenly realized that at this moment, other than his mind remaining active, he could not move at all.
Don't worry. The show has just begun.
Jiang Fei did not drag Wanli into the 10th dimension, because he realized that by projecting the 10th dimension through the Eye of the Violet, not only could it achieve the same effect as the 10th dimension, but it also had a very low consumption of the will core. Moreover, the consumption of the will core was very low.
Boom!
Jiang Fei first used his mind power hammer on Wanli. In an instant, Wanli felt his mind go blank and his entire body became dizzy.
Captain, please be careful. Don't ruin it for me.
0541 warned.
Don't worry. I know what I'm doing.
Jiang Fei smiled confidently. Ever since the nucleus of will had advanced to Tier 3, Jiang Fei's brain had also been developed. Therefore, his computational ability had been greatly enhanced. At this moment, the attack on Wanli's mind power was like an accurate surgical operation. There was no deviation at all. The reason why Jiang Fei spent so much effort was that he wanted to erase Wanli's consciousness while preserving his memory. This was something that Jiang Fei could not do before the development of his brain. Although Jiang Fei's mind attack ability was very strong, it was like the era of the giant ships and cannons. It was completely relying on the power of the ships and cannons to fight head-on. He used the power of the nucleus of will to crush others. However, it was different now. After the development of his brain, Jiang Fei's computational ability was amazing. He had now advanced from the era of giant ships and cannons to the era of precise guidance. His mind power had become precise. It could destroy enemies. At the same time, it could preserve the knowledge and memories that he wanted. Poof! Poof! Wanli's original consciousness was blasted into pieces after a series of precise spiritual power punctures. But from the outside, he did not suffer any injury at all. Not only that, even his brain did not suffer the slightest damage, which was the previous Jiang Fei simply could not do.
What do you think Master Yuan is doing?
Sun Sheng muttered as he looked at Jiang Fei.
I'm not sure. He's probably using his spiritual power to attack Wanli.
Xia guessed.
I don't think so. When young Master Yuan attacked Boss Chow bled on the spot. Is Wanli more powerful than Boss Chow?
Headman shook her head.
The two of them want meet again. Right.
Sun Sheng curled his lips and said,
I don't know. Who cares? Anyway, this Wanli is courting death. It has nothing to do with us.
Headman said.
That's right. We even stopped Wanli just now. I'm sure this little brother Yuan won't treat us badly,
Xia said with a smile.
I don't want to think about anything else right now. All I want is for him to leave Boss Chaos body behind for us.
Two Men said, as he glanced at Chao Tian's body greedily.
I don't think it's reliable. Boss Chaos body is a treasure, and it contains an extremely terrifying energy. Since little brother Yuan is able to cross the starry sky and come to our planet, then he can't be someone who doesn't know what's good for him. So I advise you to stop dreaming,
Xia said with a pout.
That's true. See? It would be best if we can keep it. If not, it would be good even if you gave us more jerky.
Chief Man sighed and said.
That's reliable.
Xia did not continue to argue this time. A few minutes later, a silver light flashed on Jiang Fei's side. Wanli's corpse disappeared instantly. It was obvious that he had kept it into the 10th dimension because Wanli's consciousness had already disappeared. Therefore, its body was already like a dead object. Therefore, even if it was dragged into the 10th dimension, it would not be too much of a burden to Jiang Fei. Chapter 1698. Chapter 1698. After putting away Wanli's physical body, Jiang Fei turned around and walked over to the group.
All right. The small incident is over. Let's continue with the payment,
Jiang Fei said to the group with a smile.
Of course. Master Yuan, which of these pet beasts do you like?
Asked the group with a smile.
How about this? Other than the little guy in the distraction stage, he'll take the rest,
Jiang Fei said after thinking for a moment. Although he had only asked for 10 pet beasts at the beginning. After these pet beasts were sent over, he did not want to give up on any of them. After all, it was very difficult to find such high-level pet beasts. As for the little girl in the distraction stage, Jiang Fei was not very interested. After all, Jiang Fei's enemies were very powerful now. A pet beast in the distraction stage was not enough to protect himself. When that time came, Jiang Fei would still have to be distracted by her. It was not worth it at all. However, Jiang Fei kept the 2 pet beasts that could not transform. After all, Si Tang and the other girls were still relatively weak. When they were on the road, it was easy for them to drag down the speed of the army. With the 2 night blade leopards, Jiang Fei and the others could increase their speed when they were on the road.
That's great.
Headman and the others were overjoyed. After all, when Jiang Fei took a fancy to these pet beasts, he would pay them a large amount of jerky as a reward.
You guys can follow me later,
Jiang Fei said to the pet beasts after passing the jerky to Boss Man and the rest.
Yes, sir.
These pet beasts had seen Jiang Fei kill Wanli with their own eyes, so they were all very obedient. As ferocious beasts, they were also willing to submit to the strong.
These jerky can be considered as a thank you gift to you. Thank you for stopping Wanli for me just now.
Jiang Fei took out some jerky and passed it to Boss Man and the rest.
Master Yuan, Chao Tian's body is too huge. It's not convenient for you to move it. Why don't you give it to us?
Sun Sheng was not willing to give up. After all, Chao Tian's body was too tempting for them.
Hee. You don't have to worry about that.
Jiang Fei smiled faintly. Chao Tian's body was a good treasure. He would not give it up so easily.
0541. It's up to you now.
Jiang Fei came to the side of the towering tree and placed his right hand on the tree trunk.
No problem. Captain!
0541 replied and immediately activated the ring storage function.
Buzz!
A white light flashed, and the towering tree instantly disappeared into thin air. After all, Jiang Fei's ring storage was a product of Planet Namek's cutting-edge technology. This thing could even store thousands of kilometers of courage, let alone Chao Tian's physical body. Previously, Jiang Fei had wanted to keep the myriadly physical body active so that 0541 could occupy it. That was why he had placed it in the 10th dimension where time stood still. As for Chao Tian's physical body, Jiang Fei did not have such high requirements for it. After all, Jiang Fei was not interested in Chao Tian's memories and brain cells. As long as the energy in his body was still there, it would be fine.
Young Master Yuan. What a remarkable ability.
When the group saw Jiang Fei retracting Chao Tian's body out of thin air, they were all stunned. Although the interstitial space was not unfamiliar to the people of the Five Directions, the group had never heard of anyone being able to hold such a big thing. It could almost be said that it was a mountain-moving and sea-filling technique.
Young Master Yuan, you are really unexpected,
said the group as if they were pointing at something.
That's right. Brother Yuan. Now, I want to leave with you.
Xia also winked at Jiang Fei.
All right. I have basically finished dealing with my matters in the Greenwood Forest. Let's meet again if we are fated.
Jiang Fei ignored Xia and said to Headman and the others.
Where are you going? Master Yuan?
Headman asked.
I was planning to go to the Greenwood Cliff. It has already been delayed for more than a month. I wonder how the Greenwood Cliff is doing now.
Jiang Fei sighed. The main purpose of his trip to the Greenwood Cliff this time was to obtain the 10 Directions Clear artifact on Qinxing. However, he did not expect that the delay would last for a month. He did not know if the 10 Directions Clear artifact was still in the Greenwood Cliff. After all, those players were also looking for this treasure. Although Jiang Fei had delayed for more than a month in the Greenwood Forest, he did not regret it. After all, the opportunity to fuse with the nucleus of will was more important than a crystal. It could even be said that Jiang Fei was improving his own strength. It was even more important than stopping the players from taking action. After all, Jiang Fei could not stop all the players from taking action. He did not need to care about the gains and losses. As long as he could find a way to enter the gamma space before the players destroyed the universe, then everything would not be a problem. Therefore, the most important thing for Jiang Fei now was to increase his own strength and find a feasible way to enter the gamma space.
All right then. Master Yuan hopes that you will come to the Greenwood Forest again when you have time.
Headman smiled at Jiang Fei.
I will come when I have time,
Jiang Fei said politely. Then, he left Sun Xing's territory with the pet beasts and walked towards the Greenwood town.
Master, where are we going?
On the way to Greenwood town, the strongest old lady asked. At this time, Jiang Fei already knew that her name was Granny Amo. She was a snow ferret illusion, because her family was in Two-Man's territory. In order to exchange for the prosperity of her family, she volunteered to become a pet beast.
Let's go to Greenwood Town first. We will meet up with the others there. When the time comes, you will meet up with your own master. As for who is chosen, that will depend on fate.
Jiang Fei laughed.
Hee hee. The companions who can be with you, sir, should all be young and talented. Right.
Grandma Emo asked the thoughts of all the pet beasts present. After all, they knew from the beginning that the master they were going to serve was not Jiang Fei. After all, such powerful people would not be interested in their strength. However, when it came to their own master, they did not want to serve a weak chicken.
Their talents are not bad. However, they have not trained for a long time and have not been taught by the system. Therefore, their strength is generally low. The strongest among them is only around the form synthesis stage.
Jiang Fei did not exaggerate the strength of the girls. Among the girls, only Bella and the other girls who had fused with the energy core were stronger. They were basically equivalent to a powerhouse in the form synthesis stage. They had about 13 million combat power. For girls like Corona, they only had a combat strength of around 7 million, which was equivalent to the Aurus core stage. Moreover, because they were not proficient in martial arts, their actual combat strength might not be as good as the Aurus core stage. On the other hand, girls like Silly Law and Si Tying were even weaker. They only had a combat strength of around the form synthesis stage. In the 5 directions of heaven and earth, this bit of strength could almost be ignored. Chapter 1699. Chapter 1699. Return to the human world. Oh! After hearing Jiang Fei's words, the pet beasts could not help but feel a little disappointed.
Don't be disappointed either. They just haven't gone through the system's learning process. In addition, their training time is still quite short. As long as they are given some time, coupled with suitable cultivation techniques, I believe that it won't be long before their strength will catch up to or even surpass yours.
Jiang Fei did not want the pet beasts to underestimate the girls. Therefore, he promised generously.
Sir, we can trust your strength. However, even if your human cultivation speed is very fast, it would take at least a few decades for you to break through from the fusion stage to the void stage. Right.
Another pet beast muttered.
Humph. I think you know why you were sold to me. Right. Since I have spare jerky for them. Don't tell me that I don't have jerky for the people around me to increase their strength?
Jiang Fei's face darkened. He could not allow these pet beasts to look down on the girls. If he allowed such emotions to spread, how would the girls be able to tame these pet beasts?
Jerky?
Almost instantly, the eyes of all the pet beasts lit up. The reason why they were willing to sell themselves to join Jiang Fei's faction was not only to seek some strength for their family, but also because they were bewitched by the leader of the ferocious beasts. Back then, in order to beguile these ferocious beasts into willingly becoming pet beasts, Two Man and the others had also revealed the matter of the giant beast jerky. Therefore, these pet beasts all knew that Jiang Fei had a large amount of jerky in his hands. The reason why they were willing to become Jiang Fei's pet beasts was largely because of the jerky, since these jerky could quickly increase a person's strength. If Jiang Fei was willing to trade the jerky, he would definitely not mistreat the people around him. From this, it could be seen that the people around him were still not strong enough. It was possible that they did not have good martial arts techniques. However, with a treasure like the meat jerky, would they not be able to obtain the martial arts techniques? After thinking about it, the pet beasts quickly felt relieved. Although they had to temporarily serve some masters who were not as strong as them, these masters were clearly close to the Lord in front of them. Under the guidance of the Lord, those people would naturally have a bright future. Therefore, when they thought about it, the pet beasts felt relieved. Jiang Fei and the others quickly walked out of the core of the greenwood forest. As soon as they entered the hunting area outside, the human cultivators and fierce beasts that were hunting in the hunting area were scared and fled in all directions. No one knew why such a large group of high-level fierce beasts had come out together. Many human cultivators even scrambled out of the hunting area of the greenwood forest and ran to the greenwood cliff to report. They all thought that the ferocious beasts were going to break the agreement and cause a ruckus in the human world.
Although the two of you can't transform, can you reduce your size?
Jiang Fei said to the two nascent soul stage night blade leopards. They were about to leave the hunting area. If they entered Greenwood Town with these two black leopards, wouldn't the villagers be scared?
Roar!
The two night blade panthers roared in a low voice. Then, their bodies rapidly shrunk. In the blink of an eye, they had turned into two little black cats. Although these two night blade panthers could not speak human language yet, they could completely understand Jiang Fei's words.
Let's go!
Jiang Fei nodded in satisfaction. Then, he led the group of pet beasts towards Greenwood Town. At this moment, Jiang Fei and the others were like a rich young master in the eyes of outsiders. Beside him, there were only maids and his mother. Beside an old lady, there were two little black cats. Unless one was a highly skilled practitioner, an ordinary person would not be able to tell that Jiang Fei was leading a group of notorious ferocious beasts. Before Jiang Fei even got close to Greenwood Town, he had already sensed that a large number of powerhouses were rushing towards him. Clearly, the experts of Greenwood Cliff had received the report. They knew that there were a large number of ferocious beasts in the Greenwood Forest. So they immediately sent people to investigate.
Who are you?
A sword light hovered in front of Jiang Fei.
We are young Master Yuan's entourage. Who are you?
Without Jiang Fei's appearance, Grandma Emma walked to the front.
Hee hee. That's not bad. From now on, I don't have to deal with everything myself.
Jiang Fei nodded in satisfaction. He really needed such a butler.
We are disciples of the Greenwood Cliff. Are you human cultivators or fellow disciples of the Greenwood Forest?
This human cultivator was rather polite. He did not address them as ferocious beasts directly. Instead, he used a euphemistic term. Although human cultivators generally look down on beasts, that was also based on strength. A golden core stage disciple facing a group of beasts that could be in human form. No matter how proud he was, he did not dare to show it in front of them.
Dot!
Grandma Emo did not answer. Instead, she looked at Jiang Fei because she did not know how to answer this question.
Just saying that I am Yan Ying's friend. Yuan Xiao.
Jiang Fei said to Grandma Emo through telepathy.
Our Master Yuan is the friend of Yaning, the eldest disciple of the Greenwood Cliff. Do you think he is a human cultivator?
Grandma Emo said to the Greenwood Cliff disciple in a disdainful tone. This act of revealing her family as a human made her proud from the bottom of her heart. This was also a form of self-abasement caused by the human cultivators looking down on her for tens of thousands of years.
Eldest senior brother's friend?
The disciple of the Greenwood Cliff was stunned. Then, he seemed to have thought of something. Only then did he confirm with doubt.
This young Master Yuan. Are you the young Master Yuan Xiao who saved my eldest senior brother back then? That's right. It's me.
Jiang Fei nodded.
Then, may I ask where are you from? Young Master Yuan?
The disciple of the Greenwood Cliff still did not seem to be very sure.
I'm from planet Mars,
said Jiang Fei with a smile. Of course. He knew that they were trying to confirm his identity in case he was an imposter.
Master Yuan, you're still alive?
Asked the disciple with a surprised expression.
What the hell?
Jiang Fei was speechless.
A junior brother said that you have entered the core of the Greenwood Forest and have not heard from you for a long time. Even the senior brother thought that something bad had happened to you,
said the disciple.
Hee hee. The friends in the Greenwood Forest are all very friendly. There is no danger at all.
Jiang Fei smiled honestly. However, his smile made the pet beasts around him break out in cold sweat.
Humph. Compared to you, the Demon King of Murder, our Greenwood Forest is considered friendly. That's right. The unfriendly ones have all been killed by you. Even Boss Chow has died at your hands. Who would dare to be unfriendly to you?
The pet beasts grumbled in their hearts. But there was still some pride in the depths of their hearts. The fierce beasts worshipped the strong. So they felt proud to be able to follow such a strong master. Chapter 1700, Pet Distribution.
Master Yuan, you should rest in Greenwood Town for a while. I will go and ask my senior now.
The disciple of Greenwood Cliff nodded at Jiang Fei. Then, he turned his flying sword and flew in the direction of Greenwood Cliff.
Let's go!
Jiang Fei knew that he would not be allowed to enter Greenwood Cliff before he met Yan Ying. Therefore, he was happy to meet the girls first. After entering the Greenwood town, Jiang Fei and the others immediately became the focus of attention. After all, the Greenwood town rarely had a large group of people like them. Moreover, there were so many young girls in the group. Not long after Jiang Fei and the others arrived at the Greenwood town, Bella and the others came out to welcome them.
Honey, you're back.
Bella was the first to pounce on Jiang Fei's side.
This time, not only did I come back, but I also brought back a lot of good things for you guys.
Jiang Fei said with a smile.
What good things?
Bella was initially very excited to ask Jiang Fei for a gift. However, her attention was quickly attracted by the girls behind Jiang Fei.
Who are they?
Bella said with an unhappy expression.
They are the gifts that I mentioned.
Jiang Fei laughed.
I think they are gifts for you. Right,
Bella said sourly.
I don't think too much. They are all ferocious beasts from the Greenwood Forest. I specially got them to be your pet beasts.
Jiang Fei then told Bella his purpose. After all, most of the girls, including Si Tying, were still weak. If they did not have someone to protect them, not only would they not be able to help Jiang Fei, they would also become a burden to him.
Oh,
Bella nodded. However, she still looked at Jiang Fei with doubt.
All right, everyone, please choose your pet. Similarly, you can also choose your own master. Everything depends on fate.
Jiang Fei quickly changed the topic so that Bella would not continue to struggle on this topic. Therefore, he quickly changed the topic.
All right.
A group of girls immediately gathered around. They were also very curious about these pet beasts.
I don't want any pet beasts,
Bella pouted. The dragon genes in her body made her used to being alone. She did not like to fight with others.
Forget it if you don't like it. It'll give you another gift after a while,
Jiang Fei said with a smile.
It's a deal,
Bella said.
Of course.
Jiang Fei nodded. He had already had an idea in his mind. After all, 0541 wanted the demonic vine's 10,000 lead body. Chao Tian's body would be useless. Moreover, his body contained a rich amount of wood-type energy. Therefore, it was practically the best alchemy item. The only thing that Jiang Fei lacked now was the stellar martial arts technique and the alchemy vessel. Once he obtained these two items, he could refine Chao Tian's physical body. That would be a great tonic for Bella, who cultivated life energy, similar to the fire-type martial arts technique of the Mars. Stellar martial arts technique of the wood type was proficient in alchemy. Jiang Fei's purpose for coming to the Greenwood Cliff this time was partly for the sake of the 10-directional clearware, and partly for the purpose of spying on other people's martial arts techniques. Although Bella did not participate in the identification of the pet beasts, the girls and the female pet beasts quickly started chatting. Perhaps it was the nature of girls, but these girls quickly started chatting enthusiastically. Only Nina was special. She did not join the group of young girls. Instead, she chatted happily with Grandma Mo.
Ah, Fei, I've decided. Let Grandma Mo stay by my side.
In about 20 minutes, Nina brought Grandma Mo.
Grandma Mo, what do you think?
Jiang Fei turned around and asked. Although he had bought these pet beasts, As a person who had grown up in a civilized society, Jiang Fei did not really like the relationship between master and slave. He hoped that the pet beasts and their owners would choose each other so that they could get along better in the future.
I also like this girl very much. Let the old lady follow her,
Grandma Imo said with a smile. Initially, she had some complaints about serving her master who was weaker than her. However, due to the welfare of her clan, she had no choice but to mistreat herself. However, after talking to Nina for a while, she realized that although Nina was young, she had a very unique view of cultivation and worldly affairs. In addition, Jiang Fei was helping her from the side. This person's future achievements were bound to be limitless. Therefore, the unhappiness in Grandma Imo. After another half an hour or so, Ariel walked over with the girl. The two of them were very intimate.
Hubby, I want her.
Ariel hugged Jiang Fei's arm and said coquettishly,
What about you?
Jiang Fei turned around and looked at the girl. She was a fox girl that Xia had brought along. Her combat strength was around the void interpretation stage.
I would also like to be with this sister.
The girl nodded. Actually, even if she did not ask, Jiang Fei could still get an answer from the intimacy between the two of them. In the next hour or two, the other girls had also chosen their own pet. Among them, Sylvie was the more greedy one. She had taken 2 of them each. Other than an expert at the void interpretation stage, she also wanted a night blade leopard. As for Hua Mulan, she was different. She only wanted a night blade leopard. In her words, she was a soldier. Her weapon was a long spear. Without a mount, she always felt that she was lacking something. Seeing that the girls had all chosen their pet, Jiang Fei did not interfere. He immediately stood guard for the girls and made them sign the contract with their pet. Although the process of signing the contract was tedious, it was very smooth. After all, this was the foot of the Greenwood Cliff. The ferocious beasts in the Greenwood Forest were all subdued by Jiang Fei. So naturally, no one came out to cause trouble. After the girls had signed the contract, Jiang Fei arranged for them to go back and rest. After all, they had just received their pet. They still needed time to develop a relationship. Although pet beasts were supposed to help their owners fight, they were driven by the contract and were willing to fight for them. This was a big deal. Therefore, it was very important to develop a relationship with their pet beasts. Just as Jiang Fei was settling the girls down, Yanning also arrived at Greenwood Town.
Brother Yuan, you really scared me to death. Why did you go to the Greenwood Forest without telling me?
Yanning was very happy to see Jiang Fei.
Hee hee. I went to watch the show with 2 disciples from Greenwood Cliff. I did not expect to meet a few good ferocious beast friends. So, I went to the inner part of the Greenwood Forest to take a look.
Jiang Fei said with a smile.
It's good that you're not in danger. I heard that the core of the Greenwood Forest is not very peaceful recently. The intense battle fluctuations even felt by the Greenwood Cliff.
Yanning said with a worried expression.
It's nothing much. It's just that the ferocious beasts spar with each other more frequently.
Of course, Jiang Fei could not tell Yanning that he had killed the 2 strongest ferocious beasts in the Greenwood Forest. Chapter 1701. Chapter 1701 Players' Whereabouts.
By the way, Master Yuan, I had said that I would bring you to meet Master. However, I have not been able to find you during this period of time. I wonder if you have the time now.
Yanning invited Jiang Fei again. After all, Jiang Fei was his savior. Therefore, his attitude toward Jiang Fei was very good.
Of course, I have time. Isn't my purpose of coming to Qinxing this time to meet the experts of the Greenwood Cliff?
Jiang Fei laughed.
That's great. Master Yuan, when do we leave?
Yanning said happily.
Right now is fine.
Jiang Fei replied. Previously, he had already settled Nina and the other girls, so he had nothing to do now.
Do you have a companion, Master Yuan?
Yanning asked.
Yes, I have a female companion.
Jiang Fei replied. Although the other girls needed to develop a relationship with their pets, Bella did not need a pet. Therefore, there was nothing much to do. Jiang Fei could bring her along to the Greenwood Cliff.
Then, why don't you come out and join us?
Yanning invited as expected.
Sure.
Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he called Bella out from the inn.
Bella, this is Yanning, the eldest disciple of the leader of the Greenwood Cliff. Brother Yin, this is my girlfriend, Bella.
Jiang Fei introduced.
Hello.
Yanning nodded at Bella.
Yes. Hello.
Bella could not help but blush when she heard Jiang Fei introduce her like that. This was because Jiang Fei had rarely introduced her like that in front of outsiders. After some small talk, Jiang Fei and Bella left Greenwood Town with Yin Ying. They then flew in the direction of Greenwood Cliff. Yin Ying led the way with his sword while Jiang Fei and Bella rode on the same sword.
Bella, I think you should also find a suitable weapon. You always fight with your fists. When you encounter enemies with similar strength, you will still be at a disadvantage.
Jiang Fei advised while they were on their way.
I do need a flying sword. Otherwise, it would be too inconvenient to travel.
Bella did not agree with Jiang Fei's suggestion. She always believed that her fists were the best weapon. However, flying with a sword was indeed more labor-saving and faster than flying with strength.
The main purpose of this trip to the Greenwood Cliff is to give you a set of martial arts techniques. After all, the Greenwood Cliff is the #1 sect in Constellation. Their martial arts techniques should not be too bad.
Jiang Fei whispered into Bella's ear.
You're not planning to snatch it by force, are you? These sects seem to value the inheritance very much. I don't think they will hand over the cultivation technique easily,
Bella said with a frown. Indeed, she also wanted to obtain a perfect cultivation technique. After all, after seeing Jiang Fei's newly mastered and gorgeous sword technique, Bella could clearly see the difference between having a cultivation technique and fighting purely based on instinct.
That's easy to say. I have a lot of treasures in my hands. It would be best if we can exchange them. If we can't, well, steal them. As for stealing them openly, forget it. Your husband is a good man,
Jiang Fei said with a smile.
TSK! A good man would steal things?
Bella curled her lips in disdain.
I'm just taking a peek. They have a lot of meat,
Jiang Fei said as he winked. While Jiang Fei and Bella were chatting, Yin Ying had already brought the two of them to the entrance of the Greenwood Cliff.
Eldest Senior. Eldest Senior.
The two disciples guarding the mountain greeted Yin Ying when they saw him.
Yes. These are my two friends.
Yin Ying nodded at them and asked,
Where is my master? The sect master should be in the main hall. Just now. The law enforcement elder was called over,
one of the disciples said.
Law enforcement elder? What happened?
Yin Ying was stunned.
I don't know.
The two disciples shook their heads. Their status was low. Many things were not something that they could know.
All right.
Yin Ying nodded. Then, he said to Jiang Fei and Bella,
Master Yuan, follow me to my courtyard to rest. I will go and see my master first. All right. I'll listen to Brother Yan's arrangements,
Jiang Fei said with a smile. Since they had come to Greenwood Cliff, they naturally had to follow the other party's rules. Soon, under Yin Ying's lead, Jiang Fei and the others arrived at a quiet small courtyard. Although this small courtyard was simple, it was also elegant and comfortable. It seemed that Yin Ying, the eldest disciple of the sect leader, was treated quite well.
The two of you can rest here for a while. I'll be back soon.
Yin Ying settled Jiang Fei and the others in his room and left in a hurry.
Hubby, did something happen to the Green Cliff?
Bella asked curiously.
I don't know. It's none of our business anyway.
Jiang Fei shrugged.
Knock, knock, knock.
Just as Jiang Fei and Bella were talking, there was a knock on the door from outside the room.
Creak, creak.
The door rang. A disciple of Greenwood Cliff walked in. He was holding a tray in his hand.
Master Yuan, please have some tea. My senior will be back in a moment.
After the disciple offered the fragrant tea and fruits, he left.
Hee hee. This Yin Ying is quite polite.
Bella laughed.
Yeah. This guy is really a person who values friendship.
Jiang Fei smiled as well. Although Yin Ying had just left in a hurry, he did not forget to treat his savior with respect. Jiang Fei and Bella were drinking tea and chatting at Yin Ying's residence. In the blink of an eye, more than 2 hours had passed. However, Yin Ying still had not returned. As the sky gradually turned dark, the disciple from before came over again and served dinner. However, Yin Ying still had not returned. When the disciple came over again to serve tea, Jiang Fei stopped the disciple.
Junior brother, did something happen? Why hasn't Brother Yin returned yet?
Jiang Fei asked.
Master Yuan, there has indeed been a slight change in our Greenwood Cliff. However, it doesn't matter. The sect leader and eldest senior brother will be able to handle it very quickly. Please don't worry,
said the disciple.
Other than the change?
Jiang Fei muttered to himself. Suddenly, Jiang Fei had a flash of inspiration. He thought to himself,
Oh no! Could it be that the player has started to move?
Jiang Fei guessed in his heart. After all, Jiang Fei was not the only one who was looking for the Greenwood Cliff's 10-directional clear artifact and cultivation method. The players were also getting restless. Previously, Jiang Fei had been delayed in the Greenwood Forest for about a month. He had thought that the players had already succeeded. However, from Yan Ying's performance, it seemed that nothing had happened at the Greenwood Cliff. However, today, when Jiang Fei had just arrived at the Green Cliff, there was such a big change. Even Yan Ying had not returned for a long time. Therefore, Jiang Fei could not help but suspect that the players had made a move. When he thought of this, Jiang Fei quickly took out his identification device. Pa! The identification device was turned on. Jiang Fei saw a small red dot flying out of the screen. Clearly, the player had already succeeded and was now retreating. Chapter 1702. Chapter 1702. Good luck.
F***CK! I almost let this guy get away!
Jiang Fei glared at him. When he first arrived at the Greenwood Cliff, the player had already succeeded. Moreover, he had run a certain distance away. Therefore, the identification device did not alert Jiang Fei through vibration. The identification device that Vitamin gave Jiang Fei had two modes. Its small map could be zoomed in and out. When the small map was zoomed in to the smallest area, if there was a player in the area, the identification device would alert Jiang Fei. However, if the player had already exceeded the smallest area, Jiang Fei could still see the red dot that represented the player after he expanded the map. However, the identification device would not vibrate. Seeing that the player was about to escape the largest area that the identification device could lock onto, Jiang Fei was not in the mood to wait any longer. If he waited any longer, once the player escaped the identification device's scanning range, in this vast world, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack if Jiang Fei wanted to find the other party again. Thinking of this, Jiang Fei made a prompt decision. He did not wait for Yan Ying anymore. He immediately brought Bella out of the small courtyard.
Master Yuan, do you have any orders?
The disciple who had been serving Jiang Fei tea was right outside the door. After all, he was the #1 sect in Qinxing. It was impossible for a stranger like Jiang Fei to leave on his own accord.
I have something urgent to attend to. I need to leave for a while,
Jiang Fei said, without waiting for the disciple to reply. He immediately summoned his Chungying sword and left with Bella. The Chungying sword was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it was out of the range of the Greenwood Cliff. Then, it continued to chase after the player, as the player had already run far away. Jiang Fei and the others had been chasing after him for more than an hour. Only then did the identification device in Jiang Fei's hand start to call the police. This call meant that the player had already entered the core lock-in range of the enemy and friend identification device. He was not far away from Jiang Fei and the rest.
Husband, what do you plan to do with this
player
this time?
Bella asked curiously, as Vitamin had already warned Jiang Fei once. This time, Jiang Fei definitely could not destroy the carrier, capturing the player's consciousness.
Sigh. This is really annoying.
Jiang Fei was also very worried. Although he could easily kill these players, their backgrounds were too deep. Vitamin had already warned him several times. Therefore, Jiang Fei did not dare to casually deal with these players anymore. He did not want to attract the displeasure of the development team. This feeling of having his hands tied made Jiang Fei very unhappy. However, there was nothing he could do. After all, those people from the Gamma space, especially that damn development team, to the people in Jiang Fei's universe, they were like gods. They could change all the rules and things in the universe at will. No matter how powerful Jiang Fei and the others were, they did not have the slightest ability to resist. It was also because of the absolute rule of the high-dimensional world over the low-dimensional world that the development team allowed Jiang Fei to exist and develop. In their eyes, even if Jiang Fei turned the world upside down, he was only powerful in their dimension. If they made a slight change on their side, his power would be completely gone. The development team could even shut down the game and shut down the server. In that case, Jiang Fei's entire universe would be destroyed. No matter how strong Jiang Fei was, he would be reduced to ashes. Therefore, in the eyes of the people in the Gamma space, Jiang Fei and the others were just a group of game data. No matter how strong they were, they would not be a real threat to them. It was just like playing a game. No matter how difficult it was to clear the level, at most, they would just make a fuss. They would never worry about their own lives. However, it was also because of the confidence of the people of the Gamma space and Vinalon's support that Jiang Fei had sufficient space to develop. Otherwise, he would have been killed in the bud long ago. Just as Jiang Fei was thinking about how to deal with this player, he and Bella had already caught up with this guy. From afar, Jiang Fei even saw the player. He turned his head to look at Jiang Fei and Bella, who were catching up with him, and continued to speed away. However, no matter how fast the player was, he could not fly faster than the Chang'e sword. Although there were two people on the Chang'e sword, the difference in strength between Jiang Fei and the player was too great. Pa! Jiang Fei accelerated and arrived behind the player. Then, he grabbed the player by the neck. Ah! The player cried out. Just as he was about to activate his defensive tool, he felt his mind go blank and he lost consciousness. When describing a person's fast movements, there was always a word that was used to describe it. It was called the lightning needle. It meant that the needle was put on at the moment of dawn. That was how fast the needle was. Jiang Fei's movements were just like that. Against such an opponent, it would be meaningless to fight for 300 rounds. The battle would end in a snap. However, this was also because Jiang Fei had interacted with these players many times. He knew that they all had a ball-shaped defensive item on them. This item was an absolute defense, although there was a limit to the number of times it could be used. However, if there were only a few thousand chances left, Jiang Fei did not have the time to waste with him. Therefore, when Jiang Fei came up, he reached out and grabbed the player. At the same time, he used his mind power hammer to knock him out. Although Vinolin had warned Jiang Fei several times not to kill the player, it was still okay to knock him out. Plop! After landing, Jiang Fei casually threw the player on the ground. Then, he began to search around. Humph! I knew it! Jiang Fei laughed coldly. He took off a ball-shaped accessory from the player's ribs. It was a commonly used defensive item for players. After putting away the ball, Jiang Fei began to search again. Soon, he found a storage bag. Although this kind of interstitial space was not common in the 5 directions, it was not very rare either. The core disciples of such large sections would usually receive rewards. Swoosh! Jiang Fei immediately opened the storage bag. This kind of low-level hidden space did not have any defensive measures at all. Anyone could open it. How is it? Do you have anything good? Bella leaned over curiously. Hee! If this person is lucky, the heavens will help you. Jiang Fei could not help but laugh out loud. He had initially been worried about how he could get the cultivation technique and alchemy furnace that he wanted from the Greenwood Cliff. Now, this kid had taken the initiative to deliver it to him. Although the purpose of these players was to steal the 10 directional cryptex, most sects would always keep their most important treasures together. Therefore, whether it was by accident or this guy in front of him, they would all be taken away. In the end, they would all benefit Jiang Fei. Chapter 1703, Chapter 1703. The Art of the Cauldron. Other than the art of the Greenwood Cliff and the cauldron, the most important thing in the storage bag was the Celestial Star's 10-directional clear artifact Blood Thorn. Jiang Fei held the Blood Thorn in his hand. It looked like a plant seed. It looked ordinary on the outside. However, if it was activated with pure wood-type spiritual power, it would show its terrifying side. Once it was activated, the Blood Thorn would quickly take root and sprout. However, this root grew in the enemy's body. Once it was hit by the Blood Thorn, it would absorb the enemy's spiritual energy and flesh. Then, it would grow thorns like vines to bind the enemy. Not only would the Blood Thorn devour the enemy's flesh and blood, but it was also extremely tough. Even an expert in the tribulation stage would not be able to cut it off easily. I have already obtained 2 of the 10-directional clear equipment. The actions of the players have probably been greatly affected. The next target should be to protect the mysterious Lady of the 9 Heavens. Jiang Fei thought to himself. Jiang Fei did not plan to interrogate the player in front of him this time. Previously, when he was interrogating Heartless and the Yuan family's ambassador, Jiang Fei realized that the low-level players did not know much. They were only accepting quests and completing quests. As for the key points in the plot development, they probably did not know much. All right. Consider yourself lucky, Jiang Fei said as he looked at the player, who had collapsed on the ground and was still unconscious. Hubby, what do you plan to do with him? Bella asked curiously. Why should I do that? Anyway, he's useless now. There's no need for us to anger the development team anymore, Jiang Fei said with a smile. That's true. This guy failed the quest. After he leaves the world of the 5 directions, he won't be able to keep his current carrier. At that time, I'll probably be useless as a battleship soldier. Bella nodded, leaving the player behind. Jiang Fei, who had gained a lot, took Bella away. When the player woke up, he was completely dumbfounded. He did not capture me. He did not kill me.
Could it be that he is not from the law enforcement hall?
The player muttered to himself.
F***CK. Who took my treasure?
All of a sudden, the player realized that his storage bag was gone.
D***M. I spent so much effort to steal these treasures, causing the entire Greenwood Cliff to chase after me. In the end, I was plotted against by someone else.
At that moment, the player was anxious. At this moment, he did not have any money on him. It was impossible for him to return to the Town Star through the teleportation portal to meet up with the other players. He would still have to face the Greenwood Cliff's pursuit in Constellation Star. If he was caught, the outcome was obvious. If Jiang Fei still had the mood to stay here, he would definitely tell the player an ancient story from Earth. The mantis stalks the cicada, but the Oriole follows behind. As the Oriole, Jiang Fei had already run a few hundred miles away. He was happily sharing the fruits of his victory.
0541. Analyze the data of the techniques of the Greenwood Cliff. Then, create a memory wave and send it over. Oh right. Send a copy to Bella as well.
Jiang Fei ordered 0541.
Yes, Captain. Analyzing the data.
0541 immediately accepted the order. After about 50 minutes, 0541's data analysis was completed. He had also created a memory wave from the techniques of the Greenwood Cliff.
Captain, the memory wave has been created. It can be transmitted at any time.
0541 reported.
Start the transmission.
Jiang Fei ordered.
Yes, Captain.
0541 immediately began to transmit the memory wave to Jiang Fei and Bella at the same time. This was not the first time that both Jiang Fei and Bella had received such a transmission. Therefore, both of them naturally accepted the transmission. However, although Jiang Fei and Bella received the transmission at the same time, the effect was not the same. When Bella received the transmission of the memory waves, she followed the rules. She first converted the memory waves into the deep memories in her subconscious mind. And then, bit by bit, she understood and dug them out. When Jiang Fei received the memory wave before, there was no difference. Although it was equivalent to instantly familiarizing himself with the Book of the Bluestone Cliff technique, it did not mean that he knew how to use it. Therefore, if Bella wanted to use the Bluestone Cliff technique, she would have to wait until the transmission was over. She would have to understand and practice it bit by bit. In the end, she would be able to turn the memory wave into her own knowledge. However, this time, Jiang Fei was different. The biggest difference between him and the previous time when he received the memory wave transmission was the development of his brain after the 3 parts of the nucleus of will were fused. Although Jiang Fei's brain development was only about 30% so far, his computational ability had already surpassed 0541's. It could even be said that, just now, Jiang Fei did not even need 0541 to analyze the data and produce the memory waves. He only needed to quickly read the books. The effect would be even better than 0541's. However, because Bella also needed the memory waves and Jiang Fei wanted to slack off, he had 0541 to create the memory waves. However, during the process of transmitting the memory waves, Jiang Fei's brain was also operating at a rapid speed. He was constantly analyzing the techniques of the Greenwood Cliff. At the same time, he began to simulate and use them. As such, almost at the same time that 0541 transmitted the memory waves, Jiang Fei had converted the memories into his own knowledge. This was equivalent to when the memory waves were completed. Jiang Fei had already mastered the techniques of the Greenwood Cliff. Although it was not perfect, at least he could be considered proficient. Therefore, compared to when he received the Crimson Flame sex techniques, Jiang Fei had saved a few months of time due to the development of his brain region. Moreover, this was only the beginning because of the development of his brain region. At this time, Jiang Fei had a unique understanding of the 2 sets of 5 directions heaven and earth techniques. Therefore, he was even more at ease when he practiced these 2 sets of techniques.
Now, it can be considered as a true wood and fire dual cultivation. Right.
Jiang Fei smiled slightly. He had completely digested and absorbed the wood-type methods of the Greenwood Cliff. However, Bella was still in a meditative state. It would take at least a few hours. Only then would she be able to complete the preliminary understanding of the memory wave.
Captain, you can now try to refine Chao Tian's physical body.
0541 saw that Jiang Fei was a little bored, so he suggested.
Good idea.
Jiang Fei was delighted. The information that he had just received and understood included the alchemical cauldron technique of the Green Cliff. Therefore, he also wanted to try the feeling of personally refining pills. Seeing that Bella seemed to be unable to wake up for a while, Jiang Fei took out the alchemical cauldron of the green cliff that he had obtained from the player. This was a small dark green alchemical cauldron. It was only the size of a duck egg in the palm of his hand. However, when Jiang Fei injected wood-type spiritual energy into it, the alchemical cauldron grew in the wind and instantly turned into an alchemical cauldron that was as tall as a person. Chapter 1704. Chapter 1704. Blind Alchemy. As this was his first attempt, Jiang Fei did not dare to refine Chao Tian's body. He only cut off all the branches of the giant tree and used some of the smaller branches as an experiment. Although these were small branches, they were enough for a giant tree. To the cauldron in front of Jiang Fei, which was as tall as a person, a small amount would be enough. However, a small amount of branches was definitely not enough to refine pills. Even though Chao Tian's body was filled with energy, his body was too big. Therefore, the energy was rather scattered. If one wanted to refine pills, one had to have a certain amount of them. Rise! Jiang Fei used the technique of the green wood cliff. The origin energy in his body instantly transformed into wood-type spiritual energy. The spiritual energy gathered into the cauldron, and the cauldron began to rotate automatically. Following that, Jiang Fei formed a sword gesture with his hand. The bluestone cliff's alchemy technique began to operate. The cauldron began to work. Buzz! The cauldron shook slightly. Then, the medicinal mouth opened. At this time, under Jiang Fei's control, the cauldron already had a certain amount of interstitial space ability. The size of the inside of the cauldron had already expanded a lot. Moreover, it continued to expand as Jiang Fei injected spiritual energy into it. Get in there! Jiang Fei directly pulled out all the broken branches from the 10th dimension. Then, he stuffed them all into the cauldron. Close! Jiang Fei shouted loudly. The sword skill in his hand changed. The lid of the cauldron immediately snapped shut. Then, the bottom of the cauldron automatically lit up with raging flames. Swish! Jiang Fei crossed his legs and sat down on the ground. Then, he closed his eyes slightly and silently chanted the green cliff pill skill in his mind. Spiritual power circulated in his body and continuously poured into the cauldron. Although this was Jiang Fei's first attempt at alchemy, the development of his brain allowed him to instantly understand and master all the techniques of the green cliff. This included the alchemy cauldron technique. Therefore, Jiang Fei was very familiar with the alchemy cauldron. It did not seem like he was a new apprentice who was trying it for the first time. As Jiang Fei activated his spiritual energy, the flames under the cauldron burned fiercely. The broken branches in the cauldron began to be refined. However, the speed was not very fast. The art of alchemy itself was not a path that pursued speed. It would take at least 49 days for the pill to take shape. It might even take 81 days. Therefore, patience was essential. However, Jiang Fei was a very impatient person. It was not only Jiang Fei. In fact, most of the young people he represented were like that. Therefore, even on Celestial Star, alchemy masters were most likely older than 70 to 80 years old. After all, young people were fickle-minded. One had to let them maintain a calm temperament for dozens of days and keep the alchemy fire steady. If it continued for a long time, the young people would naturally feel bored. They would feel bored. At this moment, Jiang Fei was the same. He had only been refining pills for more than a day, and he was already a little impatient. This alchemy fire is not good enough. How long will it take to refine it? Jiang Fei muttered to himself. Captain, don't be anxious. This pill art is a cultivation method to cultivate one's body and mind. You must not be anxious. Otherwise, this pill will turn into dregs. 0541 warned. Bella is about to wake up. I don't want to delay any longer. Anyway, it's just a bunch of small twigs. If worst comes to worst, it'll just have to be more patient when I refine the main body in the future, Jiang Fei said impatiently. But Captain, 0541 still wanted to say something. But Jiang Fei had already started moving. Buzz! At this moment, Jiang Fei was multitasking. On one hand, he was maintaining the Greenwood Cliff's martial arts technique and controlling the cauldron. On the other hand, he was using the Crimson Flame Sex fire-type martial arts technique. Didn't Jiang Fei just complain that the cauldron's automatic fire-type alchemy was not powerful enough? Then, he would have to add his own flame. Even if the Crimson Flame Sex fire element technique was not unparalleled, it was still first-rate. Therefore, the flame should not be bad. Right? Oh right! The flame that I used to refine the Chungying sword seemed to be quite strong. Jiang Fei had an idea. When he was refining the Chungying sword, since he was able to refine a divine weapon with a sword spirit,
The flame must be extraordinary. In the past, when Jiang Fei was creating the Chungying sword, he could only use the heart flame by accident. However, after developing his brain, he had a new understanding of the Crimson Flame sect's techniques. Therefore, he could use the heart flame as he wished. Rise! As Jiang Fei shouted, a crimson flame lit up under the cauldron. Buzz! As the crimson flame lit up, the lower part of the cauldron was immediately burned red. In order to protect itself, the cauldron immediately began to rotate faster. Speaking of which, the pill cauldron was not an ordinary object. After all, how could it be an ordinary object that could be hidden in the treasury of Greenwood Cliff and preserved together with the 10-directional clear artifact? This pill cauldron was the cornerstone treasure of Greenwood Cliff. To Greenwood Cliff, it was even more important than one of the 10-directional clear artifacts, Blood Brambles. This was because whenever Greenwood Cliff accepted new disciples and recruited new ones, the current sect master had to use this cauldron to refine a batch of foundation building pills to assist the disciples in their training. This foundation building pill was not something that could be refined at will. Otherwise, the various sects would have been frantically recruiting disciples. Not only were the materials needed to refine it precious, but the requirements for the cauldron were also very high. The entire celestial star could only be refined by the cauldron of the Bluestone Cliff. That was why the Bluestone Cliff had been the #1 sect in the celestial star for thousands of years. No one could shake their position as the most important treasure of the Bluestone Cliff. The alchemical cauldron actually had an artifact spirit. However, Jiang Fei had obtained the alchemical cauldron from an illegitimate source. Therefore, the artifact spirit did not acknowledge Jiang Fei, so it did not show itself. At this moment, the alchemical cauldron was only slightly better in material. It was not much different from an ordinary alchemical cauldron. However, after Jiang Fei ignited the flame of his heart, the artifact spirit could not help but give a little reaction. The flame had burned his butt. If he did not think of a way, he would be burned through by Jiang Fei. The asterisk starred. Have you ever refined pills before? Your family uses the flame of your heart to refine pills? The flame of your heart is used to refine weapons. Okay. Are you going to refine pills or me? The artifact spirit of the cauldron was cursing Jiang Fei in his heart. Although Jiang Fei had mastered the art of alchemy, there was no common sense in the art. Therefore, when Jiang Fei ignited the flame of his heart, the artifact spirit of the cauldron became anxious. He kept rotating his body to lower the temperature of his body. Otherwise, if the pill was not successfully refined, she would be refined by Jiang Fei. Buzz! 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 The cauldron kept rotating. But Jiang Fei frowned. What's going on? After changing the heart flame, not only did the refining speed of the pill become slower, it even showed signs of breaking? Jiang Fei was puzzled. Because the heart flame was used to refine artifacts. It was only used to burn the cauldron. It was not helpful in refining pills. Therefore, at that moment, Jiang Fei realized that after changing the heart flame, not only did the pill not continue to be refined, it even showed signs of breaking. Chapter 1705. Chapter 1705. The cauldron defected. At this point, Jiang Fei did not know that the spirit of the cauldron was already mad at him. After all, as a magic weapon that had already taken shape, especially a divine weapon with a spirit, no one would want him to reforge it. That was because not only would it be extremely painful, there was also the risk of losing consciousness. Therefore, most spirit weapons were very afraid of weaponsmiths, especially those who had forged their own weapons. At that moment, the artifact spirit of the cauldron was filled with hatred towards Jiang Fei. At the same time, it was also a little afraid of him. After all, artifact masters who had mastered the heart flame were all great artifact masters. Their skills in artifact refinement were not something that ordinary people could compare to. Therefore, although the artifact spirit of the cauldron was scolding Jiang Fei in his heart, he did not dare to resist. He could only sit on the heart flame and suffer. The temperature of the flame of the heart is not enough? Jiang Fei still did not realize what had gone wrong. He simply felt that the flame of the heart was not enough. Since the temperature of the flame of the heart was not enough, Jiang Fei had to use his trump card Flame of Will. Swoosh! 2 cold lights flashed in Jiang Fei's eyes. Immediately after, 2 white flames shot out from his eyes and landed at the bottom of the cauldron. Ouch! The artifact spirit of the cauldron could no longer maintain her arrogance. She let out a cry of pain on the spot. However, Jiang Fei's attention was on the pills, so he did not pay attention. Boom! After the white flame of will was added, the pills continued to be refined at an extremely fast speed. The flame of will was different from the heart flame.
The heart flame only refined weapons, and not pills. However, the flame of will would refine whatever it had. Therefore, the pills and the cauldron would refine it together. However, as the flame of the will was born from Jiang Fei's will, it was also diverted by Jiang Fei's will. At this moment, Jiang Fei's attention was on the pills. Therefore, other than the moment when the flame of the will appeared, the rest of the time, it was used to craft the pills. The cauldron was no longer being burned. Phew! The cauldron's tool spirit sighed in relief. The moment she was burned by the flame of the will, she felt as if her entire body was about to be torn apart. The feeling was not just burning pain. There was also a powerful will that was tearing her soul apart. It was as if it was going to tear her apart. However, when that moment passed, the spirit of the cauldron felt an infinite sense of comfort. It was an indescribable sense of satisfaction. It was as if her realm had been raised by one level. She felt as if her entire being had been sublimated. At that moment, Jiang Fei's attention was on the medicinal pills, because the nucleus of will was extremely powerful and magical. The broken branches in the cauldron were being refined at a speed that could be seen with the naked eye.
If only he could burn me again!
At that moment, the item spirit of the cauldron even missed the feeling of having just been refined by the will flame, because she felt that after that instant just now, her ability seemed to have increased by another level.
This guy is really amazing. He actually has such a flame. If I were with him, not only would I be able to refine even more powerful pills, but my body would also continue to evolve and eventually reach perfection. No way. I'm a member of Greenwood Cliff. Greenwood Cliff treats me very well too. I can't change my mind. But only by being with him can I become stronger. It's Greenwood Cliff who created you. And it's also Greenwood Cliff who made you. You can't be ungrateful. But if I stay at Greenwood Cliff, it'll still be a pill cauldron. If I follow him, I might be able to advance even further. Stop making excuses. You're just having second thoughts. It's not that I'm having second thoughts. I've already been taken by this guy. Can he still return me to the Bluestone Cliff? Since I've already fallen into his hands. I'll find out about me sooner or later. Instead of being refined by him in a rage, I might as well join him now.
During the process of Jiang Fei's alchemy, the cauldron's tool spirit was also fighting with heaven and earth. On one hand, it worshipped the strong and hoped to obtain the help of the flame of will. It wanted to join Jiang Fei. On the other hand, it was because of its feelings for the Bluestone Cliff. It did not want to abandon the Greenwood Cliff just like that and turn to someone else. However, the cauldron quickly made a decision. After all, it was only a tool spirit. Therefore, compared to a human, she was more innocent. She had not received much education. It was difficult for morality to bind her. Reality and benefits were the nature of all things. Someone once did an experiment. A pig had 9 piglets. However, its milk could only raise 8 piglets. The first 8 piglets were stronger. Each time, they could snatch the milk. The last one was more miserable, because the first time it didn't give milk. The second time it was hungry. It couldn't compete with others. In fact, logically speaking, if the first 8 piglets only ate 80% of their fill and each left a bite, the last piglet would be able to survive. But it was a pity. The 8 brothers of this piglet never thought about its life and death. They all desperately fought for milk to eat, and their bellies swelled up. In the end, the little pig that could not get milk to eat starved to death, and the other 8 little pigs grew up healthily. The strong preyed on the weak, and survival of the fittest. This was the instinct of all living things to pursue their own interests. This was inherent. The reason why people knew good and evil, and knew honor and disgrace, was a product of acquired education. Morality was an example left behind by the sages in order to let humans live better together. Therefore, morality was something that was used by cultured people to restrain themselves. It was never used to restrain others. It was called the law that was used to restrain others. However, the artifact spirit of Danding had never received any education. She was not a cultured person. She was not a noble person. She was also not a person who had deviated from low-class interests. Therefore, morality naturally could not restrain her. Faced with the temptation of becoming stronger and the temptation to go further, she quickly chose to join Jiang Fei. To an artifact spirit, it was nonsense to say that there were 2 masters who were loyal to their master. What they cared about was choosing the right tree for the right bird. At this moment, Jiang Fei did not even know the existence of the cauldron artifact spirit. Therefore, it was even more impossible for him to understand the changes in her heart. At this moment, Jiang Fei's attention was completely focused on the pills. Due to the magical effect of the flame of will, Chao Tian's broken branches were completely refined within a few minutes. They turned into a ball of green liquid. As the flame of will continued to refine the liquid gradually began to solidify the pills.
Faster! Faster!
As it was Jiang Fei's first time refining pills, he could not help but feel a little excited when he saw that his pills were about to solidify.
Sai! Help him! This can be considered a pledge of allegiance.
The item spirit of the alchemy cauldron reacted at this time. Since she had decided to pledge her allegiance to Jiang Fei, she had to show Jiang Fei some goodwill.
Swoosh!
Just as the L of the pills was about to solidify, the alchemy cauldron that was rotating clockwise suddenly stopped and turned in the opposite direction. Because of the pill cauldron's sudden change in appearance, the green liquid that was about to solidify was suddenly dispersed. Then, a large droplet was torn into 9 small droplets. These small droplets spun rapidly and condensed, forming 9 jade green pills. The color of the pills was more than several times stronger than the previous large pills. Chapter 1706. Chapter 1706. The Cauldron of Rejuvenation. When the 9 pills were formed, the cauldron did not open immediately. Instead, it extinguished the flames and began to nurture the pills. Jiang Fei, who was well versed in the art of the cauldron, quickly put away the flame of will. He knew that he could not continue to heat it at this stage. He had to wait for the pills to cool down naturally and use the power of the cauldron to nurture it. At this moment, in front of Jiang Fei, although the flame under the cauldron had been extinguished, the cauldron was still spinning. At this moment, Jiang Fei was no longer supplying it with energy. The cauldron was completely relying on its own power to nurture the pill.
Interesting. This cauldron actually has an artifact spirit.
At this moment, Jiang Fei naturally noticed the existence of the artifact spirit. After all, when the pill had just broken into higher quality and more small pills, Jiang Fei had already noticed the abnormality. Now, the cauldron had actually used its own energy to nurture the pill. This further confirmed Jiang Fei's guess.
That's right. Not only did the cauldron produce an item spirit, it seems like he is also trying to be nice to you.
0541 laughed.
Let's not bother about him for now. How is Bella?
Jiang Fei asked.
Bella's memory waves have been completely absorbed. She is now adapting to the impact of the new knowledge. She will wake up very soon.
0541 replied, as her brain had not been developed. Therefore, after Bella received the memory waves, she needed some time to adapt. Even so, it was much faster than memorizing a book. After another half a day, Bella woke up from her meditative state.
Husband, this greenwood cliffs cultivation method is so profound.
Bella exclaimed the first sentence.
Yes. After all, it is the accumulation of tens of thousands of years. The cultivation methods of these top sects are the crystallization of the wisdom of thousands of generations.
Jiang Fei nodded. If it was not for the development of his brain, it would not have been so easy for him to digest this knowledge.
Yes. Although the cultivation technique has been memorized, there are still many parts that I cannot understand. I do not understand what is going on at all,
Bella said with a frown. After all, Jiang Fei and the others were all laymen to immortal cultivators, without a master to guide them through the door. Even if they had memorized the cultivation technique, it would not be so easy to practice it. However, Jiang Fei was an exception. After his brain had been developed, his computational efficiency had even exceeded that of 0541, the super artificial intelligence. Therefore, he quickly absorbed the obscure understanding of the technique. In the end, it became his own thing.
It's okay. It'll teach you if you don't understand it.
Of course, Jiang Fei did not hold anything back from Bella.
You understand?
Bella asked in disbelief.
Of course. Is there anything that your husband doesn't understand?
Jiang Fei said shamelessly.
That's great. I don't really understand.
Bella was overjoyed when she heard that. She immediately asked the question in her heart.
This is what it means.
Jiang Fei immediately began to explain to Bella. After Jiang Fei's in-depth explanation, Bella quickly understood the relevant content, as the two of them came from the same world. The language that Jiang Fei used was something that Bella could understand. Therefore, the efficiency of the teaching was even higher than the efficiency of the old scholars in the 5 directions. While Jiang Fei was explaining the greenwood cliff technique to Bella, the 9 medicinal pills were constantly being nurtured in the cauldron. The medicinal effects were rapidly forming and constantly improving.
What the hell? Is this kid an alchemist?
At that moment, the spirit of the cauldron was about to go crazy from anger. It should be known that alchemists were all focused when they were refining pills, especially when the pills were about to be produced. That alchemist was not waiting by the side anxiously. If anything happened to the pills in the cauldron, they would be able to make up for it in time. The cauldron was the most precious treasure of the Cliff of Greenwood. She had followed at least dozens of top-tier alchemists. She had never met someone like Jiang Fei, who would run away when the pills were about to be formed. However, the cauldron was now in need of Jiang Fei. She hoped that she could use Jiang Fei's flame of will to improve herself. Therefore, in order to win Jiang Fei's favor, she had to rely on her own strength to nurture the pill. Moreover, she did not dare to fail. Therefore, at that moment, the cauldron spirit was feeling frustrated. However, for the sake of her future, she had no choice but to try her best to please Jiang Fei. After an unknown period of time, when Jiang Fei was almost about to explain the techniques of the Greenwood Cliff to Bella, the cauldron that Jiang Fei had forgotten about finally changed. Bang! With a loud sound, the lid of the cauldron exploded. A stream of white gas soared into the sky. When the white gas left the cauldron, it immediately turned into a huge dragon. The huge dragon rose straight up into the sky before turning back. When the huge white dragon swooped down, its mouth opened wide. Puff! 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 The huge white dragon spat out 9 clear jade green pills, and then turned into nothingness. The pill is done! Jiang Fei, who was well versed in the art of alchemy, naturally understood what had happened. Moreover, judging from the abnormal sight of the opening of the cauldron, not only was the pill done, it was also of top quality. Seeing the dragon spitting out pills, Jiang Fei did not dare to be negligent. Once the pills landed on the ground, they would be tainted by the mortal world and instantly lose their medicinal properties. Therefore, he had to use a jade bottle to catch them before they fell to the ground. The moment the pills were spat out by the dragon, Jiang Fei leaped to the front of the pills. He raised his hand, and the jade bottle that 0541 had prepared earlier appeared in his hand. Ding ding ding! After a series of crisp sounds, the 9 jade pills fell into the jade bottle. The sound was as crisp as a pearl falling into a jade plate. Ha! The pills are done! Aren't you going to come out and meet them? Jiang Fei laughed. Greetings, my lord. At this time, an ordinary-looking but elegant palace maid walked out from behind the cauldron. Are you the artifact spirit of the cauldron? Jiang Fei asked. Yes. My name is Huichun, said the maid dressed in palace attire, because the cauldron was called Huichun Cauldron. Her name was Huichun. You helped me refine this pill. Right. Jiang Fei asked. Yes, my lord. This is my gift to you, Huichun replied. In order to help Jiang Fei refine this cauldron of pills, she had really put in a lot of effort. All right. I have received your kindness. Now, tell me about your request. Jiang Fei had deliberately not interfered in the matter of the pills. It was to test the cauldron's determination, since this fellow was willing to expend her own strength to help Jiang Fei refine the pills. It meant that she had something to ask of Jiang Fei. My lord, I want to follow you. Huichun went straight to the point. As an artifact spirit, she did not know how to play hard to get. She immediately expressed her intentions. Oh! Jiang Fei was slightly surprised. However, he quickly understood what the cauldron was thinking. To an artifact spirit, following a strong person was not a shameful thing. Moreover, the cauldron was already Jiang Fei's trophy. If she did not follow him, could she follow someone else? Chapter 1707, Chapter 1707, Blood Alchemy Pill. All right. I accept your loyalty. Jiang Fei nodded. Thank you, my lord. Huichun was delighted. From Jiang Fei's expression, she could tell that Jiang Fei was still very happy. After Jiang Fei accepted it, Huichun did not immediately make her own request, although she wanted Jiang Fei to use the flame of will to help her temper herself. The damage from the previous flame of will had yet to recover. After all, reforging was not an easy task. Every reforging was no less than a rebirth for the artifact spirit. Although the previous time was relatively short, the artifact spirit had also suffered some damage while benefiting from it. Therefore, she did not want to undergo the second refinement immediately before her injuries recovered. Huichun, do you know the use of these 9 pills? Jiang Fei asked. Although he knew that the pills refined from Chao Tian's body must be a treasure, he was not sure about the specific effects. The main function of these pills is to heal injuries. It can slightly increase a cultivator's strength. However, the effect is very little. It would be a waste to rely on this to increase one's strength. It is best to use it to heal injuries, Huichun replied. I see. After that, Jiang Fei discussed with Huichun about the effects of the pills. In the end, they came to a basic answer. The effect of this dark green pill was similar to the vermilion fruit. The effects of the two were almost the same. The only difference was that the vermilion fruit was not easy to preserve. However, this kind of medicinal pill could be carried around by anyone.
Interesting.
Jiang Fei smiled slightly. This dark green medicinal pill could be said to be the best in healing. Although the vermilion fruit had the same effect, how many people could go deep into the green woods to obtain it? Moreover, the vermilion fruit could not be preserved. Even the big bosses of the ferocious beasts could only return to their nests to heal themselves, not to mention the others. Therefore, after obtaining a pill with the same effect, although Jiang Fei could not use it, it was definitely a priceless treasure. After all, no one would complain about having too many lives. No one would refuse an extra pill to save their lives. Moreover, there was another reason why Jiang Fei was happy. The cost of the pill was not high. Although Chao Tian's physical body was extremely precious, that was his main body. As for the branches and leaves, Jiang Fei could casually knock them out. He could make a few furnaces. However, even if it was just a few branches and leaves, there were almost no alchemists who could produce such an item. After all, not everyone could go deep into the forest of green trees and kill the boss to make the pill. Therefore, for various reasons, Jiang Fei's dark green pill could almost be said to be a monopoly product. There were not many of it in the entire Stellar Star, and even the entire Five Directions world. It could be said to be the real deal of the real deal.
Since you're so awesome, I'll call you the revival pill.
Jiang Fei did not even ask if the Five Directions world had any medicinal pills called the revival pill. He directly named it, completely ignoring the possibility that it might infringe on the trademark rights of others.
Captain, I suggest that you refine a few more batches of revival pills. This thing is definitely a hard currency in the Five Directions world. It's better than any spiritual stones.
0541 suggested.
Okay.
Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he turned to look at Spring Return.
Then, what do you think Chao Tian's main body can be used to make pills?
Jiang Fei asked. When it came to alchemy, although he had mastered the alchemy cauldron technique, he was still a novice. He could not possibly know more than Spring Return.
That depends on how you use it. Sir,
Spring Return replied.
What do you mean?
Jiang Fei asked curiously. He did not expect that the same material could actually be used to refine different pills.
If you refine this giant tree, you can refine the blood alchemy pill. This is a common supplement pill used to refine the remains of ferocious beasts. Naturally, the effect is to increase the strength of the cultivator. The medicinal effect is based on the type and level of the ferocious beasts. Take the giant tree in your hand as an example. If you refine the blood alchemy pill, the cultivator in the split spirit stage can probably reach the early Mahayana stage after consuming it,
said Rejuvenation after thinking for a moment.
It seems that the consumption is quite high.
Jiang Fei nodded. Chao Tian was an expert in the crossing calamity stage. His strength was not weaker than Jiang Fei's, and his energy accumulation was even more unfathomable. The main reason why he lost to Jiang Fei was because he was at a disadvantage in terms of mental strength. If he were to fight with his own strength, Jiang Fei might not be a match for him. However, even Chao Tian, who was so strong, could only allow a metaplasia stage powerhouse to reach the early stage of the Mahayana stage after being refined into the blood alchemy pill. From this, one could see how terrifying the energy consumption was. However, that was the reality. Although alchemy was said to be purification, the energy consumption was also very high. If it was not so high, the human cultivators would have killed the beasts crazily and then consumed the pills.
What if people below the semi-god realm consume the blood alchemy pill?
Jiang Fei asked again. After all, most of the girls around him did not have the ability to do so.
I advise you not to do so. Most of the ferocious beasts in Star are wood type. Although the blood alchemy pill refined from their corpses is relatively mild, that is only relative. If a cultivator below the divinatory stage were to consume such a powerful alchemy pill, his body would almost certainly explode and die.
Rejuvenation reminded him.
I see.
Jiang Fei nodded. At the same time, he knew that he could not simply consume the Aurus core. He had to consume the Aurus core that had the same attribute as him. Otherwise, if it was light, it would cause internal injuries. If it was heavy, his body would explode and he would die.
However, if this fellow can refine the blood alchemy Aurus core, it would be very suitable for Bella.
Jiang Fei laughed. As Bella happened to cultivate wood-type spiritual energy, it was just right for her to consume the Aurus core that was refined from the sky-reaching giant tree.
Your idea is indeed feasible,
said Rejuvenation.
Oh right. You said that there are two ways. What about the other way?
Jiang Fei asked.
The other way is to refine it separately. After dividing the corpse of the giant tree of the sky, you can refine many furnaces of pills. There are also many types of pills. However, most of these pills are used to heal or temporarily increase strength. They cannot permanently increase a cultivator's strength like the blood alchemy pill,
said Rejuvenation.
Yes.
Jiang Fei nodded. He knew what rejuvenation meant. If he could cut up the giant tree Chao Tian's corpse, it would mean that he could refine a lot of healing potions and temporary stimulants. Although these things could temporarily save his life, it was not a long-term solution. Therefore, after listening to Rejuvenation's explanation, Jiang Fei still preferred to refine the blood alchemy pill. Then, he would increase Bella's strength to the Mahayana stage, which was about 17 million combat power. Although Jiang Fei could also use the blood alchemy pill himself, he had already reached a bottleneck. His combat power was stuck at more than 19 million. If he did not break through to the next realm, his combat power would not increase by much. Therefore, the blood alchemy pill was not of much use to him. Chapter 1708. Chapter 1708. Wandering's Weapon Spirit.
Come on! Let's do this whole thing!
Jiang Fei made a decision after listening to Rejuvenation's description. At that moment, the girls around Jiang Fei were seriously out of sync with each other. If they were able to fight, Jiang Fei would be able to kill them one by one. There was no need for them to fight at all. On the other hand, Jiang Fei needed to take his enemies seriously. Bella and the other girls had to stay far away from him. Otherwise, the aftershocks of the battle would hurt them. In that case, the girls would not only be able to help Jiang Fei, but they would also be a burden to him. However, if she could refine a blood alchemy pill now, Bella, who was also of the wood attribute, would be able to become a Mahayana stage powerhouse. She would have more than 17 million combat power. With the powerful self-healing ability of the life core and Bella's unyielding fighting spirit, she would be able to form a combat power around Jiang Fei.
My lord, are you sure you want to refine pills here? If you want to refine the blood alchemy pill, it will take 81 days.
Seeing that Jiang Fei had the intention to make a move, Hui Chun immediately reminded Jiang Fei. Although this place was remote, there was no formation to protect it. Bella was not strong enough at the moment. If she really met someone who wanted to take advantage of the situation, she would be in big trouble.
I'm fine.
Jiang Fei was very confident. He had just opened up his spiritual power and searched the surroundings. He did not find any experts. Moreover, 0541's radar was constantly on alert. If there was any danger, 0541 would also warn him in advance. Most importantly, Jiang Fei did not need to make any pills. The flame of will could be done in minutes, even if the aura of the pills had attracted some powerhouses. However, before the powerhouses arrived, the pill had already entered Jiang Fei's medicine bottle. In the 5 directions of heaven and earth, alchemists were usually protected within the sect to prevent outsiders from stealing the pill. However, Jiang Fei was an exception. His efficiency was too fast. If outsiders wanted to steal the pill, it was too late.
All right. If you decide. Sir.
Spring Return had just joined Jiang Fei. Naturally, she could not go against him again and again. Anyway, she had already raised her opinion. If her master did not agree, there was nothing she could do.
Come! Tell me the steps of the blood alchemy pill.
Although Jiang Fei had mastered the alchemy cauldron technique, he did not know much about the recipe. Fortunately, Spring Halo was an expert in this area. She had refined countless pills. Whether it was the recipe or the temperature, she knew everything. Soon, a wave of consciousness was set over by Spring Halo. Jiang Fei instantly mastered all the techniques and knowledge related to the blood alchemy pill. Although he had already fused the nucleus of will to level 3, Jiang Fei's strength still had not risen to the level of a hermit. However, the development of his brain had allowed him to enjoy a lot of convenience.
Buzz!
Jiang Fei formed an alchemy spell with his hand. The rejuvenation cauldron began to spin, and the artifact spirit returned to the cauldron. The warm cauldron, the furnace, the medicine, the rough refining, the sealing of the cauldron, the refining, the extraction, the refining, the core formation, and the furnace were the main steps in refining the pill. Jiang Fei did not care at all when he was refining the pill previously. Opening the furnace as soon as he started was already a taboo. However, Jiang Fei had only wanted to try his hand at it back then, so he did not care too much. This time, Jiang Fei wanted to refine Chao Tian's main body. He did not dare to be so casual anymore. After all,
It was not easy to find and kill a ferocious beast like Chao Tian, who had turned into a spirit from a 10,000-year-old plant. It would not be so easy for Jiang Fei to get another body like this, as the materials were rare. Jiang Fei was extra careful. Step by step, he carefully followed the manual of the Greenwood Cliff. This step of warming the cauldron was very simple. Moreover, Jiang Fei did not need to use the flame of will. As long as he injected spiritual energy into the cauldron would be able to ignite the flame of alchemy and warm up the cauldron. The warm-up time was not long. This was just to make the cauldron excited in advance, so that it would not suddenly increase the intensity of the fire and cause the cauldron to explode. After the warm cauldron was over, it was time for the cauldron to be forged. This step was akin to washing the pot. This was because it was impossible for the cauldron to use a new one every time. The last time the cauldron was opened, there would almost certainly be some medicinal dregs left in it. If it was not taken out, then it would definitely affect the quality and effect of the next batch of pills. At this stage, Jiang Fei was a bit of a pit. He felt that since he was refining the dregs in the cauldron, it was naturally the heart flame that was more powerful. After all, the heart flame was a proper weapon forging flame. This was an ability that other alchemists could not master. This was because no alchemist would squat by the side of an alchemist and wash the pot for him all day long. However, when Jiang Fei's heart flame lit up, the medicinal dregs were burned away in the blink of an eye. However, the rejuvenation cauldron was screaming in pain. If the will flame was used to craft a cauldron, rejuvenation would be in pain and happy. However, when the heart flame was used to craft a cauldron, rejuvenation would only be in pain. He was not happy at all. "Sir! Don't use this fire! I can't stand this fire!" Rejuvenation shouted loudly. "Oh!" After listening to Rejuvenation's sobbing explanation, Jiang Fei finally understood the uses of all kinds of flames. Anyway, the medicinal dregs had been burned away. Therefore, although Jiang Fei's heart flame had caused the cauldron of rejuvenation to suffer a lot, at least its effects were achieved. Moreover, compared to the normal forging steps, Jiang Fei's forging process was much cleaner. For example, if the smelting process was likened to a bath, the others would use a towel to wash themselves. Although it would take a longer time, after the dirt was removed, they would at most rub it red. However, Jiang Fei had used the steel wire ball that was used to scrub the pot. The rubbing process was clean and fast. However, could a person withstand it? After the smelting process, it was time to add the medicine. However, Chao Tian's body was too big. Not to mention the alchemy cauldron that was as tall as a person. Even 100 meters tall would not be able to accommodate it. "Master, please inject your spiritual energy." At this moment, Rejuvenation opened his mouth. "Okay." Jiang Fei nodded. Then, the energy in his body was converted into wood-type spiritual energy, and was continuously injected into the cauldron. Just as Jiang Fei began to inject his spiritual energy, the rejuvenation cauldron expanded with the wind. In the blink of an eye, it had already grown to more than 100 meters tall. As Jiang Fei continued to inject his spiritual energy, the cauldron also continued to grow taller. "Impressive," Jiang Fei thought to himself. This cauldron was indeed worthy of being the Greenwood Cliff's trump card. Just based on the mustard seed, it was not something that an ordinary magical item could possess. As the cauldron continued to grow, Bella, who was guarding the side, was stunned. "This world is so magical," Bella sighed. However, Jiang Fei did not have time to respond to Bella. When the cauldron had grown to a size that was sufficient to accommodate Chao Tian's physical body, Jiang Fei suddenly opened the 10th dimension and threw Chao Tian's physical body into it. "Sir, why are there 2 wandering weapon spirits in your dimension?" When the 10th dimension was opened, Rejuvenation suddenly asked. "2 wandering weapon spirits?" Jiang Fei was slightly stunned. However, he quickly reacted and knew that Rejuvenation was talking about the 2 players who were only left with their consciousness bodies. Chapter 1709. Chapter 1709. The Living Elixir. At that moment, the 2 players were indeed in the same state as the weapon spirits. Not only had Jiang Fei destroyed their carriers, even their nascent souls had been destroyed. Therefore, only 2 consciousness bodies were left. Indeed, they were no different from the weapon spirits. Interesting. Initially, Jiang Fei did not have any thoughts about the consciousness bodies of the 2 players. However, after being reminded by Rejuvenation, he suddenly had an idea. After the development of his brain, Jiang Fei was not only proficient in Greenwood Cliff's alchemy cauldron,
He had also digested and absorbed the Crimson Flame sect's smithing methods. Therefore, Jiang Fei was much more proficient in smithing than before. The reason why Jiang Fei did not start smithing was very simple. Firstly, he did not have any high-grade materials. Secondly, Jiang Fei did not want to create an ordinary item without an artifact spirit. Moreover, the divine item that Jiang Fei had created, an item spirit, was something that could only be found by luck. Even if he were to create it through the flame of will, Jiang Fei could not guarantee that an item spirit would appear. Moreover, Jiang Fei had been quite busy recently. He did not have much free time. That was why he did not open the furnace. However, when he heard what Rejuvenation said, Jiang Fei suddenly had an idea. If he sealed the player's soul into a magical artifact during the process of crafting and turned it into an artifact spirit, just like how other blacksmiths sealed the souls of ferocious beasts, then, if the player's soul was considered to be one with the magical artifact, then would they be considered to have been forcefully dragged into Jiang Fei's cosmic dimension? Unlike the player descent carrier. Although the player descent carrier could also be considered to have interfered with Jiang Fei's cosmic dimension, the player's consciousness bodies were independent. They were like drivers in cars. The two were separated, so they could come and go as they pleased. Once the carriers were destroyed, they could return safely. However, it was different if they were sealed into the magical equipment as the spirit of the equipment. In that case, they would become one with the magical equipment. They would no longer be independent of each other. Even if the magical equipment was destroyed, they would still be an equipment spirit that had lost the magical equipment. He would no longer be an independent consciousness.
I must give it a try when I have the chance.
Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. Although turning a player into a weapon spirit would not create any powerful magical item, it would satisfy the desire for revenge that Jiang Fei had been suppressing for a long time. Did the people in the Gamma space not treat Jiang Fei's universe as a game? Did they not treat Jiang Fei and the others as playthings? Now, they would be dragged into this dimension. Not only would they become playthings for their former companions, they would even become playthings for their own eyes. After making the decision, Jiang Fei's attention returned to alchemy. At this time, the main branches of Chao Tian's physical body had been thrown into the cauldron of rejuvenation. Jiang Fei closed the 10th dimension. Other than the two players' consciousness bodies, there was only a large pile of broken branches and leaves left. Although these broken branches and leaves were useless for refining the blood alchemy pill, they were valuable ingredients for refining the soul-returning pill. When the main body of Chao Tian's body entered the cauldron, the next step of the alchemy process, rough refinement, was about to begin. This stage was mainly to remove the impurities in the medicinal ingredients. Therefore, the cauldron was not sealed during the refinement process. The opening of the cauldron allowed the impurities to evaporate along with a high temperature. As the cauldron could not be sealed, the temperature at this stage was extremely important. The temperature was too low, and the impurities could not escape. The temperature was too high, and the medicinal ingredients were all volatilized. Therefore, Jiang Fei could not use the flame of will. He could only continuously inject spiritual power. He let the cauldron heat up with his own alchemy fire. Time passed by slowly. Jiang Fei could clearly sense through his spiritual power that the thick bark on the periphery of the main trunk was continuously refined into ashes. Then, it flew out along with the hot air. Following that, the cauldron changed the temperature of the alchemy fire. Some of the residue and dirt on the thin bark of the tree trunk were also beginning to be refined. Finally, only crystal clear branches were left. It was as if they were carved out of jade.
Master, you can seal the cauldron now,
said Rejuvenation to Jiang Fei.
Okay,
Jiang Fei replied. Then, he changed the alchemy formula in his hand.
Bang!
The lid of the alchemy cauldron was sealed. The next step was refining. At this stage, because the alchemy cauldron had been sealed, the temperature of the alchemy flame became the key. Since the essence could not escape the range of the cauldron, the higher the temperature, the purer the quality of the fire, and the more advantageous it was for alchemy.
It's starting!
Jiang Fei muttered to himself. Then, the flame of will was ignited.
Hiss!
As the flame of will was ignited, Huichen's face twisted slightly. Then, it returned to normal. Clearly, Jiang Fei had already adjusted the direction of the flame of will's burning. Now, the flame of will was focused on refining Chao Tian's main body. The colorless and transparent flame burned fiercely in the cauldron. Even the high-energy material that was so difficult to refine Chao Tian's physical body was rapidly decomposing. It was originally crystal clear. The emerald green branches showed signs of melting in just a dozen minutes. If this was done according to the alchemy flame of other alchemists, it would take at least 49 days. After another half an hour or so, the emerald green branches turned into a jelly-like state. At this time, Chao Tian's body had been completely refined and fused, turning into the purest life energy.
Master, you can start the extraction now.
Rejuvenation reminded. At this time, she was more and more determined in her judgment. Joining Jiang Fei was the best decision for an alchemy cauldron. Even if it could not improve itself, every cauldron would want to serve Jiang Fei, because only by following such an alchemist could one produce the best medicinal pill. To be able to refine such a medicinal ingredient in less than 2 hours was something that other alchemists would not even dare to think about. Only Jiang Fei, who had the flame of will, could do it.
All right.
Jiang Fei replied and extinguished the flame of will. The extraction process was very technical. The flame of will's temperature was too high, and its purity was too strong. It could easily affect the attributes of the medicinal ingredient. When Jiang Fei extinguished the flame of will, the pill fire of the cauldron lit up. Wei Chun began to extract the essence of the energy very skillfully. He removed some of the very subtle impurities and dregs in the ball of life energy. He also concentrated it to a large extent. Chao Tian's huge body was constantly refined and concentrated. Its size became smaller and smaller. The pill cauldron also became smaller and smaller. Finally, Chao Tian's body was extracted to the size of an infant's fist. After extraction, it was refinement. This process was simply heating up again, allowing the purest mass of energy to completely melt into liquid to prepare for core formation. At this time, Jiang Fei's flame of will came in handy again. Under the high temperature, the pure mass of life energy quickly liquefied. Under the influence of the flame of will, the life energy seemed to really have life. Life energy, coupled with an independent will, was the origin of life. In the cauldron, it was as if a real life was being nurtured. Chapter 1710, Chapter 1710 True Immortal. As the pill was formed, Jiang Fei's blood alchemy pill was about to be completed.
My lord, a pill of this level will definitely experience the lightning tribulation. If you want to ensure that there are no mistakes, it would be best to help the pill overcome the tribulation.
Spring Return reminded at this time.
I know.
Jiang Fei nodded. Regarding the pill tribulation, he had some understanding of the alchemy cauldron technique in Greenwood Cliff. As the pills continued to condense, it was finally time to open the cauldron. At that moment, Jiang Fei was focused and waiting for the moment to open the cauldron.
Buzz!
The cauldron spun faster and faster. At the same time, it shrank smaller and smaller. In the blink of an eye, it had become the size of a fist. The pills inside had also been compressed to the size of a dragon's eye.
Bang!
The lid of the cauldron suddenly exploded. A jade-green pill shot into the sky.
Sir! It's trying to escape! Stop it!
Spring Recovery shouted loudly.
It can't escape!
Jiang Fei smiled slightly. Then, he leaped up. Immediately after, Jiang Fei used a huge force to suppress the pill and stop it from continuing to fly.
Boom!
Almost at the same time that Jiang Fei stopped the pill, a bolt of lightning struck the pill that was flying. After being struck by the lightning, the ascending pill's momentum immediately weakened. However, it still continued to climb upwards.
Boom! Boom boom!
A few more bolts of lightning struck the pill again and again, forcing it to retreat.
Sir, we can't let the lightning strike the pill anymore. It can't take it anymore. If we continue to hit it, it will crack.
Rejuvenation's voice was heard.
I got it!
Jiang Fei nodded as he sighed in his heart.
This is even more tiring than being a mother. If it wants to fly, I have to stop it. If it wants to get hit, I have to protect it.
However, no matter how much he complained, he still had to do what he had to do. Otherwise, if the pill was destroyed, Jiang Fei's previous efforts would be in vain. Therefore, when the next lightning strike struck, Jiang Fei leaped up. At the same time, the Chungying sword flew out from between his brows and directly blocked the path of the lightning strike. Crack! The lightning bolt struck the Chungying sword, causing the sword spirit to let out a muffled groan. Just like the heart flame, the lightning bolt had the effect of baptizing the weapon spirit. Therefore, the sword spirit immediately felt the pain.
Master, help me!
Of course, the sword spirit did not want to bear the lightning bolt alone. Although this thing could help to temper him, it was definitely not a good sin.
Bear with it. It'll be right there.
Jiang Fei originally did not intend to let Chungying's sword bear the lightning alone. However, this pill was too dishonest. He had just helped it to bear the lightning. It would have been fine if this fellow did not thank him. It actually turned around and wanted to escape. However, if the blood alchemy pill knew what Jiang Fei was thinking, it would definitely curse loudly. UF** King helped me block the lightning because you wanted to eat me. You're not that kind. However, no matter what the blood alchemy pill thought, Jiang Fei would never let it escape. After a few leaps, Jiang Fei caught up with the escaping blood alchemy pill. Then, with a wave of his hand, a huge force suppressed the golden pill. Then, he wrapped it back and brought the golden pill back.
You better behave yourself.
Jiang Fei waved his hand and placed 18 seals on the golden pill. Then, he put the sealed golden pill into the medicine bottle.
Done!
Jiang Fei let out a long breath. This time, his alchemy was considered to be a success.
Master, please help me. I can't hold on much longer.
Just as Jiang Fei let out a long breath, the sword spirit in the distance could not hold on any longer. The thunder tribulation was already very fierce. After losing Jiang Fei's spiritual power support, the sword spirit was even more at a disadvantage.
Coming!
Jiang Fei smiled slightly. After solving the problem of the Aurus core, the thunder tribulation was still not a problem for him. Although the thunder tribulation was very scary, it was only the Aurus core tribulation. It was nothing to Jiang Fei. After receiving the support of Jiang Fei's spiritual energy, the sword spirit immediately became lively. The lightning tribulation baptized its body one after another, making the Chungying sword even brighter. It was originally very transparent. Now, it was like a pool of autumn water. The lightning tribulation did not last for long. After a few minutes, the lightning tribulation stopped. Jiang Fei put the newly baptized Chungying sword back into the sea of consciousness between his brows.
Bella, let's go somewhere else.
Jiang Fei said to Bella after he put away the spring cauldron. He had already sensed that there were powerhouses coming in this direction.
Okay.
Bella nodded and followed behind Jiang Fei.
Please wait.
On the other side, Jiang Fei and Bella had just boarded the flying sword. Before they could move, a clear voice came from behind them.
Is there anything I can help you with?
Jiang Fei turned around and asked. He saw a middle-aged man in a green Taoist robe standing a dozen meters behind him. What surprised Jiang Fei the most was that he could not see through this person's deep dive.
Buzz!
Jiang Fei instinctively activated the Eye of the Violet. Instantly, the energy circuit in the person's body was displayed in front of Jiang Fei's eyes.
Fellow Taoist, isn't it a little inappropriate for you to be so brazen as to pry into other people's privacy?
Although the middle-aged man said that, from the tone of his voice, it seemed that he was not angered.
Please forgive me, fellow Taoist. I have been rude.
Jiang Fei quickly apologized. It was not because of anything else, but because the person in front of him was really too ruthless. The middle-aged man in front of Jiang Fei was not a human. Instead, he was a beast that had transformed into a form. His strength had reached the level of a hermit. He was also the so-called true immortal in the 5 directions of heaven and earth. It was exactly because of the violet eye that Jiang Fei had to keep a low profile.
Hee hee. It doesn't matter. Are you an alchemist?
The middle-aged man asked.
Yes.
Jiang Fei immediately admitted his identity. After all, he was now a master of alchemy. It was not too much to call himself an alchemist.
That's right. To be able to refine the blood alchemy pill at such a young age. Not simple. Not simple.
The middle-aged man smiled and nodded.
Husband, what does this guy mean?
Bella whispered into Jiang Fei's ear.
Shh, don't interrupt.
Jiang Fei gave Bella a look. At this moment, he could not figure out what the person in front of him was trying to do. If the other party was a human expert, Jiang Fei would feel more at ease. However, the other party was a super ferocious beast. And what kind of pill did he refine? The blood alchemy pills were all refined from the flesh of ferocious beasts. Who knew if the other party was really praising Jiang Fei? Or was he angry enough to say the opposite? As Jiang Fei could not understand the other party's thoughts, he did not dare to act rashly. Although the guy in front of him had just reached the level of a hermit and his strength was about the same as Tyrion's. The problem was, the gap between a hermit and a non-hermit was too big. Even if he had the 10th dimension, Jiang Fei only had the confidence to protect himself. However, he still had Bella with him.
Senior, may I know why you called me over?
Jiang Fei asked carefully. Chapter 1711. Chapter 1711 Origins.
Kid, you're not from Stellar Star. Are you?
The middle-aged man did not answer Jiang Fei's question.
Yes, I'm from the town Star.
This time, Jiang Fei did not mention that he was from the planet Mars. In the face of such a powerful beast, he planned to continue to raise the flag of the town Star's Yuan family, so that he would have more protection.
Town Star? Kid, what's your name?
The middle-aged man asked.
My surname is Yuan. And my name is Yuan Xiao.
Jiang Fei still used his fake name.
You're from the Yuan family? But aren't the Yuan family all proficient in fire-type martial arts?
The middle-aged man clearly knew about the 4 big families.
Yes.
Jiang Fei nodded. Then, the origin energy in his body quickly transformed into fire-type.
Dual cultivation of wood and fire. Good talent.
The middle-aged man's eyes immediately lit up. When Jiang Fei was refining pills, he had clearly seen that Jiang Fei's wood-type spiritual energy was very pure. Now that he had displayed such pure fire-type spiritual energy, he was truly a rare genius.
Senior, you flatter me.
Jiang Fei said very humbly.
Then, what is your purpose in coming to Stellar Star?
The middle-aged man asked again.
I came to Stellar Star on one hand to gain experience, and on the other hand to learn wood-type martial arts. It's almost time for me to go home. Otherwise, my family would be worried.
Jiang Fei answered the middle-aged man's question. At the same time, he warned the middle-aged man not to have any designs on him. He had a powerful backer behind him.
With your ability, I believe that you will definitely be placed in an important position when you return to the Yuan family.
The middle-aged man nodded.
I hope so.
Jiang Fei pretended to be polite to the middle-aged man. At the same time, he was anxious. Until now, he did not know what the middle-aged man was planning to do. Moreover, based on the strength of the middle-aged man, he did not dare to show any signs of anxiety.
By the way, have you been to the Greenwood Forest a few days ago?
The middle-aged man suddenly asked. However, this sentence scared Jiang Fei. Not only had he been to the Greenwood Forest, but he had also killed many ferocious beasts. Who knew if this super ferocious beast was here to settle the score with him?
I have been there.
Although Jiang Fei was worried, he did not dare to lie.
Okay.
The middle-aged man nodded and stopped talking.
Senior, what is it that you want?
Jiang Fei asked tentatively.
Sigh. Actually, nothing much. I just want to see her.
The middle-aged man sighed.
Her?
Jiang Fei looked back and forth in confusion. There was no other girl besides Bella.
I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Hua Jinghua. I used to live in the Greenwood Forest as well,
said the middle-aged man.
Hua Jinghua? Your surname is Hua.
A thought suddenly flashed through Jiang Fei's mind. Then, he lowered his head and looked at the jade-green bracelet on his right hand. Of course, the bracelet on Jiang Fei's wrist was not an emerald bracelet. Instead, it was the illusionary snake lord Hua Qingcheng who had been beaten back to her original form.
You? She.
Jiang Fei looked at the middle-aged man in front of him. He did not know what to say.
That's right. She's my daughter.
Hua Jinghua nodded and said.
I'm sorry, Senior. She's like this because of me.
Jiang Fei said apologetically. He did not say that because of Hua Jinghua's strength. Instead, he really felt that he owed Hua Qingcheng something. If this girl was not trying to warn him, she would not have been injured so badly by the bloodthirsty demonic vine.
Can I take a look at her?
Hua Jinghua ignored Jiang Fei's apology. Instead, her eyes were fixed on the jade ring on Jiang Fei's wrist.
Okay.
Jiang Fei gently took off the jade ring. Then, he carefully placed both of his hands in front of Hua Jinghua.
Sigh.
Hua Jinghua sighed and gently took the jade ring.
Swish.
Just as Hua Jinghua took the jade ring, his hands glowed with a green light. The green light enveloped the jade ring and was continuously absorbed by the jade ring. Jiang Fei could clearly feel that Hua Jinghua was injecting the life energy in his body into Hua Qingcheng's body. It seemed that he really loved his daughter very much. After about half an hour, the green light in Hua Jinghua's hand disappeared. At this time, he looked like he had aged more than 10 years. There was even white hair on his temples. The age of a ferocious beast was measured in hundreds, or even thousands of years. Hua Jinghua could clearly see that he was old. From this, it could be seen how much he had sacrificed for his daughter.
Treat her well.
Hua Jinghua returned the jade ring to Jiang Fei.
Senior, don't you want to take Qingcheng away?
Jiang Fei asked curiously. He thought that Hua Jinghua would take Hua Qingcheng away.
I originally wanted to take her away. But since she has chosen you, then you should treat her well.
Hua Jinghua sighed. He did not expect his daughter to actually sign a contract with this human.
But?
Jiang Fei was about to say something else. But Hua Jinghua interrupted him.
All right. You don't have to say any more. I respect Qingcheng's choice. However, if you dare to let her down, I will not let you off.
Hua Jinghua said with a serious face.
Yes.
Jiang Fei saw that Hua Jinghua was about to fly into a rage. So he did not dare to say anything more.
Sigh. If I had known that Wanli would actually dare to hurt my daughter,
I would not have kept him alive.
Hu Jinghua snorted coldly.
You know Wanli too?
Jiang Fei asked.
Humph. That kid could be said to have been raised by me alone. When I left, I even asked him to take care of Qincheng. I did not expect him to be such an ungrateful person.
Once Wanli was mentioned, Hu Jinghua was furious.
I have already killed him. Senior, please don't be angry anymore.
Jiang Fei advised.
Consider this kid lucky. If he had not died at your hands, I would have made his life a living H.L.
Hu Jinghua said fiercely.
Oh right. Senior, why did you leave the Greenwood Forest in the first place?
Jiang Fei asked.
Sigh. This is the rule of the fierce beast world. Once you successfully transcend the tribulation and enter the true immortal level, you must leave your home and head to the 10,000 Beasts Mountain in the town Star.
Hu Jinghua said helplessly.
10,000 Beasts Mountain?
Jiang Fei was very confused.
Haven't you heard of it? How does the Yuan family educate the next generation?
Hu Jinghua frowned as she looked at Jiang Fei and asked.
I was just a bastard in the Yuan family. My abilities were all created when I was outside. I obtained them by chance.
As Hu Jinghua had been to planet calming down, Jiang Fei's previous lies were not complete. He had to make up more lies to cover up his lies.
You are also a poor child. However, your luck is very good. It was not easy for you to achieve what you have today.
Hu Jinghua sighed.
Yes, my luck is indeed pretty good.
Jiang Fei was not modest at all. If his luck was not good, he would still be on Earth fighting for the college entrance exam.
Where are you going next?
Hu Jinghua asked.
I'm planning to return to planet Calming.
Jiang Fei said. Although he had not been to 2 of the 4 outer planets, he had been delayed for so long in Stellar Star. The 10 Directions crystal on Tai Bai had probably been stolen long ago. Therefore, there was no point in going anymore. It was better to head straight to planet Calming. Chapter 1712, Chapter 1712, Bella's Advancement.
I see. HMM.
After listening to Jiang Fei's answer, Hu Jinghua pondered for a long time. Jiang Fei just waited quietly without interrupting Hu Jinghua's thoughts. It was not until almost 10 minutes had passed that Hu Jinghua raised her head again.
Anyway, I'm returning to Qinxing this time to see the city. Since you're planning to go to Qinxing, why don't we go through the passage?
Hu Jinghua said. Ah? Jiang Fei was stunned. He never thought that Hu Jinghua would want to go back to Qinxing with him.
What? You don't like it?
Hu Jinghua asked.
Senior, I'm in a team. It's really inconvenient for you to suddenly join.
Jiang Fei said honestly. His team was full of girls except for himself. It was inconvenient to bring an outsider along. Moreover, Jiang Fei had too many secrets. He was afraid that he would be exposed. Another thing was that Jiang Fei noticed that Hu Jinghua was looking at him with a strange gaze. It was a gaze that was both loving and hateful. Basically, it was similar to how a father-in-law would look at his son-in-law. Loving was because everyone was already a family. Hating was because his daughter, whom he had painstakingly raised, had been seduced by a kid who appeared out of nowhere. Hu Qincheng had signed a blood servant contract with Jiang Fei. Although this was not a common blood contract in love. In Hu Jinghua's eyes, her daughter had found a home. However, if Hu Jinghua saw that there were so many girls around Jiang Fei that he could not even count the number of slaps on his hands, wouldn't he fly into a rage and kill Jiang Fei?
The lecher. I see. Alright then. I will leave first. If you need anything, come to the Myriad Beast Mountain and look for me.
Hu Jinghua nodded. He had requested to travel with Jiang Fei because he wanted to spend more time with his daughter. Although Hu Qincheng was still unconscious and could only appear in the form of a jade bracelet, being able to see her daughter was a form of comfort to Hu Jinghua. However, since Jiang Fei said it was inconvenient and Hu Jinghua did not want to be associated with other humans, even Jiang Fei would only appear to talk to him for the sake of his daughter. It was not only human cultivators who looked down on ferocious beasts. When the level of ferocious beasts was higher, they would also look down on humans. Thank you for your understanding, Senior, Jiang Fei said respectfully. Okay. If that's the case, I'll be leaving first. Hu Jinghua nodded. Then, she looked at the jade ring on Jiang Fei's wrist affectionately before she shattered the void and disappeared. When Hu Jinghua left, Jiang Fei suddenly felt a chill down his back. Oh no! Jiang Fei secretly cried out. However, at that moment, Bella, the little lady, was already starting to lose her temper. Jiang Fei! What do you mean? When did you kidnap another woman? Bella shouted angrily. This is not what you think.
Jiang Fei quickly described what had happened to Wei Qingcheng to Bella. Moreover, in order to make it easier for Bella to accept Wei Qingcheng's existence, Jiang Fei also emphasized on the degree of danger at that time. In Jiang Fei's description, if Wei Qingcheng had not risked her life to warn him, he might have fallen into the trap of the bloodthirsty demonic vine. He might have been completely devoured by the parasite.
So, she is also your savior?
Bella's expression softened after listening to Jiang Fei.
Yes. If she had not risked her life to warn us, we might never have seen each other again,
Jiang Fei said in an exaggerated manner.
Then, what do you plan to do to her?
Bella frowned and asked.
I don't know either. Let's wait for her to recover first. However, I really don't have any other thoughts about her.
Jiang Fei quickly expressed his loyalty.
Sigh. Forget it. This is fate.
Bella sighed. Jiang Fei's physique was naturally attractive to outstanding girls. Under normal circumstances, Bella would still be able to make a big fuss. However, this Wei Qingcheng had been beaten back to her original form in order to save Jiang Fei. This made Bella unable to make a big fuss even if she wanted to. Although Bella was usually jealous, she was still a sensible girl. With Wei Qingcheng's attitude that she was willing to die for Jiang Fei, there was no way she could hold a grudge.
Let's leave this matter at that for now. However, you'd better not have any wild thoughts.
Bella looked into Jiang Fei's eyes and warned him. As for Wei Qingcheng's matter, she could only wait until the girl's injuries had healed.
Let's go somewhere else first. After that, you can take the Oris core. Otherwise, things will get out of hand.
Jiang Fei saw that Bella was no longer entangled in this matter, so he quickly changed the topic.
Okay.
Bella nodded. Although Wei Jinghua did not have any designs on the blood alchemy pill, it was hard to guarantee that other powerhouses would not have any bad intentions. Therefore, it was not wise to stay here for long. The two of them stepped on the flying swords and sped off into the distance. After flying for a few hundred miles, Jiang Fei finally found a safe place in a large mountain.
Alright. I will be here to protect you. Take the gold core.
Jiang Fei took out the jade bottle and said to Bella.
Okay.
Bella took the gold core and was extremely excited. It had been too long since she had fought alongside Jiang Fei. Moreover, it was precisely because the girl's combat abilities were out of sync that Jiang Fei was left alone. Otherwise, Wei Qingcheng would not have stepped forward to help Jiang Fei. Therefore, whether it was to help Jiang Fei or to prevent other powerful girls from coming to Jiang Fei's side, Bella could not wait to increase her own strength. Under Jiang Fei's protection, Bella swallowed the pill. Once the pill entered her stomach, it immediately turned into a warm current that flowed throughout Bella's limbs and bones. Soon after, Bella felt as if her blood was burning.
Calm down and use the technique of the green wood cliff to regulate your breathing.
Jiang Fei's voice was as if it was enlightened. Bella, who was feeling a little dizzy, instantly woke up. Bella, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, quickly circulated the technique of the green wood cliff. The spiritual energy in her body quickly circulated. The energy released by the blood alchemy pill was continuously absorbed and converted into her own life-type spiritual energy. In the beginning, the circulation of Bella's technique was very difficult. Firstly, it was because she had not experienced the development of her brain like Jiang Fei. Therefore, the green wood cliff's technique could only be said to be usable, but it could not be said to be proficient. Secondly, the energy of the blood alchemy pill was too huge. As a result, the circulation of her spiritual energy was often blocked by the rich life-type energy. However, after one cycle, Bella's circulation of the cultivation technique was much smoother because the blocked meridians had already opened up. In the process of regulating her breath, Bella became more familiar with and understood the green wood cliff cultivation technique. Therefore, every cycle Bella experienced increased her speed. There was a saying that there was no time in the mountains. Under the alternation of the sun and moon, in a flash, Bella had already regulated her breath for 365 cycles. The blood alchemy pill in her abdomen had already been completely refined, and the abundant energy had also been completely absorbed.
Schwa!
After 365 cycles, Bella opened her eyes. In an instant, two dark green bolts of lightning streaked across, and the girl's entire person's essence, chi, and spirit suddenly increased by a few levels. Chapter 1713, Chapter 1713's final stop, the town star. Swish! Jiang Fei immediately opened his violet eyes. In an instant, Jiang Fei could see Bella's energy circuit clearly.
Not bad. Not bad.
Jiang Fei nodded in satisfaction. At this time, Bella's combat power had already broken through to more than 17.5 million. If it was the standard of the world of the 5 directions, it would have already entered the Mahayana stage.
This Jin Dan can do it.
Jiang Fei had an idea. A mere Jin Dan could allow Bella to jump from a Metaplasia stage expert with more than 11 million combat power to a Mahayana stage expert with more than 17 million combat power. This efficiency was definitely not something that other methods could compare to.
Looks like I have to find an opportunity to get more high-tier murderers' corpses.
Jiang Fei made up his mind in his heart. The girls around him were generally weaker. It was basically impossible for them to catch up to him by relying on their own training. They could only rely on external forces to quickly level up. Although fierce beasts like Chao Tian who were in the tribulation stage were very rare and not easy to kill, this was already the fastest shortcut for Jiang Fei. Of course, with Jiang Fei's personality, he would definitely not kill innocent people just to help the girls level up. However, most of the fierce beasts were selfish, especially the carnivorous ones. They were even more ferocious and cruel. For a person like Jiang Fei who had been pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger all year round, as long as he encountered such a ferocious beast, he would definitely become the prey of the other party. The ferocious beast would also most likely be killed by Jiang Fei. Therefore, if Jiang Fei could meet a large number of high-level ferocious beasts, he would not lack the materials to refine the blood alchemy pill. The question now was whether he would be lucky enough to meet those ferocious and cruel super ferocious beasts.
How do you feel?
Jiang Fei came to Bella's side and asked.
Very good. I've never felt so good.
Bella stood up and clenched her fist. Then, she threw a punch. Immediately, a dark green fist flew out and smashed a corner of the barren mountain in the distance.
All right, let's go back. Nina and the others should be waiting anxiously.
Jiang Fei smiled and said to Bella.
Okay.
Bella nodded and stepped on Jiang Fei's flying sword. Jiang Fei brought Bella and Bella along as they flew at an extremely fast speed towards the direction of Greenwood Town. At the same time, Bella began to get used to her newly acquired power. The journey was silent. 2 days later, Jiang Fei and Bella returned to Greenwood Town. Swoosh! As soon as Jiang Fei landed on the ground, a black figure appeared beside him. Roar! The black figure let out a low roar. It was the Nightblade Leopard that Jiang Fei had brought back earlier. On top of the Nightblade Leopard sat a female General Hua Mulan.
Sir, you're back. I was practicing riding outside when I saw a flash of sword light that looked like you. I did not expect it to be you.
Hua Mulan said happily.
Yes, I'm back.
Jiang Fei smiled.
How was it? How was the harvest?
Hua Mulan asked with a smile.
Everything is settled.
Jiang Fei smiled proudly. This time, not only did he obtain the 10-directional clear artifact and the cultivation method of the Greenwood Cliff, his biggest harvest was the alchemy cauldron technique and the spring recovery cauldron. With these 2 treasures, in the future, the girls would not have to worry about leveling up.
That's good,
Hua Mulan said and turned to look at Bella. Her eyes immediately widened.
How is it?
Bella said proudly.
You? How did you?
Hua Mulan was so shocked that she could not speak. She had only been out for a short while. Bella's strength could even be described as earth-shattering. Her leveling speed was even faster than a rocket.
There's no need to be envious. You guys will be able to level up to this level very soon,
Jiang Fei said confidently.
Really?
As a soldier, Hua Mulan was very persistent in her pursuit of strength. Otherwise, when everyone else was in cultivating their relationship with their pets, she would not have gone out to practice riding alone.
As long as I catch the right ferocious beast, I can refine more blood alchemy pills.
Jiang Fei nodded.
That's great. I really hope to get my own alchemy pills as soon as possible,
Hua Mulan said with anticipation. After all, she and Si Tang had both learned the Crimson Flame Sex Fire-type martial arts from Jiang Fei. Moreover, as she had better conditions and worked harder, Hua Mulan's mastery of Fire-type martial arts far exceeded Si Tang's.
Don't worry. Once I catch a high-level fire element beast, I will refine the Aura's core for you,
Jiang Fei promised because there were only 3 girls who practiced the fire element martial arts beside him. Hua Mulan, Si Tang, and Yu Wanqiu. To Jiang Fei, Yu Wanqiu was still an outsider. Therefore, Jiang Fei naturally would not keep an eye on her. As for Si Tang, it was not a matter of whether Jiang Fei wanted to give her the Aura's core or not. After all, Si Tang started from 0. Her strength was a little low. Up until now, she only had less than 2 million combat power. If it was the 5 directions world, it would be that she had not reached the fusion stage yet. If Jiang Fei gave her a blood alchemy pill, It would not be helping her, but harming her instead. With her strength, if she took such a powerful pill, it was almost certain that her body would explode and she would die. Therefore, if Jiang Fei refined a fire attribute blood alchemy pill, Hua Mulan would definitely become the first person to consume it. Along the way, Jiang Fei chatted and laughed with Hua Mulan. The three of them then returned to the inn. In a small courtyard that was reserved for one person, the girls were all in the courtyard. Everyone had received the news of Jiang Fei's return, so they brought their pets to welcome him at the door.
I'm back!
As soon as he entered the door, Jiang Fei shouted happily,
Husband, you're finally back.
Sylvie was the first to pounce on him. Then, she hung herself on Jiang Fei's body like a koala. Although the other girls were not as unbridled as she was. However, their faces were filled with tears of joy.
What's wrong?
Jiang Fei asked in surprise.
The stars have been in chaos recently. It's said that the treasure of the Greenwood Cliff has been lost. Therefore, the entire star is now in a state of panic. You went out, and there was still no news of you. Therefore, everyone is very worried.
Yuanqiu explained.
All right. I've encountered something good, so I was delayed for a while.
Then, Jiang Fei briefly explained the situation to the girls.
So, are we going straight to the town star now?
Asked Si Tang after listening to Jiang Fei's explanation.
Yes. You guys pack up and we'll be on our way,
said Jiang Fei as he nodded. As the Verdant Canyon had lost the Decathlon Crystal and the Cauldron of Rejuvenation, they had been searching everywhere. As Jiang Fei had not killed the player, theoretically, there was still a risk of being exposed. Although Jiang Fei's strength was not bad, he did not want to have a direct confrontation with the local boss of Qinxing. After all, he could meet a powerhouse like Hui Jinghui and Qinxing, who could guarantee that there was not an old man hiding in the Greenwood Cliff. Chapter 1714. Chapter 1714 was exposed. As Jiang Fei and the others had used the teleportation portal to Interstellar Star, they were naturally familiar with the way to leave. After the girls had packed their luggage, Nina used a large-scale group teleportation. She sent Jiang Fei and the group to the teleportation portal.
What a powerful teleportation technique,
Yuanqiu said as she looked at Nina with envy. As she had been with the girls for a long time, she knew the approximate strength of Nina and the others. However, Nina's teleportation technique was something that most of the experts in the world of Five Directions could not compare to.
It's just some small tricks.
Nina nodded modestly.
All right. Let's talk about it later. Let's go in.
Jiang Fei smiled and was the first to enter the teleportation portal.
Look, isn't that the young master who came last time? Yeah. I remember that girl Zhang Chen went with him. Why didn't she come back? You must be ignorant. That girl Zhang Chen was lucky enough to be chosen by a big sect at the Fish Leaping Festival. Is that true? Of course it's true. 2 days ago, someone from that sect came to pick up her family. TSK. So what? It's all because of her good looks.
As soon as Jiang Fei and the others arrived, they heard the discussions of the shady tour guides. These people were typical villains. They could not bear to see others being better than them. Especially Zhang Chen, who used to be the same type of person as them. Now that Zhang Chen had made a meteoric rise, he did not need to live with them anymore. Therefore, these people who were angry at him would make up stories about Zhang Chen and say bad things about her. Among these people who said bad things about Zhang Chen's childhood sweetheart had the dirtiest mouth. She would say anything that was unpleasant to hear and say anything that was excessive.
That guy is really annoying.
Along the way, even Ariel, who was the most obedient, could not bear to listen to him anymore.
Forget it. There's no need to bother with them.
Jiang Fei waved his hand. These people were no different from ants to him. Why would he be angry with them? Now, even Zhang Chen was probably from a different world from them.
Hee hee. Master Yuan, you left so quickly?
When they arrived at the teleportation portal, the person in charge of the teleportation portal recognized Jiang Fei. After all, this was not a tavern or restaurant. Very few people could afford to come here. Moreover, Jiang Fei had brought a large group of girls with him. Their characteristics were very obvious. Therefore, it was not difficult to remember them.
Yes. I've finished my business in Star City. I'm going to leave now.
Jiang Fei smiled and said.
Are you planning to return to Fluorescence?
The administrator asked.
No. We're going to Star City.
Jiang Fei said.
Star City. Master Yuan is really rich.
The administrator complimented. This was because going to Star City was much more expensive than going to other planets.
Hee hee. It's all right.
Jiang Fei nodded and paid for the teleportation portal as requested. However, after paying the fee, Jiang Fei took out 5 spirit stones.
Master Yuan, you're too kind.
The manager's face was almost beaming with joy. Although the customers who rode the teleportation portal also gave tips, no one had ever given so much.
Hee hee. This is not for free. I have something that I need your help with,
Jiang Fei said with a smile.
Young Master Yuan, look at what you were saying. If you have something to say, just say it. Why are you so polite?
Although the manager said that, he did not hold back at all when it came to the 5 spiritual stones. He directly put them into his bag.
Have you seen that kid?
Jiang Fei pointed at Zhang Chen's childhood sweetheart outside the teleportation portal.
Oh, that kid. What's the matter? Master Yuan? Do you want me to take care of him?
The administrator asked.
That's right. However, I hope that you don't take care of him and he won't receive any business,
Jiang Fei said.
No problem. Leave it to me.
The administrator patted his chest. He was not very good at getting things done. However, he had many ways to ruin things. If Jiang Fei asked him to take care of that kid's business, the administrator might still find it troublesome. However, if he were to ruin the guy's business, it would be much easier.
Good. If you do well, I will definitely reward you the next time I come over,
Jiang Fei said with satisfaction.
Just based on what you said, I will take care of it. I don't dare to say anything else. If this boy is a one-track-minded tour guide, I guarantee that he will starve to death outside the teleportation circle.
The manager laughed.
Okay. Thank you.
Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he called the girl beside him and said,
Let's go!
After that, Jiang Fei and the others stood in the teleportation circle. After the manager operated the teleportation circle, a white light flashed and Jiang Fei and the others disappeared. Their journey to Qinxing was officially over. After Jiang Fei and the others left, the manager of the teleportation circle was really straightforward. There was a saying that one should take money from others to solve problems. This kid was usually easy to bully these shady tour guides. After he took the money, he became even more aggressive. Every guest who came to Qinxing was first contacted by the manager. He was also an official staff member, so his words naturally carried a lot of weight. Therefore, under the efforts of this manager, Zhang Chen's childhood sweetheart could not receive a single business deal for a few months. Very soon, the family was almost unable to open the pot because they could not get any business. The days that he spent in the teleportation circle were getting fewer and fewer. In the end, he simply disappeared without a trace. As for whether he lived or died, no one, including his former colleagues, cared about it. On the other side, Jiang Fei and the others appeared in the teleportation circle of the town star after a series of dazzling lights.
Welcome to the town star. Friends of the town star.
The administrator was also very enthusiastic.
Okay.
Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he led the girls out of the teleportation circle.
The town star is so big. Why isn't there a tour guide to pick us up?
After they left the teleportation circle, there was an open square in front of Jiang Fei and the others. Although there were quite a few guests coming and going from the teleportation circle, they did not find any black tour guides like the town star.
I don't know.
Jiang Fei shook his head.
Husband, aren't you from the town star?
Yuanqiu asked in surprise. Jiang Fei was speechless for a moment. He had just forgotten that Yuanqiu was beside him. So he blurted it out subconsciously.
Husband?
Yuanqiu looked at Jiang Fei with a puzzled look. Jiang Fei pondered for a moment. In the end, he decided to reveal his true identity to Yuanqiu. After all, the town star was so big, and he did not know anything about this place. With Yuanqiu's wisdom, it was simply too easy to find a loophole. After making the decision, Jiang Fei took Yuanqiu to a place where there was no one around. Then, he told her about his identity as a guest from the outer realm. However, he ignored the player and the quest that he had come here for.
You're from outside the barrier?
Yuanqiu asked with her eyes wide open.
Yes. If you can't accept it, then leave. I won't make things difficult for you.
In the end, Jiang Fei did not make the decision to silence her. Chapter 1715. Chapter 1715. Sense of urgency.
Leave? Why would I leave?
Yuanqiu asked.
Because I'm not from the world of the 5 directions,
Jiang Fei said.
So what? If I marry a chicken, I'll marry a dog. Since I've decided to marry you, no matter what, I won't leave you.
Yuanqiu said seriously. Jiang Fei was a little speechless. To be honest, he had never really thought of Yuanqiu as his woman. In other words, in Jiang Fei's eyes, Yuanqiu was different from the girls around him. Jiang Fei had already made a plan. Once the quest was completed, he would not take Yuanqiu away when they left the world of the Five Directions.
Besides, I've always wanted to go outside the world of the Five Directions to take a look. If you can bring me out, I'll be more than happy,
Yuanqiu said. She was even a little excited.
Sigh.
Jiang Fei sighed.
Fei. Forget it. You're the one who has to provoke women.
Nina shook her head. However, she was also resigned to her fate.
Humph.
Bella snorted coldly at the side. However, she did not say anything. Clearly, she was not happy about it. However, she had tacitly agreed to Yuanqiu's existence. At that moment, Jiang Fei was extremely embarrassed. To be honest, he did not want to mess with Yuanqiu at first. However, as a man, having a beautiful woman take the initiative to pursue him was rather satisfying. Even though there were more and more girls around him, Jiang Fei felt a little sorry for these girls. However, the greed and possessiveness of men made him unable to give up either one of them. The illness of a single man was the common problem of all successful men. To put it bluntly, it was actually lust. When a man's strength was enough to crush almost all his opponents, it was almost impossible to avoid lust. Throughout history, in foreign countries, and even in other civilizations outside of Earth, any emperor would either have 3 palaces, 6 houses, or a bunch of lovers. Why? It was because their strength had reached the peak. After the male creature obtained sufficient strength, they would fight for as many mates as possible so that they could produce more excellent offspring. This was the instinct of a living creature. Very few people could suppress this instinct and remain unchanging from beginning to end. However, Jiang Fei was clearly not this kind of saint. He was the typical kind of person who was not small-minded and did not have much courage. Therefore, although he appeared calm on the surface, when Yuanqiu stayed behind with Bella and the others' tacit approval, he was secretly delighted.
Alright, let's get down to business. Where are we going next?
Sylvie stood up at this time and changed the topic.
Let's find a place with a lot of people to ask around first. We want to protect a person called the Mysterious Lady of the Nine Heavens. I don't know what kind of identity she is.
Jiang Fei quickly got down from the horse's back. He did not want to dwell on the matter of the girl anymore.
Mysterious Lady of the Nine Heavens? You're looking for him,
said Yuanqiu. After all, she was from the 5 directions of heaven and earth, so she obviously knew about this person.
You know about the Mysterious Lady of the Nine Heavens?
Jiang Fei and the others immediately looked at Yuanqiu.
Yes.
In the 5 directions of heaven and earth, there were 2 mysterious ladies of the 9 heavens in each era. These 2 were both in the town star. One was in the Valiant Martial Hall, the saintess of the Valiant Martial Hall, and the other was in the Myriad Beasts Mountain. She was the queen who ruled over all the female beasts in the world,
said Yuanqiu.
There are 2 of them.
Jiang Fei was stunned.
Yes. May I know which one you are looking for, husband?
Yuanqiu was also very curious as to why Jiang Fei, a guest from the outer realm, was looking for the mystical lady of the 9 heavens.
Let's do it. No. I have to ask again.
Jiang Fei frowned and immediately entered the 10th dimension. Fortunately, he did not kill the 2
players'
wills. Otherwise, there would be no place to ask.
Swish.
After appearing in the 10th dimension, Jiang Fei used his mind and the 2
players'
wills were locked up.
You? What are you doing now?
At this time, Unintentional was obviously scared out of his wits. On the other side, the Yuan family's ambassador's will was also trembling.
You said that the quest to assassinate the mysterious lady of the 9 heavens was to assassinate which mysterious lady of the 9 heavens?
Jiang Fei asked directly.
I don't know,
Heartless said with a blank expression. He did not have a high position among the
players.
He could not even get close to the core of the quest.
All of you have to be killed. Killing the female beast queen will give you a set of legendary armor. Killing the Valiant Martial Temple Saintess will give you a legendary carrier.
The Yuan family's emissary obviously knew more.
Both of them?
Jiang Fei frowned. The 2 mysterious ladies of the 9 heavens were scattered all over the world. How could he possibly take care of them all? After coming out of the 10th dimension, Jiang Fei told the girl about the quest targets of the
players. Both of them?
Bella clearly did not expect this result.
Husband, who exactly are the assassins that you mentioned?
Yuanqiu asked curiously.
Their origins are very complicated. I will tell you about them in the future.
although Yuanqiu had officially joined Jiang Fei's faction. However, Jiang Fei did not want to tell her about the
players.
Too early.
Oh.
Yuanqiu nodded and did not continue to ask. Instead, she said to Jiang Fei,
although I do not know who these people are, I can tell you with certainty that there has never been a female beast queen in the Myriad Beasts Mountain who is below the true immortal level. Although the Valiant Martial Hall Saintess is not at the true immortal level. The Valiant Martial Hall is the highest hall of the human race. There are countless true immortal level elders there. It is difficult to assassinate them. Hiss. That female beast queen is so powerful?
Jiang Fei never expected that the
players
would actually target the hermit-level god. However, on second thought, Jiang Fei became even more nervous, since they wanted to assassinate the mysterious Lady of the Nine Heavens. Then whether it was the Valiant Martial Temple Saintess or the Mountain of Beasts Queen, if they wanted to assassinate them, they had to have the strength of a hermit. On the other hand, the method for
players
to obtain strength was very simple. As long as they landed on a powerful carrier, they could immediately obtain the power of the carrier. From this, it could be seen that among the
players
who had landed in the 5 corners of the world, there was definitely a hermit-level super expert. Moreover, there might be more than one of them.
This is going to be troublesome.
Jiang Fei frowned. Although he could kill any god or Buddha that stood in his way, he had to be at least a hidden master. Once he met a hidden master,
Jiang Fei would still have to pretend to be a coward.
No, am not allowed to reach the hidden master level before the
players
make their move.
Jiang Fei felt an invisible sense of urgency in his heart. Although Jiang Fei had a clear understanding of his path to advancement after the development of his brain, it was not something that could be completed in a day. Before this, Jiang Fei had felt that he had plenty of time. Therefore, he was not too anxious to advance to the hermit level. However, it was different now. He had to advance as soon as possible in order to be qualified to stop the players from assassinating him. Chapter 1716. Chapter 1716. Strange Town.
No matter what, we have to go in one direction. These 2 mystical ladies of the 9 heavens are in the southern heaven and the northern earth. We can't have both of them,
Nina said to Jiang Fei.
Yeah, I think so too.
Jiang Fei nodded.
Then where are we going?
Yuanqiu asked.
Let's go to the Valiant Martial Hall,
Bella said, as the Valiant Martial Hall was filled with human cultivators. There would not be too much of a barrier between Jiang Fei and the rest. Moreover, the female beast queen's strength had already reached the hermit level. In addition to the protection of the top-tier ferocious beasts in the Mountain of Beasts, the risk of her being assassinated was much lower than that of the Valiant Martial Hall Saintess.
Yeah, I think so too.
Jiang Fei nodded. He agreed with Bella's idea very much. After a round of voting, the other girls did not have any objections. In the end, Jiang Fei made a decision. The group of people prepared to go to the Valiant Martial Hall. However, Jiang Fei did not know where the Valiant Martial Hall was. He was not the only one who did not know. None of the people around him knew, including the 2 players in the 10th dimension.
Let's go ahead first. If we find a tavern or a tea house, we can ask around,
Nina suggested.
All right.
Jiang Fei and the rest nodded in agreement. Then, they walked forward. The Star of Suppression was located at the center of the 5 directions. It was the largest in size, so it was also the largest in size. Not only that, the aura of the Star of Suppression was much denser than the other 4 planets. Even the weakest, Si Tying, could feel the energy particles wandering around her.
This is really a blessed place for cultivation.
Jiang Fei sighed. At this moment, he could almost feel that every pore of his body was absorbing the energy particles. Although the town star was suitable for cultivation, people like Jiang Fei were definitely the biggest beneficiaries. Although the town star's spiritual energy was abundant, most of it was Earth-type spiritual energy. Only those who practiced Earth-type martial arts could enjoy the greatest benefits. However, it was not that there were no other types of spiritual energy town star. It could even be said that there were even more, because the town star was located at the core of the 5 directions of heaven and earth. If one were to observe it from God's perspective, then the 5 planets of the 5 directions of heaven and earth could be said to be arranged into a large formation. The center of the formation was the town star. Therefore, not only did the guardian star have its own spiritual energy, it also gathered a portion of the spiritual energy from the other 4 planets. This led to the fact that even if one was in the guardian star and cultivated cultivation techniques of other attributes, the effect was not inferior to that of the other 4 planets. This was also the reason why, although the 4 great families were in the Guardian Star, they could rule the other 4 planets. If it was not for the fact that the Guardian Star had abnormally rich spiritual energy, the 4 great families would have long gone to the planets that were compatible with their own cultivation techniques. Naturally, the ones who benefited the most on the planet were the Earth-type cultivators. However, most of the Earth-type cultivators were Beast-type cultivators. Among humans, there were very few who had the Earth-type talent. However, the cultivators of other attributes were not at a disadvantage on the planet. At the very least, their cultivation speed was not slow compared to the other 4 planets. However, Jiang Fei was different. The origin power that he cultivated did not have any attributes. Moreover, it could be converted into any attribute. This caused him to be able to absorb all the spiritual energy regardless of the attribute. In this way, Jiang Fei felt great on the planet. When the spiritual energy of the 4 major attributes of water, fire, metal, and wood combined together, the density of the spiritual energy was almost 4 times that of the 4 outer planets. In addition to the spiritual energy of the earth attribute, when Jiang Fei was practicing here, it was as if someone had filled his body with spiritual energy with an air cylinder.
He'll look for an opportunity to obtain the martial arts techniques of the other attributes. Otherwise, it would be a waste.
Jiang Fei thought greedily. Although he did not have any martial arts techniques, he could still absorb the spiritual energy of the other attributes. However, that was not as efficient as practicing martial arts techniques. Now that Jiang Fei's brain had been developed, it was extremely efficient. When he was cultivating, he could even double open it. He could use wood and fire cultivation techniques separately. The speed at which the spiritual energy was absorbed was simply frightening. In order to advance to the hermit level as soon as possible, Jiang Fei borrowed Sylphie's Night Blade Leopard from the journey. Then, he rode on the back of the Night Blade Leopard to cultivate. After all, there were other girls guarding him. There would not be too much danger, because Jiang Fei had to train. The group of people did not travel too fast. They only traveled more than 100 miles in half a day. This was already considered slow for a group of high-level cultivators.
Look! There's a town over there!
Ariel's eyes were sharp. She pointed at a spot at the foot of the mountain far away and said,
That's true.
Bella had also discovered the town.
Let's go over and find an inn to rest. At the same time, we can find out the location of the Valiant Martial Hall. Otherwise, we would not be able to continue blindly,
Nina said.
All right.
The other girls nodded one after another. Jiang Fei was still meditating on the back of the Night Blade Leopard. He showed no signs of waking up. Half an hour later, Bella led the team to the outside of the town.
There's something wrong here.
Garona frowned and said. She and Salila, both cat girls, rarely spoke. However, this time, she actually took the initiative to speak.
What's wrong?
Bella asked. As they were all family, she never doubted the authenticity of what her own people said.
I don't know. It just feels weird,
Garona said.
Yeah, I have the same feeling,
Salila also said.
Then do we still need to rest here?
Sitang asked.
The other places with people are too far away. We still need to enter this town. However, everyone should be alert,
Bella said after thinking for a while. It was getting late. Although this town might be a little strange, they were all experts. Especially Bella. She had just been promoted. So deep down, not only was she not afraid of danger, she was even looking forward to it. With Bella making the decision, the other girls naturally did not say anything else. Thus, under Bella's lead, the group entered the town. Speaking of which, there was nothing special about this small town. Although it was already evening, there were still quite a number of pedestrians on the streets. Moreover, smoke curled up from the chimneys of every household. There wasn't the slightest sign of danger. Therefore, after entering the small town, even Cirilla and Garona wondered if their sixth sense was wrong.
Let's rest here.
Bella and the others walked for a while and came to the door of an inn. There was a sign at the door of the inn, with 4 big words written on it with Family's Old Inn.
Dear guests, are you staying here or staying here?
As soon as Bella and the others stood still, a waiter came out to welcome them warmly.
Staying here. Pack a small independent courtyard for us,
Bella replied.
Okay. A set of superior grade courtyard,
the waiter shouted inside, then turned to Bella and the others and said,
Dear guests, please follow me.
Chapter 1717. Chapter 1717 Curse Clan. After following the waiter into the small courtyard, Bella and the other girls were very satisfied. The small courtyard was not big. There were a total of 6 to 7 rooms. Although it was not magnificent, it was still elegant and unique. After settling down, Bella sent the waiter out. Out of caution, Bella and the others did not plan to eat the food in the restaurant. After all, Salila and Garona had insisted that there was something strange about this town. Therefore, it was better to be careful. Moreover, Jiang Fei had a large amount of delicious food in his storage. It was enough for the group to consume. Bella and the rest quickly chose a room and moved in. As Jiang Fei was still in the middle of training, the Nightblade leopard that he was sitting on was lying in the middle of the small courtyard. As time passed, the sky quickly darkened. When the sun disappeared into the mountains, and the last glimmer of light disappeared, the entire town became quiet. Although the martial arts of the 5 directions were highly developed, the development of technology was very backward. It was still in the state where the sun rose and the sun fell. Therefore, when the sky darkened, everyone returned to their homes. Soon, the moon was high in the sky. Jiang Fei was still sitting in the small courtyard cultivating. All kinds of spiritual energy was constantly gathering in his body. Then, it was converted into the source energy and stored in Jiang Fei's body. When the energy accumulation had reached a certain level, it was time for Jiang Fei to prepare for a breakthrough. A wolf's howl came from somewhere. It was particularly eerie in the quiet night.
Something's wrong.
Bella frowned and walked out of her room.
What happened to Sister Bella?
Ariel, who lived in the same room, also followed.
I don't know, but I sense danger approaching,
Bella said in a low voice, while she carefully guarded her surroundings.
There's danger. That's right. It's a very dangerous feeling.
Salila and Garona also walked out of the room at the same time.
What's going on?
The other girls also walked out of the room one after another.
I don't know, but it's definitely not normal,
Bella said while keeping her guard up.
Should we wake up hubby first?
Ariel asked.
There's no rush. It's very dangerous to be disturbed while cultivating.
Yuanqio stopped her.
Let Ah Fei cultivate first. Don't disturb him unless it's absolutely necessary. With our strength, ordinary people can't hurt us,
Nina said. At the same time, he called Si Tang and Salila to his side, because these 2 girls' strength was the weakest. With only 2 to 3 million combat power, they needed special protection. Time passed by minute. At this time, the air of the town seemed to be filled with a gloomy and terrifying aura. However, the town was still calm, as if nothing had happened. A dark cloud floated in the sky. When the dark cloud blocked the crescent moon, a clear sound of a door opening was heard in the quiet town.
Bang! 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 Bang!
Bang, bang, bang. As if a sluice had been opened. The sound of the door opening was endless. It was as if the doors of every house in the town had been opened one after another. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Many black shadows galloped through the streets. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Many strong figures flashed through the air. These guys passed through the houses as if they were walking on flat ground.
They're here. They're very strong.
Bella, who had been resting with her eyes closed, suddenly opened her eyes. At this moment, Bella's pair of black eyes had already turned dark green. At the same time, dark green energy armor had already covered her entire body. Clearly, Bella had already entered battle mode.
Dot!
Without making a sound, Sylvie concealed her figure. Other than herself, no one knew which shadow she was hiding in.
Clang!
Following a melodious sword chime, Yuanqia's frost condensation sword was unsheathed.
Swish!
A cold glint flashed past. Hua Mulan placed her spear behind her back and stood in the middle of the courtyard, facing the wind. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Just as the girls were getting ready for battle, numerous black shadows climbed up the courtyard wall. Swish! A black shadow pounced towards Hua Mulan, who was standing in the middle of the courtyard.
Clang!
Following a loud and clear gunshot, Hua Mulan moved. In the next instant, the long spear pierced through the black shadow's big mouth, and then through its throat into its body. Finally, it came out from its buttocks. Like a roasted lamb, it nailed that fellow in midair.
What the hell is that?
At this moment, the girls finally saw the true face of the enemy. This was a ferocious beast that was neither wolf nor dog. Judging from the intensity of its attack just now, this thing's strength was not high. It was probably between the Aurus Core stage and the nascent soul stage. In front of Hua Mulan, this kind of ferocious beast with such strength, it was not a problem at all. The ferocious beast was killed by Hua Mulan. The bloody smell that it emitted made the surrounding ferocious beasts even more excited. Swish! Hua Mulan swung her long spear and threw the corpse of the ferocious beast to the side. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A few black shadows rushed out. They looked the same as the ferocious beasts from before. Obviously, they were of the same species.
Kaboom! Creak! Kaboom, kaboom, kaboom!
What everyone didn't expect was that these ferocious beasts didn't rush out to save their companions. They swarmed over and immediately devoured the corpse of their dead companion.
What a cruel race!
Bella frowned as she watched from afar.
It's actually the cursed race.
Yuanchio was also dumbfounded.
Sister Wanchio, do you know the origins of these guys?
Ariel immediately asked.
Sigh. These guys are also pitiful people.
Yuanchio talked for a while, and then told her everything she knew. It turned out that this cursed clan was once human, but their living souls had been taken away by the heretic cultivators, leaving only their LS. After these LS were cursed by the heretic cultivators, they would turn into monsters that recognized beasts and not beasts. During the day, they would repeat what they had done the day before they died. They looked just like when they were alive. But once the moonlight shone down, they would turn into ferocious beasts to attack all the different creatures. The ferocious beasts that these guys transformed into were not limited to a specific species. It all depended on what kind of curse the evil cultivator had cast. However, no matter what kind of ferocious beasts they transformed into, they would kill and devour the unusual creatures during the night. This unusual creature did not only include the living people from outside, but also the companions that were killed.
In other words, they are already dead. They just left behind SH.L to continue suffering here.
Yuanchio concluded.
Those evil sect cultivators are too evil. How could they do such a heartless thing?
Ariel said with indignation.
Sigh.
Some evil sect cultivators deliberately torture their physical bodies in order to cultivate the resentment of the living souls. They even bring the living souls to watch from time to time, so that they can see what kind of suffering their physical bodies are enduring with their own eyes, so as to increase their resentment.
Yuanchio sighed and said,
Chapter 17:18. Chapter 17:18 Cult Fanatics. Just as Yuanchio and the others were conversing, the wolf-shaped ferocious beasts that smelled blood all went crazy. They pounced on Hua Mulan in groups because the smell of blood was the strongest in her area.
Kill!
Hua Mulan shouted and rushed forward to fight with these wolf-shaped ferocious beasts. Although these wolf-shaped ferocious beasts were not very strong, they were extremely ferocious. Each and every one of them was not afraid of death. They never cared about Hua Mulan's attacks. They only focused on attacking. Even if Hua Mulan's spear warrior died, they would still risk their lives to take a bite. However, Hua Mulan's strength was still there. Although Hua Mulan was not very strong compared to Jiang Fei, with the support of the power core, Hua Mulan currently had about 11 million combat power. Moreover, her spear skills were even more powerful. She was the most hardworking among the girls, so she naturally had the strongest martial skills. Therefore, even though these wolf-shaped ferocious beasts were particularly ferocious, Hua Mulan was still able to kill them easily.
I'll help too!
Yuanchio shouted and joined the battlefield. She formed a sword gesture with her hand. The frost sword was surrounded by flames as it charged left and right among the wolf-shaped ferocious beasts, killing countless of them. Although Hua Mulan and Yuanchio's battle results were remarkable, there were simply too many wolf-shaped ferocious beasts. It was as if there was no way to kill all of them. In the blink of an eye, the small courtyard was almost covered with corpses. However, those wolf-shaped ferocious beasts continued to pounce forward without fear of death.
Do I have to kill all of them?
Hua Mulan could not bear to do so at this moment. If it was just killing these ferocious beasts, then as a soldier, she naturally would not show any mercy. However, from Yuanchio's words, Hua Mulan learned that these beasts were the illusions of the commoners after they were cursed. Hence, after killing too many of them, she could not bear to do so.
Kill them! These people have actually died long ago. They are alive to be tortured. Killing their bodies will instead set them free.
Yuanchio said helplessly.
Sigh. They are all a bunch of pitiful people.
Hua Mulan sighed. However, the spear in her hand became even more resolute. With every flash of cold light, a hungry wolf would die under the spear. Because there were too many hungry wolves, Hua Mulan and Yuanchio killed for an hour. But the number of hungry wolves still did not decrease. But at this moment, Bella frowned.
Someone is coming! They are very strong!
Bella clenched her fist and rushed towards the northwest.
Swoosh!
A cold light flashed from the northwest, and then rushed towards Yuanchio like lightning.
Ding!
Following a soft sound, that cold light was shot down. At this moment, everyone could clearly see that it was a rhombus-shaped dart.
Who is it?
Bella, who had shot down the dart, asked coldly.
Hee hee. Where did this little girl come from? She's quite formidable.
A sinister voice sounded. And then a figure appeared in front of Bella and the others. It was a guy in a black robe. His face and figure were covered by the loose robe. His voice was very feminine. But it was hard to tell whether he was a man or a woman.
Who are you?
Bella frowned and stared at the black-robed man, because she instinctively sensed a dangerous aura from him.
It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that all of you deserve to die.
The black-robed man clearly came with anger.
He is the evil faction person who refined the living souls.
At this moment, Yuan Chio shouted.
Evil faction person? Ha 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 ha! Are you so-called righteous people really that open and above board? All of you are just a bunch of men, robbers, and prostitutes. On the surface, you sound nice, but in the dark, you are 100 times worse than us.
The black-robed man roared angrily. It was obvious that he was very disdainful of those so-called decent people.
You're the one who refined these living souls? You're completely heartless.
Bella's anger also rose. Although she was unruly and loved to be jealous, her nature was very kind. When she heard Yuan Chio mention the origin of these wolf-shaped ferocious beasts, she hated those people from the evil faction. Now that this guy had appeared, naturally, it triggered the anger in Bella's heart.
Ha ha ha! You're completely devoid of conscience just like that? I'm going to turn all of you into my ghost slaves today.
The black-robed man laughed loudly, and then flung his black cloak.
Boom!
As the black cloak shook, a cloud-like fog rose, and then suddenly pounced on everyone in the small courtyard.
Nina! Protect them! Leave this guy to me!
Bella shouted. Then, she stepped forward. At this time, Jiang Fei was still in the middle of training. Among the girls, she was the strongest. Therefore, when faced with a strong enemy, Bella was naturally the first to bear the brunt.
Open up!
As Bella shouted, a life-type spiritual energy radiated from her body. The black mist was immediately dispersed upon seeing Bella's spiritual energy. Just as the remaining black mist was about to approach Jiang Fei and the weaker girls, it was blocked by an invisible wall. Clearly, Nina had made her move.
Damn it! Are you a member of the Shao family?
The black-robed man was shocked when he saw how easily Bella had dispelled his evil death aura. Although the black-robed man's strength was only at the early stage of the Mahayana realm, his sect was well known among the evil sections, especially the evil death aura, which was a secret of their sect. It was so easily destroyed by someone. There was only one reason for that. The other party used extremely pure wood-type spiritual power. Wood-type spiritual power was filled with vitality, and was the nemesis of the evil death chi. However, this was not Jinxing. Due to the low lethality of wood-type spiritual power, it was not mainstream in Jinxing. In addition, it was impossible for ordinary wood-type spiritual power to destroy the evil death chi so easily. There was only extremely pure wood-type spiritual power, and to possess such pure wood-type spiritual power in Jinxing. Then, the first person that people thought of was the Shao family of the four great families.
This has nothing to do with you. Die!
Before Bella finished her words, she threw out a punch with her right hand, and a stream of cold gang chi smashed toward the black-robed man.
What bad luck!
The black-robed man frowned. Their faction had quite a lot of power in the town star. They were not afraid of the Wang family of the four great families, but only the Shao family, which was ranked at the bottom of the four great families, was their nemesis, because they practiced the evil technique of the death attribute. The black-robed man's faction had a certain degree of control over the cultivators of other attributes. However, they were only afraid of the wood attribute's spiritual power, which was full of vitality. At this moment, the black-robed man felt that Bella's strength was not weaker than his, and her attributes were also restrained. Therefore, he felt a little weaker before he started fighting. Now that he saw how fierce Bella's attack was, he did not dare to take it head-on. Swish, swish, swish. The black-robed man relied on his agile movement technique to dodge and move back and forth to fight with Bella. He did not want to fight head-on. Although Bella was furious, she could not do anything about it. After all, Bella had only learned the techniques of the Green Wood Cliff for a short period of time. Although she had already learned many martial techniques and movement techniques, she was unable to use them as she pleased. Thus, although her attributes suppressed the black-robed man completely, she could not establish too much of an advantage for herself. Chapter 1719. Chapter 1719. Bella's prowess. Battle was often the best way to improve oneself. This was the case for Bella. In her battle with the black-robed man, those unfamiliar techniques were constantly being perfected. The cultivation technique that she did not quite understand turned into a smooth operation. At this moment, the black-robed man had become Bella's whetstone. He was helping Bella hone her newly learned cultivation technique and this new battle mode. However, the black-robed man clearly did not intend to grant Bella her wish so easily. Hence, after a round of battle, he also discovered Bella's weaknesses.
Humph. Little girl. Although your attributes can restrain me, you're still too inexperienced.
The black-robed man laughed coldly, then suddenly shook the cloak on his body.
Boom!
A wave of black smoke exploded, followed by the sounds of wailing ghosts and howling wolves.
Oh no! He's going to summon those evil ghosts!
Yuanqiu shouted.
Awah!
Following the wails of ghosts and howls of wolves, countless ghosts appeared in the black fog, and then pounced on Bella.
Bella, don't let those evil ghosts touch your body,
Yuanqiu warned loudly, because these evil ghosts were refined from living souls, and they had been added with countless materials that corroded people's minds, making them incomparably dirty. Once these evil spirits touched one's body would immediately be tainted, contaminating one's mind. The consequences would be unimaginable. This was especially so for the evil spirits released by the black-robed man. Their bodies had already transformed into wolf-shaped ferocious beasts, and they were still being massacred. This filled these evil spirits with resentment. Once they were touched by these evil spirits, they would be infected with this poisonous aura, and they would never be able to get rid of it for the rest of their lives.
Got it!
Bella also knew how terrifying these evil spirits were. Of course, she didn't dare to let these terrifying things get close to her.
Spread out!
With a delicate shout, an abnormally pure life energy surged around Bella. This life energy didn't come from the wood-type spiritual power on Bella's body, but directly came from the life core. Obviously, under the threat of these evil spirits, Bella didn't want to be contaminated by these terrifying things, so she directly used her ultimate move.
Chi.
When the evil spirits charging towards Bella encountered the pure life energy, they were instantly burned until green smoke rose from them. This pure life energy was clearly very effective against these evil spirits.
F***CK! How annoying!
The black-robed man cursed silently. He had never thought that Bella's life energy was so pure that even the vengeful souls he had refined could not get close to her.
You forced me to do this!
Seeing that not only were the vengeful souls unable to get close to Bella, many of them had even been burned to death. The black-robed man was clearly anxious. He immediately bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood. As soon as the blood mist appeared, it was immediately devoured by the vengeful souls. The vengeful souls that had devoured the blood mist immediately turned into blood-red malicious ghosts.
Awah!
These malicious ghosts pounced towards Bella once again.
Buzz!
Bella also increased the strength of her life force. However, this time, Bella's life force was not as effective as before. Although the evil spirits were in extreme pain from being burned, thick white smoke was coming out of their bodies. However, they still charged at Bella with all their might.
Damn it!
Bella did not dare to let the evil spirits get close to her. Therefore, she quickly retreated. However, after taking a few steps back, Bella did not dare to retreat anymore because behind her was Jiang Fei, who was practicing.
I can't retreat anymore.
Bella knew that she had to fight with her life on the line. She was the strongest among the girls. If she retreated, no one would be able to protect Jiang Fei, although Jiang Fei was very powerful. However, these evil spirits were too dirty. Even Jiang Fei might not be able to bear the consequences of being stuck by them. Thinking of this, Bella gritted her teeth and shouted to the other girls.
Hurry up and take care of those evil spirits. Leave this guy to me. All right.
The other girls agreed and joined the battle. Even someone as weak as Si Tang ordered her pet beasts to join the battle. Although the girls around Jiang Fei were not as strong, the pet beasts were all very strong. One of them was even a Mahayana. The moment they entered the battle, the situation was immediately dominated. The wolf-shaped ferocious beasts were quickly slaughtered. Although the threat of the wolf-shaped ferocious beasts had been removed, the black-robed man was still there. His evil spirits were still as terrifying as ever. Other than Bella, the girls and their pet beasts also did not have any life energy to protect themselves. Therefore, they could only watch from the side. Although a few of the wood-type pet beasts wanted to help Bella, they were stopped by her.
Leave him to me.
Bella took a deep breath. Then, her chest shone with a bright green light. Clearly, her life core had been fully activated.
Kill!
In her strongest state, Bella charged towards the black-robed man. The life energy she emitted was abnormally strong. Wherever she passed by, the evil spirits were like butter that had fallen into a hot pot. They were instantly melted.
This is impossible!
The black-robed man's eyes widened. He could not believe the reality before him.
Die!
Bella roared angrily. She had always hated this evil cult member who had lost all conscience. Thus, she did not hold back at all. The moment she attacked, she used a killing move.
Bang!
Seeing Bella's attack, the black-robed man hurriedly blocked it. However, the compatibility between their attributes was too obvious. In this exchange, the black-robed man suffered a great loss.
PFFT.
With a single strike, the black-robed man was heavily injured on the spot. Pitch-black blood spurted out like a pillar of blood. In fact, this black-robed man's strength was comparable to Bella's, but his attributes were countered too miserably. Moreover, Bella was purely a close-range combatant. She was best at smashing people with her fists, and even disdained using weapons. As for this black-robed man, from the way he refined the living soul, it could be seen that he was the kind of spellcaster who was good at hiding behind malicious ghosts and shooting cold arrows. Under the mutual suppression of each other, he still fought head-on with Bella. It would be strange if he was not unlucky. However, after being heavily injured in one strike, this black-robed man also woke up. He knew that he was not good at fighting head-on, so he quickly withdrew and retreated. Fortunately, Bella's movement technique was relatively average. Thus, he quickly pulled away. According to common sense, if the black-robed man did this, he would have basically escaped. Even if he could not beat Bella, he already had the space to escape. However, the bad thing was that Bella was not a native of the 5 directions. Outsiders like them had a unique understanding of the laws of space. Although Bella's specialty was not teleportation, it was still easy for her to teleport over a short distance. Swoosh! With a teleport, Bella appeared beside the black-robed man.
How is this possible?
The black-robed man was once again dumbfounded. He could not believe that Bella could so easily use a technique that could shatter the void, and that even the spatial fluctuations were not very obvious. This was something that went against common sense in the 5 directions. Chapter 1720. Chapter 1720. Death Curse.
Bang!
Bella, who had teleported behind the black-robed man, raised her palm and struck the black-robed man's back.
Ah!
Following a miserable scream, the black-robed man was sent flying and spat out a mouthful of blood. Clearly, he had suffered quite a bit of internal injuries.
Damn it!
The black-robed man shouted loudly. But before he could turn around, Bella's attacks came one after another.
Bang! Bang!
Bang! Bella's attacks came one after another. One after another. The black-robed man was sent rolling in the air, unable to fight back at all.
Damn it! Our moon goddess sect will not let you off.
The black-robed man roared angrily. He knew that it was most likely impossible for him to escape today. The other party had such a powerful teleportation ability, so there was no chance for him to escape at all.
It's actually someone from the moon goddess sect.
Yuanchio revealed a look of realization.
Sister Wanchio, do you know the moon goddess sect?
Nina asked from the side.
Yes.
The moon goddess sect was the #1 evil sect in the 5 corners of the world. They had been jointly attacked by the righteous sects once before. However, because these guys were very powerful, although they were heavily injured, they were not completely wiped out. These guys had disappeared after that attack for more than 100 years. Who would have thought that they would appear again today?
Yuanchio said.
Looks like we have caused a lot of trouble for Ah Fei.
Nina sighed. It was already troublesome enough for Jiang Fei and the others to deal with the
players.
Now, they had provoked the moon goddess sect. It seemed that they could not count on peace during their time in the town star. While Nina and Yuanchio were talking, the battle in midair had already been decided. With full power, Bella had completely suppressed the black-robed man. Moreover, under a series of critical hits, the black-robed man was severely injured and on the verge of death.
Damned woman! I curse you! I curse your life force to be no longer pure. I curse you! I curse your soul to fall together with me.
The dying black-robed man suddenly roared angrily. Then, he slapped his own chest.
Pooh!
As he spat out a mouthful of black blood, the black-robed man transformed his palm into a claw and stabbed it directly into his own chest.
Chi-la.
The bloody heart was dug out by the black-robed man himself.
Enjoy the pain of eternal life. Ha ha ha.
Following a series of sinister laughter, the black-robed man crushed his own heart, and a streak of black blood shot towards the distant Bella at lightning speed.
What the H.L. is this thing?
Although Bella did not recognize this streak of black blood, she knew that this thing could not be easily contaminated. Since the other party was willing to use his life as a stake, then the power of this move must be extraordinary. However, Bella did not expect that no matter how she dodged, the black blood seemed to have a spirit and was always chasing after Bella. Boom! Bella shot out a beam of life energy in an attempt to disperse the black blood. But the black blood completely ignored Bella's energy and was not dispersed at all. It'll help you. Nina also attacked at this time. She threw out a spatial barrier. But the black blood seemed to ignore space and directly passed through the spatial barrier. Sylvie! Help! Nina shouted loudly. TCH. I still have to make my move. Although Sylvie and Bella were not on good terms, she would not stand idly by at this moment. Thus, a time shackle was thrown towards the black blood. However, something that everyone did not expect happened. Not only did the black blood ignore Nina's spatial seal, even Sylvie's time shackle did not have the slightest effect. What the hell is this? All the girls were dumbfounded. They had never seen such a thing before. It completely ignored the obstruction of all energy. As time passed, the black blood speed became faster and faster. Bella could no longer dodge it. Be careful. Just when Bella was about to be unable to dodge it, Hua Mulan suddenly stepped forward and blocked behind Bella. Swoosh. The black blood hit Hua Mulan's body and then disappeared. Mulan! How did you? Bella noticed Hua Mulan's actions at this moment and was instantly moved to the point of being speechless. Mulan! The other girls also surrounded her. Don't come over! Hua Mulan waved her hand. At this moment, her expression didn't seem quite right. Wait a moment! Nina stopped the weaker girls from approaching. But Bella directly pounced on Hua Mulan. Mulan! How can you be so stupid? Bella's tears were flowing down. I am the captain of the Lord's Guards. It is my responsibility to protect you. Hua Mulan forced out a smile and said. At this moment, her face was slightly distorted. It was obvious that she was enduring an astonishing amount of pain. Mulan! How are you? Bella asked with concern. Dot! Hua Mulan waved her hand and sat cross-legged on the ground. It was obvious that she was speechless. Should I wake up Ah Fei? Si Tang asked softly. Yes. Quickly wake up my husband. At this moment, Bella was already panicking. To be honest, ever since she became a Nephilim princess in the game, Bella had never experienced such a scene. Even in front of Jiang Fei. She was the one who took the hits for Jiang Fei. No one had ever taken the hits for her. Therefore, at that moment, Bella was touched. She did not know what to do anymore. She only wanted to cure Hua Mulan. As for whether or not it would disturb Jiang Fei's training, she did not care anymore. On one side, Bella went to wake Jiang Fei up. On the other side, Hua Mulan's expression was constantly changing. Her originally pink little face turned black and red in an instant. Clearly, she was not in a good condition. What should we do now? Ariel asked. Protect her well. Do not let external forces disturb her. She is now cursed. She can only rely on herself to survive. Yuanqiu said with a frown. Ah! Suddenly, Hua Mulan let out a sharp cry. And then her aura suddenly changed. Completely different from the previous Hua Mulan. What's going on? Nina frowned. Because cultivators judged a person's identity based on their aura. It didn't matter how a person's appearance and voice were. As long as the aura didn't change. She was the real person. But in other words, if this person's aura changed, then she wouldn't be the original her. Everyone be careful. As Yuanqiu said this, she even pulled out the frost sword. What are you doing? Don't you dare use a sword on Mulan. Bella immediately blocked in front of Hua Mulan. She might not be Hua Mulan at this time. Yuanqiu said helplessly. Actually, her words were already very tactful. In her heart, the person sitting there cross-legged was no longer Hua Mulan. Nonsense! If you don't put away your sword, don't blame me for being rude to you. Bella warned Yuanqiu with her eyebrows raised. Yuanqiu was originally a latecomer. The girl's relationship with her was as deep as not being with Hua Mulan. Moreover, Hua Mulan had risked her life to save Bella just now. How could Bella watch helplessly as Yuanqiu used force on Hua Mulan? Chapter 1721. Chapter 1721. A blessing in disguise. Yuanqiu was helpless. In her eyes, Hua Mulan was no longer Hua Mulan. She was in extreme danger. However, even if Yuanqiu knew that Hua Mulan was in danger, she would not fall out with Bella at this time. If the two of them fought, the situation would be even more chaotic. Hubby! Wake up! Sister Bella and Sister Yuanqiu are going to fight! Because Bella ran to protect Hua Mulan. The task of waking Jiang Fei was given to Ariel. However, Jiang Fei was in a deep meditative state. It would not be easy to wake him up without disturbing his mind. However, if he forcefully woke him up, there was a very high chance that Jiang Fei would go berserk. Therefore, whether it was Bella just now, or Ariel now, who doesn't dare be so radical,
Here Bella and Yuanchio confrontation. But Hua Mulan changes are still going on.
Ah!
Is a sharp howl. Hua Mulan suddenly stood up. Hua Mulan at this time where there is a female general's heroic posture. Her long hair, deep eye socket, with a huge black eye, and her nails have become a lot longer, and like ink dye. If Jiang Fei had remained sober at that moment, he would have cried out in surprise.
How did Mulan become Mei Xiaofeng? Bella, be careful.
Seeing Hua Mulan like that, Yuanchio reminded her loudly.
Swoosh!
Bella also felt that there was something wrong with the aura behind her, so she quickly turned around. At that moment, Hua Mulan's right hand had already been raised high. Her sharp nails shone with a cold light. Her eyes were staring straight at Bella, but there was a hint of struggle in her empty eyes.
Mulan, I know you can hear me. You must survive,
Bella said as she looked at Hua Mulan with deep affection. She did not put up any defense at all. She just stood in front of Hua Mulan without any defenses, maintaining complete trust in her sisters.
Sister Mulan, you said you would protect me. Are you going to hurt me?
Ariel ran to Bella's side.
She is no longer Hua Mulan. Are you all crazy?
Yuanchio wanted to stop Ariel, but the other girls also rushed over.
Sister Mulan, aren't you going to teach me martial arts?
Si Tang also walked over without any guard.
Mulan, I believe in you. You are the most outstanding soldier. No one can defeat you.
Nina walked closer. She was almost face to face with Hua Mulan.
Ah!
Hua Mulan kept screaming. The struggle in her eyes became more and more obvious. If the trust of other girls touched her, then Nina's words went straight to Hua Mulan's heart. As the former captain of the Saintess Guards, Hua Mulan's target of loyalty was Nina, the Saintess of Light. Although their identities had changed, and they were no longer the former ruler and minister but sisters, the relationship between the two of them was undoubtedly the best.
Ah!
Amidst the shrill cries, Hua Mulan raised her sharp claws a few times, and then dropped them down dejectedly. Although Nina was standing in front of her defenseless, Hua Mulan could not do anything. When the other girls gathered around, Hua Mulan's hesitation did not only stop in her eyes. Her face was filled with pain. At this moment, Hua Mulan's heart was in an intense battle. An evil force was trying to turn her into an evil killing machine. However, Hua Mulan's last bit of intelligence was also fighting valiantly. Just as Nina had said, Hua Mulan was an excellent soldier. No one could defeat her, even if it was an evil force from within. Hua Mulan would never allow this force to devour her. She would not allow this evil force to control her body to harm her friends around her. Just as Hua Mulan was engaged in a fierce battle with the Devis, Jiang Fei was finally awakened by Sylvie.
What happened to Mulan? What happened?
Jiang Fei was stunned by the numerous corpses around him. When he saw Hua Mulan's condition, he realized the seriousness of the problem.
This is what happened.
Bella then told him the whole story.
Husband, her condition is very dangerous. The curse can completely occupy her mind at any time. When that time comes, she will become very dangerous.
Yuanchio warned.
Yes, I know. But don't worry. Mulan will be fine.
Jiang Fei knew that Yuanchio was not unconcerned about Hua Mulan. She only knew how terrifying the curse was. Therefore, she made a judgment based on reason rather than emotion.
Husband, you must save Mulan.
This was the first time Bella had officially asked Jiang Fei to do something.
Don't worry. All of you stay alert. It'll be back soon.
Jiang Fei said goodbye to Bella and the others. Then, he brought Hua Mulan into the 10th dimension. As soon as they entered the 10th dimension, Hua Mulan was frozen. Time was frozen here. She could not hurt anyone, nor could she hurt herself. After confirming that Hua Mulan was safe, Jiang Fei was ready to help her get into contact with the curse. Jiang Fei was not a master of the evil faction. He knew nothing about the curse. However, as a super master of the use of mind power, Hua Mulan's condition was still manageable in front of him.
Swish!
Jiang Fei opened the violet eye and instantly locked onto the energy circuit in Hua Mulan's body. At that moment, in Hua Mulan's mind, a strange black and red energy was nibbling at her consciousness.
Is this the curse?
Jiang Fei muttered to himself. Although he did not understand the curse, he could grasp the principle of the curse from the energy source.
Swish!
A stream of pure mental energy separated from Jiang Fei's consciousness. Then, it cut through Hua Mulan's mind like a scalpel. Jiang Fei's mental energy was so pure that the black-red curse energy could not withstand the impact of the mental energy, let alone touch it. Wherever Jiang Fei's mental energy passed, the black-red energy was quickly extracted.
Wait!
As he extracted the dark red energy, Jiang Fei's brain was also rapidly calculating and analyzing the attributes of this energy.
This is a mixture of blood-type energy and dark-type energy. Moreover, the mixture is very crude. It's simply a fool's errand.
Jiang Fei quickly came to a conclusion. Although this dark red energy was very destructive, however, it would also backfire on itself.
Although it's trash, this dark-type energy is very pure. Since it has entered Mulan's body, I might as well leave it for Mulan as an opportunity.
Jiang Fei had an idea. Then, he used his spiritual power to separate the dark red energy. The blood red energy was destroyed by Jiang Fei by pulling the energy string. However, the pure dark energy was left to Hua Mulan as a seed. Chapter 1722, Chapter 1722, Peaceful Village. After everything was done, Jiang Fei returned to Bella and the other girls from the 10th dimension.
Hubby, how is it? Fei, is Mulan done yet?
The girls were chattering.
She should be fine now.
Jiang Fei smiled and comforted the girls.
That's good. That's good.
Bella finally heaved a sigh of relief.
Not only is Mulan fine, this experience might even be an opportunity for her.
Jiang Fei smiled and continued.
Really? What's going on?
The girls asked one after another.
She will tell you when Mulan is better.
Jiang Fei kept them in suspense. Then, he teleported Hua Mulan out of the 10th dimension. At that moment, Hua Mulan was still unconscious. After all, the black blood had caused a lot of damage to her. Moreover, the black blood was very strange. It could actually erode a person's will. Therefore, Hua Mulan was very weak at that moment.
Is Mulan alright?
Bella asked with concern. Although Jiang Fei had already guaranteed Hua Mulan's safety, Bella was still worried when she saw Hua Mulan's pale face.
She's fine.
Jiang Fei smiled and took out 2 vermilion fruits from the 10th dimension.
Cough cough.
Just like when he fed Hui Qingcheng, Hua Mulan was unconscious. Jiang Fei was still a little hesitant. Although Hua Mulan was his sister, there were too many girls around him. Jiang Fei was a little embarrassed.
What are you hesitating for? Hurry up and feed her. Chew her up and feed her. Won't you?
This time, Bella did not show any signs of jealousy. She actually took the initiative to ask Jiang Fei to feed her mouth to mouth. Jiang Fei shook his head. He secretly despised himself for thinking too much. Now, saving people was more important. Bella did not care about it anymore. What was there to be concerned about? After that, Jiang Fei stuffed a vermilion fruit into his mouth and chewed it up. Then, he lay down beside Hua Mulan. He lifted the female general's red lips slightly and fed the fruit juice into her mouth. After the fruit juice and the flesh entered Hua Mulan's mouth, it immediately turned into a clear stream. Then, it entered Hua Mulan's body through her throat and healed her injuries. However, the effect of 1 vermilion fruit was clearly not enough to heal such a serious injury. Therefore, Jiang Fei did the same thing. He fed 2 more vermilion fruits to Hua Mulan. After 3 vermilion fruits entered her stomach, Hua Mulan's face finally regained a trace of color.
Fortunately, I got these vermilion fruits in the greenwoods last time. Otherwise, it would have been really troublesome.
Jiang Fei thought to himself.
Fei, how is Mulan now?
Nina was also very concerned about Hua Mulan. However, Bella was too anxious just now, so she did not want to burden Bella. Therefore, she did not speak.
She's almost fine. She should be able to wake up after a period of rest,
Jiang Fei said with a smile.
All right. Leave it to us to take care of her,
Nina and Bella said almost at the same time.
All right. Take good care of her. She should be able to return to action in about 2 to 3 days,
Jiang Fei said with a smile. This time, Hua Mulan was definitely a blessing in disguise. The pure dark energy was definitely not ordinary. After leaving behind the seed, Hua Mulan's fire-type cultivation method would be completely improved. As for the effect, she would have to wait until she woke up to find out. After settling Hua Mulan down, Jiang Fei frowned. Although Hua Mulan's current condition was suitable for resting, the problem was that this small courtyard was filled with corpses. The stench of blood was so strong that it could almost form a blood bead. No matter how he looked at it, this did not seem like a place to rest. It was not just Jiang Fei's small courtyard. The entire town was filled with an evil aura. After all the villagers here had been transformed by the curse. Although the black-robed man who had cast the curse had died. However, even Jiang Fei did not have the ability to resurrect the dead. Therefore, the town was still a dead city.
Let's leave this place first. This is an ominous place. It's too dangerous to stay here,
Yuanqiu suggested.
alright.
Jiang Fei nodded. At first, he was worried that Bella and the others would resent Yuanqiu because of her attitude. However, it seemed that the problem was not that serious. Although the other girls were not that close to Yuanqiu, they did not hold any grudges. After all, they knew that although Yuanqiu's judgment was not very reasonable, it was the most rational judgment. After a simple cleaning up, Jiang Fei and the rest settled Hua Mulan on her mount. Then, Bella and Nina took care of her. The group slowly walked out of the town that was surrounded by the aura of death.
Where are we going next?
Ariel asked.
Let's go first. Let's find a place with people and ask around.
This time, Jiang Fei did not dare to train blindly. After all, it was not a good thing to offend people from the evil faction. These people were unpredictable and cruel. Jiang Fei did not want any accidents to happen. After walking for about 100 miles, the sky gradually brightened up. A red sun was angry. The heavy hearts of the girls were relieved a lot. After all, under the sun, those evil spirits and the like, it was not as creepy as it seemed.
Ah, Fei. Look. There's smoke over there.
At this time, Si Tang's voice suddenly came from the front.
Yes. There's people ahead.
Jiang Fei nodded. About 10 miles away from them, there was a small village. Although the sun had just risen, the hard-working villagers had already begun their daily life. It did not take long for Jiang Fei and the rest to arrive near the small village. This time, everyone, including Garona and Cirilla, were very calm. No one felt any strange aura.
We have finally arrived at a more normal place.
Si Tang let out a long breath. The small town from before was a little too scary for her. Although she had gained power, Si Tang had grown up watching ghost movies. She still had an instinctive fear of ghosts.
Let's go! Let's go! Close the door. Why are these noble children coming out so early in the morning?
Don't meddle in other people's business.
Stay away from them. These rich kids are all lawless. If we provoke them, we can only blame ourselves for our bad luck.
Following the soft murmurs, the villagers immediately hid in their own homes when they saw Jiang Fei and the others' luxurious clothes. They also closed the door tightly, as if they were hiding from the god of plague.
Sigh. This ancient society is indeed full of injustice and oppression.
Si Tang sighed. To be honest, this was not the first time they had seen such a scene. Ever since they came to the 5 directions, they had been used to this kind of strict social structure.
Then, what should we do?
Ariel asked, somewhat at a loss.
Little Ing, go and knock on the door. Give them some money. Then, we can eat something here and rest for a while,
Jiang Fei said, as Si Tang had the strongest affinity. Dealing with commoners like this, she was the best at it. Chapter 1723, Chapter 1723 Kindness. As Si Tang knocked on the door, Jiang Fei and the rest could hear the villagers' whispers. However, none of them opened the door. In just a short while, Si Tang had knocked on 7 or 8 doors. However, none of them opened the door.
Ah, Ma. Let me open the door. That girl doesn't look like a bad person. Stop daydreaming. Silly son. Are you worthy of that kind of noble girl? But she doesn't look bad at all. Humph. The more beautiful a girl is, the more dangerous it is. My silly son. You'd better be at home and release the pigs. This kind of girl is not someone you can provoke. But? No buts. Get back to the house, or he'll break your legs.
Oh. Si Tang was still knocking on the door. However, the conversation that came out of the door was almost the same. As the social hierarchy was very strict, the commoners did not dare to provoke the nobles. Even though Si Tang had a very strong affinity, no one dared to open the door for her.
What's wrong with these villagers? If you don't open the door, I'll kick one open.
Sylvie, who was beside Jiang Fei, was a little impatient.
Forget it. With your abilities, why bother with these commoners?
Jiang Fei waved his hand. He did not approve of such bullying.
But Mulan needs to rest. But these guys won't even open the door.
Sylvie was also worried about Hua Mulan. Otherwise, with her character, even though she looked down on life, she would not bully the weak.
Creak!
At this moment, the door of a small courtyard opened. It was located in a corner of the village, and it looked very shabby.
Big sister, come to my house.
A little girl stuck her head out and said,
Thank you.
Si Tang smiled and touched the little girl's head.
You're welcome. Big sister. Grandma said that helping people in trouble makes people happy. I'm very happy now.
The little girl smiled and said. The clothes on her body were very tattered. They were even a little too small. However, they were very clean.
This little girl is really sensible.
Bella looked at the little girl and could not help but feel a sense of sadness in her heart. This little girl looked like she was only 5 or 6 years old. However, she looked very thin and weak. One look and one could tell that she was chronically malnourished.
Let's go in first.
Jiang Fei nodded. Although he did not say much, he decided to leave a great opportunity for the little girl before they left. The group of people entered the small courtyard one after another. It was a little crowded because there were quite a number of people in Jiang Fei's group, including the people and pets. There were more than 20 people in total.
Come! 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 Everyone, please take a seat. Our family is relatively poor. We did not treat them well enough. We did not treat them well enough.
At this time, an old lady walked out from the door of the main room. She was too old. She was already trembling as she walked.
Grandma, your eyes are not good. Why did you come out?
The little girl quickly ran over to support the old lady.
It is not easy for a guest to come to our house. How can I not come out to greet them?
The old lady insisted on standing at the door. Although she could not see Jiang Fei and the others, she could not do anything for them. However, she still came out to show her face out of courtesy.
Old lady, please go back to your room and take a seat. We will leave after a short rest. We won't disturb you for too long.
Jiang Fei quickly helped the old lady back into the room. If she bumped into something, he would not be able to bear it. After helping the old lady back into the room, Jiang Fei settled Hua Mulan in another room. However, the family was really too poor. The room could be said to be completely bare. Although there was a broken earthen brick bed, there was no bedding on it. Fortunately, Jiang Fei always had a lot of supplies with him. Therefore, he did not lack any bedding. Soon, Bella and Nina arranged a warm bed for Hua Mulan.
Mulan, you take a rest first. I'll talk to the old lady and see if she can find out where we're going.
Jiang Fei said to Hua Mulan. Then, he said to Bella and the others, take care of her.
Don't worry.
Bella and Nina nodded. After coming out of the small house, Jiang Fei let the other girls and the pet beast settle down in the yard. This house was too poor. It was impossible for everyone to go in to rest. When he returned to the old lattice room, Jiang Fei found that the little girl was not there. Only the old lady was leaning against the bed. She looked very desolate.
Yes, you're here?
The old lady could tell from the sound of footsteps that the person who came was not her granddaughter.
Hee hee. Old lady, thank you so much for taking us in.
Jiang Fei smiled as he sat beside the old lady.
There's no need to thank me. It's not easy for people to travel. I'll give you a hand if I can. It's just that our family is too poor. We don't even have a bowl of tea.
The old lady said with some embarrassment.
It's okay. It's okay.
Jiang Fei waved his hand repeatedly.
Big brother, come. Drink some hot water to relieve your fatigue.
At that moment, the little girl came in with a cracked coarse porcelain bowl. There was only a bowl of plain hot water in the coarse porcelain bowl.
Thank you.
Jiang Fei was very touched at that moment. A bowl of hot water was nothing to a person like Jiang Fei, even to an ordinary mortal. However, it was not that simple to the grandfather and grandson. When Jiang Fei entered the small courtyard, he realized that the family did not have a lot of firewood. Instead, they only had small pieces of firewood. When he realized that there was only an old man and a young man in the family, Jiang Fei understood. The old man and the young man did not have the energy to gather firewood by themselves. Moreover, they did not have the money to buy firewood. They could only rely on the little girl to pick up some small pieces of firewood to make a fire. However, the weather had already turned cold. For the grandparents and grandchildren, if they gathered more firewood, they might be able to survive the winter. However, if they did not have enough firewood, the winter would be difficult for them. Judging from the ashes on the stove, the family had been very frugal in making a fire to save firewood. However, the little girl was willing to take out the little firewood to boil a bowl of hot water for them. From this, it could be seen how kind-hearted the family was.
Such people should not die of cold and hunger. Today, I have met them. I will definitely make them change their entire lives.
Jiang Fei made up his mind. After that, Jiang Fei started chatting with the old lady. Unfortunately, the old lady had never left the village in her entire life, so she did not know anything about the outside world. Although the little girl was the child of a poor person and spoke like a little adult, she had never been exposed to the outside world. Therefore, she did not know anything about the outside world. Chapter 1724, Chapter 1724 A Drop of Water from the Fountain. Although he could not get any useful information from the grandparents, Jiang Fei was already very satisfied to be able to find such a peaceful village to heal Hua Mulan. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, the sky had darkened. The entire village began to emit smoke. This caused the little girl and her grandmother to be very worried. The grandfather and grandson were very poor. The little food they had at home was already a problem for them to survive the winter, not to mention to feed Jiang Fei and the other 20 people.
Big brother, there is not much food left in the house. Tom can only make some porridge for everyone to drink. Big brother, please don't mind,
the little girl said to Jiang Fei after muttering a few words to her grandmother. At the same time, there was an embarrassed look on her face. It was as if she had treated a guest slowly. It felt very rude.
Tom, you don't have to work anymore. Big brother has brought food here.
Jiang Fei was very touched. The grandparents were already so poor, but they were still so generous to the travelers. This kind of kindness was not something that an ordinary person could do.
Really? That's great. Then, big brother, you guys hurry up and eat. Tom, go boil some hot water for you guys to drink. Then, make some porridge for grandma.
Tong was very happy. She did not think that she could save some food. Instead, she was happy that Jiang Fei and the others did not have to starve.
Tong, no need. Big brother has everything here. You can eat with grandma and us later. Big brother will treat you,
Jiang Fei said with a smile.
There's no need for that. Big brother, Tong is not that hungry.
Although the little girl said that, her small stomach let out a disappointing cry. The little girl's face instantly turned red.
Alright, Tong, you and grandma just wait to eat.
Jiang Fei stopped Tong, who was about to boil water. Then, he gestured for Si Tang to stay and chat with their grandparents. He went into the courtyard by himself.
0541. Get a few tables out.
Jiang Fei instructed 0541. As the old lattice family was too poor, they did not even have a table if they wanted to eat.
Yes, Captain!
0541 immediately nodded. Making a few tables and chairs did not consume much energy for him. Soon, 5 sets of tables and chairs were placed out. Then, Jiang Fei took food out of the ring space. Plates of exquisite food had been heated up by 0541. So when they came out, it was steaming hot.
You guys bring a table in.
Jiang Fei instructed the few pet beasts who had nothing to do.
Yes, sir.
The few pet beasts immediately took a table of food and brought it into the old lattice room.
Alright, Tong, call grandma to come and eat with us.
Jiang Fei followed closely behind.
Wow, it smells so good.
After all, Tong was only a little girl of 5 or 6 years old. Although she matured early because of her poor family, she still had no resistance when it came to delicious food.
Dear guest, how could you spend so much money?
Although the old lady was blind, she could still smell the fragrance of the dishes.
Hee, we have to bother you for a few days. Your family is young and old. It's not convenient for them to cook. Leave the food to us,
Jiang Fei said with a smile.
Alright then. The old lady, will bask in your glory.
After a moment of hesitation, the old lady gladly accepted Jiang Fei's kind intentions. In the old lattice opinion, Jiang Fei and the others must have an extraordinary background. They would definitely not let themselves down. Therefore, since the other party had prepared food, there was no need for them to be too pretentious. Since the other party had invited them, they would eat together.
Come to the old lady. Try this. It's very good for the body.
Jiang Fei had prepared some digestible food for the old lady. Although there was no big fish or big meat, it was very good for the body. If he really got a few whole chickens. Get an elbow over here. These 2 grandparents had not eaten meat for a long time. Their bellies were empty. They might even eat their bodies badly. As Jiang Fei was deeply touched by the kindness of these grandparents, he took great care of them. This meal could be considered a happy one. When everyone was almost done eating, Jiang Fei took out 2 vermilion fruits from the 10th dimension.
Old lady, come, have some fruits after dinner.
Jiang Fei handed a vermilion fruit to the old lady. Such a treasure was definitely a rare treasure, even in the entire town star.
Good.
After taking the fruit, the old lady raised her nose and asked. She felt a refreshing fragrance. In the depths of her heart, she instantly felt relaxed and happy. At that time, she knew that this fruit was definitely not ordinary.
Tong, come here. Grandma can't bite this fruit anymore. You can eat it.
After the old lady knew that this fruit was a treasure, she immediately did not want to eat it herself. She wanted to leave it for her granddaughter.
Old lady, you can eat it yourself. This thing is very easy to bite. I still have a lot of it here. Don't be afraid that Tong Tong won't be able to eat it.
Jiang Fei stopped the old lady from doing anything. He gave the vermilion fruit to the old lady. It was to cure her blind eyes. It was to repay the kindness of their grandparents.
Good. Good.
In the face of Jiang Fei's kindness, the old lady had no choice but to put the fruit into her mouth. When the fruit entered her mouth, it melted and turned into a clear current that flowed through her limbs.
The
old lady, who had never eaten such a spiritual fruit, was instantly stunned.
Come! Tong Tong, eat this.
Jiang Fei smiled and handed a vermilion fruit to Tong Tong. Although the vermilion fruit's greatest use was to heal injuries, it was rich in gentle energy. Therefore, it had the effect of increasing one's strength. Although the effect was not high, for an ordinary person like Tong Tong, the effect was very obvious. At least after eating a vermilion fruit, Tong Tong would become a true light opening stage expert. Enlightenment stage might not be a big deal among the cultivators of the 5 directions. However, if it was Earth's level, it would be a level 5 powerhouse. Moreover, Tong Tong was only 5 or 6 years old, with the ability to reach enlightenment stage, coupled with her cultivation talent after being cleansed by the spirit fruit. Any sect would fight to take her in as a disciple. This was the great opportunity that Jiang Fei had promised the grandparents. Just as Tong Tong swallowed the vermilion fruit, the old lady suddenly cried out in surprise.
Ah! I saw something. How is this possible?
The old lady's face was filled with disbelief. Although she was just an old lady from the countryside, she was not stupid at all. Of course, she knew that her eyes could see again because of the fruit that Jiang Fei had given her just now.
Benefactor, thank you.
The old lady immediately knelt in front of Jiang Fei. Previously, because of her blindness, she did not know if she and her granddaughter would be able to survive the winter. However, her eyes had recovered, and her body had become more energetic than when she was young. Although her family was still poor, she was already confident that she could survive with her granddaughter. Chapter 1725. Chapter 1725. All good things must come to an end.
Old man, there's no need to be so polite. Please get up. Get up.
Jiang Fei did not dare to be worshipped by a person of his age. As he moved to the side, he quickly helped the old lady up.
Benefactor, you have saved our lives.
The old lady was so excited that tears streamed down her face.
Hee hee. You don't have to be so polite. Old family member, I still have to thank you for providing us with a place to stay.
Jiang Fei smiled and replied.
Benefactor, previously, I was blind and could not see your presence, so I neglected you. Now that I have regained my sight, I know that you are definitely not immortal. There is nothing that I can do to repay you. If there is anything that you need, please feel free to ask.
The old lady said sincerely.
Old lady, you are not born and raised here, right?
Jiang Fei could tell from the old lady's words and actions that she was definitely not a peasant woman, although she was old. After her eyes regained their sight, her entire temperament had changed. No matter how he looked at it, she looked like a person who had read a book.
Hee hee. To tell you the truth,
old lady, I only brought my son and his family here later on. My purpose was to avoid my enemies. However, who would have thought that my son would be disobedient and insist on avenging his dead father? In the end, the husband and wife lost their lives in vain. Only the old and the young survived together,
said the old lady with a sigh.
So, your family is also a cultivator?
Jiang Fei asked.
Sort of. It's just that my family has declined. I'm also a natural-born cripple. There's no way for me to cultivate. That's why I have to live with Tong Tong.
The old lady said with a sad face.
Then, do you want Tong Tong to inherit the family business or let her live a peaceful life?
Jiang Fei had already checked Tong Tong's constitution. It was a very pure fire attribute. If it was used for cultivation, it would definitely be a good seedling. Sigh. I was also very conflicted. Before today, I was still worrying about how to survive the cold winter. Now that I have met my benefactor, my eyes have recovered. Even if I have to rely on sewing for others, I can still support this child. However, inheriting the family business is difficult. I am a cripple. I am unable to cultivate, so I do not know any martial arts techniques. After the death of my disobedient son, and I have been blind for so many years, I do not know where the martial arts technique manual has been lost. Therefore, It is impossible for me to let Tong Tong practice martial arts, said the old lady with a sigh. Elder, if you are interested in letting Tong Tong practice martial arts, I can teach her a set of martial arts techniques.
Jiang Fei replied with a smile. He did not have any strong opinions. Moreover, he was the one who had snatched the Crimson Flame sect's martial arts techniques. Therefore, even if he were to teach it to someone else, he would not feel any heartache.
Benefactor, are you really going to accept Tong Tong?
The old lady was filled with joy. She quickly pulled Tong Tong to Jiang Fei and said to Tong Tong,
Quick! Kneel down for your master! Plop!
Little Tong Tong immediately knelt down in front of Jiang Fei.
Quickly get up! Quickly get up! I'm only teaching you the martial arts technique. You can just call me Big Brother.
Jiang Fei wanted to pull Tong Tong up, but the little girl insisted on kneeling down.
Master, if you're willing to teach me the martial arts technique, then I'm your disciple,
Tong Tong said with a serious face. Her determined expression did not look like it came from a 5- or 6-year-old little girl.
Benefactor, please accept her,
the old lady advised from the side.
Ah, Fei, she is still young. Even if you become her master, it would not be considered taking advantage of her. Why don't you accept her?
Si Tang also advised from the side.
All right.
Jiang Fei nodded. She was just a little girl anyway. He would accept her as a disciple.
Thank you, Master.
Little Tong Tong kowtowed 3 times to Jiang Fei. Then, she used water as tea to toast Jiang Fei. This ceremony of apprenticeship was completed.
All right. From today onwards, you will learn from me.
Jiang Fei took a deep breath. After having a disciple, he seemed to have matured all of a sudden.
Okay.
Little Tong Tong nodded very seriously.
0541. Give me 1/5 of the Crimson Flame Sect's cultivation method. Only the beginner level part will be made into a memory wave.
It was still relatively easy for Jiang Fei to teach the cultivation method. The memory wave made by 0541. It was much more convenient than having his disciple memorize the cultivation method's chant.
Tong Tong, your head will hurt a little later. You have to bear with it,
Jiang Fei reminded her in advance.
Master, don't worry. Tong Tong can bear with it.
Little Tong Tong was a child who had suffered a lot, so she was very strong.
Okay.
Jiang Fei nodded. Then, 0541 began to inject memory waves into Tong Tong. As Jiang Fei was afraid that Tong Tong was weak and could not accept too many memory waves, Jiang Fei deliberately divided the cultivation technique into 5 portions. In this way, the capacity of each portion was not particularly large, so that Tong Tong's consciousness would not be damaged. Moreover, after consuming the vermilion fruit, Tong Tong had jumped to the light awakening stage. Therefore, although her head hurt a little, she still persevered.
Not bad. This child is promising.
Jiang Fei looked at Tong Tong's slightly frowning little face, and could not help but nod his head in satisfaction. Such a little girl actually endured the headache and did not say anything. From this, it could be seen that she was very determined. After the transmission of the memory wave was completed, Jiang Fei used his hand to hypnotize Tong Tong and let her slowly accept the memories in her sleep. In the next few days, Jiang Fei would teach Tong Tong how to cultivate whenever he was free. He would also visit Hua Mulan from time to time. During this period of time, Hua Mulan had recovered extremely well. Such a quiet small village was definitely a good place for her to heal her injuries. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Hua Mulan's injuries had already healed. Jiang Fei had also imparted all of the Crimson Flame sect's martial arts techniques to Tong Tong. However, Tong Tong had just started cultivating, so her strength did not increase much.
All right, Tong Tong, take good care of your grandmother. Master is leaving.
Jiang Fei still had to save the valiant Martial Hall Saintess. If not for Hua Mulan having to recuperate, he would not have wasted so much time here.
Master, I can't bear to leave you.
Although Tong Tong was reluctant to leave, she knew that she had her grandmother to take care of. She could not leave with her master.
All right, don't worry. We will meet again if we are fated to.
Jiang Fei comforted her. However, he knew in his heart that this parting would be a farewell for good. After all, he would leave the 5 directions after completing the quest. He might not come back again in the future.
MMHMM.
Little Tong Tong nodded as if she understood something. On the other hand, Jiang Fei explained things to Tong Tong's grandmother. He also left some spirit stones and town star coins for them to use as their living expenses. After all, Tong Tong had to cultivate. She had to spend money on everything. If she could not even eat her fill, If she could not keep up with the nutrition, how could she cultivate spiritual power? The saying of being poor and rich was not just a saying.